In the land of Jiuzhou at Heilong Town, auspicious clouds blanketed the sky as rivers of golden light poured down. A continuous dragon's roar echoed overhead, and then the earth heaved. Amid thunderous rumbles, a towering mountain erupted from the flat ground. What is happening? Why would such a strange phenomenon suddenly appear? Could it mean some great event is unfolding? Indeed, Heilong Town lies on a vast plain and has never known earthquakes, so why does the ground keep trembling without end? Everyone speculated wildly as to the cause. Martial artists from all directions rushed over to investigate. On the summit of the newly risen mountain they beheld an enormous jet-black stone, steely at least 50 zhang tall, neither gold nor iron, impervious to blade and sword. Among them several first-rate martial experts gathered their true chi and blasted at the steel. Yet their chi vanished like a clay ox sinking into the sea, leaving not the slightest trace. Why would such a miraculous steel appear atop this mountain? This question weighed on the mind of every martial artist present. At that moment golden rain drifted down from the heavens and a golden dragon coiled through the sky, its claws gripping a scroll. The scroll unfurled, revealing 5 large characters painted in shimmering gold. The number 1 under heaven ranking. Number 1 under heaven. What in the world is this? What does it mean? I cannot make heads or tails of it. For a time everyone was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning of those 5 characters. Jiuzhou itself was in turmoil. The lords of each province burned with ambition and grand designs, all dreaming of unifying Jiuzhou and becoming its supreme hegemon. Heilong Town was a place where fish and dragons mingled, hiding vicious brigands, infamous bandits, and wanted criminals of the imperial court. Though it lay in a lawless zone beyond the jurisdiction of any single province, agents from all regions still infiltrated and watched in secret. Within the martial world, crouching tigers and hidden dragons abounded. Reclusive masters were as numerous as stars, and mythic figures were spoken of in endless tales. Their cultivation was a mystery. It was said they had surpassed the realm of 9th-rank grandmaster and stepped into a state of unity between man and heaven, shattering the void itself. Once such a being emerged into the world, they could effortlessly annihilate an entire province. Though such tales were treated as legend, none of the various provincial lords dared relax their vigilance, and the martial world became an object of intense scrutiny. Among them the Lord of Jiuzhou and the Lord of Yanzhou possessed the most formidable strength and most voracious ambition, seemingly poised to unify the realm. With a celestial phenomenon of such magnitude appearing, the spies had long since transmitted the news to the Lord of Jiuzhou and the Lord of Yanzhou. In Jiuzhou, the martial lord, clad in a majestic golden robe, received the secret report from his agents. After pondering for a long while, he turned to a burly man beside him, fierce as Zhang Fei, and said, "Second brother, what do you think this sudden number 1 under heaven ranking signifies?" This man was Beitang Ao, the younger brother of the Jiuzhou lord. He commanded all the troops and intelligence services of Jiuzhou and was himself a top-tier powerhouse, standing at the half-step grandmaster realm. In the martial path the realms were divided into postnatal innate grandmaster and grandmaster of the 9th rank, and so on. Beitang Ao said, "We are already on the verge of taking to the battlefield, and unifying Jiuzhou is within reach. I wonder whether this ranking will affect our hegemony." The Lord of Jiuzhou replied, "Here is what we shall do. You will lead the 2 commanders of the Genie Guard to go and see for yourselves." Beitang Ao nodded, then turned and strode out of the great hall. In Yanzhou, the divine Marquis Kong Xian likewise dispatched the commanders of the Divine Guard to head for Heilong Town. After the golden ranking manifested, the 5 words number 1 under heaven ranking were imprinted upon the stone steel. A distant ethereal voice suddenly rang out, "Honored guests, the number 1 under heaven ranking has opened. If you seek detailed information, come to the Fengyun Pavilion." Fengyun Pavilion. What place is that? Most people had never heard of it. Only Hualiuxiang and a few other innate experts gazed at the words number 1 under heaven with a thoughtful look, then turned and headed toward a certain location in Heilong Town. Seeing them depart, the others followed along as well. In a secluded corner at the very end of the town stood a modest 3-story building. The crowd halted before the little tower. On the plaque above the door the 3 characters Fengyun Pavilion seemed vividly alive, like coiling dragons twining about. Fengyun Pavilion. How could such an obscure little place have any connection to the mysterious person behind the number 1 under heaven ranking? Exactly, it looks like nothing more than a small tavern. I have never even heard the name. Hualiuxiang and the other innate experts stepped inside one after another, and the rest moved to follow. Just then a stern voice rang out, "Fengyun Pavilion receives only experts of innate realm and above. Those whose cultivation falls short may not set foot inside." What arrogance, looking down on us like that! I refuse to believe it. I am going in regardless. A burly man at the peak of the postnatal realm strode forward into the pavilion. A deafening boom erupted. The big man shot out like a cannonball, flung 100 zhang away through the air. When the crowd hurried over to look, they all sucked in a cold breath. His limbs were mangled, his tendons and bones shattered. Only then did everyone dare not underestimate this seemingly humble Fengyun Pavilion. Inside, a few dozen rickety bamboo chairs were set out. They creaked loudly when sat upon and looked as though they might collapse at any moment. "Stingy old miser, sooner or later you will go broke," someone muttered under their breath. Hua Liushang, folding his fan, looked at the handsome man seated in the place of honor, whose face was as fine as polished jade, and said, "Pavilion master, you have stirred up quite the spectacle, daring to establish a No.1 Under Heaven ranking." "Indeed, indeed," another added. "Jiuzhou is overflowing with martial experts, many of them reclusive masters unknown to the world. Your ranking may well fall short of true authority." Lin Yi looked over the several dozen innate experts present and said with a smile, "Be at ease. Since I dare to open the ranking, I have the confidence to uphold it." Hua Liushang clapped his hands and laughed. "Excellent. Truly worthy of being the master of Fengyun Pavilion." He continued, "Since the ranking has been opened, could you perhaps reveal who is qualified to be listed so that we might hear a little in advance?" "Very well," Lin Yi replied. Just as Lin Yi was about to open his mouth, a cold snort sounded from outside the door. A burly, imposing man strode in, the aura surging from his body like the rolling Yangtze River, instantly overwhelming the dozen innate experts present. Behind him followed two commanders of the Genie Guard, long sabers at their waists, both innate experts as well. "It is Beitang Ao, second Lord of Jiuzhou." At the mention of his name, the dozen martial artists turned pale with fear and rose to their feet trembling. Beitang Ao swept his gaze across the gathered experts, clearly not placing them in his eyes at all. Then he turned to look at Lin Yi, only to find that his oppressive aura had no effect whatsoever on the man. His brows knit together slightly. Know that Beitang Ao at the half-step Grandmaster realm was a peak existence within Jiuzhou, one of its absolute top experts. Yet in this small Heilong town there stood someone who could withstand his pressure with ease. Only then did he put away his contempt and regard Lin Yi with caution. "Are you the one who has caused such a great commotion?" Lin Yi smiled and nodded. "I am indeed," he said. Beitang Ao pondered for a moment before speaking again. "What qualifications do you have to dare launch such a ranking?" "By virtue of being the master of Fengyun Pavilion, I possess the ability to establish this ranking," Lin Yi answered. Suddenly a vast and unfathomable aura surged from his body like a deep abyss yawning open. In an instant Beitang Ao felt as though he were a lone skiff tossed upon a raging ocean. He staggered back step after step, retreating dozens of paces and nearly being forced out through the doorway. Grandmaster of the 9th rank. Heavens, he is actually a 9th rank Grandmaster. Beitang Ao's face twisted with fear, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had never imagined that such a Grandmaster would appear here, truly terrifying. A 9th rank Grandmaster was a legendary being wielding terrifying power, capable of wiping out a Grandmaster with a mere lift of the hand. In all of Jiuzhou fewer than a dozen such figures were known, and even they were reclusive old monsters who rarely emerged. "Now do I have the qualifications to open this ranking?" Lin Yi asked with a smile. Beitang Ao withdrew his previous bravado, cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Senior, you are of course qualified." Seeing even the second most powerful man of Jiuzhou submit, Hua Liushang was once again profoundly shocked. "Since Lord Beitang Ao has also come, you may as well listen on. I guarantee this visit will not be in vain," Lin Yi said. Beitang Ao nodded and chose one of the sturdiest-looking bamboo chairs before sitting down. "Pavilion Master, please tell us who was qualified to be listed on the No.1 Under Heaven ranking," someone urged. Hua Liushang and the others feared their chairs might collapse under them, so they chose to remain standing. Only then did Lin Yi speak slowly. "The No.1 Under Heaven ranking has merely been opened. It will be divided into lists for blades, swords, fists, palms, hidden weapons, strange arts and so on. First I shall establish the sword ranking. The sword ranking will contain 20 places. Once all the positions are filled, and after my personal verification and the acknowledgement of the sword experts on the list, the title of No.1 Sword Under Heaven will be conferred. The bearer of that title will receive rich rewards that will drive you all to madness. For now it is inconvenient to reveal them." He paused briefly. "Next I shall speak of the swordsmen who are qualified to enter the sword ranking. The Sword Sage of Jiuzhou, the 9 Heavens, Sword Immortal, the Unbeaten Sword, Luifei, the 1000 Victory Sword, and so forth. Though these names are illustrious in my eyes, they would not even qualify as bottom tier. They have no hope of entering the top 50. What? Pavilion Master, you must be jesting. These are all legendary sword wielders. Each one is at the half-step 9th rank Grandmaster realm. How could such figures possibly fail to make even the top 50? Beitang Ao lowered his brows and closed his eyes, then suddenly snapped them open, a sharp ray of light shooting straight toward Lin Yi. Feeling an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, Lin Yi praised him inwardly. As expected of the second most powerful figure in Jiuzhou, he was indeed on a different level from ordinary martial experts. For you to speak so boldly, do you have any proof? Or have you personally seen these so-called legendary figures? Beitang Ao's tone was calm, yet the mockery within it could not be concealed. He oversaw the entire intelligence network of Jiuzhou and knew the affairs of the martial world in great detail. Every expert at Grandmaster level and above was recorded. Those few who had risen to fame with the sword were unquestionably among the absolute pinnacle. Smiling broadly, Lin Yi looked at the marquis and said, "My rankings are based on solid grounds. They will not be wrong." Beitang Ao had no idea what background this so-called Fengyun Pavilion possessed, and Lin Yi's mysterious bearing only deepened his uncertainty. He could not tell whether there was some powerful force backing him. Throughout the 9 provinces there were many factions he could not afford to offend lightly, or Jiuzhou would be dragged into endless trouble. Thus he chose not to speak further. Hua Liuxiang had visited Fengyun Pavilion several times, and every time he came he was shaken by Lin Yi's performance and by how he seemed to know every detail about the 9 provinces. The very first time he came, Lin Yi had recited his entire background as soon as he stepped into Fengyun Pavilion, even knowing that just the day before he had eaten only 3 meat-filled buns and emptied a single pot of wine. He became convinced that there was a vast intelligence network behind Lin Yi, otherwise it would be impossible for a single person to know so much. What he did not know was that Lin Yi's knowledge of the 9 provinces came from a heavenly secret system. Within this system were all the secrets of the martial world of the 9 provinces, and its information on individuals was constantly being updated. It was as if surveillance had been installed right in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, so long as he remained within Fengyun Pavilion, he was an invincible existence. Even grandmasters beyond the 9th grade were like ants before him, unable to withstand a single blow. He had opened the ranking precisely to complete the missions given by the system. So long as a single person made it onto the list, he would receive rewards in cultivation as well as that person's martial arts. In addition, he would gain 10 experience points. Once enough experience accumulated, the system would unlock new functions. Though he outwardly possessed the strength of a grandmaster, it was entirely borrowed from the system. His true cultivation had only just stepped into the early postnatal stage. The 9 provinces were vast and boundless, full of legendary color. Since childhood, Lin Yi had cherished the dream of roaming the world with sword in hand. He could not possibly spend his life cooped up in Fengyun Pavilion. He had to obtain power great enough. Those who could claim first place on the ranking were all legendary figures who cultivated god-level supreme arts. If he could obtain their techniques, he would profit beyond measure. Thus Lin Yi established the world's #1 ranking to draw all the experts of the 9 provinces to him. Yet for now a single stone steel was far from enough to attract those of truly legendary caliber. Therefore Lin Yi first mentioned several experts unknown to the outside world, letting everyone learn of them and spread the tales through their discussions. However, to be listed, a person had to appear in person to go on the ranking. Lin Yi's task was not merely to announce names, he had to make those people willingly step onto the ranking. That was no simple matter. Those able to rank were mostly hidden masters indifferent to fame and fortune. Persuading them to appear would be exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Lin Yi had the heavenly secret system which held detailed information on each individual. Everyone has weaknesses. By exploiting them, he could make them willingly seek to be listed. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature but no second in martial prowess. No martial artist would openly admit himself inferior to another. Once the candidate slots appeared, hordes of experts would arrive. The first person Lin Yi named was a sword saint from Jiuzhou who had been in seclusion for 40 years, known as Feng Leijian. This man came and went like the wind, his swordsmanship as elusive as a gale, leaving no trace behind, truly a presence like wind passing without a mark. 50 years ago this Feng Leijian had already made his name in Jiuzhou as a swordsman. At that time he had already reached the Grandmaster realm, and in succession he challenged 3 first-grade great grandmasters, each defeated in a single move without even seeing clearly what he looked like. Lin Yi recounted the experiences of Feng Leijian in an unhurried tone. At his words everyone drew in a sharp breath. That's far too terrifying, crossing realms to challenge and still defeating the enemy in a single move without even catching a glimpse of his shadow. Hua Liui's face was full of shock as he turned to Beitang Ao. "Marquis, this Feng Leijian is from your Jiuzhou. Have you ever heard of him?" Beitang Ao only shook his head, equally shaken within. He had governed Jiuzhou for over 20 years and was in charge of intelligence. Nothing that happened in Jiuzhou should have escaped his notice. Yet the man Lin Yi had so casually mentioned was someone he had never even heard of. After pondering for a long time, he said to Lin Yi, "Since Pavilion Master can name this Feng Leijian, I presume you know where he resides. Might you be willing to tell me?" Lin Yi chuckled and said loudly, "Telling you is no problem. 1 piece of intelligence costs 10,000 taels of silver." Damn it, Pavilion Master, you're too ruthless. Just a home address and you dare ask for 10,000 taels. Exactly. Pavilion Master, can't you be a bit generous and tell us for free? We'd just like to see what this Phong Lei Jian looks like, to see if he's really as formidable as you say. Hearing this, Beitang Ao grew displeased. The 9 provinces were in turmoil, each feudal lord seeking to dominate and become their ruler. If the other provinces learned that Jiuzhou harbored such a reclusive sword saint, it would invite no end of trouble. Moreover, when Jiuzhou eventually marched to unify the realm, the martial artists of Jiuzhou would be of great help. If this man's whereabouts were exposed, it would become a grave hidden danger for Phong Lei Jian. I cannot allow others to learn Phong Lei Jian's whereabouts. Beitang Ao made up his mind and sent a voice transmission to Lin Yi. I will pay 100,000 taels to buy out all information on Phong Lei Jian. You are not to reveal his location to anyone. Lin Yi had not expected that casually mentioning a name would net him 100,000 taels of silver. How could he possibly refuse such a windfall? He smiled and replied by voice transmission, "Very well, he's yours." Lin Yi drew a sheet of paper from his robe, wrote down Phong Lei Jian's information and handed it to Beitang Ao. "Everyone, I have already sold Phong Lei Jian's information to Second Marquis. You can stop hoping for it." At this, the crowd immediately erupted in protest. "Pavilion Master, that's really too untrustworthy. It's just a location and you charge money for it. Do you really think we'd go looking for trouble with him?" Some quick-witted individuals had already guessed Beitang Ao's intention and fell silent. They were from other provinces and knew well how disadvantageous it would be to expose their own top experts. Each of them silently made note of this and planned to report back to their own intelligence agencies to have them investigate. By revealing just this much, Lin Yi had already whetted everyone's appetite. They were all eager to know who besides Phong Lei Jian could be listed and become contenders for the title of the world's #1 sword. Seeing that everyone's interest was piqued, Lin Yi fell silent, instead sipping his tea at leisure. Hua Liui's legs had gone numb from standing. He squatted down with dissatisfaction and said, "Come on, Grand Pavilion Master, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us the rest in one breath. We all want to know who can compete for the title of the world's #1 sword." Lin Yi laughed heartily. "What's the rush? It's still early. If you wish to learn the later candidates, you can stay at my humble establishment. I'll even give you a discount, half price, 100 taels for a room. Damn it, you're even darker than a bandit. Why don't you just go rob people?" "Exactly. Are your rooms made of gold for you to dare charge 100 taels? The crowd, righteously indignant, voiced their dissatisfaction at Lin Yi's behavior, some even swearing under their breath. Hua Liuxiang said sourly, "I've never seen such a tight-fisted proprietor. Every time we come you don't even serve tea, you don't even have proper chairs and make us stand, and now you charge such an outrageous room rate. Can you even spend all the money you're earning? Don't die with your wealth unspent. There is no greater misery in this world than that." Lin Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth helplessly. He had only just opened for business. He still owed money on the guest room renovations and could hardly support himself. How could he afford to purchase all those furnishings? That would have to wait until he was flush with silver. For Hua Liuxiang to call him stingy was truly doing him an injustice. So he straightened his expression and said solemnly, "That's where you're wrong. The saddest thing is when a man is still alive but his money is gone." Hua Liuxiang was momentarily speechless. Lin Yi then said to the crowd, "If you think it too expensive, you're free to leave. At noon tomorrow I will announce the next name on the list. But think carefully, once I publish the ranking, many experts will flock to Phong Pavilion. When the crowd grows too large, there may be no rooms left and you might not even be able to squeeze inside." Everyone felt that Lin Yi's words made sense. Beitang Ao in particular wished to probe Lin Yi's origins to learn what kind of organization Phong Pavilion was, who stood behind it, and whether it posed any threat to Jiuzhou. So he promptly paid for 10 days of lodging. With the first guest taking the plunge, the others were tempted and began paying as well. Most of them, however, were wandering vagabonds of the martial world with little sense of money. When they had silver, they spent lavishly on food and drink, and many had less than 100 taels on them. Unable to afford the room, they left in a huff. Hua Liui stayed clinging to Lin Yi's side at every moment, trying to pry more out of him to see just how many secrets of the 9 provinces he knew. But Lin Yi revealed nothing further, simply lying back on a chair and sipping tea. "What the why is the room so dark, not even a single lamp? Damn, there's not even a bed. This is too shady, worse than a black shop." "Exactly, without a bed you still call this an inn? And you actually dare to charge us?" "Enough of your whining," Lin Yi retorted. "You martial types are used to eating wind and sleeping in the open. What do you need lamps and beds for? If you want a bed, buy one yourself. I've no money to furnish it for you. I? Hua Liaoxian's eyes rolled as an idea came to him. Smiling, he said to Lin Yi, "Boss Lin, you really are stingy. Now that the world's #1 ranking is open and martial experts will gather here from all sides with conditions like this, will anyone believe in the ranking you publish?" Lin Yi slanted him a glance and said, "And what exactly do you mean by that?" Rubbing his hands and grinning, Hua Liaoxiang said, "As it happens, your younger brother here happens to have several dozen top-quality soft jade beds for sale. The price..." Stop. Trying to make money off me now? No way. Don't think I don't know where your goods come from. Take it easy. If you sneak into too many boudoirs, be careful not to run into a female ghost who won't let you go. Just think it over, no need to think. If it costs money, I'm not doing it. You miserly old goat, one day someone's going to hack you to pieces. Who's the shopkeeper here? At that moment a gentle voice drifted over along with a waft of fragrance. Everyone's eyes lit up at once, their gazes turning bright. Lin Yi, however, did not even lift his eyelids. "That would be me," he replied. "This is a delicate and beautiful girl, her eyes as deep as the stars, sparkling like jewels, radiating spiritual light with each blink. Her figure was hazy and ethereal, like a flower in a mirror or the moon in water, seeming both real and illusory. Everyone was mesmerized, holding their breath as they gazed at her. However, Lin Yi remained unaffected, still lying on the chair without glancing at the little fairy. The system had already scanned and displayed the information of the newcomer. "May I ask who is the shopkeeper?" Her voice was elegant and crisp, melodious and pleasant to hear. "I am the one. I didn't expect Miss Lu to arrive so soon." The little fairy narrowed her beautiful brows and stared at Lin Yi for a long time, asking, "How do you know my surname is Lu?" Hua Liuyi and Beitang Ao also examined the beauty. Both of them were highly skilled, with Hua Liuyi at the perfect innate stage and Beitang Ao a half-step grandmaster. The two assessed her with sharp eyes, immediately realizing she was not an ordinary person, exuding a unique sword intent that felt as deep and boundless as the ocean, with endless waves crashing. Sensing the immense and unique sword intent, both took a step back in astonishment, gazing at the beauty and then at Lin Yi. "Miss, may I ask which sect you belong to? Did you come to Fengyun Pavilion to see the Suntober released world's No.1 ranking?" The beauty did not respond to Hua Liuyi's words, her jewel-like eyes still fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled when he saw everyone interested in the beauty. "Miss Lu, I know your purpose for coming. If you want information, you'll have to stay here for 10 days, otherwise I won't tell you anything." This statement not only shocked the beauty but also left others in disbelief. Clearly they did not know each other yet. Lin Yi could tell her intentions just by seeing her at Fengyun Pavilion. Hua Liuyi licked his dry lips and said to Lin Yi, "Could you please tell us who this young lady is? We're dying to know." Yes, miss, please don't speak yet, let's see if he knows your identity." The beauty pursed her red lips and remained silent. Lin Yi chuckled and finally stood up from his chair, surveying the room before looking at the beauty and saying, "I know you are from the Qingchao Pavilion of the Sword Sea and a direct disciple of the Swordmaster. Your goal is to find the half of the sword manual that was lost 50 years ago. Qingchao Pavilion. What kind of sect is that? Why have we never heard of it before?" Not even Hua Liuyi, who was well informed, knew of it. He turned to Beitang Ao and asked, "My lord, do you know about the Qingchao Pavilion?" Beitang Ao shook his head and said, "I regret to say that I do not know." In truth, the lord was shocked, his heart tumultuous. He had been confident that he knew many secrets of the 9 provinces, even the hidden affairs of various lords, but since the appearance of the world's No.1 ranking he began to doubt whether he was fit to manage intelligence. He was unaware of many matters, including the thunder sword Lin Yi had mentioned. Suddenly a beauty appeared, claiming to be from the Qingchao Pavilion, a sect he had never even heard of. The little fairy's eyelashes fluttered gently, her fair face calm, her lips barely touching each other. "The Fengyun Pavilion truly has great powers." Lin Yi frowned, as the beauty should have shown a much more surprised expression. "Of course Fengyun Pavilion is all-knowing, it knows everything." The little fairy said to Lin Yi, "All right, I'll stay here for 10 days. Lin Yi suddenly said, "I have one more request, I need you to be on the sword ranking." At this everyone displayed expressions of disbelief as they looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi had just said he would first list the candidates for the sword ranking, yet upon seeing this person from the Qingchao Pavilion he directly asked her to be on the list, which was truly hard to believe. Hua Liuyi and the others raised their doubts. Facing their skepticism, Lin Yi did not waste words and directly said to Lu Ruoqing, "I know that your Qingchao Pavilion has never appeared in the South Sea. Now that everyone doubts your strength, let them see for themselves." Lu Ruoqing did not hesitate at all and immediately channeled the true energy within her body. Instantly a powerful sword energy burst forth soaring into the skies, causing everyone's breathing to slow, some even struggling to catch their breath. What terrifying sword intent! Such frightening strength! Both Hualiui and Beitang Ao felt the horror of this sword intent. Even the Fengyun Pavilion shook incessantly, the bamboo chairs instantly reduced to powder. Lin Yi's pupil shrank, revealing his astonishment. What a fearsome sword intent! It truly deserves to be called a divine-level technique. At this moment the great masters from all over the 9 provinces sensed this terrifying sword intent and gasped in amazement. Qingqiao Pavilion. What a distant name! It has finally emerged. The Sword Master. The pinnacle of swords, the ultimate of swordsmanship. Heavenly Sword. A myth of swordsmanship. Lin Yi looked at everyone's reactions and chuckled. Do you still question Miss Liu's strength? Hualiui forced himself to regain composure and said, although this young lady's sword intent is overwhelming, I see she has just entered the Grandmaster realm. How could she possibly make it to the sword ranking? Lin Yi replied, not at all. The sword ranking I created has other slots aside from the world's #1 sword to let you know how many sword masters exist in the 9 provinces renowned throughout the land. Being the #1 in the world is not merely self-proclaimed, it must be recognized by those on the ranking for it to hold authority. I see. Hualiui thought this was quite reasonable and also wished to know how many sword masters there were in the 9 provinces. Therefore he had nothing more to say. Everyone began discussing the Qingqiao Pavilion. This pavilion is located at the peak of the South Sea and has been established for thousands of years. Its ocean-wide sword technique is terrifyingly powerful, as if one were immersed in a surging sea, transforming oneself into the sea of swords. Reaching a state of forgetting oneself and thoughts, converting thoughts into swords, executing intent through swords with a unique sword intent. Each disciple's swordsmanship has reached its peak, especially the sword master, who was at least a 6th grade grandmaster, a presence of dominance in the 9 provinces. Lin Yi elaborated on the history of the Qingqiao Pavilion, leaving everyone in disbelief that such a sect existed. Beitang Ao was even more stirred, realizing that the strength of the Qingqiao Pavilion was so terrifying, posing a significant threat to their Jiuzhou. Although they had also enshrined several grandmasters, facing a terrifying 6th grade master, they would likely be defeated in one move. Lu Ruoqing stared intently at Lin Yi. Their sect was virtually unknown, yet this small pavilion master was so familiar with their sect's details it was simply unbelievable. Master, where did you obtain the history of our Qingqiao Pavilion? Before Lin Yi could respond, Hualiui interjected. The master is reputed to know everything, the contemporary Baixiaoxing. He knows all matters of the 9 provinces. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to compile the world's #1 ranking. After hearing this, Lu Ruoqing had no words to say, and after requesting a room she went upstairs. Everyone remained entranced by Lu Ruoqing's beauty and sword intent, discussing it with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Beitang Ao ordered the 2 captains of the brocade guards to report the news of the Qingqiao Pavilion. Lin Yi watched as everyone's interest peaked, feeling satisfied. As long as he could stir their interest, the subsequent matters would be much easier and he wouldn't need to waste words on trivialities. He awaited the arrival of those who would be listed. Once Lu Ruoqing was on the list, they would be able to learn the ocean-wide sword technique of the Qingqiao Pavilion. This was a super divine level sword technique. However, half of the sword technique had been stolen 50 years ago, so it was not complete. The disciples of the Qingqiao Pavilion were currently practicing an incomplete version. Thus, as soon as Lin Yi mentioned that he knew the whereabouts of the other half of the sword technique, Lu Ruoqing agreed to his request. From the system's records, Lin Yi learned that the sword technique was in the hands of a great demon who was also one of those to be listed. Therefore, as soon as that person appeared, the sword technique could become complete, and at that time practicing this super divine level sword technique would greatly enhance their strength. Lin Yi invited Lu Ruoqing to the ranking. Lu Ruoqing immediately unleashed a sword chi, leaving her name inscribed on the stone tablet. Lu Ruoqing from the Listening Tide Pavilion was the first to be listed. The system's voice echoed. Ding! A person has been detected as having been ranked and inscribed. Ranking No. 19 tentative name Lu Ruoqing, age 18, sect Listening Tide Pavilion, cultivation level early grandmaster, cultivation technique infinite sea sword art, incomplete technique level divine grade upper tier. The host received 10 years of cultivation and 10 experience points along with the infinite sea sword art divine grade upper tier. 10 years of cultivation were infused into Lin Yi's body, causing his innate true energy to surge violently, instantly elevating him to the midstage of acquired realm. Lin Yi's expression changed momentarily, feeling a bit disappointed. He initially thought that 10 years of cultivation would be equivalent to the power accumulated through 10 years of hard training by others, at least elevating him to the mid to late innate stage. Unexpectedly, he only broke through 1 realm. It seems it wasn't as fast as anticipated. However, upon reflection he thought it was also impossible. Some extraordinary geniuses might reach the innate stage in 10 years. However, those with poor talent might not reach the innate stage even after 100 years of training. It's difficult to measure how much power can truly be gained from 10 years of cultivation. It appears the system has its calculations as well. It cannot let you increase too quickly nor too slowly. With this thought, he found some balance and finally felt the benefits brought by the system, momentarily excited to the point of speechlessness. Just getting on the ranking allows for leveling up. It's so exhilarating. Without hard training, one can easily reach the mid-acquired stage, which would be hard for anyone to believe. Aside from the #1 sword in the world, there are still 19 spots on the ranking. Since the ranking is not yet complete and only one person has been listed, the system has temporarily ranked according to the individual's profile. Once the number of participants reaches 20, the ranking will change based on the individual's swordsmanship and cultivation level. In other words, as long as a swordsman reaches the Grandmaster level, they can also leave their name on the stone tablet. If the number exceeds the limit, they will be pushed off the list. With someone on the ranking, discussions erupted. Everyone began to speculate about who Lu Ruoqing was, why the first to be ranked was not a renowned swordsman but rather an unknown person whom no one recognized. To know there are not just millions of swordsmen in the 9 provinces, even at the Grandmaster level there are more than 100. A mere 18-year-old girl making it onto the list led everyone to believe the ranking was a joke. Various martial artists flocked to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to seek an explanation. Before Lin Yi could speak, Hua Liuxiang, who had witnessed Lu Ruoqing's terrifying sword intent, immediately began to explain. Only then did everyone believe it. Discussions surged regarding the Listening Tide Pavilion and how it could produce such a formidable disciple. If the sect leader of that pavilion was to come, wouldn't they directly take the top spot? However, according to Lin Yi, there were certainly other individuals comparable to the sect leader who would appear. The thought of such terrifying legends made everyone fervently speculate, their interest peaked, more excited than if they had been injected with chicken blood. However, the candidate for the ranking, the Wind and Thunder Sword, did not attract as much attention and was overlooked. With the opening of the #1 ranking in the world, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion gained immense fame, drawing many martial experts into Black Dragon Town. In less than half a day, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was filled with people, becoming crowded, some even being pushed outside. Since Lu Ruoqing destroyed the bamboo chair yesterday, Lin Yi casually bought some replacements. He intended to purchase more once he had enough money. However, there were still many who had no place to stand. These martial artists were all innate level experts, each a formidable force. Seeing the Wind and Cloud Pavilion so shabby, they were quite displeased. If it weren't for the sword ranking, they would have left already. Brothers, you all seem quite tired standing. Here are some stools, come take them if you want 10 taels of silver each. Damn, Hua Liuxiang, you're too shrewd, actually making money here, that's really outrageous. Outside they are only 2 copper coins. Hua Liuxiang called in people to bring in a pile of stools, grinning, I have a brain, if you want to buy then buy, no one is forcing. Everyone looked at each other filled with indignation. What the hell, I'm also an innate level expert, how could I sit on this? Wouldn't it be a joke if others found out? Indeed, I've never seen such a stingy business practice. And the room rates are exorbitant. Hey Pavilion Master, can several people stay together? Lin Yi thought for a moment. With only about 20 rooms it was indeed insufficient, and sharing was a good idea. As long as you don't mind being cramped, it's certainly fine. How many people can stay? You can decide, but the room rates will increase by 10%. Hua Liuxiang took the opportunity to shout and sell stools again. Though everyone said it was expensive, such a scene was rare in 100 years and no one wanted to miss it, so they still paid, afraid of losing their spots. Lin Yi also grinned, thinking that this kid was quite clever, managing to conduct business right at his doorstep. At that moment a figure descended the stairs and everyone immediately held their breath, watching Lu Ruoqing come down. In an instant they were stunned by her beauty, gazing at her in a daze. Lu Ruoqing displayed a cool demeanor, step by step approaching Lin Yi. Wow, who is this fairy? She is so beautiful. I have lived for many years and have never encountered anyone like her. Could she be the Lu Ruoqing ranked 20th? I think she shouldn't be ranked 20th, at least she deserves a spot in the top 3. Faced with everyone's praises, Lu Ruoqing merely smiled lightly and said to Lin Yi, Pavilion Master, I heard you will announce the candidates today, I wonder if we can begin now. This was her first time out and she wanted to see what kind of notable experts were in the 9 provinces, feeling quite eager. Lin Yi was also taken aback by her beauty but quickly regained his composure. After a long while everyone regained their senses and still focused on the ranking. Lin Yi cleared his throat, preparing to speak, when suddenly a cold sneer echoed from outside. Who has the audacity to open the #1 ranking in the world? Let me see what it looks like. A powerful aura surged in and a loud thumping sound echoed from outside the door. A middle-aged man dressed in golden armor with a sword hanging at his waist walked in, his hands clad in a pair of black gold iron gloves. Upon entering, his target was clearly Lin Yi. A furious wind arose, sweeping away those nearby, and a flash of sharp sword light appeared and vanished. Half-step Grandmaster. The vice-captain of the Divine Guard from Jiuzhou, Iron Hand. Bei Tangao's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the Marquis of Jiuzhou to send the vice-captain of the Divine Guard, which was quite unexpected. This person was incredibly strong and was also a half-step Grandmaster, ranking among the top 5 under the Marquis of Jiuzhou. His talent was astonishing. Not only was his swordsmanship superb, but his iron hands were also immensely powerful, capable of shattering stone and severing metal. The ruthless techniques he practiced, such as Ruthless Absolute and Overlord Fist, were ferocious and domineering, making it so that ordinary half-step Grandmasters would not dare to clash Hedon. According to intelligence from Jiuzhou, this Iron Hand hailed from the Ruthless sect in Jiuzhou, and his master was the sect leader, Ruthless and Heartless Lang Fantian. Lang Fantian had entered the Grandmaster realm over 20 years ago and was the second most formidable enemy in Jiuzhou. Iron Hand was also the talent Bei Tangao most wanted to recruit. So it's the Vice-Captain Iron Hand of the Divine Guard. A pleasure to meet you. Bei Tangao said with a fake smile. Judging by Iron Hand's demeanor, he clearly came to cause trouble. Since witnessing Lin Yi's strength yesterday, he thought to himself that this guy would surely suffer a great loss. It was naturally a delight to see the enemy come to grief. Seeing Iron Hand charge and aggressively, Lin Yi snorted coldly and pointed with one hand. A crackling sound filled the air and the sword light dissipated into nothingness. You have quite the audacity to come to my Wind and Cloud Pavilion to cause trouble. You must be tired of living. Within the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, Lin Yi was the invincible presence, not to mention this mere half-step Grandmaster. Even a Grandmaster would be as easy to crush as an ant. Without him making any move, Iron Hand had barely taken 5 steps when he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and bleeding profusely. Those unaware of the situation had come to see Lin Yi suffer, only to be surprised. The Pavilion Master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion turned out to be so terrifying that even a renowned Vice-Captain of the Divine Guard like Iron Hand could not withstand a single blow. This showed that Lin Yi possessed at least the strength of a Grandmaster. Discussions erupted among the crowd, speculating about Lin Yi's background. Hua Liuxian was the first to have contact with and recognize Lin Yi. Most people turned to him for answers. Hua Liuxian shook his head, repeatedly informing them that the strength of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's master was terrifying and that there might be a powerful force backing him. They should not provoke him lightly, or they would not know how they died. Is he really that terrifying? Although he has the strength of a Grandmaster and someone behind him, he might still be far from the various countries in the 9 provinces. Hua Liuxian whispered, "You guys don't understand. I inadvertently went up to the 3rd floor and sensed a terrifying aura, at least that of a Grandmaster at the peak level. Such a figure would not be easily provoked even by the various countries in the 9 provinces. Indeed, a Grandmaster at the peak level possessed a fearsome strength. Even a mere gesture could unleash earth-shattering destructive power. They were at the pinnacle of the martial world, and naturally no one dared to provoke them lightly. Within the Wind and Cloud Pavilion alone there was 1 Grandmaster and 1 peak-level Grandmaster in residence. One could imagine how formidable their influence was. No wonder the second most powerful figure in Jiuzhou stood there respectfully, not daring to utter a word. He had never seen such a thing. Bei Tangao's reputation was known throughout the 9 provinces and was not someone to offend. Yet such a figure stood there as obedient as a kitten, making it hard to believe. He seemed to reveal a gloating expression as he watched Iron Hand make his move. A half-step Grandmaster was instantly rendered useless, and 2 members of the Divine Guard quickly supported Iron Hand out of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Lin Yi sneered and said to everyone this was merely a small reprimand. If anyone dares to cause trouble in my Wind and Cloud Pavilion again, they will die without a complete corpse. His voice resonated through the crowd like thunder, causing their eardrums to buzz. Those with lower cultivation trembled continuously, their faces pale. Only Hua Liuxian and Bei Tangao among the stronger individuals could barely withstand it. Everyone was shocked by their own strength, and Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Next Suddenly Lu Ruoqing said softly from the side, "A strong presence is approaching." Everyone turned to look at her. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. His real cultivation was only at the midstage of acquired realm, and he couldn't sense any movements outside. Only within the Wind and Cloud Pavilion could he detect others' true cultivation, and it couldn't escape him. Since she mentioned it, Lin Yi didn't speak further, waiting for the strong presence to arrive, curious about who it was, as even Lu Ruoqing had become cautious. Such a situation was very rare unless a Grandmaster-level figure had arrived. Sure enough, not long after a figure walked in. Lin Yi was also taken aback. This farmer-dressed man was merely an ordinary martial artist, yet why did Lu Ruoqing's expression turn so grave? Everyone fixed their gaze on the man, curious about his intentions. However, the man just stared at Lin Yi without uttering a word. Through the system records, Lin Yi recognized who this person was. Moreover, he had concealed his cultivation level. He was a half-step grandmaster. But Lin Yi frowned and said coldly, only those with innate strength can enter the No.1 Pavilion. You are not qualified to enter. The man grinned and chuckled, all show no substance. Are you the master of the No.1 Pavilion? I heard you compiled some kind of world's top list naming the Wind Thunder sword as worthy of being on it. Yes, so what? Lin Yi said. At this moment Lu Ru, watching her expression disappointed, spoke up. This person's sword intent is unique. His whole body emits a faint thunderous light and a breeze stirs around him. Lin Yi stood up and laughed heartily. I know you are a disciple of the Wind Thunder sword, here to probe the depths of my No.1 Pavilion. What? He's a disciple of the Wind Thunder sword. How is that possible? Exactly, Pavilion Master. Didn't you say the Wind Thunder sword's cultivation is at least a grandmaster? Why is his disciple so useless only at the Hotian stage? The man was also slightly startled, looking at Lin Yi with disbelief, and his face instantly turned grim. Fine No.1 Pavilion. So the rumors are indeed true. Lin Yi smiled. What have you come to get on the list for your master? The man sneered. I've come to see what you're made of. With that he moved, unleashing the powerful cultivation of a half-step grandmaster. After images flickered everywhere, thunder roared, and a fierce gale mixed with terrifying lightning surged straight toward Lin Yi. This man's strength far surpassed that of Iron Hand earlier. However, before Lin Yi he was merely a flick of the wrist away from annihilation. With a cold laugh Lin Yi prepared to strike. But Lu Ru, watching, moved nimbly, her aura swirling into 100 chi swords that surged forth. The two forces collided, producing a muffled explosion that shook everyone, causing them to fall to the ground. The man bellowed, merging with his sword to become a shadowless thunder blade. The sea listens to the tides. Lu Ru, watching, cried out, her true chi surging as waves crashed around her. Terrifying sword energy filled the air as if they were in a raging stormy sea. In an instant the shadowless thunder blade weakened and fell to the ground. The man clutched his chest, staring in shock at Lu Ru, watching, who seemed like a celestial maiden, and asked, who are you? How can you possess such fearsome sword might? Hua Liuxiang halted his movement, walked before the man, and said, you don't even know her. Miss Lu is the inheritor of the Sword Sea Listening Tide Pavilion. Having just entered the No.1 Pavilion, the man was unaware of Lu Ruking's background. He pondered for a long time but had never heard of this sect. Lin Yi smiled and asked, so what do you think? The man clasped his hands and said to Lin Yi, I came today on my master's orders. Now it seems the list you compiled is credible. Lin Yi nodded and asked, then is your master willing to be on the list? Just then a distant, prolonged voice rang out. This old man has been in seclusion for 50 years. I'm old and frail, can't even hold a sword. I didn't expect someone to name me. Since that's the case, I'll grit my teeth and get on the list. Suddenly outside Black Dragon Town a sword chi transformed into a whirlwind that shot straight toward the stone tablet. With a thunderous roar, lightning rumbled through the sky, stone ships flew everywhere, and the name Wind Thunder Sword appeared on the tablet. Excellent. Since such an expert is on the list, this old man will join too. Then a colossal sword chi soared into the sky and struck the stone tablet. Ding! Detected someone leaving their name on the list. Ranking 18th tentative. Name Wind Thunder Sword. Age 100. Sect none. Cultivation 1st grade Grandmaster. Cultivation Art Wind Thunder Sword Art. Art grade Divine grade lower. Ding! Detected someone leaving their name on the list. Ranking 20th tentative. Name 9 provinces Sword Sage. Age 70. Sect Sword Sect. Cultivation Late Grandmaster. Cultivation Art Flying Stream Sword Art. Art grade Earth grade. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 years of cultivation, 20 experience points, and a Divine grade lower art. Earth grade art. Wow. A Grandmaster has made the list, and a 1st grade one at that. This commotion stirred everyone's hearts and they all rushed out of the No.1 Pavilion. Lin Yi hadn't expected that besides the Wind Thunder Sword the previously mentioned 9 provinces Sword Sage would also appear. Although he had said this man could only rank 50th and wasn't even qualified for the list, he still possessed real strength. But being on the list was only temporary. As long as other experts made the list, the rankings would naturally be pushed down. Lin Yi felt a warmth surge within him. The infusion of 20 years of cultivation instantly brought him to the Hotian perfection stage, just one step away from the Xiantian stage. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, thinking this was too easy. As long as people made the list, his cultivation would skyrocket. With just a few more people, reaching the Grandmaster stage would be effortless. Although the two arts were inferior to Lu Ruking's boundless sea sword art, they were still remarkable sword techniques, especially the Wind Thunder Sword's divine great art, which was exceptionally precious. He thought about writing them down sometime and selling them for a good price. After the Wind Thunder Sword in 9 provinces Sword Sage left, their names a stir arose and others grew eager, channeling their true chi toward the stone tablet. However, most were at the Xiantian stage and not qualified to leave their names. Yet 3 Grandmaster swordsmen of considerable strength did manage to leave their marks. But they were only on the candidate list without any ranking. Ding! Congratulations, host. 3 people have left their names as candidates. Reward 3 years of cultivation, 30 experience points. Obtained 3 Earth Great Arts. Lin Yi initially wanted to stop them, as allowing such people on the list would make it seem beneath contempt. But upon hearing the system's voice, he refrained. Instantly his cultivation broke through from Hotian to early Xiantian. Hua Liuxiang also wanted to get on the list but found he couldn't, so he returned. Pavilion Master, don't you care about any Tom, Dick or Harry leaving their names? Lin Yi smiled. The official list hasn't been finalized yet, so let them be. At that moment an aged figure stepped into the Fengyun Pavilion. A gleaming sword on his back emanated a fierce killing intent, and an intense sword pressure radiated from his body. It's Senior 9 Provinces Sword Sage. Senior, you've arrived so quickly. You haven't been active in the martial world for some time. Since you last made a move cutting down the 3 heroes of Huashan, you've been in seclusion. You still look vigorous and strong, old man. The 9 Provinces Sword Sage nodded to everyone, completely ignoring Lin Yi, and said to Lu Ruoqing, young lady, I hear you're a disciple of the Listening Tide Pavilion. I want to test your swordsmanship and see if it's as formidable as the legends say. The 3 candidate-ranked experts had originally wanted to challenge the 9 Provinces Sword Sage to claim a spot on the list, but seeing him challenge Lu Ruoqing, they stepped back. They thought that after the 2 finished fighting they could swoop in and easily take a spot on the list. The 9 Provinces Sword Sage was furious at being ranked last, thinking that a mere girl was ranked 19th, which was a blow to his pride. That's why he immediately came to challenge her. Lu Ruoqing raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, I have no interest in sparring. The 9 Provinces Sword Sage's eyes narrowed and the sword on his back emitted a dazzling light. But Lu Ruoqing remained unmoved and went upstairs on her own. This made the Sword Sage lose face entirely, and he fumed as he looked around. This old man was highly renowned across the 9 provinces with formidable strength. A late Grandmaster, 1 step away from perfection, he had the highest cultivation among those present. Yet he was ignored by a younger disciple, something no one could tolerate. Arrogant girl. Today I'll teach you a lesson and show you my power. With that he prepared to go upstairs. Lin Yi sneered and, using the system's power, released the aura of a Grandmaster, instantly suppressing the Sword Sage's breath. A Grandmaster. No one dares to cause trouble in my Fengyun Pavilion, or else he'll have them carried out. The Sword Sage's pupils contracted and he stood rooted to the spot, not daring to utter a word. Seeing that he had calmed down, Lin Yi's eyes flickered with an idea. Old man, I know you're obsessed with the sword and love a good fight. If you want to spar with Miss Lu, I have a way. You really can make her fight. Lin Yi said with utmost confidence. Of course. The martial arts duel is highly anticipated by everyone, especially since such master-level events are rare. Lin Yi's requirement is a payment of 500 taels as a service fee. However, the martial artists refused to comply and start shouting. Lin Yi chuckled at the shouting crowd. All right, stop talking nonsense. If you want to leave, do it quickly. Once you leave, you won't be qualified to stay at my Fengyun Pavilion. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although the Sword Saint is very famous, he is not wealthy and has a lot of descendants to support. 500 taels is not a small amount. However, he thinks it is worth it to improve his ranking. Although there are no tangible benefits to being on the list, it will bring enormous profits later, making it highly sought after. Every martial artist aims to stand at the pinnacle and be revered. This is a common dream for all. Just like scholars who desperately pursue official positions to gain fame. The Sword Saint gritted his teeth and said, all right, 500 taels. Wait. This 500 taels will be paid by me. At this moment Beitang Ao spoke up. He cannot miss such a rare occasion, and the duel between the 2 masters will greatly benefit his impending breakthrough. As the second lord of Jiuzhou, Beitang Ao is quite affluent, and with his elder brother being a king, he is not concerned about money. Not to mention 500 taels, he could easily produce 100,000. This way he can also win over a later stage master. Lin Yi looked at Beitang Ao with a smile, knowing his intentions. Since he is willing to pay, there is no need to say more. Alright, since the second lord is so generous, I won't be polite. The sword saint quickly thanked Beitang Ao, who then handed over 500 taels in banknotes to Lin Yi. Lin Yi tucked the money into his pocket and went up to the second floor, arriving at Lu Ruking's door. Miss Lu, I have something to discuss with you. Come in. Lu Ruoqing said coolly. Lin Yi entered the room. In the dark room, a dim yellow light flickered gently. At this moment, Lu Ruoqing was sitting cross-legged on a mat meditating. The light cast on her body emitted a faint mist, making her look like a fairy, enchanting those who beheld her. What is it? Lu Ruking's gem-like eyes fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and said, Miss Lu, you have been residing in the South Sea for a long time and few in the Jiuzhou kingdom know you. Now that you are on the list, many are unsatisfied. If you don't accept challenges, it will be hard for you to leave your name on the list. However, Lu Ruoqing replied coolly, I have never been interested in your rankings. If it weren't for the sword manual of my sect, I wouldn't be on the list. Lin Yi frowned. He truly couldn't understand Lu Ruoqing. While others would go to great lengths to make the list, she showed no interest in it, which was hard to comprehend. All martial artists pursue the ultimate in martial arts, seeking fame and admiration. Who doesn't want to be revered by thousands? To become a celebrated legend in the martial world. Could it be that someone practices martial arts just for fitness? Not wanting anyone to know. Lin Yi, who lived in modern times, knows that people often seek benefits first. If there are no benefits, they won't pursue it. Opportunities to gain fame that everyone knows about are something even a fool would desire, and they would go to great lengths to achieve it. Miss Lu, you have quite a high mindset. However, if you fall off the list, then you won't be able to retrieve your sect's sword manual. Only I know where it is hidden in the world. Lu Ruking's eyes narrowed and a sharp glint shot from her gaze, her expression gradually turning frigid. Do you think I am someone who can be coerced? Seeing Lu Ruoqing getting angry, Lin Yi didn't want to offend this little fairy and quickly smiled. Miss Lu, don't misunderstand, that was not my intention. I wonder why you are unwilling to accept the old master's challenge. His swordsmanship is ordinary and not enough to qualify for me to make a move. What an arrogant little lady. Lin Yi's facial muscles twitched as he cursed inwardly. Although the sword saint is not highly ranked in the sword world, he is at least a late-stage master. The system usually selects those on the list as reclusive experts who do not mingle in the martial world. The old man has few rivals in Jiuzhou and is experienced in combat. His cultivation is still quite formidable, otherwise he wouldn't have such a great reputation. Although Lu Ruoqing hails from Tingqiao Pavilion and practices a divine-level technique, her talent is extraordinary. However, her lack of experience in combat knowledge makes her vulnerable. Lin Yi knows that the gap between them is quite significant. He thought for a moment and had an idea. He said, I heard that the sword intent of your Tingqiao Pavilion is unique and unmatched in Jiuzhou. Since you look down on the old master's swordsmanship, why don't we have a duel? If I win, you must agree to the challenge. Lu Ruoqing suddenly stood up, her eyes sparkling with determination and her entire being filled with boundless sword intent. Good. She quickly agreed, and the sword technique surged, creating a roaring wave of swords. Lin Yi chuckled and activated the oceanic limitless sword technique. Although he had just acquired the sword technique not long ago, his comprehension ability is exceptionally high. After some study combined with the system's support in Fengyun Pavilion, dealing with an early-stage grandmaster is merely a piece of cake. Attention! Lin Yi shouted, stepping into the sea of swords with ease. He raised a hand and pointed at Lu Ruoqing, causing the sword wave to reverse and attack her spiritual sea instead. Lu Ruoqing felt as if struck by a heavy blow. Her delicate body trembled and her face turned pale in an instant. You! How could you know our Tingqiao Pavilion's sword technique? Lu Ruoqing questioned in shock. At this moment she realized that the sword technique was stolen by Lin Yi, and his stay here was to obtain the other half of the sword manual. Thinking of this, she became furious and her surrounding sword energy surged high into the sky, blocking out the sun. The ground shook along with it. Outside, martial artists heard the commotion and turned pale. What is happening? How terrifying! Could it be that the pavilion master and Miss Lu are fighting? As the building shook, many fled in fear, worried it might collapse. In the high sky, thousands of swords whirled and no one dared to approach. The sword saint felt a tremendous sword pressure and his face turned rosy with sword sounds echoing around him. He prepared to rush up. Suddenly the myriad swords dissipated and the sea of swords transformed into a wisp of spiritual energy that vanished. What? Have they determined the victor? At this moment an extraordinary figure emerged from Fengyun Pavilion. She approached the sword saint. The gap between us is too great. Since we are to compete, let us test our sword intent and see who has a deeper understanding of the sword path. After saying this, she moved gracefully towards the stone tablet. The sword saint laughed heartily. I couldn't ask for more. With that, he merged with his sword, transforming into a 3-foot flying sword, and rushed forward. Everyone hurriedly went to watch the excitement. However, Hua Liuxiang did not go. Instead, he entered Fengyun Pavilion and saw Lin Yi leisurely sitting in a chair drinking tea. He smiled and said, Pavilion Master, great skill. You've earned 500 taels again. Can you spare a little for your little brother? Look at me, I'm so poor I can barely afford a meal. Get lost. You only know how to complain about being poor. Naturally, in the previous competition, Lin Yi won without any suspense. Moreover, he had promised Lu Ruoqing a significant benefit, which is why she agreed to compete with the old master. Just as Lin Yi and Hua Liuxiang were chatting, there was a commotion outside. Sister, is this Fengyun Pavilion? Do you think people will be here? Hearing the voices outside, Hua Liuxiang stumbled and almost fell. Pavilion Master, don't let them know I'm here. With that, he quickly hid upstairs. This left Lin Yi with a peculiar expression. A swirling mass of fire clouds drifted in, instantly raising the temperature around. An overwhelming sense of pressure was released. Lin Yi sat in a recliner and the tea bowl in his hand fell to the ground. He stared blankly at the approaching fire clouds. It turned out to be a stunning beauty in a red dress, but her temperament was not pleasant. Her face twisted with anger as if she wanted to devour Lin Yi whole. Moments later, a young girl in a green dress arrived, her face youthful and exuding an aura of elegance. Sister, don't be angry. Let's first see if the person is here. Lin Yi learned through the system that this red-clad woman was no ordinary person, known as the red-clad ghost mother, a half-step grandmaster and a notorious demon with countless deaths attributed to her. Even the holy sword elder would flee at the sight of her. Lin Yi didn't expect Hua Liuxiang to have provoked such a figure and was curious about the situation. So he opened the system data, and upon seeing it he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Damn, you've got guts, truly worthy of being a skilled flower picker. The red-clad ghost mother glared at Lin Yi. What are you laughing at, kid? Is that ungrateful person here? Quickly hand them over or I will make you wish you were dead. Lin Yi laughed until his eyes squinted, gesturing towards the second floor. The red-clad ghost mother immediately flew off like the wind. The girl in the green dress shouted anxiously, Sister, don't use lethal force. Lin Yi looked at the girl in the green dress and found that there was no record of her in the system data, realizing she was an ordinary person with no cultivation. The system only recorded martial artists and ordinary people were not noted. However, Lin Yi couldn't believe that someone who could call the red-clad ghost mother sister would be an ordinary person. He smiled at the girl in the green dress and asked, May I ask how to address you, miss? The girl in the green dress performed a graceful bow and replied, I am called Furong and I apologize for disturbing the pavilion master. Lin Yi looked her up and down and asked, How do you know I am the pavilion master of Fengyun Pavilion? Furong smiled like a blooming flower and said, It is said throughout the martial world that the pavilion master is exceptionally talented, a modern-day Baixiaoxing, and has initiated the world's top leaderboard. No one is unaware of it. Lin Yi nodded, realizing he had achieved his goal and was merely waiting for the person on the list to arrive. Soon a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed from the second floor. The two exchanged glances and started laughing. Shortly after, the red-clad ghost mother descended, dragging the beaten Hua Liuxiang, and unceremoniously tossed her on the ground. Pavilion master, save me. This woman is trying to kill me. The red-clad ghost mother fixed her furious gaze on the pitiful figure and scolded, Hua, you've taken advantage of me. How can you so easily escape? You better obediently follow me or I will make you endure the 10 greatest tortures, wishing for death but unable to attain it. Hua Liuxiang pinned her hopes on Lin Yi, pleading, Pavilion master, didn't you say that no one can cause trouble in your Fengyun Pavilion? You must intervene. Lin Yi turned his head to look around and said, Is that so? I don't see anyone. You. I'll pay you. Help me deal with this woman. The red-clad ghost mother looked at Lin Yi with a cold smile and said, This weak-looking kid dares to meddle in my affairs. You are becoming increasingly pathetic. Furong whispered something in her ear and the red-clad ghost mother shot a sharp glare at Lin Yi. So you are the renowned pavilion master of Fengyun Pavilion. I've heard you started the world's top leaderboard. Can I make the list, red-clad ghost mother? While your strength is terrifying, you may indeed make the demonic leaderboard. However, we are currently ranking the sword leaderboard, so you will have to wait a bit longer. The ghost mother scoffed and slowly approached Hua Liuxiang, saying viciously, Since you are so ungrateful, I will castrate you. No. Save me, pavilion master. I am willing to pay 10,000 taels, please help me deal with her. Lin Yi's eyes lit up at this and he quickly stepped in front of the ghost mother and said, I will protect him. You. The ghost mother revealed a frightening set of sharp teeth and was about to strike, but Furong hurriedly grabbed her and said to Lin Yi, Pavilion Master, this person is a flower thief, a heinous criminal who has ruined countless virtuous women. If this matter were to get out, you would be scorned by righteous people and then no one would want to grace the leaderboard. I doubt you are the kind of person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. To protect such a scoundrel for a mere 10,000 taels would ruin your reputation in the martial world of Jiuzhou. Oh, you are quite eloquent. Lin Yi was not one to be unable to distinguish right from wrong, and Furong's words made sense. He couldn't jeopardize the leaderboard for 10,000 taels. That would be counterproductive. So he shrugged and looked at Hua Liuxiang, saying, Brother, Miss Furong is right, I am a proper person and do not engage in such matters. I can't believe you have ever done anything proper. The ghost mother was already impatient, dragging Hua Liuxiang away, and all that could be heard was Hua Liuxiang's screams. Help! I'm doomed now. Lin, I will haunt you as a ghost. Lin Yi chuckled, noticing Furong still standing there without any intention of leaving. He asked, Your sister has left, why aren't you going? Furong smiled, glancing around the sparsely decorated hall, frowning at the lack of even a single chair. Pavilion Master, although I am an ordinary person, I am very interested in your leaderboard. May I stay to broaden my horizons? Lin Yi observed her frail appearance and said, You might want to avoid such excitement, it's better to return to your embroidery. Moreover, your sister has a bad reputation and there are many righteous experts in Hailang Town. It's quite dangerous. Furong chuckled, displaying a pitiful look, and said, I've heard that no one dares to act in your Fengyun Pavilion. With a powerful Pavilion Master like you here, who would dare to act? Lin Yi could not discern what this woman was plotting and replied indifferently, Since you wish to stay, that's fine, but the lodging fees cannot be less. Furong spread her hands and said, My sister and I are just wandering the world in quite a pitiful state. We don't have much money. How about I stay and work for you instead? Not needed. Lin Yi flatly refused, not wanting to engage in such a loss-making deal. Having one more person meant one more mouth to feed, it wouldn't be worth it. Furong, however, was confident she could convince him to keep her. She smiled and said, Pavilion Master, you really don't know how to do business. If you keep me, I will give you a great surprise. Saying this, she leaned in and whispered a few words into Lin Yi's ear. Her soft voice was enchanting, causing Lin Yi to beam with delight. All right, then you may stay. Furong laughed and went outside to bring in her luggage, directly heading up to the 3rd floor. After a while, those who had been watching the battle returned, discussing the details of the duel, and unsurprisingly Lu Ruoqing had won. Due to the delay, Lin Yi had originally planned to first reveal the candidates for the leaderboard. Since someone was already on the list, he decided to skip the hassle and directly announce the person on the leaderboard. This way it would be more engaging for everyone. Lin Yi glanced at the resources of the system and saw 2 candidates, both from the Shaolin Temple. One was an unnamed old monk from the scripture depository and the other was a sword monk who had been expelled from the temple. The system recorded that the unnamed old monk was at the 5th rank Grandmaster level, an existence unknown to anyone having lived for 200 years. Even the current abbot of Shaolin Temple was unaware. Not only had he mastered the 72 unique skills of Shaolin, including the Yi Jin Jing, reaching the peak and all, but he also experienced a great fortuitous encounter in his early years, consuming a high-grade golden core which allowed him to live this long. He also practiced the Dharma sword technique, albeit with limited attainment in swordsmanship. However, the unnamed monk could rank among the top 10 in the world's foremost internal arts. On the other hand, the sword monk, after being expelled from Shaolin, devoted himself entirely to the sword path and had a fortuitous encounter in Tianshan, mastering a divine-grade high-level sword technique known as the Azura sword technique, which unleashed thunderous strikes, making it impossible for anyone to break through the Azura sword domain. His cultivation was at the 1st rank Grandmaster level, with swordsmanship far surpassing that of the Fenglai sword. The system currently ranked him as the 17th. Lin Yi thought for a moment and decided this person was suitable, then said, Everyone quiet down, I will announce the names of those who made the list. Upon hearing this, everyone settled down, sitting on their stools to listen carefully. However, everyone noticed a girl in a blue gown standing next to Lin Yi. Though her beauty did not compare to Lu Ruoqing, she was still a rare beauty. With such a beautiful girl standing there, everyone's attention was drawn to her. I say, Pavilion Master, who is this beauty? Please introduce her to us. Furong smiled and said, My name is Furong, I am an ordinary person currently helping the Pavilion Master with work. From now on, the miscellaneous tasks of the Fengyun Pavilion will be handled by me, so there's no need to trouble the Pavilion Master. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and said unhappily, When did I say that? Furong smiled and narrowed her eyes. Did you not just say so? Did I say that? The crowd, seeing that Furong was not a martial artist, ceased their chatter. At that moment someone suggested that Lin Yi create a list of the most beautiful women in the world. Beautiful women are loved by all, and Lin Yi had long intended to do this, planning to start once he finished ranking the top swords. Don't worry, I am preparing for it. Furong was quite attentive, directing everyone. In no time she left. Lin Yi ignored her busy work and continued speaking. The person I am going to talk about is called the Azura Sword Monk, hailing from the Shaolin Temple, but he is just a wayward monk. Shaolin Temple. The North Star of the martial world. How come we have never heard of this? Beitang Ao also said it is said that the highest cultivation in Shaolin Temple belongs to the 3 divine monks guarding the back mountain, all of whom are mid-level grandmasters. I have never heard of any Azura Sword Monk. The pavilion master wouldn't be fabricating this, would he? Lin Yi smiled and said, how could I fabricate it? That would be self-sabotage. He continued, this Azura Sword Monk is currently traveling outside practicing a sword technique called Azura Sword Technique, which strikes with thunder, incredibly formidable. His cultivation is at the first rank grandmaster level, and this person's ranking is at least 17th. 17th. Higher than the Fenglai Sword Senior's ranking. Exactly, their cultivations are the same, but how do you know this sword monk can surpass Fenglai Sword? Facing everyone's doubts, Lin Yi explained, as for the rankings, they are not based solely on cultivation levels but also on the sword techniques they practice. The Azura Sword Technique is a high-grade divine technique superior to the sword formula of Fenglai Sword. Beitang Ao nodded repeatedly and said, indeed, the techniques practiced are crucial. After some explanation, everyone no longer had objections to Lin Yi's rankings and awaited the Azura Sword Monk to be announced. Lin Yi cleared his throat and asked, does anyone need information on the Azura Sword Monk? However, after asking for a long time, no one responded. Lin Yi's expression darkened. It didn't make sense why no one from the Jiuzhou country reacted to such a figure. He then said, he'll make it cheap. Yet there was still no response. Everyone was smart. With so many names on the list, if they bought information on one, it would cost a fortune. Lin Yi looked towards Beitang Ao and asked, Second Lord, are you not interested in the Azura Sword Monk? Though Beitang Ao didn't care about money, he didn't want to be taken advantage of. He had already summarized the Azura Sword Monk's background. Sending someone to gather information would suffice. I appreciate the pavilion master's kindness, but I do not need it. Lin Yi instantly wore a bitter expression, collapsing onto the armchair. Everyone laughed at his plight. Since the announcement was complete, Beitang Ao instructed someone to report on the sword monk's information. The intelligence personnel from other states did the same. At this time, Furong returned, accompanied by a large group of people, each carrying tables and chairs all made from precious hardwoods like redwood, rosewood, and wangwali. What is going on? Lin Yi felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly approached Furong, asking, why did you bring these people? Furong smiled and said, I want to set things up nicely so everyone can stay comfortably. Without paying Lin Yi any mind, she directed the attendants to arrange the tables and chairs. The martial artists scratched their heads, not understanding what was happening. Lin Yi was even more frustrated, feeling that using such expensive wood was a waste. Having finally earned some money, he felt it was a loss to spend it before he had even warmed it up. In no time everything was set up and the attendants surrounded Lin Yi. Sir, it's time to pay. The total is 3,000 taels. At this moment there was a commotion outside as a large group of chefs arrived with pots, pans, and a plethora of vegetables and fruits. Following them were several large vats of fine wine. Miss Furong, we've arrived. When do we start working? Furong hurriedly replied, please take the vegetables to the back kitchen and set up the wine, it'll be over shortly. Understood, Miss Furong. The chefs carried their equipment toward the backyard. Furong cleared her throat and addressed everyone, dear guests, to ensure your comfort from today on, Fengyun Pavilion has hired chefs to cook for you, so you no longer have to eat outside. The food and drinks are plentiful. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Someone asked, this is great, but how will the food costs be calculated? If it's too expensive, we can't afford it. Furong smiled and said, rest assured the cost will be the same as outside, we will not charge you more. Oh, that's wonderful. With the food and drinks combined it totaled 5,000 taels. Lin Yi paid without hesitation. After receiving the money, the attendants hurried off, fearing they might have to return for more. However, he was quite displeased with Furong's unilateral actions. She should have informed him. With a cold snort he said sternly, you are just a servant, you need to recognize your place. If you take the liberty to decide again, you need not stay here. As he spoke he released a faint pressure, his face stern. The killing intent pervaded every corner of the hall. Furong felt as though she was encased in eternal ice, trembling in fear at his apparent anger. Terrified, she lowered her head and said, "It was my overstepping, I will not dare again." Good to know. The people present were silent, intimidated by Lin Yi's killing aura. Now with a place to stay and food to eat, these martial artists, having nothing else to do, enjoyed drinking and gossiping. They immediately called the chefs to prepare meals and set up drinks. In no time more than 10 tables were filled. With the food and drinks served, everyone drank and played games, living quite carefree. One person walked in and, seeing the drastic change, thought he had walked into the wrong place. "What happened? I left for just a short while and the tables and chairs are set up and there is food and drink. What's going on?" Lin Yi saw it was Hua Liuxiang and curiously asked, "How come you are still alive?" "That can't be right." Hua Liuxiang proudly replied, "Who do you think I am? That woman wouldn't dare to kill me. I don't believe it. Let me see if you have been castrated. Get lost." Hua Liuxiang was furious at his lack of help, ignoring him and going to a familiar table, picking up a wine cup and drinking. "I must say, Hua, you are quite capable to have escaped from the hands of the red-clad ghost mother. It seems I underestimated." Lin Yi lay on the reclining chair watching the martial artists indulge themselves in gluttony, creating a chaotic atmosphere. At some point a ragged old monk appeared before him. Lin Yi frowned and looked him up and down, saying, "Master, you arrived quite quickly. I announced your presence just now and here you are." The Shura sword monk gazed at Lin Yi with an expressionless face, saying, "You possess great skill, knowing my background so clearly." He looked at the martial artists drinking and said to Lin Yi, "Could you find a quiet place, benefactor?" It seemed that this Shura sword monk had something to ask, and Lin Yi nodded, leading him to a guest room on the 3rd floor. "Master, speak, why have you sought me?" The Shura sword monk did not beat around the bush, stating directly, "Since you know of my past, you must know why I was driven away from the Shaolin temple, right?" Lin Yi nodded, checking the system's records. "You seek the person who wronged you back then, don't you?" The Shura sword monk nodded, saying, "Yes, this person has a wicked heart, having stolen our Shaolin temple's signature skill, the Yi Jin Jing, and framed me, which led to my expulsion from the temple. I have been searching for him all these years but cannot find him." Lin Yi looked him over, noting that the Shura sword monk was in tattered clothing and clearly had no money, so he did not wish to assist him for free. The Shura sword monk saw through his intention. He had heard of Lin Yi's character and knew of his greedy nature. However, as a monk he had no money on him. Knowing that a price must be paid for help, he said, "As long as you reveal the background of that person to me, I will be at your service in the future." Lin Yi thought for a moment. The Shura sword monk was powerful, even stronger than the Fenglei sword, and his Shura sword domain was truly terrifying. The system recorded that if this person were to master his sword technique, his power would be extremely formidable, and it specifically noted not to provoke him lightly. Now that the Fengyun Pavilion was in chaos, his existence had already threatened the Jiuzhou kingdom, and many sects' trouble was sure to come. Although Lin Yi was invincible in Fengyun Pavilion, he could not stay there forever. Sooner or later he would need to venture out, and if he had a powerful bodyguard, his safety would be secured. In fact, he had long held this intention. Lu Roqing was the best candidate, a strong bodyguard who was also easy on the eyes. However, she was indifferent to everything except searching for her family's sword manual. Lin Yi had tried several times to convince her to be his bodyguard, but she had no interest. Now that a Shura sword monk had come, it was naturally a good opportunity, and Lin Yi immediately agreed. The one who stole the Yi Jin Jing and framed the master was a person named 7-Kill True Monarch. The expression of the Shura sword monk changed, and he said in disbelief, "It's him." This 7-Kill True Monarch was the leader of the 7-Kill sect, known for his cunning schemes and exceptional intelligence, with a secretive existence and a fearsome reputation. He was also a second-grade grandmaster. His 7-Kill True Classic was extremely powerful and ferocious. If it really was him, then he would be difficult to deal with. However, to clear his name, the Shura sword monk was unwavering. He immediately said, "I will go capture him and bring him to the Shaolin temple." Lin Yi shook his head, saying, "This person is incredibly powerful. I fear you may not be able to handle him. But rest assured, he will come to my Fengyun Pavilion. When the time comes, I will take care of him for you." The Shura sword monk seemed skeptical. Lin Yi confidently said, "Don't worry, he is also one of the listed individuals. If he doesn't come, someone will seek him out. You can stay here comfortably." The Shura sword monk nodded, since he had said so he would stay. However, Lin Yi wanted him to be listed. The Shura sword monk initially had no such intention. He came only to find clues about his enemy. Since Lin Yi requested it, he could not refuse, so he activated the true chi within him, and a sword aura burst forth, striking the stone tablet. Congratulations to the host for having someone listed. Ranking 17th tentative name of the listed individual Shura Sword Monk age 60 Sec Shaolin Temple now expelled cultivation 1st grade Grandmaster cultivation technique Shura Sword technique level divine grade top tier. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 years of cultivation 10 experience points and a divine grade top tier technique. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy as if he had gained a treasure and he immediately began to study this sword technique. This sword technique was among the top 10 in the system's records and was incredibly powerful. If mastered it would greatly enhance one's strength. The Shura Sword Monk being listed immediately caused a stir. What's going on? Why did someone suddenly get listed and it happens to be that Shura Sword Monk? I just saw the pavilion master go upstairs with an old monk, could it be him? Everyone began to discuss. Hua Liuxiang and Beitang Ao both believed that the old monk was the listed individual, just surprised that such a high-ranking figure was right before them and they didn't recognize him. So everyone waited for the two to come down. After a while Lin Yi came down alone and seeing that he was the only one everyone began to ask. Lin Yi with a beaming face said, alright, that master is indeed the Shura Sword Monk and he is now staying with me. If anyone wishes to challenge him let me know and I will arrange it for him. It really is him. I will be the first to challenge him. Everyone was clamoring to challenge the Shura Sword Monk. Even Beitang Ao was itching to join, but thinking of the vast difference between their strengths he decided it would be too unfortunate if he were to be killed by the Shura Sword Monk. The Shura Sword Monk was a standard Buddhist cultivator fond of tranquility and spent his days reciting scriptures. Unexpectedly so many people came to challenge him, causing his expression to darken, and he refused on the spot. He stated that although he had been expelled from Shaolin he was still a disciple of Shaolin and as a monk dared not strike easily. However, these challengers did not care about his words and insisted that he take action. Fortunately the challengers were vastly inferior in strength and with just a few moves they were dismissed. However, the challengers and the observing martial artists benefited greatly. After all, a first-grade grandmaster was not someone who would easily take action. Many talented individuals broke through their cultivation levels after watching the match. Even Hua Liuxiang and Beitang Ao broke through their current realms. Hua Liuxiang entered half-step grandmaster. Beitang Ao became a strong practitioner in the early grandmaster stage. Haha, this trip was truly worthwhile. Beitang Ao in high spirits laughed heartily at everyone, saying, today I will treat you all, eat and drink as you please. Wow. The second Marquis is so generous. Congratulations to the second Marquis for advancing to the Grandmaster ranks. In the future year Jiuzhou will unite Jiuzhou. Since the establishment of the rankings for the world's strongest, many have made the list, even top masters such as the first-tier grandmasters, causing quite a stir across the 9 provinces, with everyone investigating the origins of the Cloud Wind Pavilion. Ever since Lin Yi incapacitated the vice-captain of the Divine Guard team sent by the Lord of Yenzhou Kong Xian, Lin Yi has been marked as the #1 enemy, with orders given to the sects within the nation to seek vengeance. Yenzhou is vast and rich in resources, with many sects standing tall and numerous major factions offering their support. The news spread through every street and alley. Upon hearing that one of their own had been incapacitated, the masters from various sects in Yenzhou rushed to the scene, declaring their intent to teach Lin Yi a lesson. We must see what kind of place this Cloud Wind Pavilion is to dare to harm our people from Yenzhou. Kong Xian also dispatched people to follow. Leading the group were the commander of the Divine Guard team Ling Ru, the left and right protectors of the Wuqing sect, and Xianjin, the eldest disciple of the Tianwu sect. All 4 possessed latest-stage grandmaster strength and they were covertly backed by another grandmaster. The 4, accompanied by over 300 men, surged into Heilong town, heading straight for the Cloud Wind Pavilion. Ling Ru, clad in silver armor, appeared extraordinary, wielding a pair of soft swords, her stunning face as cold as ice. She coldly gazed at the small pavilion before her, not expecting it to be the holy land of the martial world today. With a wave of her hand she commanded, surround it. More than 300 people immediately armed themselves with long spears and broadswords, enclosing the area. Xianjin, holding a whisk, calmly observed the scene while the left and right protectors of the Wuqing sect stood guard, exuding a strong aura of killing intent. What's happening? There seemed to be a lot of people outside. While drinking heartily, Hua Liuxiang sensed a thick aura of killing intent drifting and promptly stepping outside to find a large group surrounding the pavilion, and upon closer inspection realized they were from Yenzhou. He shrank back, shouting loudly, not good. The forces from Yenzhou are attacking. Everyone hurry and flee. Upon hearing this, Beitang Ao burst into laughter, thinking it was absurd for Yenzhou to dare send troops to attack the Cloud Wind Pavilion. It was akin to seeking death. Thus he smiled and said, why are you panicking? Have you forgotten where this place is? What strength the pavilion master possesses? Indeed, the pavilion master is a grandmaster. Would she fear these small fry outside? Aren't they just looking for death? You always love to exaggerate, there's nothing to be afraid of. The others reproached Hua Liuxian for lacking fortitude. Hua Liuxian, having drunk quite a bit, felt a bit dazed and embarrassed to lose face in front of so many peers. Lin Yi, upon hearing of the large number of people outside, took a look from the third floor. He would not be foolish enough to go out. He waited for these people to break in before slaughtering them on the spot. It would also serve to establish his authority, letting the nations of the 9 provinces know that his Fengyun Pavilion was not to be trifled with. At this moment Furong approached Lin Yi and asked, "Pavilion Master, what should we do? Will you take action personally?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "No need, let them come in first." Furong frowned, not understanding how Lin Yi could endure being bullied at his own doorstep. After spending time together, she knew that Lin Yi was decisive in matters of life and death. If someone disrespected him, he would act immediately. Now that they had surrounded the place, yet he showed no response, it seemed like he was afraid. Unable to comprehend this, she asked, "Is there something inconvenient for you, Pavilion Master? If there is, I can handle it for you." "You? A mere girl with no martial skills, how can you handle it?" Lin Yi did not believe she had such capability. Furong replied cheerfully, "I am now your person. If I can't handle such a trivial matter, I have no right to stay here." With that she went downstairs. She walked out to stand before the silver-armored woman. They exchanged a few words, and in an instant the woman's soft sword was drawn, pointing towards Furong. Furong, however, remained calm, her lips slightly parted as she spoke a sentence. The silver-armored woman suddenly lifted her head to look towards the floor above. Lin Yi's gaze met that of the woman, and he was momentarily struck by her breathtaking beauty, though her delicate face was as cold as frost. Lin Yi learned through the system's records that this woman was one of the 3 commanders of the Yenzhou Divine Guard team. Despite being a woman, she was incredibly powerful and decisive, even more so than many men. Moreover, she had a significant backing. Recently Beitang Ao had mentioned that the most formidable figure in Yenzhou was not the Lord Kongshan, but rather this commander Lin Rubing. This woman was a disciple from the reclusive sect known as the Sword Sect, and she was the daughter of the current Swordmaster. The Sword Sect was not only the largest sect in Yenzhou but also one of the top 10 super sects in the 9 provinces with a plethora of experts. There were over 50 disciples at the Grandmaster level and 3 Grandmasters. It is said that the Sword Master reached the first-tier Grandmaster realm over 30 years ago. Though the Sword Sect was powerful, it rarely intervened in the affairs of the martial world and did not partake in the conflicts of the 9 provinces, choosing instead to immerse themselves in swordsmanship. Indeed, Lord Kongshan had a way to recruit Lin Rubing under his command. This was why the other nations dared not act lightly. Once involved with such a transcendent force as the Sword Sect, the nations would incur significant costs. However, the other 8 provinces also had deep roots and intricate connections with the top 10 transcendent sects. They had all reached a consensus that unless they had absolute certainty, they would not act lightly. Just like the Lord of Jiuzhou, who also had the backing of the top 10 sects. When their gazes met, both displayed expressions of surprise. Furong smiled and whispered a few words in Lin Rubing's ear. She furrowed her brow and then waved her hand, signaling her men to retreat. Shenzhen looked at her in confusion, then fixed his gaze on Furong, unsure of what she had said that made Lin Rubing order a withdrawal. Not only he but even Lin Yi was baffled. He watched as the 2 women walked side by side into the Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Yi immediately went downstairs and sat in a recliner. Lin Rubing's cold gaze swept over everyone. Anyone who met her eyes instinctively shrank back. Even Beitang Ao did not dare to meet her gaze. Lin Yi did not expect this woman to be so formidable, instilling fear in others. He immediately assumed a cold expression and said, "You Yenzhou truly have great audacity, daring to come and besiege my Fengyun Pavilion. Seeking death." With a thunderous sound, the oppressive aura of the Grandmaster erupted, unleashing a terrifying power upon Lin Rubing's petite body. Her expression tightened and her body crackled audibly. However, her delicate form only swayed twice before she steadied herself. Lin Yi, filled with suspicion and fury, exclaimed, "Good." With that he unleashed the infinite sea sword technique, and sword waves surged around him, the sword energy piercing the sky. Puff! 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 Under the barrage of attacks, Lin Rubing was forced back several dozen steps, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. "Pavilion Master, please hold your hand. Sister Lang is here to apologize." Lin Yi furrowed his brow and immediately withdrew his oppressive aura. Lin Rubing wiped the blood from her mouth and let out a sharp laugh. He as expected, the Pavilion Master of Fengyun Pavilion is truly impressive. "I am here to apologize for surrounding the Fengyun Pavilion, please forgive me. However, it seems rather reckless of you to injure our vice-captain." Though Lin Rubing was apologizing, there was no hint of weakness, rather she was quite assertive. This made Lin Yi very uncomfortable. He had wanted to teach her a lesson but saw Furong constantly signaling him with her eyes. All right. Since you recognize your mistake, then hurry and take your people and scram. Lang Rubing retreated, instructing the left and right protectors as well as Shenzhen to take their people away from Heilong town while she re-entered the Fengyun Pavilion. Seeing her return, Lin Yi said coldly, "Why are you back again?" Lang Rubing replied icily, "I have a request." "A request from me? Do you think I would help you?" Just moments ago they were about to fight, yet now she suddenly came seeking help, catching everyone off guard. Especially this commander of the Divine Guard team, a direct disciple of the Swordmaster who never asks for favors. To see her asking for help today was unexpected. Everyone suddenly became interested and quickly said, "I say, Pavilion Master, you have always been magnanimous and selfless. You certainly wouldn't hold a grudge over such trivial matters." Exactly. Who doesn't know that you are now a renowned figure in the martial world, a respected elder? Your demeanor commands our admiration. All right, you lot, shut your mouths. Lin Yi's mouth twitched as he reclined in his chair, gazing at the icy Lang Rubing. At this moment Lu Weiqing also came down from upstairs and said, "I see that Sister Lang means no harm. You shouldn't be so petty." Unexpectedly, even she was supporting her, which surprised Lin Yi. Thus he said, "All right, I'm not that petty. Just tell me what you need from me." Lang Rubing spoke clearly, "I want to know the whereabouts of the unparalleled divine sword. The peerless divine sword." Hiss. Isn't this the legendary divine weapon of the sword sect? How did it go missing? Indeed. It was said that the peerless divine sword was forged from celestial meteorite, grand refined gold, and many other rare materials. Rumor had it that 10 master swordsmiths worked together for a full decade to complete it. Whoever wields this sword sees their power surge, easily slaying opponents a full realm higher. Is it truly that formidable? I find it hard to believe. Everyone was discussing the origins of the peerless divine sword. Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this, wondering where these fellows had gotten their information, for it was far from the truth. The peerless divine sword was an ancient relic from a bygone era, its material composition unknown to any, yet its power was truly terrifying. This sword possessed a fearsome strength that ordinary people could scarcely believe. Even an ordinary person wielding the peerless divine sword could effortlessly slay a Xiantian expert on the spot. But most importantly, the sword concealed a shocking secret within. It was said that the sword contained a treasure hoard left behind by an ancient dynasty, along with a supreme cultivation technique. As for the veracity of these claims, no one had ever verified them. However, the peerless divine sword had only appeared once in the 9 provinces, and for a very brief time at that. Its owner at the time was the swordmaster of that generation, but within days he died suddenly and violently, his body drained of all blood, and the peerless divine sword vanished without a trace. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Yi, and he immediately searched the system for records concerning the peerless divine sword. Peerless divine sword, a 9th-grade divine weapon containing the supreme technique Wuji Gong and the millennium-accumulated treasure of the Jiuli Imperial City, lost in the endless demon cave guarded by the 3-headed flood dragon. Hiss. This time it was Lin Yi's turn to draw in a sharp breath, his eyes gleaming with light. A supreme technique. A millennium of treasure. It was almost too incredible to believe. Lang Rubing watched Lin Yi sitting there in a daze, silent for a long time. She stepped forward and said, "Pavilion Master, what would it take for you to reveal the whereabouts of the peerless divine sword? Could it be that even you don't know or haven't heard of the peerless divine sword's location?" "Haha, how could that be? I am known as the contemporary all-knowing. There is nothing in the 9 provinces that I do not know." Lin Yi stood up, looking at her, then swept his gaze across those present. "As long as anyone here can afford the price, I will naturally tell them the whereabouts of the peerless divine sword." Lang Rubing's face darkened and she hastily said, "You cannot tell others." Lin Yi retorted, "Why can't I tell others? This peerless divine sword does not belong to your sword sect. You truly do know the real origin of the peerless divine sword." Their sword sect had been searching for the peerless divine sword for centuries without finding a single clue. The reason she had joined the ranks of the Marquis of Yenzhou was precisely to use his power to help the sword sect find the peerless divine sword. Otherwise, how could a disciple of one of the 10 great transcendent sects so easily submit to the service of the 9 kingdoms? Now Lang Rubing was somewhat panicked. If he really did make the whereabouts of the peerless divine sword public, her sect would never forgive her. Originally she had only been testing Lin Yi to see if this so-called omniscient pavilion master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion truly knew everything. Few in the 9 provinces knew of the peerless divine sword, yet she never expected Lin Yi to truly know of it and even to know its location. Don't say it out loud. Lin Rubing's perennial icy demeanor was replaced by panic and fear. Lin Yi paid her no heed and continued, "This peerless divine sword is a 9th-grade divine weapon containing the supreme technique Wuji Gong and the millennium-accumulated treasure of the ancient Jiuli imperial city." What? A 9th-grade divine weapon, did I hear that right? A millennium of treasure. It's utterly unbelievable the peerless divine sword has such a grand origin. The crowd was dazzled and dazed, finding it almost impossible to believe. Beitai Ao also shuddered, charging straight up to Lin Yi. "Pavilion Master, I offer 1,000,000 taels to buy exclusive rights to the whereabouts of the peerless divine sword." As soon as he spoke, representatives from other kingdoms began to voice their opinions. "Marquis, do you think a mere 1,000,000 taels is enough to buy exclusive rights to the clues for the peerless divine sword? Are you dreaming? I from Jiuzhou offer 2,000,000 taels. Only 2,000,000 taels and you dare to speak? I from Qingzhou offer 3,000,000. The crowd immediately stirred into chaos, each person hastening to report the news of the peerless divine sword to their sects and kingdoms. Beitai Ao also knew that he could not make this decision alone, so he sent someone to report to his elder brother, requesting that he dispatch a grandmaster-level figure. Lin Yi himself was also covetous of the peerless divine sword, but unfortunately he could not easily leave the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If he went out to search for it, it would be suicide. With his mere Xiantian cultivation, forget about dealing with the guarding three-headed flood dragon. Even encountering a grandmaster-level expert would likely result in his immediate demise. He decided it was better to sell the whereabouts of the peerless divine sword. Their bids also startled him. He had expected at most 1,000,000, but they had already bid 3,000,000. He had never seen so much money before, and the thought of it felt like a dream. "Please wait a moment. Allow me 3 days to consider." Everyone fell into disarray upon hearing this. Seeing that Lin Yi had no intention of revealing the whereabouts of the peerless divine sword for now, Lin Rubing hastily said, "Pavilion Master, I beg you, please don't disclose the clues to the peerless divine sword. I will return to my sect immediately and ensure you are handsomely rewarded." Seeing that Lin Yi had no intention of revealing the whereabouts of the peerless divine sword for now, Lin Rubing hastily said, "Pavilion Master, I beg you, please don't disclose the clues to the peerless divine sword. I will return to my sect." Upon inquiring, they were shocked and immediately led their people to rush back to their own sect. Furong saw the scene become extremely chaotic, with everyone crowding around Lin Yi to pry for information. She quickly pulled Lin Yi up and dragged him to a guest room on the 3rd floor, saying, "How could you be so reckless as to reveal the matter of the peerless divine sword? This is extremely dangerous." Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Dangerous? Does anyone dare to come after me? In the 9 provinces I am invincible." Furong, seeing his arrogance, sneered, "You may be formidable, but can you stand against the entire 9 kingdoms and all the sects? I'm not afraid of that. Arrogant and deluded. There is no such thing as invincibility in this world. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Lin Yi didn't want to say more and went downstairs on his own. "Quickly bring your master some fine wine and good food. Today your pavilion master is in excellent spirits. Room fees are waived for 3 days and all meals are free. Damn, has the sun risen in the west? The old miser is being generous. Of course. This fellow knows the whereabouts of the peerless divine sword. Forget treating us for 3 days, I'd be willing to treat for 30 years in his place." Hua Liuxiang squeezed his way in front of Lin Yi, rubbing his hands together and whispering, "Pavilion Master, how about we make a deal and go find the peerless divine sword together to dig up the treasure? I only want 1,000th, no 10th of the treasure." Lin Yi squinted at him and said, "Do you think that's possible?" "Exactly, stop dreaming, you fellow. Pavilion Master, I'm not as greedy as him. After we find the treasure, just let me take one valuable item." Lin Yi looked at these people and said, "Stop dreaming, all of you. Let me tell you, the peerless divine sword is in a terrifying place. Going there would be walking to your deaths. Oh, come on, really." They were not about to give up so easily. The news of the supreme divine sword spread like wildfire, attracting not only the leaders of the 9 provinces but also many reclusive sects, all rushing to Fengyun Pavilion with bags of silver bills and treasures. In no time the name of Hailang Town echoed everywhere. The existence of Fengyun Pavilion was known even to ordinary people, for it housed a powerful pavilion master who was aware of everything happening in the 9 provinces, backed by a vast organization. The 9 provinces immediately dispatched their hidden grandmasters, all carrying huge sums of money. They were determined to obtain the supreme divine sword, believing that finding it would fulfill their dream of unifying the 9 provinces. Not to mention the accumulated treasures of a millennia. Even a 9th-grade divine weapon alone would drive people mad, and there was also a legendary cultivation technique. This kind of technique is legendary and has never appeared in the 9 provinces. If one could obtain such a technique and cultivate it along with the supreme divine sword sweeping across the 9 provinces would be a piece of cake. Lin Yi indulged himself for 3 days. The forces from the 9 provinces flooded in surrounding Fengyun Pavilion with layers upon layers of people making it impossible to leave, and the crowd was still growing. Such a scene had never been seen in the 9 provinces for centuries. Not only were there no leads on the supreme divine sword, but the vibrant atmosphere alone set everyone's blood boiling with discussions buzzing everywhere. Look at this situation. I wonder which nation will find the lead on the supreme divine sword. I think Jiuzhou is the most hopeful as its power is the strongest, and it is said that Jiuzhou's lord has personally come forth bringing with him the supreme treasure, the Phoenix Blood Jade Ring and the Golden Dragon Sword among others. No way. I've heard that Jiuzhou is the richest in the 9 provinces, rumored to have brought 12 supreme treasures and 800,000 taels of gold. Is that true? I've long heard that Jiuzhou is the wealthiest in the 9 provinces, being all about commerce. I didn't expect it to be true. My goodness, just 800,000 taels of gold is enough to scare anyone. People were engaged in fervent discussions speculating which nation and sect would acquire the supreme divine sword. During this time Furong was overwhelmed with work. So many people surged in at once that the guest rooms were packed, with some rooms housing over 10 people, and even the hall was filled. The kitchen was bustling with activity, with endless dishes to prepare. However, with such booming business the daily turnover reached 5,000 taels. Initially Lin Yi thought Furong's efforts were futile, believing the food and drink wouldn't sell for much. Little did he know that once the news of the supreme divine sword broke, everyone rushed over, making it impossible not to have booming business. Lin Yi stood on the 3rd floor observing the dense crowd outside, which numbered at least 1,000, all representatives from the 9 provinces and various major sects. These individuals represented the various major forces of the 9 provinces. Moreover, only those with acquired realm cultivation were qualified to enter Hailang Town, and within Fengyun Pavilion everyone was a master. Those at the innate stage had all been driven out. Even Hua Liuxian was nearly thrown out by people from Qingzhou. Fortunately, thanks to his relationship with Hongyi Guimu and Furong, he was spared. However, he certainly did not qualify for a guest room and could only sleep on the floor in the hall. This guy kept buzzing in Lin Yi's ear, urging him to search for treasures. Lin Yi was even more tempted than him, but he lacked the courage to go out now. He was invincible within Fengyun Pavilion, yet once he stepped outside he would only have the strength of the innate stage. The exterior was surrounded by experts, and just seeing them made his legs tremble. Let alone leaving Hailang Town. The forces of the 9 provinces occupied the center of the hall, surrounded by the 10 major hidden sects. Among them the 5 strongest sects were the Sword Sect, Firecloud Palace, Shaolin Temple, Wudong Sect and Junzi Hall. The ones stepping forward were all grandmasters. As 3 days passed, everyone clamored for Lin Yi to hurry out and reveal the whereabouts of the supreme divine sword. Seeing that most of the important figures had arrived, Lin Yi leisurely walked down from upstairs. Furong and the Azura sword monk followed closely beside him. As soon as Lin Yi sat down, Furong immediately poured him tea. Fellow cultivators, thank you for waiting. I didn't expect so many prominent figures to arrive at my little Fengyun Pavilion, including those from reclusive sects. You are all quite enthusiastic. Let's not waste time, hurry up, we can't wait any longer. Someone called out as they saw Lin Yi dragging his feet. Exactly, we've never seen you so loquacious before, now you're putting on a show. I can tell you're already overjoyed inside, said Beitang Ao, dissatisfied. Alright Pavilion Master, let's get down to business. How will the competition for the lead on the supreme divine sword work? Is it the highest bidder or what? Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, certainly it will be given to whoever bids the highest. We disagree, shouted the people from the Sword Sect and Firecloud Palace in unison. Shaolin and Wudong joined in as well. We are all poor monks, where would we get so much money? Lin Yi frowned and asked, why do you disagree? The deputy master of the Sword Sect replied, in terms of financial resources it's clear that the forces from the 9 provinces have the upper hand. We the 10 major sects cannot compete. The deputy master of Firecloud Palace chimed in, right, I believe that whoever presents the most precious treasure should be the one to obtain the lead on the supreme divine sword. At this point the 9 provinces disagreed. Although they were financially strong when it came to treasures, most were in the hands of the 10 major sects. Wouldn't this mean they had no hope? The representatives from the 9 provinces had unified their stance, determined not to let anyone from the 10 major sects get the lead on the supreme divine sword. The representative from Jiuzhou said, I think we should follow the Pavilion Master's suggestion, after all he is the host. Old Qingyang, do you think you have a say here? Just because you've allied with Jiuzhou and become Muzhou master doesn't mean you're anything significant in the eyes of our 10 major sects. You. Fire Cloud old man, don't think we're afraid of you just because you have more experts in Fire Cloud Palace. We the 9 provinces stand united now. If you don't agree, come and challenge me. Ah. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today you won't understand the power of Fire Cloud Palace. After saying that, the deputy master of Fire Cloud Palace Huyanzi was ready to take action. The representatives from the 9 provinces stood together like brothers, all rising and staring at each other. The atmosphere became tense, filled with the scent of gunpowder. Everyone held their breath, not daring to speak. In a corner, Hua Liuxiang and others were sweating profusely, knowing that if a fight broke out they would definitely be caught in the crossfire. One must know that when a grandmaster strikes, the destructive power is terrifying. There were at least 20 grandmasters present. Just the thought of it was horrifying. Seeing that he was losing control of the situation, Lin Yi coldly snorted, channeling the power of the system to unleash a terrifying aura. The space twisted with a hissing sound and the fearsome pressure enveloped Feng Pavilion. Who dares to cause trouble on my territory? I will make them leave on a stretcher. A first-grade grandmaster. How is this possible? Isn't this guy only at the grandmaster level? Why has he suddenly become a first-grade grandmaster? Exactly. Could it be that this guy is hiding his strength? I think that's very likely. Just look at how fearless he is in front of the super strong from the 9 provinces and the 10 major sects. He must have a cultivation level beyond the first-grade realm. Yes. Your speculation is spot on. This guy is so confident because he surely possesses absolute power to suppress everyone present. The forces of the 9 provinces and the 10 major sects were also taken aback by Lin Yi's terrifying first-grade aura. Looking beside him, an old monk also stood at the first-grade level. Moreover, the grandmaster's presence sensed several terrifying auras coming from the 3rd floor, all of which belonged to formidable experts of the first-grade level. The aura from upstairs is actually Lin Yi's illusion, using the system's functionality to simulate the presence of powerful beings stationed above. There was no need for such measures in the Feng Pavilion. He was invincible as long as he stayed inside, for no one could harm him. However, Lin Yi had long felt the urge to step outside, but his current strength was too low. This tactic was meant to make everyone believe that Feng Pavilion was a mysterious organization with numerous powerful beings, instilling fear and discouraging anyone from offending them lightly. In the future he wouldn't face the risk of being hunted down. Lin Yi thought ahead, which was why he acted this way. The people from the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 major sects felt the terrifying strength of Feng Pavilion and fell silent, no longer daring to speak loudly. However, they were secretly investigating Lin Yi's background, yet their efforts yielded no results. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. The more mysterious a person is, the more unsettling they become. Coupled with his performance, it was certain that there was a vast organization behind him. Previously the Jiuzhou kingdom intended to seize Lin Yi by force, but now with the current situation they didn't dare to make a move. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Lin Yi took a seat. At this moment Furong whispered in his ear, I think this won't work, they will eventually come to blows. Instead, why not tell them the whereabouts of the unparalleled divine sword and let them find it themselves? How could that work? I never engage in unprofitable deals. Everyone present was skilled and Furong's words were heard loud and clear. Lang Rubing quickly interjected, Sister Furong is right. If you sell us the whereabouts of the unparalleled divine sword, then we won't have to go to war. The deputy sword master beside her snorted. Lang Rubing shuddered, her body trembling. If she hadn't spoken about the divine sword in front of everyone, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Her master scolded her for being foolish, asking such an important question in front of so many people. This was not something a commander of the Divine Guard would do. The most wronged was Lang Rubing. Almost no more than 3 people in Jiuzhou knew the secret of the unparalleled divine sword. She had only thought of it on a whim, hoping for luck. However, they really knew about it. She regretted it at that moment, but it was too late to hide the secret of the unparalleled divine sword. Lin Yi considered that it was indeed troublesome. If the highest bidder won, regardless of which faction obtained it, the others would not let it go easily. There would definitely be a fight on the spot, and it wouldn't matter if people died. If things escalated, it would greatly affect the rankings in the future. He was still counting on the rankings to bring people on board and gain cultivation, thus allowing for rapid advancement. If the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 major sects began to kill each other, who would care about the rankings? He thought about Furong's suggestion and found it indeed clever. So he said, fine. If someone wants to know the whereabouts of the unparalleled divine sword, they must pay 500,000 taels of gold cash on delivery. After saying this, he called for Furong to bring paper and pen to write down the location of the unparalleled divine sword. Everyone felt this was the best way to avoid conflict. However, 500,000 gold was quite heavy. Aside from Yangzhou, the other 8 nations and sects hadn't brought that much. Most had come with rare treasures. So someone asked if they could exchange treasures for it. Lin Yi thought for a moment. The functions of the Tianji system had not yet been fully unlocked, and there might be a function for exchanging skills and treasures in the future. Moreover, he needed the gold for future plans. He had been in this continent for a while now, and with Jiuzhou in turmoil, war was bound to break out. He understood that to survive one needed not only powerful strength but also to have their own faction. Thus he planned to use this gold to establish branches in various parts of Jiuzhou and recruit subordinates. Lin Yi immediately rejected. It's fine, you can gather it. I'm not going anywhere, and it's cash on delivery. The representative from Yangzhou saw that only they were prepared and immediately called for several boxes to be brought before Lin Yi. When the boxes were opened, one by one, golden light shone brightly, illuminating the entire hall and making it hard to see. Heavens! I've never seen so much gold in my life. 500,000 taels. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Everyone was dumbfounded before so much dazzling gold, shocked into silence. Even the typically composed Lu Ruking's eyelids twitched. However, she was completely uninterested in any super techniques or treasures. She only wanted to find the half of the sword manual that had been stolen from her sect, to diligently train and reach the peak of martial arts, hoping to break through the void. That old miser will be rich for 100 lifetimes and never spend it all. Master, I want to work for you. I can do any task. Hua Liuxiang immediately knelt before Lin Yi, flattering him fervently. Master, you are so wise and powerful, unparalleled in history. It is my greatest honor to follow you. Please do not reject my sincere heart. As long as you let me stay by your side, I promise to remain loyal and never betray you. Lin Yi chuckled coldly. He knew this guy's character all too well, the one who would sell him out in danger. How can you say such disgusting things, Hua? Who doesn't know you are the one most afraid of death, a flower thief who has survived by living off others? Exactly, master, don't accept this scoundrel. Hua Liuxiang glared with his big eyes, shouting, what nonsense are you talking about? I am a pillar of justice. How could I ever live off others? You are just jealous of my brilliance. Pah! You shameless flower thief, do you know how many virtuous women you've harmed? If it weren't for this place, I would love to teach you a lesson right now. If you are so bold, come out and see if I don't beat you into a pulp. To be fair, Hua Liuxiang wasn't that type of person. Lin Yi's Tianji system had detailed records of him. Although he was a flower thief, he only targeted those treacherous women who violated their marital vows. He had never insulted virtuous women, they were all ones who actively approached him. He was just timid and fearful, which made him quite popular among women. During this period, Hua Liuxiang's strength had significantly increased, possessing half-step master capabilities, but everyone present was a master-level expert, and this level of strength was insufficient to be taken seriously. He was fierce in his words, yet dared not step out. Useless. Pah! Alright, everyone stop arguing. Lin Yi said to Hua Liuxiang, okay, I'll accept you. However, you must listen to Miss Furon, do whatever she tells you. Hua Liuxiang's face lit up and he immediately bowed repeatedly. What does this mean? The master actually accepted him. Master, wise and powerful, truly a great man of the heavens, please accept me too, I can do anything. The business is so good now, you need someone to serve. I can do anything too. Seeing that Lin Yi was accepting even someone like Hua Liuxiang, many people rushed forward clamoring for Lin Yi to accept them. Lin Yi nodded, repeatedly scanning the crowd. Most of these people were lawbreakers, murderers and thieves. He wouldn't accept such individuals. He only accepted 6 individuals with decent character as waitstaff and did not take in anyone else. The crowd felt disappointed that Lin Yi was not accepting more people. The representative from Yangzhou was the first to obtain the information about the unparalleled divine sword and immediately rushed back to organize a team to be the first to search for it. This was a heavenly opportunity. Opportunities are given to those who are prepared. The people from the other 8 states and the 10 major sects regretted not bringing more gold. Seeing Yangzhou was the first to obtain the whereabouts of the unparalleled divine sword, they hurried back to gather gold, leaving most of the people empty-handed. Among them, those with ill intentions had already set their sights on the Yangzhou group. Furong quietly said to Lin Yi, the people from Yangzhou will probably have a hard time getting back. I don't care about that as long as the gold is in hand, Lin Yi replied with a chuckle. After 2 days had passed, news arrived. It was said that the forces from Yangzhou were being pursued by a large number of men in black, among whom were 3 grandmasters. Hundreds of people from Yangzhou were killed, leaving only one severely injured representative who managed to escape. The news spread through the Fengyun Pavilion and everyone was debating who had the audacity to assassinate the forces from Yangzhou, essentially declaring war against a nation. Although Yangzhou was somewhat weaker compared to the other 8 states, it was financially robust, supporting many grandmasters from major sects. In the event of war, these individuals would be crucial. Now that news had spread of someone daring to assassinate them, it was likely that the Marquis of Yangzhou would send out a multitude of experts to search and capture. Lin Yi had anticipated this outcome. These 3 grandmasters were certainly affiliated with the 8 nations and the 10 major sect. However, he was surprised that 3 grandmasters could allow 1 grandmaster to escape. Hua Liuxiang had gained considerable prestige as Lin Yi's subordinate, directing others with a commanding presence which irritated those around. However, there was nothing to be done. He was now a member of the Fengyun Pavilion. After the incident with the unmatched divine sword, people once again felt the terrifying strength of the Fengyun Pavilion, to the point where even the 9 states and the 10 major sects dared not offend them. They were even more apprehensive now. Hua Liuxiang was quite pleased, thinking his decision was exceedingly wise, as he had even saved money on lodging and meals. He saw Lin Yi reclining in a chair, eyes closed, humming a tune, completely indifferent to the happenings surrounding the unmatched divine sword, and approached with curiosity. In a low voice he said, "Boss, it seems you don't care at all about the techniques and treasures within the unmatched divine sword." Lin Yi did not open his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "A mere super technique and treasure, I do not regard them at all." Hua Liuxiang let out a cold laugh and retorted, "If you truly don't care, then why not announce the location of the unmatched divine sword directly? Why make others spend so much gold to buy it? Are you bored, kid? Hurry up and fetch water and chop wood for me." Hua Liuxiang did not dare to retort and slumped his head as he headed to the backyard. In the following days, people from the 9 states and the 10 major sects eagerly sent gold. Lin Yi provided them with the whereabouts of the unmatched divine sword. Thus 10 days passed quietly. During this time, Lin Yi did not remain idle but diligently practiced the ocean wandering sword technique and the Shura sword technique. He had already cultivated both divine techniques to the 3rd level. His cultivation also progressed, reaching the midstage of innate. He could be considered a skilled expert in the martial world. He originally planned to announce another individual on the rankings. However, he heard everyone discussing the 9 states and the 10 sects heading to the Endless Demon Cave. Endless Demon Cave. One of the top 10 dangerous places in the 9 states, no wonder. I didn't expect it to be that place. Finding the unmatched divine sword just became even more difficult. A bearded man said, "I heard that there are many terrifying monsters in the cave and numerous experts have died." Hua Liuxiang curiously leaned in and asked, "Is it really that terrifying?" The man replied, "Terrifying. It's exceedingly horrifying. They encountered a fearsome tiger demon whose strength is at least that of a first-grade grandmaster. Countless experts from the 9 states and the 10 sects suffered casualties, with 2 grandmasters falling consecutively. Everyone was shocked and astonished. And this is just the beginning. There must be even more terrifying beings ahead. Alas! I wonder how many grandmasters will die." Hua Liuxiang's eyes turned as he speculated Lin Yi's true intentions. It seemed he was sending these people as cannon fodder, waiting for them to die off before he would go. With a grin he approached Lin Yi and said, "I wonder why the pavilion master is so generous as to reveal the whereabouts of the unmatched divine sword. It turns out it's to send them to their deaths. So when will our Fengyun Pavilion's forces set out?" Lin Yi looked at him with a gloomy expression, thinking how this guy could see him in such an evil light. He truly had no intention of sending those people to their deaths. It was purely that he could not leave easily. Otherwise he would also like to see how terrifying the Endless Demon Cave truly was. He had lived for so long without ever seeing what a demon beast looked like. "You can go away now." Everyone's attention was now focused on the unmatched divine sword, and Lin Yi knew that announcing the ranking would not attract many people to listen, let alone draw in those on the list. At that moment the Shura sword monk arrived and said to Lin Yi that he also wanted to go to the Endless Demon Cave. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and said, "That place is too terrifying. Although you are a first-grade grandmaster, you might not return." The Shura sword monk said resolutely, "Pavilion master, now that the secret of the unmatched divine sword is exposed, I believe that the 7-kill true lord will also go. I only wish to find him and bring my grievances to Shaolin Temple." Lin Yi could understand his feelings, but this trip was truly too dangerous. Hua Liuxiang appeared out of nowhere and said, "So the master's enemy is also going to the Endless Demon Cave. That makes it even more necessary to go." He said to Lin Yi, "Boss, don't delay. If we go late, the treasure will be gone." Lin Yi was now somewhat troubled. The Shura sword monk was a key individual he was nurturing. If he went to the Endless Demon Cave, there was an 80 to 90% chance he would either be killed by a demon beast or slain by the 7-kill true lord. It would be such a pity for such a swordsmanship talent to die like this. After much hesitation he decided to follow him. This trip was fraught with danger, so he resolved to bring more people along. "Alright, since master insists on going, I will accompany you." Upon hearing this, Hua Luxiang's face lit up with joy, shouting, "The pavilion master is going to the endless demon cave to seek treasures. Is anyone else going along?" "Wow! The stingy old man can finally sit still. Let's go see the excitement. Since the pavilion master is going, we are willing to follow." 50 or 60 people clamored, pledging their loyalty. They believed that the Fengyun Pavilion would definitely send terrifying powerhouses, completely unconcerned for their safety. However, none of them knew that Lin Yi had no backing at all, a solitary commander. If they had known, perhaps no one would dare to venture forth. Seeing so many people wanting to go, and many of them being grandmaster experts, was indeed a boon. However, he still felt uneasy and sought out Lu Ruiqing to invite her to join. Lu Ruiqing was diligently cultivating and had no interest in going. Lin Yi, seeing her disinterest, said, "Miss Lu, don't you want to find the sword manual that was stolen from you?" Lu Ruiqing's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Are you saying that the one who stole the sword manual is also going?" Lin Yi had no idea whether the person had gone or not. However, he would not be foolish enough to say he didn't know. He smiled and said, "With such a huge temptation as the unmatched divine sword, how can anyone remain unmoved?" Lu Ruiqing nodded and said, "Alright, I will go with you." Lin Yi, seeing that she agreed, went to prepare. At that moment a warning voice from the system sounded. "Host, your current cultivation is too weak. If you go out now, you will be unable to obtain the power granted to you by the system. Please make a rational choice." "I am quite rational, stop being wordy. Since the host insists on leaving Fengyun Pavilion, I can only wish you good luck." Thus Lin Yi temporarily entrusted all matters of Fengyun Pavilion to Furon, leading 100 people towards the endless demon cave. In order to ensure his own safety, Lin Yi called upon Lu Ruiqing. With the presence of this heir of the Listening Tide Pavilion, he felt considerably more at ease. Ever since he exposed the terrifying strength of this sect, no one dared to recklessly target her. Just a 6th grade grandmaster was enough to instill fear in anyone. Even the nameless old monk from the Shaolin Temple would take a detour upon seeing her. Alongside her were numerous martial arts masters totaling over 100. The group left Black Dragon Town, heading towards the Endless Demon Cave. This cave was located at the border between Yangzhou and the northwest, covered by primal jungles, and was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the 9 provinces. Black Dragon Town was over 1,000 kilometers away from the cave, making the journey quite long. Without modern transportation, they could only rely on horseback, which would take nearly 10 days. It was Lin Yi's first time going out, and he felt a bit nervous. He often saw heroes wandering around in novels and television, having thrilling adventures and treasure hunts. Since childhood he had dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, but living in the city he spent his days struggling for survival, which wore him down. This dream had faded away. Now that he had crossed over to this fantastical world, it was time to realize that dream. "Let's go, everyone!" Lin Yi shouted, cracking the whip and galloping away. Hua Liuxian found his excitement puzzling, wondering what was wrong with him. Had he never been outside before? He looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. "Let's move." The martial arts masters were all bold individuals charging ahead. However, the Shura sword monk walked instead of riding. He moved step by step and suddenly appeared 3 zhang away. He appeared at ease. Those with sharp eyes exclaimed, "The technique of shrinking the earth. This elder actually possesses such magical prowess. Indeed, the grandmasters of high rank are extraordinary. Showcasing such divine abilities is truly eye-opening." The sword monk walked steadily, maintaining a distance of 3 zhang from Lin Yi. Along the way, Hua Liuxian gazed around, sometimes frowning and muttering under his breath. It was Lin Yi's first time riding a horse, but fortunately he was now a martial artist with innate cultivation. Otherwise he would have certainly embarrassed himself. Surrounded by green mountains and clear waters with clusters of bamboo and a sea of greenery, the fresh air filled the surroundings and the babbling streams were refreshing and intoxicating. This is the essence of nature. I haven't seen such a blue sky in a long time. In his past life, due to the rapid advancement of human technology, industry reached its peak, bringing immense benefits to humanity but also causing severe destruction to nature. Dust storms raged, floods surged, and calamities were relentless. Torrential rains claimed countless innocent lives each year. In contrast, this place was a vibrant world. Lin Yi closed his eyes, feeling the gentle breeze and the melodious chirping of birds. His spirit relaxed. Hua Liui, seeing him so content, caught up. "Hey boss, where are the people from our Wind and Cloud Pavilion? I haven't seen any of them." Lin Yi frowned, opened his eyes to stare at Hua Liuxian and said, "They are nearby. Our Wind and Cloud Pavilion has many powerful individuals, all grandmasters of terrifying strength. With your cultivation level, how could you possibly notice them? Stop dawdling and hurry up. Hua Liuxiang was unsure whether to believe him, as he had never heard the truth from Lin Yi. Lin Yi then asked, what about your partner? Isn't she still in Black Dragon Town? Why didn't she come along? Hua Liuxiang scratched his head and smiled. I figured you would definitely go, so I told that woman to head to the cave first. You're quite clever. Lin Yi chuckled and said nothing more. Thus they traveled through wind and rain, covering over 100 miles in half a day. The group entered a vast bamboo grove. Suddenly a fierce wind blew, causing the bamboo leaves to sway, and a strong killing intent filled the air. The sword monk's eyes shone brightly as he formed a sword with his fingers, releasing a pressure. He called out loudly, which esteemed expert is here? Please reveal yourself. The others halted upon hearing this. Lin Yi, sitting on his horse, scanned the surroundings, thinking to himself that he had just left the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and was already being targeted. He wondered whether it was people from the 9 provinces or the 10 major sects. Giggling. I didn't expect the old monk to be so perceptive. I underestimated him. Suddenly a shadow stood beside a green bamboo, dressed in black and masked. The figure was slender and seemed like a woman. Lin Yi stared at her and asked, who are you? What is your purpose? The figure in black chuckled without answering, raising a hand to throw a glint of cold light towards Lin Yi. The sword monk moved swiftly, utilizing the technique of shrinking the earth to intercept the cold light. It turned out to be a silver needle. Swift. The sword monk directed his sword, unleashing the Shura sword technique, striking with the force of thunder as overwhelming as a mountain. The figure in black struggled to evade the sword light. The sword monk wielded his sword effortlessly, forming a web of blades that descended upon the figure in black. She transformed into a formless shadow, a cloud of black mist drifting out from the sword web, heading straight for Lin Yi. The sword monk exclaimed in surprise, having never seen such a marvelous technique. Seeing the black figure approaching, Lin Yi furrowed his brow in anger and activated the infinite sword technique. Suddenly a fierce wind surged and waves crashed ashore as beams of sword light swiftly shot forth, striking the black mist. A piercing scream echoed from within. Do not be reckless. Nearby Lu Ruoqing also took action, unsheathing her treasured sword. A blue light shot forth, transforming into a blue dragon that dispersed the black mist. Suddenly a cacophony of shouts erupted from the surroundings as over 30 black-clad figures charged out. Armed with swords and blades, they were ruthless and strong, all at the half-step grandmaster or grandmaster level. The group was thrown into chaos and the horses ran wild. Fortunately, these individuals were seasoned veterans from the martial world, quickly steadying their mounts, jumping down to engage the black-clad figures. Lin Yi looked around and realized that the sword monk had vanished without a trace. He frowned. The fierce battle continued for half a day, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Ultimately Lin Yi's side prevailed due to their numerical superiority, defeating the black-clad figures one by one. The black-clad woman who had transformed into mist was forced by Lu Ruoqing to reveal her true form, brandishing a golden snake sword. Seeing her companions all defeated, she let out a shriek and managed to escape from Lu Ruoqing's grasp. Hua Liuxiang, upon seeing her attempt to flee, immediately shouted, brothers, do not let her escape. Kill her. He then wielded a large knife and chased after her. However, no one followed him. His face flushed with embarrassment as he stood there awkwardly. Lin Yi saw the figure fleeing and called out, don't chase after her. Everyone gathered together to help the injured heal, discussing who these people might be. Guildmaster, I believe these black-clad figures have a mysterious background. They don't seem like forces from the underworld, said a burly man. Hua Liuxiang echoed, I don't think they do either. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yi. These individuals were all masked and their martial skills were not outstanding. Lin Yi also did not know who they were. Seeing everyone looking at him, he cleared his throat and said, these people belong to a mysterious organization that specializes in intercepting those of us who swagger about. They just had bad luck. So that's how it is. Are we really that ostentatious? I didn't notice we haven't even raised a banner. Should we display the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's insignia? Hua Liuxiang said seriously. After resting for a while, the sword monk finally returned, his monk robe stained with blood. He pulled Lin Yi aside. Lin Yi looked at the blood on him, which was not his own, and asked, Master, do you know who these people are? The sword monk shook his head and replied, I don't know, but they should belong to some terrifying organization with unfathomable strength. A terrifying organization. The sword monk nodded and said, just now I was surrounded by 2 grandmasters who had not yet reached the entry level. The techniques they practiced were ones I had never heard of in the martial world, shrouded in black mist with flickering black lights. If hit, they would separate flesh from bone, leaving one utterly incapacitated. Their bodies are as tough as bronze and iron, shining with golden light. Swords and blades cannot harm them. It was only by employing the Shura sword domain that I managed to slay one. Lin Yi frowned, having never heard of such bizarre techniques. He then entered the system space to check the records. Only then did he learn that the two practiced two types of techniques. One was a demonic technique called 9 Nether Demonic Arts, and the other was the indestructible divine skill of the Golden Light Temple. Both are mid-grade divine techniques, Lin Yi stated. The sword monk showed an incredulous expression and said, it is said that the indestructible divine skill is the temple's signature technique, never passed on, and the temple itself is a major sect with numerous experts, including a top-tier monk overseeing it. Lin Yi also added, the 9 Nether Demonic Arts is the signature technique of the 9 Nether sect, which mysteriously vanished 600 years ago. The two did not understand why these people wanted to assassinate them, as they did not even recognize them. Lin Yi speculated that they must be targeting him, but he did not know why. Fortunately, the sword monk was present, otherwise it would have been dangerous. The two discussed for a long time before returning to the crowd. After a brief rest, they continued their journey. On the way, Hua Liuxiang was frightened, fearing the black-clad individuals would come to ambush them again. After walking safely for a long time, everyone began to relax their vigilance. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruoqing remained calm and composed, showing no curiosity about the origins of the black-clad individuals, which made Lin Yi admire the air of the Listening Tide Pavilion even more. After 10 days of travel, they finally entered the territory of the Demon Cavern. Just as the group settled down, they saw a large group of people from the Jiuzhou kingdom fleeing in disarray. Among them was the blood-soaked second Marquis of Jiuzhou, Beitang Ao. Lin Yi approached and asked, "Second Marquis, what happened?" Beitang Ao was breathing heavily, his face pale and heavily injured. He gasped, "We encountered a massive three-headed flood dragon, suffering heavy losses. If it weren't for those top-tier grandmasters urging us to leave first, we would have already perished in the demon cavern." A three-headed flood dragon. What kind of monster is that? Is it formidable? Hua Liuxiang asked. Before Beitang Ao could respond, someone mocked, "Isn't that obvious? Just look at their faces, it's clear it's extremely terrifying." Beitang Ao trembled as he said, "The three-headed flood dragon is indeed fearsome, with 3 heads that are horrifyingly fierce. It swallowed a peak grandmaster in one bite. Even grandmasters couldn't withstand it and suffered gruesome deaths beneath its claws. When we came, there were over 50 grandmasters combined and more than 20 top-tier grandmasters. In less than half an hour, half of them had died, including 2 top-tier grandmasters." Everyone turned pale with fear, shocked by the presence of such a terrifying beast, sending chills down their spines. Lin Yi saw Beitang Ao nearly lifeless and urged him to take his men to heal. He said to Lu Ruoqing and the sword monk, "Should we enter the demon cavern?" Lu Ruoqing still appeared indifferent on the surface. However, deep down she was also shaken. Such a formidable beast made her wonder if her master could defeat it. If the person who stole the sword manual had indeed entered the demon cavern, she would have to go in. Not just her, the sword monk also had absolute reasons to enter. "Pavilion master, I think it's better for just the 3 of us to go in without bringing these others along. More people would only complicate matters." Lin Yi understood that bringing these people along would be a burden, requiring protection in case of danger. Thus he called Hua Liuxiang over and told him to stay behind. Hua Liuxiang insisted on following them into the cavern. Lin Yi was surprised that this cowardly fellow had the courage to venture into such a perilous place. He said sternly, "Treasures are great, but one must have their life to obtain them." Hua Liuxiang sighed helplessly and said, "That old hag is still in the demon cavern. I don't know if she is dead or alive. If she dies, I must go retrieve her corpse to avoid Miss Furong blaming me." Although this sounded unappealing, it did show loyalty. Lin Yi initially thought this guy was merely playing with the red-clad ghost mother, but he realized there was some affection there. Since he had said so, it would be hard to refuse. Thus the 4 of them entered the demon cavern. The entrance to the cavern was next to a lake on a small island. The entrance was located on the island. The 4 cautiously entered and soon encountered a group from the top 10 sects. "Sister Leng, you're injured. Are you alright?" Lu Ruoqing noticed Leng Rubing was also in the group. Seeing her injured and disheveled, hurriedly approached to check on her and took out healing elixirs from her sect. Leng Rubing was not polite and took the elixir. She said to Lu Ruoqing's sister, "It's too dangerous inside. I advise you not to take the risk." Lu Ruoqing smiled wryly and said, "I must go in." Although the two had known each other for a short time, they had a mutual understanding and became good sisters. For Lang Rubing's kind warning, Lu Ruoqing only responded with a smile. Lin Yi smiled and said, "All right, you remnants should hurry back to heal. This pavilion master will go see just how terrifying that three-headed flood dragon really is." Lang Rubing sneered, "Pavilion master, although you possess profound cultivation, just don't run away in fright like we did when you see the three-headed flood dragon." Am I the type to run away? For some reason Lin Yi always found this cold beauty unpleasant to look at. Lang Rubing couldn't dissuade Lu Ruoqing and left with her group. The sword monk also felt this trip was perilous and advised Lin Yi not to follow. Naturally Lin Yi would not retreat in front of Lu Ruoqing and stepped into the demon cavern first. As they entered the cavern, a thick aura of demonic energy assaulted their senses. The demon cavern resembled a nest with numerous caves densely packed on the stone walls, indicating that demonic beasts lived within. They were likely all slain by the people of the Jiuzhou kingdom and the top 10 sects. They did not encounter any danger along the way. After walking for a long time, the passage gradually opened up, revealing a gigantic cavern with a pool of water. However, the spring water was a blood-red liquid, and beside it lay the corpse of a gigantic serpent. The serpent appeared to have been violently torn apart, with dark red blood everywhere, its body severed into several sections and its head smashed. Lin Yi had never seen such a scene and was startled, but he quickly adapted. The sword monk looked at the destroyed serpent's head and said to Lin Yi, "This person's fist technique is astonishing, able to kill the serpent demon with a single punch. I wonder which Grand Master made the move." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Why does the master think it was a Grand Master and not an entry-level expert?" The sword monk circled the serpent demon's corpse and said, "Based on the residual aura at the scene, it is undoubtedly the work of a Grand Master who has not yet reached the entry level." He turned to Lu Ruoqing and asked, "What does the lady think?" Lu Ruoqing replied calmly, "The master is correct. This serpent demon's strength is at least at the peak of Grand Master, about to reach entry level, and being a demonic beast, it has tough skin and flesh, making it impossible for ordinary Grand Masters to easily slay. Even an entry-level Grand Master would need considerable time. A Grand Master capable of exploding the serpent demon's head with a single punch possesses incredible strength." Lin Yi searched the system and found a person who fit the description. This person was named Long Baishan, practicing a technique called the Overlord Fist, a mid-grade divine technique. This fist technique is powerful and heavy as 1,000 pounds divided into 12 levels. Once cultivated to perfection, it can explode even a towering mountain, shatter ice rivers, and no one dares to receive a punch. This person holds a place on the fist rankings. Although ranked low, there are records that if the practitioner of this fist technique also cultivates the Dragon Elephant Divine Art, their strength multiplies and a punch can have the power of 10,000 pounds with no one daring to block. They can easily defeat opponents of higher levels. The sword monk exclaimed, "Indeed, the Batian fist is ferociously powerful. Which faction does this person belong to?" Lin Yi replied, "This person was a martial monk of the Shaolin Temple in his youth, and after leaving the temple he had a fortuitous encounter that led him to acquire the Batian Fist manual and join the ranks of Qingzhou. He is also the master of Long Zitian, the current lord of Qingzhou." Hua Liushang said, "A fierce person like this would be a powerful asset if he joined our Fengyun Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a stir of interest. He needed someone like that now and thought to find a way to befriend him and lure him over. However, the system recorded that this person appeared rough and simple on the outside, yet had a delicate and loyal heart. Long Zitian had great kindness towards him, making it difficult to simply take him away. The sword monk sighed in silence upon hearing he was an underling of the Jiuzhou kingdom. The four of them discovered a pathway and entered it. After walking for a while, a squeaking sound was heard resembling that of a mouse. Hua Liushang curiously remarked, "How strange, how could there be mice here?" The narrow passage could only accommodate one person at a time. After a short distance, a granite wall blocked their path with numerous holes in the rock emitting squeaking sounds. Lin Yi frowned and stood still. The holes seemed to be made by mice, as if they had reached a mouse nest. The four of them were quite curious. Usually this place was inhabited by demon beasts, so how could mice survive here unless they had also evolved? Seeing that the three of them were standing still, Hua Liushang laughed and said, "What's there to fear from mice? Watch me smash their nest." With that he gathered his true energy, clenched his fists and struck heavily at the rock. Lin Yi did not stop him and leapt back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rock exploded and a swarm of large shadows rushed out, instantly overwhelming Hua Liushang. "Ah! They've bitten me to death." One could see enormous mice nearly half a person tall, revealing bloodthirsty eyes and sharp teeth capable of slicing through metal and stone. Even Hua Luxiang's protective true energy could not withstand it, and he was bitten at a vital spot, rolling on the ground in agony. The small space was filled with countless mouse demons, at least 300 or 400 of them. Seeing Hua Liuxiang about to be bitten to death, the sword monk shouted angrily, and a fearsome Azura apparition emerged behind him. A circle of sword light swirled and swept away the mouse demons in an instant. What a great technique! Lu Ruoqing observed the sword monk's swordplay and felt invigorated. She activated her sword technique and waves of sword energy surged, instantly turning the surrounding rocks into powder. At this moment Lu Ruoqing's expression became solemn and contained murderous intent. Stepping onto the intricate patterns, the sword light formed a taiji diagram that swept in all directions, with sword energy erupting and booming, causing the ground to tremble. Lin Yi felt a surge of bloodlust and wanted to join the fight. However, he realized that once he acted, his true cultivation level would be exposed. The last time he casually used the vast ocean sword art, it had already raised suspicions in the sword monk and Lu Ruoqing. Now he dared not act recklessly. Fortunately, while there were many mouse demons, their strength was only comparable to that of a perfected innate stage cultivator. With the ruthless onslaught of a first-grade grandmaster and Lu Ruoqing, they were wiped out in no time. Hua Liuxiang was bitten to the point of being bloodied and mangled, revealing his bones, and his clothes were in tatters. Exhausted, he crawled to Lin Yi's side and collapsed on the ground. Lin Yi sighed helplessly, knowing this fellow was too reckless. He took out a healing pill for him to consume. After the sword monk and Lu Ruoqing killed the mouse demons, they came to his side. Fortunately, most of the demon beasts in the demon cave have been slayed by the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 major sects, otherwise this place would indeed be dangerous. After a while, Hua Liuxiang woke up. The four of them continued on their journey. Having learned from the previous experience, Hua Liuxiang hid beside Lin Yi at the slightest sound. Lin Yi followed behind the sword monk. After a long walk, they encountered a fork in the road. The sword monk asked Lin Yi which path to take. The system's records on the endless demon cave only briefly mentioned the situation without detailing the routes. The four could only choose the middle path to proceed. Not long after, a light broke through ahead, with rocks blocking the end of the passage. Large stones were scattered around, revealing an opening below. Lin Yi observed that the hole seemed to be man-made. Looking around, the rock walls were rare iron stone, impervious even to divine weapons. It was evident that the stone wall had been smashed open by someone's fist. The four of them did not need to guess, it was certainly the work of Long Badian. The sword monk squeezed through the opening, and inside was a massive cavern filled with a strong smell of blood. Everywhere were corpses of martial artists brutally killed, with limbs severed and bodies torn apart. The sight was gruesome. There were at least over 100 bodies. Previously, the four had only heard Bei Tang Ao and Lang Rubing talk about how terrifying the three-headed flood dragon was. They had never felt its true horror. Now seeing this, it was indeed terrifying, with several corpses being first-grade grandmasters. Everyone be careful, Lin Yi cautioned. The cavern was vast enough to accommodate 300 or 400 people standing. The rocks had collapsed and deep marks were left on the walls from sword energy and palm techniques. The four could not hear a single sound and did not see anyone still alive as they searched around the cavern. Look, there's a passage that someone has smashed out. Hua Liuxiang shouted loudly. Lin Yi came over to take a look and found that it was indeed a passage carved out with brute force, with bloodstains on the rock walls and scales scattered on the ground, likely belonging to the three-headed flood dragon. The sword monk looked at the passage and said it seems they could not withstand the attack and were trapped here, so they smashed out this passage in an attempt to escape. One should know that the leaders of the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 major sects are all first-grade grandmasters, and with other forces combined there were at least 20 people. Such a formidable force was unable to defeat a three-headed flood dragon. Regarding the demon beasts, Lin Yi learned from the system records that they could also absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, nurturing a demon core within their bodies, thus gaining immense power. If cultivated further, they could transform into human forms. The sword monk looked at Lin Yi and asked, Master, should we pursue and take a look? Lin Yi initially did not want to go, but seeing the eager expressions of the sword monk and Lu Ruoqing, he said, let's take a look. If the situation seems bad, we will retreat. The sword monk rushed ahead. Lu Ruoqing also took out her sword and gripped it tightly. You all go ahead, I want to see if there are any corpses of women here. Hua Liuxiang rummaged through the pile of bodies. Lin Yi nodded at him to be careful and then followed Lu Ruoqing into the passage. With every 10 meters walk they discovered a corpse, some without heads, and weapons scattered everywhere, all divine weapons, though most were broken into pieces. Lin Yi increasingly felt the terror of the three-headed flood dragon. Looking at the corpses, he regretted not telling them earlier. However, the thought was only fleeting. After walking nearly a mile, a cavern appeared ahead, filled with shouts and cries of battle. Lin Yi and Lu Ruoqing's hearts trembled as they activated their true energy just as two figures rushed towards them. Run! Among the figures one stood out unmistakably, the red-clad ghost mother, while the other was the sword monk, his face showing both horror and fury. Lin Yi had no time to ask what was happening and swiftly turned back to flee. This touched Lin Yi somewhat. The two were merely acquaintances and hardly friends. He did not expect the sword monk to put himself in danger to protect him, which made him feel a bit guilty. Suddenly a roar of a dragon echoed from behind, shaking the ground and causing stones to fall. Guemu, what is going on? At this moment Guemu was already frightened, her face pale and her heart racing as if she had encountered something extremely terrifying. She murmured, "It's too terrifying, everyone is dead, their bodies turned to ashes, their blood drained. He is a devil coming from hell." What do you mean? Lin Yi frowned, feeling lost after hearing her words. Weren't the people from Jiuzhou and the top 10 sects fighting the three-headed dragon? He did indeed hear the roar of the dragon behind him, yet something about a devil from hell seemed out of place. He wanted to ask but was interrupted by a sudden loud noise from not far behind. The sword monk shouted, "They are coming. You all go first." He stopped in his tracks, drew the rarely used Shura sword, and a torrent of true energy surged, filling the surroundings with an intense sense of pressure. As the Shura sword domain activated, the space twisted, transforming into a world of black and white. Lin Yi felt as if his feet were bound with thousands of pounds of iron, nearly falling to the ground. However, in just a breath he returned to normal and he saw the sword monk transform into the appearance of Shura, diving rapidly. "Master!" Lin Yi shouted, watching as the man disappeared around the corner, his face revealing sorrow. "I'll go see what's happening." Lu Ruoqing intended to check but was pulled back by Lin Yi. "Something must have gone wrong, you can't possibly handle the three-headed dragon. Don't waste the master's good intentions." After saying that, he pulled her along and they ran. Soon the three arrived at the cave and Hua Liuxiang shouted upon seeing Guemu still alive, "Hurry, the three-headed dragon is chasing us." A rumbling sound came from behind along with the dragon's roar. Hua Liuxiang fled in fright. Shortly after, the four of them escaped the demon's lair and reached the gathering place. However, they found that everywhere was filled with corpses and not a single person was alive. What the hell, what happened? Everyone is dead. Lin Yi felt a sense of foreboding and said to the three, "We must leave for Feng Yun Pavilion immediately." The three also understood that something had indeed happened, but they did not know how these people had died. Lin Yi encountered such a harrowing experience on his first trip outside. Indeed, the world of martial arts was not so easy to navigate. Without strength, one would end up like those lying on the ground. He vowed that if he did not reach the level of a Grand Master, he would not step outside of Feng Yun Pavilion and would continue to bide his time. Fortunately, the horses were still there, so the four did not need to use lightness skills. Though lightness skills are faster than horses, true energy also depletes quickly and encountering an enemy would be problematic. The horses galloped non-stop. After running for most of the day, covering over 200 miles, the four took a brief rest. Lin Yi noticed that Guemu's emotions had stabilized and inquired about what had happened. Guemu trembled as she spoke. "Originally we were locked in a fierce battle with the three-headed dragon, but we couldn't hold on any longer. Senior Dragon opened a path for the remaining people to escape. Everyone fought while fleeing, but unexpectedly a scream suddenly pierced the crowd. A middle-aged man wielding a dark giant sword launched a surprise attack on the deputy sword master of the sword sect. She recalled the earlier encounter, her face pale and her heart filled with lingering fear. Lin Yi frowned and muttered, "A dark giant sword. Could it be?" What happened next? The giant sword possessed eerie power capable of bypassing even the protective true energy of a Grand Master. In an instant, the deputy sword master's body exploded and his blood was absorbed by the giant sword. Lu Ruoqing's pretty face turned cold as she said, "What a terrifying weapon, it can actually absorb blood." In the blink of an eye, more than 10 first-grade grandmasters perished on the spot. Fortunately, I stayed close to Senior Dragon, who led me to the exit. In the end we scattered and I happened to encounter the sword monk Senior. Lin Yi asked, "What about the three-headed dragon?" Guemu replied, "I don't know what happened. The three-headed dragon actually obeyed that middle-aged man and did not attack him." This? How is that possible? Could it be that the dragon has been tamed by him? That makes no sense. Demonic beasts are the hardest to tame. Martial artists simply lack that ability. Everything about this situation seems strange. Lin Yi saw that it was getting late and hurriedly urged them to continue on their journey. Fortunately, they faced no dangers along the way, and after 6 days they finally returned to Heilong Town. Lin Yi's tense mood finally relaxed, and the moment he stepped into Feng Yun Pavilion he regained his previous dominance. Damn it, that scared me to death. The martial experts who were drinking and chatting noticed their quick return and asked if the unparalleled sword god had been found. Lin Yi ignored them, went straight to the third floor and fell heavily onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. He slept for 3 whole days. While Lin Yi was in deep slumber, news spread across Jiuzhou that none of the powerful individuals sent by Jiuzhou and the top 10 sects had returned. All of them were dead. The news caused a stir throughout Jiuzhou. Everyone was speculating about what had happened. Soon after, someone reported that these individuals were all killed by a 3-headed dragon. There were also claims that the 3-headed dragon had been tamed and there was a manipulator behind it. Jinzhou also reported that this was a huge conspiracy by No.1 Pavilion. Feigning to spread the secret of the unparalleled divine sword, they led the people of Jiuzhou and the top 10 sects to the demon's lair and cruelly slaughtered them. In an instant everyone was enraged, not expecting No.1 Pavilion to be so malicious. They all claimed that Lin Yi's ranking on the number 1 list was also a conspiracy and anyone ranked would be killed. In an instant all forces in Jiuzhou rushed to No.1 Pavilion to kill Lin Yi and avenge the deceased. The martial experts residing in No.1 Pavilion immediately moved out upon hearing the news, turning their heads to deal with No.1 Pavilion. At once Hua Liuxiang and Gui Mu were in a panic, wanting to flee. Lu Ru, watching however, remained unmoved and stayed there. Furong advised the two not to leave lest they die faster outside. Hua Liuxiang said, "It's not that we are unfeeling and ungrateful, now everyone in Jiuzhou is saying No.1 Pavilion is the conspirator. If we stay here we will surely be killed sooner or later." Furong sighed, "Now everyone knows that you are already a part of No.1 Pavilion. Where do you think you can escape to?" This. Hua Liuxiang truly regretted it, now wondering how she ended up joining No.1 Pavilion, thinking she could gain wealth and respect from the martial arts community. Instead of gaining any benefit, it was too late to separate now. After some persuasion from Furong, she finally abandoned the thought of leaving. The hired cooks had also left, leaving a mess behind with pots and pans scattered everywhere and vegetables lying around, creating a desolate scene. The once large No.1 Pavilion was left with only the 4 of them. However, Lin Yi still did not come out. Hua Liuxiang was anxious, pacing back and forth, lost in thought. Connecting the dots of Lin Yi's unpredictable actions, she increasingly felt that he might have led the Jiuzhou and top 10 sect members to the demon's lair. He is the conspirator. Heilong Town has been seized by the people of the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects, with powerful individuals from various nations claiming they will kill Lin Yi and destroy the No.1 Pavilion. Finally Lin Yi came down from the 3rd floor. Hua Liuxiang shouted, "A big incident has occurred, sect master. We don't know which short-lived ghost leaked the news saying that our No.1 Pavilion is the mastermind behind the scenes, deliberately exposing the secret of the unparalleled divine sword, leading the people of Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects to the demon lair and then directing the 3-headed Jiao dragon to kill everyone." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Do you think the people of Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects would believe such nonsense?" Furong said, "Now the people of Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects have already arrived and they are likely to launch an assault tomorrow." Lin Yi frowned, realizing something was amiss. There was not a single person in the hall, so he walked outside and indeed found that all were from the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects. Furong said, "I think there is someone meddling. This person is the real mastermind behind the scenes." Lin Yi was still confused, not understanding why the puppet master was targeting him. However, he was not afraid. Within the No.1 Pavilion he was an invincible existence, and no matter how many came they would all perish. Yet he did not want to be wronged like this. If he fell out with the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects, then the list he had painstakingly compiled would be ruined. After a moment, Lu Racking said, "I think the key is to investigate the identity of that middle-aged man holding the unparalleled divine sword. Only then can we come up with a countermeasure." Furong responded, "Investigating is natural, but this person is so secretive, daring to scheme against the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects and even framing the sect master. It will definitely be difficult to uncover. We should first deal with the people from the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects." She suggested that Lin Yi clarify things with the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects first and then go to the demon lair. There would surely be some clues. Forcing Lin Yi to leave the No.1 Pavilion was absolutely impossible. He had nearly not returned last time and had even involved the sword monk. Going again might ensure he would be plotted against and die in the demon lair. After considering, he had an idea and said to Furong, "This is what I'll do. We'll post a message and you take it to the people of the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects, asking them to come to the No.1 Pavilion." Furong frowned and said, "If you don't go out it seems insincere. Will they come?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "Just deliver it. I believe they will definitely come." Furong did not understand his thoughts. After all, he was the boss here, so everyone listened to him. Thus Lin Yi wrote the message, which only contained the words, "When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman gains." Furong took the message and left. Lu Racking, watching Furong leave, worriedly said, "Will Sister Furong be in danger?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "She is just an ordinary person. The people of the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects won't make things difficult for her." I just fear someone sowing discord and capturing her. Lu Racking was still not at ease and followed her. Hua Liuxiang, seeing both of them leave, said nervously, "Boss, do you think we will die?" Lin Yi laughed heartily, full of confidence, and said, "Don't worry. As long as you stay in the Fengyun Pavilion, no matter how many come, they won't be able to kill us." After a long while, Furong and Lu Racking returned, saying the people of the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects would come together tomorrow morning. Lu Racking said, "Sister Furong is truly a heroine, she can argue with the masses. If it weren't for her, the people of the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects wouldn't have come at all." Lin Yi smiled. Indeed, Furong had some abilities. Lin Yi went upstairs, standing on the 3rd floor gazing at the throngs of people in Heilong Town, his thoughts swirling. Who exactly is the man holding the unparalleled divine sword? When did the unparalleled divine sword come into his possession? What is his purpose? Regarding this person's background, there really was no way to investigate. However, as soon as that person shows up, Lin Yi could find them using the records in the system. And so a day passed, but Heilong Town was brightly lit as if it were daytime. Finally, dawn arrived. Furong got up early to prepare, setting out tea and snacks to await the people of the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 sects. However, Lin Yi had yet to get up. Before long, the people of the Jiuzhou Kingdom arrived first, all of them first-class grandmasters. They sat quietly drinking tea without speaking, simply closing their eyes. Furong also stood quietly. Lu Racking leaned against the window, gazing at the crowd outside. Hua Liuxiang, seeing that people had arrived and they were all first-class grandmasters, was so frightened that he hid in the backyard. After half a stick of incense, the people from the 10 major sects also arrived, all of them first-class grandmasters. At this moment, Lin Yi finally came down from upstairs. 18 first-class grandmasters all looked at him, their eyes gleaming with sharp light, releasing a terrifying pressure. Such a group of first-class grandmasters releasing their power together was extraordinarily frightening. Even a second-class grandmaster would not be able to withstand it. Lu Racking's face changed slightly, her legs trembling, and the stool beneath her wobbled incessantly. Sweat poured down her forehead, flowing into her clothing. After a few breaths, blood seeped from her lips, her head felt dizzy, and she collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. Lin Yi chuckled, and suddenly a terrifying aura erupted from the 3rd floor, easily dispelling the horrifying pressure released by the 18 first-class grandmasters. The 18 people's pupils constricted sharply, revealing a look of horror, with some even standing up directly. "Sit, sit, sit." Lin Yi appeared relaxed and at ease, looking at these powerful figures from the Jiuzhou Kingdom. An elder from the sword sect said, "I wonder what the sect master has to say." Although the words carried a hint of questioning, the tone had changed, filled with endless fear. Lin Yi grinned and said, "I believe you are not fools. What reason does the Fengyun Pavilion have to scheme against you? The intention of your Fengyun Pavilion is definitely to weaken our strength and then take the opportunity to grow, ultimately swallowing us one by one." Lin Yi coldly laughed and said, "Although you are all overlords of Jiuzhou, you are insignificant in front of the Fengyun Pavilion. It would take only one hand of mine to crush you." After speaking, the terrifying aura from the 3rd floor erupted once more. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, lightning flashed, and a terrifying presence surged forth, causing the very earth to tremble. With a thunderous sound, the 18 powerful figures were all pressed to the ground by this overwhelming pressure, unable to lift their heads. Beyond Class Grand Master. At this moment, in the Sutra Hall of Shaolin Temple, an old monk with long eyebrows was sweeping the floor. He felt this terrifying aura, and the broom in his hand turned to powder. Beyond Class Grand Master. In the listening tide pavilion of the South Sea, the Sword Empress also sensed this aura and murmured, "I never expected such a terrifying figure to appear in Jiuzhou. Indeed, the martial world is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers." In a dark underground palace, a person shrouded in shadows looked towards the direction of the Fengyun Pavilion. Fengyun Pavilion is indeed not simple. How could you allow them to grow and develop? Come here. A man dressed in bloody clothes approached. "Master. You take some people to the Fengyun Pavilion and tell them to reveal how to unlock the unparalleled divine sword. And secretly investigate how much strength they really possess." "Understood, Master." "What do you think? In front of the Fengyun Pavilion you are like ants. Even if you Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects mobilize all your experts, you would still be no match for us. Do you really think we would go to such lengths to deal with you?" What the elder said is true. Quickly tell the experts upstairs to retract their pressure, otherwise we will all become useless. Lin Yi chuckled and withdrew the power from the system. The 18 powerful figures collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Lu Racking woke up and revealed deep fear towards the Beyond Class Grand Master upstairs. Is this the power of the Beyond Class? I must reach such a peak. Lin Yi was satisfied, seeing them terrified. If he spoke nicely to these people surely no one would listen, but scaring them like this made all the difference. Alright, let's get to the main topic. Lin Yi then recounted the events of entering the demon's lair. The people from the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 major sects all wore grave expressions, pondering in silence. After a long while, Master Wu Wei, the head of the Dharma Academy at Shaolin Temple, inquired, who exactly is that person? What is their purpose? Lin Yi replied, it's merely to instigate our conflict, perhaps there are some hidden secrets within. He assured everyone present that he would definitely uncover the identity of that person within 10 days. Since he had said so, no one dared to speak further, and they all stood up to take their leave. Seeing that these individuals were frightened and eager to escape, Lin Yi didn't persuade them to stay and asked Fu Rong to see them off. The 18 powerful figures took a deep breath as they exited the Fengyun Pavilion, their legs weak, nearly collapsing onto the ground. How terrifying! I never expected such a formidable character to exist in Fengyun Pavilion. They are simply invincible. Indeed. They have truly hidden themselves too deeply. If this matter hadn't come to light, we would still be unaware of the terrifying strength of Fengyun Pavilion. Who would dare to offend them in the future? They were still shuddering from the terrifying aura they had just experienced, their hearts pounding in fear as they helped each other toward their main base. Fu Rong observed that these people who appeared dignified in front of outsiders were now even more cowardly than mice. She gazed at a certain spot on the 3rd floor of Fengyun Pavilion, murmuring, my choice was indeed not wrong, perhaps I can take revenge for the deep-seated grudge with their help. Hua Liuxiang, realizing that everyone had fled in fear, hurried over, nearly kneeling before Lin Yi. Boss, you're incredible. I never imagined that our Fengyun Pavilion would have such a master. We need not fear the Jiuzhou kingdom or the 10 major sects. Unifying Jiuzhou is within reach. Can the senior guarding above come down to meet us? I would like to witness their grandeur. Lin Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth impatiently, saying, get lost, such a master is not someone you can meet. Just focus on your work. He noticed the hall was empty, even the cook had left. Seeing Fu Rong return, he said, Miss Fu Rong, please fetch the cooks back so we can resume business. Fu Rong nodded. Lin Yi noticed Lu Ruiqing sitting by the window staring blankly at the 3rd floor, her face showing longing and admiration, and he smiled. He thought to himself that she must have been quite shocked as well. The people from the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 major sects returned to their respective territories to report the situation. The 9 great lords and the 10 sects immediately convened a meeting, even hosting a grand assembly. It was soon announced that the suspicions against Fengyun Pavilion had been lifted and the true mastermind was someone else. They urged the martial arts community not to misunderstand Fengyun Pavilion and to continue monitoring the leaderboard. The news spread across Jiuzhou and everyone set out again toward Fengyun Pavilion. Now Fengyun Pavilion had become the foremost holy land in Jiuzhou, known far and wide, even in the borderlands and overseas. Lin Yi watched as people gradually returned, feeling very pleased that the matter had finally been resolved, and now it was time to start investigating the identity of that middle-aged man. He announced in the hall that anyone who discovered any clues should inform him, and there would be generous rewards. With a top-tier master stationed at Fengyun Pavilion, how could these people not curry favor? They all chimed in, Lord, you're too polite, no need for rewards. Just give us the order and we will go. Who could possibly have the audacity to slander our Fengyun Pavilion? Once caught, they must be skinned and hung at the entrance for all to see. Indeed, let's go take a look around the demon's lair, there must be some discoveries. With that, they all hefted their weapons and exited the door. Lin Yi smiled, thinking that with these people perhaps he could draw out the mastermind. However, he had other plans and was certain he could lure them out. Meanwhile, Fu Rong became busy again as usual. At that moment, the leaders of the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 major sects all arrived to apologize to Lin Yi, saying they had been misled and had mistakenly misunderstood Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Yi looked at these true rulers of Jiuzhou, each a prominent figure in their own right, now bowing and scraping before him, their voices barely above a whisper. All of this was decided by strength. If Fengyun Pavilion did not have a top-tier master, they would have been besieged long ago. Lin Yi truly felt the benefits that strength could bring. However, he could only be impressive within Fengyun Pavilion. Once he left, he would return to his true self. He was eager to elevate his cultivation. He thought to take advantage of Fengyun Pavilion's rising prestige with the Jiuzhou leaders present to announce the next individuals to be listed. Everyone, please don't be too polite. Let's not dwell on that matter anymore. Let's first discuss. Boss, someone is asking to see you outside. Lin Yi was just about to talk about the leaderboard. He heard Hua Liuxiang calling out from outside the main door. Lin Yi frowned, wondering who wanted to see him without coming in. Did they expect him to go fetch them? Who was so grand that they thought themselves greater than those present? The 9 great lords and the 10 sect leaders were also curious about who it could be. So they all stepped outside. They saw a man dressed in blood red standing tall before the entrance of Fengyun Pavilion, flanked by 2 shadows, one black and one white. The crowd frowned, staring at the shadows, becoming increasingly unclear, causing a chill to run down their spines. Although the 9 great lords were not particularly powerful, all were later-stage masters, or at their peak the leaders of the 10 sects possessed formidable strengths of grandmasters and first-tier grandmasters. Especially the head of Wudong Chongshuzi, who had already reached the second-tier grandmaster level. Even he could not clearly discern whether the 2 shadows next to the man in blood red were human. Chongshuzi stepped forward with his whisk in hand and bowed, saying, "Who might you be? Why have you come to see the pavilion master?" As he spoke, the Taoist was silently channeling his inner power to probe the cultivation levels of the 3 people, yet he found it impossible to detect, as if they stood before him like a bottomless ocean. Hiss. He inhaled sharply. This was unprecedented. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that these 3 were ordinary people. However, this was clearly impossible. The second possibility was that the cultivations of the 3 were all far above Chongshuzi's, at least 3rd tier or higher, otherwise he would not have been unable to detect them. This left Chongshuzi somewhat incredulous. The man in blood red paid no heed to the leaders of Jiuzhou, gazing at the 3 characters of Fengyun Pavilion. Noticing someone on the 3rd floor, he grinned and said, "The esteemed master of Fengyun Pavilion, why do you not dare to come down and meet me? Are you afraid?" Lin Yi on the upper floor coldly laughed, his heart unsteady. "Shisha Jinjun, in the eyes of Fengyun Pavilion you are nothing but a jumping clown. Let your people come forth. This person is indeed a subordinate of the true mastermind and is the one who killed your people." "What? They are actually their people? Such audacity! You dare to do such a thing? Quickly surround him." With that, they immediately surrounded the man. The blood-red man's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that upon meeting Lin Yi his background would be revealed. Even his master's identity was known, causing cold sweat to pour from his forehead. He looked down upon those surrounding him, gazing up at Lin Yi, and said, "Fengyun Pavilion indeed has some ability. Since you know, you should understand my master's capabilities are unfathomable. Although you Fengyun Pavilion have a top-tier grandmaster before my master, you are like ants." Regarding the origins of his master, Lin Yi's system only recorded a few phrases. This person's name is Zhang Nianchuan, background unknown, cultivation level unknown. Everything is indeed shrouded in mystery. This was something he had never encountered before. Lin Yi found himself plunged into deep fear. It was not the opponent's cultivation he feared, but the unknown identity of this person. If even the system did not know this person's origins, one can imagine how terrifying it must be. The unknown always instills fear. Moreover, the Shisha Jinjuan, who was originally recorded in the system as a second-tier grandmaster, had now directly ascended to the peak of the 3rd tier, astonishing Lin Yi. To advance from the 2nd tier to the peak of the 3rd tier in such a short time was truly extraordinary. Lin Yi believed that unless all those on the leaderboard received rewards together, cultivation would not increase so rapidly. However, the system recorded that Shisha Jinjuan had acquired a mysterious grade of martial art. Tiankan Mo Jing, consisting of 100 layers. Each time a practitioner cultivates a layer, their lifespan decreases by 10 years. It turned out to be a technique that burns one's life essence. However, this also made him aware of the terrifying nature of this technique. Lin Yi did not believe that Zhang Nianchuan had such omnipotent abilities, surpassing even the powers granted by the system. Lin Yi looked at Shisha Jinjuan and coldly remarked, "Zhang Nianchuan, indeed a noteworthy figure. If you have the guts, come to my Fengyun Pavilion." Shisha Zhenjian's pupils contracted sharply and he involuntarily took a step back. How is this possible? How could he know the master's name? I have been by the master's side for 100 years and still did not know. Now he finally understood the terror of Fengyun Pavilion. Initially he was reluctant to come when the master called, thinking it was just a small Fengyun Pavilion newly emerging with no significant background. They were only capable of intimidating others with some leaderboard rankings. Aside from his surprise at the news of the Tingqiao Pavilion's sword, he believed he could easily crush the other names on the list. Upon hearing that Fengyun Pavilion had a top-tier grandmaster, he was only briefly shocked without feeling any fear. Given 3 months, he believed he could cultivate the Tiankan Mo Jing to the 10th layer and contend with them. However, what he did not know was that his life essence was being consumed by the Mo Jing. Shisha Jinjuan took a deep breath, regaining his arrogant demeanor. He said, "Indeed worthy of Fengyun Pavilion. I wonder if I can come down for a meeting." Lin Yi would not be so foolish. A 3rd-tier grandmaster, such a terrifying figure, if he went out and suddenly attacked, he wouldn't even be able to escape. For someone like you, this pavilion master would not lower himself to meet. Shisha Zhenjian's expression darkened, thinking how cautious this person was. However, he also sensed something. It was said that the head of Fengyun Pavilion rarely left the premises and the high-ranking experts never showed themselves before outsiders. This was very unusual. When they ambushed Lin Yi, no one from Fengyun Pavilion appeared. Moreover, Lin Yi's behavior was also quite unusual. All signs indicated that there were secrets within Fengyun Pavilion, perhaps some restrictions preventing them from easily coming out. Shisha Zhenjian seemed to have touched upon something. He smiled slightly and said, "I heard that your Fengyun Pavilion has a top-tier Grand Master stationed here. I wonder if we could have the opportunity to open our eyes and see what such a person looks like." Lin Yi frowned, not expecting this fellow to suddenly pose such a question, which gave him a bad premonition. Had he discovered something? Lin Yi calmly replied, "You are not yet qualified to meet." After saying this, he ignored the person and descended to the main hall. Shisha Zhenjian's expression confirmed he was right about his suspicions. At this moment a woman walked out from Fengyun Pavilion. An ordinary-looking woman. Shisha Zhenjian frowned, thinking how could there be an ordinary person in Fengyun Pavilion? Furon smiled brightly and said, "Elder, why not come in for some tea?" Shisha Zhenjian replied with a forced smile, "I'm afraid your tea is not very good." Furon looked Shisha Zhenjian up and down, seeing he was quite imposing with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a striking appearance. She smiled and said, "Elder, you are forthright and indeed a true gentleman. Our pavilion master sincerely invites you, and everyone here is a well-known figure in the Jiuzhou. All are modest gentlemen. Do you really fear that Fengyun Pavilion harbors any ill intent?" The Jiuzhou Marquis' eyes flickered and he added, "Exactly, since you came here with confidence you must be a person of great courage. We would also like to know what your true intentions are. Why not have a discussion with the pavilion master?" Shisha Zhenjian sneered, "You are all overlords of the Jiuzhou, how could Fengyun Pavilion represent you? Or should I say, have you all submitted to Fengyun Pavilion?" The Jiuzhou Marquis laughed, "We have reached an agreement for friendly coexistence with Fengyun Pavilion. No one is anyone's subordinate. Now regarding the matter of the unparalleled divine sword, we the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects have entrusted the pavilion master to handle it. Since you dare to act like this, why would you fear entering Fengyun Pavilion?" The Yanzhou Divine Marquis Kong Xian glanced at the Jiuzhou Marquis and said, "Exactly, you slaughtered our people, you must give us an explanation. Also, is the unparalleled divine sword in your possession, and what do you plan to do with it? These matters need to be discussed. Let's not mention the issue of those who killed our people for now, let's first talk about the unparalleled divine sword." The heads of the 10 major sects also sensed something and chimed in. Faced with everyone speaking at once, Shisha Zhenjian's eyelids twitched repeatedly. When he looked at the confident girl before him, unyielding and poised, he realized that if he truly did not enter, it would be a joke. People come and go freely within Fengyun Pavilion, even innate martial artists enter casually, yet a third-tier Grand Master hesitates. Shisha Zhenjian was renowned in the demonic path and had become the leader of the demonic alliance. If word got out that he dared not enter Fengyun Pavilion, wouldn't that be a source of ridicule among the demonic practitioners? How could he lead the demonic path in the future? Furong observed Shisha Zhenjian's expression, noticing a slight hesitation that she caught onto. She smiled and said, "Our pavilion master never acts against guests, this is well known, and it's also a rule of Fengyun Pavilion that even the pavilion master cannot break. You are also a renowned figure, how could you lack this bit of courage?" Shisha Zhenjian snorted coldly and said, "What a sharp-tongued little girl, do I lack courage? I will go in." After saying this, he entered Fengyun Pavilion with 2 shadows beside him. Lin Yi remained seated in his chair. Seeing that Shisha Zhenjian had indeed come, he felt a bit of admiration for Furon. An ordinary person was actually able to persuade a third-tier Grand Master to enter. "He has arrived," Lin Yi said casually. Following him, the lords and the heads of the 10 major sects also entered again. They took their seats one by one, wanting to see what the intentions of this leader of the demonic path were. Shisha Zhenjian saw Lin Yi lounging lazily and then looked up at the 3rd floor, calming himself and saying, "You must know everything about the unparalleled divine sword, and I believe you know how to extract what is inside." Indeed, the unparalleled divine sword is already in his possession. Everyone stood up, their spirits stirred. Lin Yi looked at their excitement and smiled, saying, "What are you all getting so excited about? Sit down." Hearing this, everyone obediently sat down. Lin Yi looked at Shisha Zhenjian and said, "I am very curious about how you tamed the 3-headed flood dragon and when you found the unparalleled divine sword. Regarding the ownership of the unparalleled divine sword, the system had no record, only stating it was in the demonic cave." Shisha Zhenjian thought for a moment, as it was not a secret, and said, "The unparalleled divine sword has always been in the demonic cave. Your revelation of the sword secret made us take it seriously. However, we did not expect the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 major sects to arrive so quickly, so we set up a trap. He addressed everyone, such a great temptation, I believe no one would want to share it. This statement left all the lords and sect heads speechless. Indeed, the 9 states and the 10 major sects have long harbored intentions of monopolizing, but with the demonic beasts rampant in the abyss it is difficult for any one force to enter. With no other choice, they could only join forces to besiege the demonic beasts. The true Lord of 7 Kills smiled faintly as he observed their silence. Furong interjected, greed is something everyone possesses, but to use the 3-headed flood dragon to kill is unjust. A person's life is singular. Do you have the right to take it? The true Lord of 7 Kills looked at Furong, unsure of her origins and why she was in the Fengyun Pavilion, yet she was exceptionally perceptive. He chuckled and said, in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, it is strength that dictates fate. The weak have no rights whatsoever. This is the survival law of this world. Though harsh, these words rang true. Daily conflicts erupted here and lives were lost without fail. The 9 states sought unification, countless lives lost in their conquests, yet no one cared. Their only concern was expanding territory. Furong's emotions surged, her face flushed as she gritted her teeth and glared at the true Lord of 7 Kills. Yet she found no rebuttal. Lin Yi noticed her distress and said, all right, let's not discuss this any further. He turned to the true Lord of 7 Kills and said, it seems you are also unaware of how to unlock the secrets within the divine sword. The true Lord of 7 Kills nodded and replied, yes, the material of this unparalleled divine sword is unique. We have consulted many master swordsmiths, yet none could dissect it, unable to guarantee anything could be extracted. Lin Yi smiled and said, did I ever say that the secret of the divine sword lies within? The true Lord of 7 Kills focused intently. Having obtained the unparalleled divine sword for some time, they had studied it meticulously. There was nothing externally save for a notch in the hilt, indicating that the only possibilities were that the techniques and treasures were hidden within the sword's body. Lin Yi was unaware of their intentions and would not easily divulge how to unlock the unparalleled divine sword. I indeed know how to unlock this sword, but I don't wish to share it with you just yet. The true Lord of 7 Kills suddenly stood up, realizing he was too agitated, and sat back down, saying, as long as the pavilion master tells me the unlocking method, feel free to state your demands. Gold, silver, jewels, divine weapons, or divine techniques, I can provide them all. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, I no longer need those things. First you must return the Yi Jing that was stolen from Shaolin Temple. What? The temple's ultimate secret technique is in his hands. The Shaolin monk looked at Lin Yi in shock, then turned to glare at the true Lord of 7 Kills. When the Yi Jing was lost, it was believed that the sword monk had taken it and he had vanished at that time. Many were sent to pursue him and bring him back to Shaolin. The sword monk protested vehemently, but no one believed him. His martial arts were crippled and he was imprisoned for 3 months. Seeing he still wouldn't return it, he was expelled from Shaolin. After leaving, Shaolin masters from the temple followed him down the mountain, surveilling him for 3 years. Yet they still found no evidence of him possessing the Yi Jing. Just then a challenger arrived at Shaolin and the surveilling masters returned. However, Shaolin brought the sword monk back for questioning, yet he still did not reveal the whereabouts of the Yi Jing. Fortunately, the head of the Dharma Academy was a good friend of the sword monk and intervened, intending to let him off. An elder monk from the Sutra repository also vouched that the Yi Jing was not stolen by him. With the head and the elder monk's guarantee, the abbot finally allowed the sword monk to descend the mountain. Yet even after all these years it remained unfound. Now to suddenly claim that the Yi Jing was in the hands of the true Lord of 7 Kills left the Shaolin members in disbelief. Others, upon hearing that the Shaolin Temple's ultimate secret technique was stolen, were equally astonished. One of the top 10 sects could not even protect its own ultimate technique. They couldn't help but show expressions of mockery. The true Lord of 7 Kills ignored the Shaolin members and instead looked at Lin Yi, saying, this Yi Jing is of no use to me. Either if you are willing to tell me the method to unlock the divine sword, I can return it. Lin Yi, however, would not relent, simply saying, you first return it to its rightful owners and we can discuss the divine sword later. After pondering for a while, the true Lord of 7 Kills chose to hand over the Yi Jing. Here you go. He tossed the Yi Jing to the Shaolin monk as if discarding trash. This left the Shaolin monk feeling embarrassed, yet he did not dare to act violently in the Fengyun Pavilion. Even if he had the strength, he knew he could not defeat them, which added to his frustration. The true Lord of 7 Kills, seeing Lin Yi's indifference, departed. The 9 lords saw that there was nothing more to discuss and left first. The leaders of the 10 major sects, hoping to extract the unlocking method from Lin Yi, left as he ignored them. Only the Shaolin members remained. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for helping us retrieve our ultimate secret technique. We at Shaolin are immensely grateful. Master Wu Wei expressed his gratitude. Lin Yi smiled and said, no need for such formalities, I only helped recover it at the behest of the sword monk. Alas! It is unfortunate that the sword monk perished in the abyss, which is truly regrettable. Master Wu Wei and the other Shaolin monks also felt sorrowful, lamenting that such a good disciple was wronged and that they had lost a first-class grandmaster. After a while they all left. Furong approached Lin Yi after everyone had departed and asked, "What are you planning to do? Will you tell that person the method to unlock the divine sword?" Lin Yi was unsure whether he should inform the true Lord of 7 Kills. The main issue was that he did not know what the mysterious battle intent truly aimed for. He thought for a moment and said, "Let me think for a while." Furong then said seriously, "That person is not good, you absolutely cannot tell him anything." "Oh. Is that so?" Lin Yi noticed Furong's unusual demeanor and asked, "It seems you have a great deal of hostility toward the true Lord of 7 Kills. He found it strange that an ordinary person would harbor such strong opinions against a leader of the demonic path, as their paths had never crossed. He glanced over at the red-clad ghost mother. The red-clad ghost mother was sitting behind, holding hands with Hua Liuxian, lost in their own world. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, she looked at Furong with a blank expression, shaking her head as if to say she didn't know. Seeing the two hand in hand sparked a pang of jealousy in Lin Yi. "Damn it, you kid, have it good, I don't even have a girlfriend." He glanced at the stunningly beautiful Lu Weiqing and swallowed hard. Lu Weiqing sensed Lin Yi's intense gaze, her clear unblemished eyes locked onto him, revealing a calm and detached demeanor. Lin Yi shook his head, thinking that this girl only knew how to practice martial arts and had become obsessed. Pursuing her would be meaningless. He then looked at Furong, who despite being slightly less attractive than Lu Weiqing was still a great beauty. However, her tendency to act on her own accord was something he did not appreciate. Shaking his head, he thought how nice it would be if a girlfriend just fell from the sky. Furong did not respond to Lin Yi's remarks, walking upstairs in a daze. Lin Yi saw that the people from the 9 states and the 10 major sects had departed and individuals began to arrive seeking lodging, prompting him to call Hua Liuxian to attend to them. Lu Weiqing approached him and softly said, "I have something to ask you." With that, she headed towards the 2nd floor. Lin Yi didn't know what she wanted, so he followed her upstairs. Lu Weiqing returned to her own guest room, which remained very simple, with only a mat and an oil lamp. She lit the lamp and the faint light cast a dim glow in the room. Her cheeks were illuminated, appearing radiant and dreamlike. Lin Yi walked in and was momentarily taken aback. Last time Furong had redecorated all the guest rooms, so why hadn't hers changed? He then said, "How did Furong manage this? Why is your room still like this? I'll go find her." Lu Weiqing waved her hand and said, "I didn't want Sister Furong to redecorate, this is fine as it is." Lin Yi truly couldn't fathom the successor of the Listening Tide Pavilion, who cared for nothing, lived simply, and had no interest in indulging in life. Such a lifestyle seemed too dull. He smiled and said, "Why did you look for me?" Lu Weiqing gazed at the lamp and gently said, "You promised to help me find the lost sword manual, why haven't you found it yet? Are you trying to deceive me?" Lin Yi hurriedly replied, "How could I deceive you? What I've promised will naturally be fulfilled." Lin Yi thought that this girl had witnessed many masters these days and was likely stimulated by the extraordinary grandmaster he had summoned, making her eager to find the sword manual to enhance her strength. Lin Yi hadn't noticed that her cultivation had significantly improved, having already entered the mid-stage of grandmaster. "When will you be able to find it? If you don't intend to help, just tell me where the sword manual is and I'll look for it myself." Lu Weiqing bit her lip, looking at Lin Yi with a pitiful expression. Lin Yi said, "I promise to find the sword manual within 3 days. Alright, if you haven't found it within 3 days, I will leave the Fengyun Pavilion." Suddenly the light in the room extinguished and Lu Weiqing was already sitting on the mat. "Alright, I need to cultivate now, so you can go out." Lin Yi nodded and exited the room, closing the door securely. His mind raced concerning the person who stole the sword manual. There was initially a record in the system, but for some reason just a few days ago that person's record had vanished. This left Lin Yi somewhat bewildered. The only possibility was that the person had already died. Thus he entered the space again, searching for information about the infinite ocean sword technique. The database was vast and seemingly endless, it was impossible to find it in a short time. Thus Lin Yi remained in the room for an entire day and night. Finally he discovered the whereabouts of the sword manual. It was surprisingly in the hands of someone named Water and Fire Sword. This individual was also on the list and practiced a unique sword intent that unified both water and fire, hailing from Qingzhou. The time he obtained it was during the period of entering the demon cave. Lin Yi frowned. This Water and Fire Sword was also known to be a subordinate of the true monarch of 7 Kills. Damn it, circling back to this guy again. This left Lin Yi with a headache. Asking him for the sword manual would be futile as he would likely demand it in exchange for something else. Lin Yi re-entered the space to check the records of the unparalleled divine sword, still finding no name related to the super divine technique within the sword. Forget it, since I promised Lu Weiqing it wouldn't hurt to tell her the method to unlock the unparalleled divine sword. So he went downstairs to find Hua Liuxiang, asking him to go out and see where the true monarch of 7 kills was. Upon hearing about this, demonic alliance leader Hua Liuxiang's face turned pale, shaking his head repeatedly and saying, "Boss, this guy is very dangerous. My fate clashes with him, I want go." Lin Yi pulled at the corner of his mouth, thinking about how it wasn't a clash of fate but rather fear of death. He then said, "Then I'll send the ghost mother." Hua Liuxiang immediately jumped up, "No way, no way. The lady is not one of us from Fengyun Pavilion, you can't command her. Besides, she also has a bad fate with that guy, so it's inappropriate for her to go." Furong, having heard their conversation, walked over and said, "I'll go." Lin Yi continuously shook his head, saying, "You're a girl, it's best to stay indoors, the outside world is dangerous." Giggling, "How about I go?" Suddenly a silver bell-like voice rang out behind Lin Yi. He turned around to see a stunningly beautiful face sparkling in his eyes. This girl exuded a lively and adorable aura with a chubby baby face and big sparkling eyes that radiated intelligence. "You." Lin Yi's eyes lit up, feeling a rush of affection. She was exactly his type. He immediately checked the system for records about this beauty. Upon seeing the information, he was truly shocked. This girl had a significant background. She was actually the granddaughter of the 5th-ranked swordsman on the sword list. The 5th rank on the list belonged to the carefree sword master, a reclusive expert whose swordplay transcended the skies, reaching a realm beyond self and sword. This is the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a level few can reach in the 9 provinces. Thus she was undoubtedly one of the peaks of the sword world. The beautiful girl before him was named Bai Shuang, currently at the midstage of Grandmaster. Lin Yi looked at Bai Shuang and chuckled, "So you're the granddaughter of the carefree sword master, I've long admired you." Bai Shuang tilted her large head, revealing a sweet smile, and said, "What do you admire about me? We don't even know each other. Do you know my grandfather? He rarely goes out and probably doesn't know you, such a little brat." Furong couldn't help but laugh, finding Bai Shuang's adorable speech delightful. Lin Yi scratched his head and chuckled, "Then I misspoke, I should say I admire your grandfather." "Oh. What do you admire? Me or my grandfather?" "Of course." Lin Yi quickly corrected himself, saying, "Naturally, it's the senior swordmaster." "Yay, an old man. What's there to admire? He doesn't even know martial arts, just raises flowers." Lin Yi was instantly speechless. A peak powerhouse of the sword world was actually called an old man by her. Anyone would certainly curse upon hearing that. But since she was the granddaughter of the sword master, she could say whatever she liked. Lin Yi tentatively asked, "Did you come here on your grandfather's orders?" Bai Shuang shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No, I heard that a Fengyun Pavilion had emerged in the martial world, which seemed quite impressive, so I came to have a look. I'm so disappointed. I thought it would be something remarkable, but it turns out it's just a place for drinking and feasting, noisy and dull." Lin Yi grew fonder of Bai Shuang, promptly saying, "Do you know the ranking I've set up?" I know. But it's meaningless. If you ask me, you should create a list of the most beautiful women in the world and I'll see if there's anyone prettier than me." Lin Yi clapped and laughed. "I had that in mind. Once I finish the ranking of the world's top swords, I'll start on that." Hua Liuxiang beside them, however, was not pleased. "Hoof. Not to mention the beauties of the 9 provinces, even within our Fengyun Pavilion there's one more beautiful than you." "What? Someone more beautiful than me? Where? Where? I want to see." Saying this, Bai Shuang looked around the crowd. All she saw were ugly men, and there were no beauties at all. "Are you talking about this sister?" She pointed at Furong, saying, "I don't think she's pretty." Hua Liuxiang chuckled, "Of course Miss Furong is beautiful, but it's not her, it's someone upstairs." Pointing to the 2nd floor, Bai Shuang suddenly dashed upstairs, shouting, "Where are the beautiful women? Come out and let me see." "What the hell, who is it?" "In taking a bath." "Oh, a beautiful little girl. Do you want to come in and have some fun with me?" "Ouch, don't hit me." A scream immediately followed. Bai Shuang burst into each room, causing the guests to curse, but she suffered a merciless beating. This left Lin Yi, Hua Liuxiang, Furong, and the others speechless. Lin Yi felt a wave of frustration. This girl is a tiger, she's clearly missing a few screws. Bai Shuang swaggered into the guest room, provoking the martial artists to curse, some even teasing her, which only earned them a brutal beating. They rushed downstairs to Lin Yi and said, "Master, there's a foul girl beating us. You are the owner here and said no one is allowed to fight, will you take care of it?" Lin Yi awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Don't be angry, Miss Bai Shuang is just playing with you." Playing? That's too outrageous. I was exposed while naked, how am I supposed to find a wife after this? Ha ha. I say, Lu Hosey, with your looks are you afraid of being seen by others? If I could find a wife I would take your surname. Hua Liuxiang teased a scrawny man with a sharp nose. The others joined in laughter. Hosey held his head high and said, Hua Zi, don't think just because you look decent you can be proud. You're just a flower thief looked down upon in the martial world. Hua Liuxiang sneered, but now I am a member of the Fengyun Pavilion living here without spending a dime. Hearing this, Hosey's face turned sour as he glared at Hua Liuxiang but didn't dare to retort. Alright, stop arguing. I'll treat you all to drinks and meet, Lin Yi said generously. That's great. It won't cost anything, right? He'll treat you but you pay for yourselves. What a stingy old man. Everyone was initially happy about Lin Yi's generosity but were taken aback by his words, earning him scorn. Lin Yi chuckled, reclining in a chair leisurely sipping tea. Soon Lu Waking and Bai Shuang came down together. Lin Yi put down his teacup and smiled. Two beauties have arrived. Are you hungry? I'll treat you. Don't believe the stingy old man. He definitely wants you to pay for yourselves. Lu Waking smiled slightly and chose a spot by the window, ordering tea and some small dishes. Bai Shuang circled around Lin Yi 3 times, mumbling something to herself. Lin Yi frowned and asked, What are you circling around me for? Bai Shuang grinned, I want to see if you've grown 3 heads and 6 arms. What do you mean? Lin Yi curiously asked, not understanding her intention. The snacks were served. Lu Waking waved at Bai Shuang and said, Alright sister Bai Shuang, come over here. Okay. After saying that, the two sat together, whispering and occasionally glancing at Lin Yi, making him confused and thinking he had something on his face. Before long, Bai Shuang strode up to Lin Yi and said, Hey, aren't you looking for the 7-kill true monarch? I can help you find him. Lin Yi looked her up and down, saying, You need to know that the cultivation of the 7-kill true monarch is terrifying. With your level you probably won't even meet him. Don't worry about that, I can find him. But you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Bai Shuang tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, I haven't thought of it yet, I'll tell you later. Lin Yi wasn't sure if she could do it, but since she was the granddaughter of the carefree sword master she should have some skills. So he said, Alright, I agree to your terms. Bai Shuang grinned and sat back down with Lu Waking as the small dishes were served. They began to eat, chatting and laughing. This left Lin Yi puzzled. Someone like Lu Waking, who didn't care about worldly matters, should find it hard to get along with others, yet it seemed that Ferone Ling Rubing and even Bai Shuang all liked her. It was truly unimaginable. Lin Yi shook his head and decided not to pay attention. He cleared his throat and said, Everyone, due to many unpleasant incidents last time, the list has been delayed. Now that everything is resolved, let's continue discussing the characters on the list. Okay, we've waited a long time, hurry and tell us. Yes, I had no idea there were so many sword masters in the martial world. I wonder which master we're talking about today, if we know him. Lin Yi nodded. The person I want to talk about today should be familiar to everyone. His name is Xue Hua Jianli Hen Tian, and he practices the unique water and fire synchronized sword intent, a person from Jiuzhou. Friends from Jiuzhou should know him, right? So it's the senior Li Hen Tian. He qualifies to be on the list. But didn't he die 20 years ago? Li Hen Tian was a renowned figure in the sword world 20 years ago, known to many. However, it was said that 20 years ago everyone in the manor was burned to death in a great fire, and people speculated it was the work of enemies. At that time it caused a stir in the martial world and everyone sought the murderer, but after half a year they found no clues. Later the incident was forgotten and his name was seldom mentioned. Lin Yi found it strange that he brought it up. Could it be that the dead could also be on the list? If so, that would mean there would be many more people listed, even those who had died hundreds of years ago. Seeing everyone unaware that Li Hen Tian was still alive, Lin Yi smiled. Bai Shuang also shouted, Exactly, it's bad luck to have dead people on the list. If you can't find someone to be on the list, I might as well take a spot. My swordsmanship is not bad. Yes. I see this lady is stunning, her swordsmanship must be excellent. We all agree she should be on the list. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh, thinking that if this girl were to be on the list it would surely amuse the listed individuals and even the martial colleagues would scold him. Lin Yi smiled and said, Who said Li Hen Tian is dead? He is still alive and well, and I guarantee he will appear at Fengyun Pavilion tomorrow. What? Senior Li Hen Tian is still alive? What's going on? Hurry and tell us. Everyone was intrigued as it was a cold case from years ago. Top investigators from the 9 provinces had come but found no trace. How could he suddenly be alive? An elderly swordsman said, "Master, I lived not far from Senior Li Tian's manor back then and witnessed everyone being burned to death in the fire. It was tragic. Over 100 people. Li Tian was quite reputable in the righteous path of the martial world, robbing the rich to aid the poor. He was considered a great hero and many had benefited from him. Just mentioning it brings tears to their eyes." Lin Yi observed everyone's reactions. If he told them that Li Tian had become a person of the demonic path, no one would believe him. The system recorded that Li Tian was severely injured by a foreign monk using the Great Diamond Hand and later was burned by demonic practitioners, resulting in his family's demise. Only he survived. It was said that Li Tian had an irreconcilable blood feud with the demonic path. Why would he join them? This was indeed difficult to understand and the system had no detailed records. Faced with everyone's persistent questioning, Lin Yi merely stated that he had been severely injured by enemies but had miraculously escaped. "So that's how it is. Since you say the great hero Li will appear tomorrow, how did that come about? Did you send someone to invite him?" Lin Yi nodded. Someone asked, "Given that the great hero Li has been missing for so many years, his cultivation must have greatly improved. It was said he was at the first grade Grand Master level back then. He should have reached the second grade realm by now, right?" Just as everyone was discussing, Lin Yi suddenly frowned and stood up. "What's going on?" Suddenly someone outside shouted, "The name of the sword saint on the list has suddenly disappeared." "What? What's going on?" Everyone looked at Lin Yi. "The old man has been killed. Who dares to kill the sword saint elder?" At once everyone began to shout. Lin Yi was extremely furious. Although the martial world thrived on conflict every day, this was clearly not a simple murder. The true objective was that the 7 kills true monarch was already targeting Lin Yi. He understood that he could not confront the Cloud Wind Pavilion directly, so he resorted to stealth. "Since you have listed the sword rankings, I will kill those on the list and see if anyone dares to take a spot." This truly enraged Lin Yi. "You little brat, daring to ruin my plans, I cannot spare you." Although Lin Yi could not leave Cloud Wind Pavilion, the 7 kills true monarch was powerful, a 3rd-tier grandmaster, not easy to deal with. However, Lin Yi had plenty of methods. No matter how high your cultivation, you cannot withstand numbers. Did he not want to know the methods and treasures hidden within the peerless divine sword? Then he would make the methods public so that masters across Jiuzhou would seek the demonic alliance. Even if the 7 kills true monarch and the hidden battle fought Xuanjin were formidable, let's see if they can withstand the might of millions of martial artists from Jiuzhou. Since they have already taken action against you, Lin Yi would definitely show no mercy. He told Bai Shuang not to look for any. He addressed the crowd saying, "The elder died at the hands of the demonic alliance. Today I announce that I will make the method to unlock the peerless divine sword public for free. You all help me spread the news so that the people of Jiuzhou and the 10 great sects may know." Announcing the peerless divine sword. Free. It seems the pavilion master is truly angry. What a detestable demonic alliance! The Sword Saint Elder is a pillar of our righteous path, having done so much good for the martial world. I remember when the calamity struck Jiuzhou, people were starving everywhere. The Elder spent his entire fortune to set up porridge kitchens and saved many disaster victims. Everyone praised his righteous deeds, and such a good man was actually killed. We must avenge him. Avenge. We must take revenge and storm the demonic alliance. After saying this, the news of the Sword Saint Elder's death and Lin Yi's intention to announce the method to unlock the peerless divine sword spread. In less than 10 days, the entire martial world of Jiuzhou was aware, and people gathered in droves in Heilong Town preparing to attack the demonic alliance together. After Jiuzhou and the 10 great sects received the news, they rushed over without delay. However, everyone had their own thoughts. Last time when they entered the demonic cave, so many grandmasters and great grandmasters died. It was a significant loss. If they confronted the demonic alliance heathen this time, who knows how many experts would perish. Especially since the grandmasters from the 9 nations were fewer than those from the 10 great sects. If they lost more this time, they would be completely suppressed by the 10 great sects, which they did not want. However, the temptation of the peerless divine sword was too great. Just the treasure from 1,000 years was enough to make one drool, not to mention the super divine level martial arts. In the end, the 9 nations reached a consensus to form an alliance and advance or retreat together. The 7 kills true monarch, upon receiving the news, frowned deeply. His initial intention was to test Lin Yi, but he did not expect such a strong reaction, immediately deciding to reveal the method for the peerless divine sword, instead causing himself to stumble. He found himself in a passive position. Faced with the impending siege from the 9 nations and the 10 great sects, he showed no fear. Although there were many people, there were not many capable masters. In the demonic alliance, besides him being a third-tier grandmaster, there were 5 second-tier grandmasters, over 50 grandmasters of lower tiers, and more than 100 masters. Such a terrifying force could completely withstand their assault. What he truly worried about was if things evolved this way, it would disrupt his master's plans, which was a very serious matter that would incur severe punishment, something he could not afford. A swordsman wearing a conical hat stood silently nearby, emanating a terrifying sword intent. The 7 kills true monarch lowered his head and pondered for a long time before fixing his gaze upon him. "Brother Li, what are your thoughts?" This person was none other than Shueihua Jianli Hentian. His face was obscured by the hat, making it impossible to see his features, and his voice was deep and hoarse. "The Fengyun Pavilion is making the method to unlock the Peerless Divine Sword public merely to deal with us. If we hand over the Peerless Divine Sword, the crisis will naturally be resolved." The muscles of the 7 kills true monarch's face twitched and golden light flashed in his eyes. "Hand over the Peerless Divine Sword." He lowered his head, stroking the dragon head carved on the throne while contemplating Li Henshin's suggestion. "If the Peerless Divine Sword is shared, obtaining the martial arts will be very difficult. If the master blames us, we cannot bear it. Rest assured, Alliance Leader. I believe unlocking the Peerless Divine Sword is not that easy. If it were, it would have been revealed long ago. Our strength surpasses that of Jiuzhou and the 10 great sects by far. Can we not find the martial arts first?" The 7 kills true monarch thought Li Henshin's reasoning was sound, and after considering that there would be no aftermath, agreed. Thus he personally led people to Fengyun Pavilion. Since Lin Yi announced the news, it took less than a few days for prominent figures in the martial world to arrive. The leaders of Jiuzhou and the 10 great sects rushed to Fengyun Pavilion ahead of time. Fortunately, after the last experience, Furong spent a huge sum to open 3 large inns nearby during these days. Initially Lin Yi thought it was unnecessary and did not want to spend money. Later, considering it could make money, he agreed. Watching the construction of the inns flourish, martial artists came to help, and soon the inns were built, and Lin Yi no longer bothered with Furong's busy efforts. Though this alleviated some issues, there were still too many people, and the rooms were insufficient, with the hall crowded with people sleeping on the floor and others camping outside. This scene was comparable to holding a martial arts conference. Lin Yi checked the time, and seeing it was about right as everyone urged him, he prepared to reveal the secrets of unlocking the Peerless Divine Sword. "Hold on." At that moment, the 7 kills true monarch entered with his demonic alliance followers. The crowd stood up in unison, drawing their weapons and glaring menacingly at them. "You little brat, daring to come here to seek death! Everyone, let's chop these guys into minced meat to avenge the Sword Saint Elder." The heroes in a fury surrounded the 7 kills true monarch. Lin Yi did not expect this fellow to be so bold. Clearly knowing everyone present was there to kill him, he still dared to appear. He indeed had guts truly worthy of being the leader of the demonic alliance. The 7 kills true monarch waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying pressure of a third-tier grandmaster. Instantly the martial artists were knocked down, sprawled on the ground. "What audacity, daring to strike!" Jiuzhou Ho shouted loudly. The 9 lords of Jiuzhou immediately prepared to act. "Do not act yet. I came here intending to hand over the Peerless Divine Sword for everyone to share and jointly seek the treasure." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? The demonic alliance would be so kind as to hand over the Peerless Divine Sword. If you were willing to hand it over, you would have done so last time and not plotted against us, killing so many of our experts. The people present could hardly believe his words. The 7 kills true monarch did not say much more and took out a pitch-black giant sword. This sword exuded a terrifying aura reeking of blood, and its blade flashed with a black light, releasing a mysterious oppressive feeling that left one momentarily dizzy. This is indeed the Peerless Divine Sword. The swordmaster of the sword sect immediately shouted, "It is indeed the unparalleled divine sword." With the emergence of the unparalleled divine sword, everyone halted, gazing at the massive dark sword in the hands of the true monarch of 7 kills, never expecting this to be the legendary sword. Just approaching it brought forth a terrifying sense of oppression and mysterious power. No wonder the rumors spoke of its might. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. He hadn't anticipated that this fellow would actually produce the unparalleled divine sword, which took him by surprise. Sitting in his chair, he furrowed his brows and contemplated for a long time before finally guessing his intentions. "What boldness! It seems I have encountered a formidable opponent." Lin Yi's mind raced, seeking a solution. The true monarch of 7 kills, seeing that no one took action, approached Lin Yi with the unparalleled divine sword and said, "Lord, this sword is the unparalleled divine sword." After saying this, he surprisingly handed it to Lin Yi. Without hesitation, Lin Yi accepted the massive sword, confirming that it was indeed genuine, just as the system had recorded. He then passed the unparalleled divine sword to the side, asking Hualiu Sheng to show it to the people of the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 major sects. After everyone examined it one by one, the leader of the sword sect said to the true monarch of 7 kills, "What is your intention? And why did you kill the sword saint?" The true monarch of 7 kills had long prepared his response regarding the death of the sword saint. "It was a personal grudge between my subordinate and him. They fought fairly and signed a life and death contract." He then called for the life and death contract to be brought forth for everyone to see. Those familiar with the sword saint's handwriting stepped forward to take a look. Indeed, it was the old man's signature. Everyone knows the rules of the martial world, so since the sword saint was defeated and killed by my subordinate, he cannot blame others. Everyone here is accustomed to the martial world. Since a life and death contract was signed, it is a matter of life and death. If one dies, it is merely a matter of skill and there is nothing more to say. The Marquis of Jiuzhou said, "Well then, let this matter be settled. What do you mean by presenting the unparalleled divine sword? Are you generously sharing the treasures and techniques with us? I doubt the Demon Dao Alliance is that generous." The true monarch of 7 kills sighed. "Although we have obtained the unparalleled divine sword, we have no way of unlocking its secrets. The Lord is unwilling to reveal them, so we thought it best to bring it out for everyone to study together. If we find the treasure, it will depend on each person's abilities." The 9 major lords and the heads of the 10 sects nodded repeatedly, thinking this was a good idea, all eagerly gazing at Lin Yi. A smirk of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth as he thought of them as foolish, greedy people. Just moments ago they were all fervently wanting to take revenge for the sword saint. Now, seeing the unparalleled divine sword, they had done a complete turnaround. They were merely being used as pawns. Once the treasure and techniques were found, could they really confront him? Human nature is inherently greedy. Even Lin Yi, no matter how powerful, could not change that. Since a promise was made, there could be no turning back. Since the alliance leader is so generous, I cannot be stingy either. As for whether you can find the treasure, it depends on your own strength. The Demon Dao Alliance is flourishing, and with so many experts it seems you are well informed. The true monarch of 7 kills twitched the corner of his mouth and said blandly, "You overestimate us. Everyone present is a local overlord. How can we compare?" Lin Yi noticed that the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 sects did not respond to his kind reminder inside. He then said, "Well, I will now tell you how to unlock the unparalleled divine sword." After saying this, he waved at Hua Liuxiang, asking him to bring the unparalleled divine sword over. Hua Liuxiang snatched it from the swordmaster and handed it to Lin Yi. Holding the unparalleled divine sword, Lin Yi felt a strange power surge within him, his blood boiling as visions of crimson filled his mind, an intense killing intent enveloping him. What a terrifying demonic sword! Lin Yi immediately leaned the unparalleled divine sword against the side of his chair. Everyone looked at Lin Yi with curious eyes, waiting for him to speak. Even the true monarch of 7 kills was tense. Lin Yi calmly said, "Did you see the groove in the hilt? That is actually the key." The true monarch of 7 kills replied, "We have studied that groove, although it seems a bit strange. It doesn't appear to hold any secrets." Lin Yi smiled and said, "To unlock the secrets of the unparalleled divine sword, a key is needed. Legend has it that after the sword was forged, the Jiuli imperial city revered it as the heavenly sword to suppress the nation's fortune. Unfortunately, the nation's fortunes continued to decline with strong enemies invading, and there was nothing they could do. Thus the emperor at the time hid the treasures accumulated over 1,000 years and a cultivation technique, hoping that future generations could rise again." Lin Yi paused and poured himself a cup of tea. Everyone was on edge, listening intently to his words while he leisurely sipped his tea, causing them to fidget nervously, yet they did not dare to urge him. The true monarch of 7 kills also perked up his ears, watching Lin Yi as he leisurely sipped his tea. Lin Yi took a few sips and continued, "The location of the treasure is buried within the territory of Jiuzhou, not far from Wudong Mountain, inside Tianmu Mountain." "In our Jiuzhou? How come we didn't know this? Tianmu Mountain is indeed not far from Wudong Mountain, but the mountain is not large and we have not discovered any treasure." The Marquis of Jiuzhou and the Taoists of Wudong Mountain all exclaimed. Lin Yi smiled and said, "If it were easy for you to find the unparalleled divine sword, would not have such a mysterious legend. The key to unlocking it is the Tears of the Phoenix. Just place it in the groove and a treasure map will appear revealing the location of the treasure." The Tears of the Phoenix. What is that? Everyone looked perplexed, even those from the Jiuzhou kingdom and the 10 major sects were unaware. The swordmaster of the sword sect impatiently asked, "May I ask, Lord, what are the Tears of the Phoenix and where can they be found?" Lin Yi said, "The Tears of the Phoenix are said to be the tears shed by the divine beast the Phoenix. As for their authenticity, I cannot say. As for where they are..." He did not continue. "Hurry up and tell us. Yes, don't keep us in suspense." Everyone grew anxious, urging him to speak. The true monarch of 7 kills was extremely annoyed, finding it hard to bear his half-revealed words. Wasn't this torture? However, due to his special status, he felt embarrassed to urge him. He might feel embarrassed, but the others did not. Especially the sword master of the sword sect, who thought the unparalleled divine sword originally belonged to the sword sect, but unexpectedly right after they acquired it, it contained the information about the treasure, and they had been searching for so many years without finding it. Now that it had appeared, they were about to uncover the secret, yet they saw Lin Yi constantly keeping them in suspense. He anxiously stood up and approached Lin Yi, clasping his hands and saying, "Lord, could you please hurry up? You're driving me mad." Lin Yi looked at him, secretly despising him for his lack of patience. Damn the 10 major sects, they are all a bunch of useless fools. He then looked at the person behind the true monarch of 7 kills, saying, "I have a request, I wonder if the alliance leader can agree to it." The true monarch of 7 kills furrowed his brows, wondering if this kid was up to no good. His eyelids twitched. "Well, you can go ahead and say it." Lin Yi pointed at the person behind him and said, "Can this person be put on the list of the greatest swords in the world?" "That. Naturally it can be done." The true monarch of 7 kills took a deep breath. He had thought Lin Yi would propose something difficult, but it was just a listing, so he agreed on the spot. "Hey. Who is this person? How can he qualify for the list?" "Hey kid, take off your hat so everyone can see which master you are." Everyone was puzzled as to why Lin Yi had the person wearing a conical hat placed on the ranking, prompting them to call for him to reveal himself. The 7 kills true monarch frowned and then sneered. Since the pavilion master values brotherly swordsmanship so much, it is fine for him to be on the list. The person with the conical hat, Li Henshin, removed his hat, revealing a face burned and grotesque. "What the hell, why is he so ugly?" "Indeed, but it looks like he was burned by fire." Everyone was momentarily frightened by Li Henshin's appearance. Li Henshin's hideous face split into a sinister grin. As he spoke, his true energy surged and 2 sword energies shot out into the void. "Due to interference with the rankings, a re-evaluation will take place. Please take note, host." However, the rewards have also changed. The top of the list will receive 100 years of cultivation, while those in the top 5 will receive 50 years of cultivation. The top 10 will receive 30 years of cultivation. The 20th place will receive 20 years of cultivation, while other rewards remain unchanged. However, the candidates will no longer be listed. Ding! Congratulations, host, 1 person has been added to the list and has received rewards. Please claim them in a timely manner. The rankings changed. The Fenglai sword, which was in 18th place, dropped to 19th. The Jiuzhou sword saint took its place. The Shura sword monk also dropped a rank, becoming 18th. Li Henshin the water and fire sword ranked 17th. Ranked 17th the name of the listed individual, Li Hentian of the water and fire sword. Age 65. Sect Demon Dao Alliance. Cultivation 2nd grade Grandmaster. Cultivation technique water and fire, origin vast ocean, limitless sword technique half. Technique level divine grade mid, divine grade upper. Lin Yi suddenly stood up. Someone interfered with the rankings. The first thought that crossed Lin Yi's mind was the mysterious Shan Yanxian. I didn't expect this person to really possess divine powers able to interfere with the rankings established by the system. It seems things have become complicated. Lin Yi did not anticipate the situation would develop this way. These thoughts swirled in his mind, giving him a headache. Someone had been listed. Many rushed out to see whose name was inscribed on the stone tablet. Ha! Why has the ranking changed? The sudden change in the ranking left everyone baffled, and they rushed back to ask Lin Yi what was going on. Lin Yi wasn't sure how to explain, so he said that stone tablet is made of heavenly cold iron possessing sentience. It can automatically recognize the cultivation level and swordsmanship of the named individuals based on their sword aura, which is why the changes occurred. I see, that is truly remarkable. Everyone ceased their objections and looked at Li Hentian. Fortunately, Lin Yi had mentioned that Li Hentian was still alive, so they were not overly shocked, though they were stunned by his current identity. He was once a hero of the righteous path, and now he had become a member of the Demon Dao Alliance, which was unexpected. Some raised questions about Li Henshin's identity. The 7 kills true monarch chuckled coldly, saying, "There is no doubt about Brother Li's identity, he is indeed the right choice." The leaders of the 9 lords and the 10 sects finally felt the terrifying power of the Demon Dao Alliance, realizing that even Li Hentian could be drawn to their side. Lin Yi glanced at both sides, his mind turning quickly. Since someone wanted to disrupt the rankings, he needed to strike back, so he said the ranking does not have to be so harsh. As long as someone can defeat those on the list, they can take their place. This statement evidently targeted Li Hentian. In this place, the only ones on the list were him and Lu Ruoqing. However, everyone knew that Lu Ruoqing had the powerful backing of Tingqiao Pavilion as 6th grade terrifying powerhouse. Who would dare to challenge? Moreover, Lin Yi's implication was aimed at directing everyone's attention to Li Hentian. Li Hentian snorted coldly and said welcome anyone to challenge. However, the 7 kills true monarch frowned, thinking that this ranking was not going to be peaceful. Everyone was eager to try, and Changshu Zi from Wudong also intended to enter the rankings. He looked at Li Hentian and said, "Brotherly, I have heard that your water and fire origin is quite formidable. Our Wudong sword would like to experience it." "I am always ready," Li Hentian replied coldly. "All right." Though Changshu Zi was also a 2nd grade powerhouse, he was not a pure sword cultivator and could not enter the rankings. Lin Yi laughed and said, "How about this? Let me host. You can all compete on the rooftop of my Fengyun Pavilion. It will be a feast for the eyes for everyone." "I wouldn't dare. If the Fengyun Pavilion were damaged, it would be a grave offense," Changshu Zi replied. Lin Yi chuckled. "The materials of my Fengyun Pavilion are special. A little damage is nothing serious." "If that's the case, then I will comply." The 7 kills true monarch glanced at Changshu Zi. Although he was also a 2nd grade grandmaster, his strength was slightly inferior to Li Hentian, and the outcome was predictable. Seeing that the two were about to fight, everyone began to cheer. "All right." The 7 kills true monarch's voice boomed, silencing all the noise. He then said to Lin Yi, "Now that we have complied with your request, Brotherly is on the list. It's time for you to tell us where the tears of the phoenix are, right?" Yes, please hurry and tell us." Lin Yi still replied leisurely, no rush, I have more requests." "You are becoming greedy." The 7 kills true monarch stood up, feeling that Lin Yi was toying with him and had no intention of revealing the secret of the peerless divine sword. Lin Yi glanced at the furious 7 kills true monarch and smiled. "In the Jiuzhou only I know where the tears of the phoenix are. It's already a favor that I am not asking for money, so making a few requests is not excessive." The 7 kills true monarch thought that if you were asking for money it would be easier to deal with. However, Lin Yi had leverage and he had to lower his head. "All right, what other requests do you have? Just say them all at once." Lin Yi noticed that this guy was quite angered, relieving the pent-up frustration in his heart. Although he couldn't avenge the Sword Saint Elder, there would be chances in the future. He looked at the 2nd floor and said to the 7 kills true monarch, "You need to return the sword manual that was stolen from Tingqiao Pavilion." "You?" The 7 kills true monarch was once again shocked. He didn't expect Lin Yi to know about this. How did he know? At that time it wasn't he who stole the sword manual, but a master sent by Zhang Yanxian. After that person died, he gave the sword manual to him and Li Hentian, instructing them to study it well to deal with Tingqiao Pavilion in the future. Since the 7 kills true monarch practiced the heavenly remnant demon scripture, he merely glanced at it and did not cultivate it. Li Hentian, being a sword master, was overjoyed upon seeing the limitless sword technique and immediately began to cultivate. This was why his ranking was above the sword monk. Suddenly a powerful sword pressure erupted from the 2nd floor. Li Hentian sensed it and released his sword aura to counter it. Lin Yi knew it was Lu Ruoqing testing the waters, but her cultivation was too low at the moment, so he used the system's power to disperse Li Hentian's sword aura. Seeing Lin Yi intervened, Li Hentian withdrew his sword pressure. Lin Yi observed that Lu Ruoqing did not strike again, so he also refrained from making a move. The people present learned about the Tingqiao Pavilion from Lin Yi. It was said that the current master, the Sword Maiden, possessed at least a 6th grade terrifying cultivation level. They did not expect the 7 kills true monarch to have such audacity to steal the sword manual. Truly fearless. The Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 great sects revealed malicious smiles, thinking about how the Demon Dao Alliance would deal with offending a sect like Tingqiao Pavilion. The 7 kills true monarch had to feel extremely aggrieved, being suppressed by Lin Yi at every turn, and he had to comply with his demands. "All right, I will give you the sword manual." After saying this, he took out the sword manual and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled and passed the sword manual to Furong, instructing her to give it to Lu Ruoqing. The true monarch of 7 kills spoke with a darkened expression. "The sword manual has been handed over now. Can you tell me where the tears of the phoenix are?" Lin Yi replied slowly, "No hurry. Tell me about the current strength of your Demon Dao Alliance and I will consider whether I can obtain the tears of the phoenix." "You?" 7 kills true monarch was thoroughly enraged, clearly feeling that he was being toyed with. After all, he was the leader of the Demon Dao Alliance, yet he was being manipulated by an obscure young man. If the people of the Demon Dao found out, they would surely laugh at him. However, as a formidable overlord, he quickly suppressed his anger, revealing a faint smile as he said, "Our Demon Dao Alliance is not much different in strength from all of you." "Is that so?" Then it seems it will be difficult. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire this leader. His temper was unusually good. If it were him faced with such difficulties, he would have rolled up his sleeves and fought back. Even if he couldn't win, he would at least pull out a few of the opponent's hairs to vent his frustrations. Lin Yi originally intended to obtain more from this guy. However, everyone else looked at Lin Yi with glum expressions. The Marquis of Jiuzhou stood up and said, "I say, Lord, you are too good at handling matters. You have already gained so many benefits. If this continues, we may stop coming to your No.1 Pavilion for business. All of you in the martial arts world feel the same, right? Right. With your disposition, I think No.1 Pavilion should just close down instead." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at them, thinking to himself that he was the one trying to vent his frustrations for these guys, yet they were blaming him. If you all want to seek death, then you have no one to blame. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, all right, stop complaining. The reason I don't want to tell you is that I'm afraid you might lose your lives. The sword master of the sword sect laughed. You don't need to worry about that. We dare to go to such a terrifying place as the demon cave. What could be more terrifying than this? Could it be that the tears of the phoenix are also in one of the 10 forbidden places? The 10 forbidden places. That is indeed a dangerous place, but now all the experts of the 9 provinces are gathered here. Whether righteous or demonic, there is nothing to fear even in the 10 forbidden places. Lin Yi chuckled, observing these people. For the sake of treasure and martial arts, they truly feared nothing. Thus he had nothing more to say. He cleared his throat. Furong understood and poured him a cup of tea. Lin Yi leisurely sipped a few mouthfuls of tea. If it weren't for not being able to defeat this guy, I would want to chop him down with a single stroke right now. A burly man speaking in a dialect shouted, "Really, this is frustrating. If you don't want to tell us, just say so directly, or tell us how much you want. Don't think we don't know your little schemes." The 9 lords and 10 sects were brightened. They hadn't realized that Lin Yi was creating all this fuss just to get them to express themselves. The sword master of the sword sect immediately said, "Lord, I am willing to offer 100,000 taels of silver as a starting fee. Jiuzhou is also willing to offer 100,000 taels. Yenzhou is also willing to offer." For a moment all 9 lords and 10 sects expressed their willingness. Lin Yi was taken aback. He truly did not intend to ask for money this time. He never expected these guys to be so generous, immediately offering 100,000 taels, which left Lin Yi a bit dazed. That was 180,000 taels in an instant. Indeed, fortune has come and it cannot be stopped. Lin Yi said, "Since everyone is so generous, I originally didn't want to accept it, but since everyone is so insistent, I shall accept it. Hand it over." After saying that, he opened his hands to look at the 9 lords and 10 sects. The expressions of the people present were unpredictable. They were all cursing him for being shameless, speaking so grandly. Since everyone wanted to know the whereabouts of the tears of the phoenix, they didn't mind spending money. After all, they had plenty of silver notes on them. If they wanted gold like last time, it would be troublesome and they would have to go fetch it. The sword master was the first to place 100,000 taels of silver notes in Lin Yi's hands. The Marquis of Jiuzhou and the Marquis of Yenzhou also presented their silver notes. Lin Yi was overjoyed to see 180,000 taels in hand. He then handed it to Furong for safekeeping. Now all expenses of No.1 Pavilion were managed by her. He didn't have to worry about anything anymore. He could just sit back and relax and still earn money. Such a good thing would make anyone smile in their dreams. Furong smiled sweetly as she accepted and secured the notes. She saw 7 kills true monarch sitting there in silence, thinking to herself that this guy was too unappreciative. So she smiled and said, "I say, Lord, you are the leader of the Demon Dao Alliance. Everyone has expressed their willingness. You should." She rubbed her hands together energetically. Too shameless, too shameless. How can there be such a brazen person? 7 kills true monarch truly felt the urge to kill Lin Yi. Now this was truly outrageous. With the unparalleled divine sword offered 2 top-tier martial arts, and now they wanted money. He gritted his teeth but still restrained himself and said, "Fine, I will also offer 100,000 taels." "No. You are the leader, so you should at least offer 200,000 taels." "No problem." 7 kills true monarch immediately took out 200,000 taels in silver notes and tossed them to Lin Yi. "I say, Lord, it seems you are a bit unhappy. If you don't want to give, then just take it back." After saying that, he pretended to hand over the silver notes. Forget it. Lin Yi had thoroughly vexed this guy today, and he was laughing inwardly. Only then did he reveal the whereabouts of the tears of the phoenix. Ahem, the tears of the phoenix are currently in the hands of a certain person, and you must go find him to ask for them. Who is that person? The 9 lords and 10 sects all stood up, including 7 kills true monarch. Lin Yi chuckled and said this person's background is also a figure on the sword rankings, moreover his swordsmanship has reached its peak with few rivals in the 9 provinces. I estimate he ranks around 11th. TCH with few rivals yet is ranked 11th, that's not very high, is it? Not high. 11th place isn't high. Haven't you seen that the 17th on the current list already possesses the strength of a second-grade grandmaster? To rank 11th one must at least have third-grade strength. That sounds alarming, a third-grade grandmaster. I have lived for so long and have never heard of anyone with such high cultivation. Hee, haven't you seen him today? Isn't that 7 kills true monarch a third-grade grandmaster? Hearing the discussions, the swordmaster noticed the change in expression and asked, who is this person? What level of cultivation has he reached? Lin Yi smiled and said this person's name is the 3 Talents Swordmaster. I wonder if you have heard a saying. What saying? Carefree through heaven and earth the 3 talents cause ghosts and gods to tremble. Everyone present frowned, having never heard it before. Even the highest-ranking martial artist of the righteous path, Master Chongshu of Wodong, had never heard of it. Lin Yi, seeing that the righteous faction hadn't heard of it, looked at 7 kills true monarch. At this moment a strange cry came from outside the door. Who was just speaking? I think I heard someone mention my grandfather and the 3 strange old men. Everyone turned to see that the speaker was a young girl, Bi Shuang, who had just returned from her stroll. Lin Yi looked at Bai Shuang with a beaming smile. The sword master furrowed his brow and asked, little girl, who is your grandfather? Bai Shuang tilted her head and replied, grandfather is just grandfather, who else would it be? Could it be you? The sword master's old face twitched, ready to erupt in anger, thinking to himself whose child this was to be so uncouth. However, Lin Yi interjected, sword master, do not be angry, her background is rather significant. The 2 phrases I just mentioned represent 2 unmatched masters of the sword realm. Horror. No way. Everyone looked at the somewhat plump Bai Shuang with disbelief. Bai Shuang shook her head and said, is that so? My grandfather and the 3 eccentric old men are just ordinary people. They play chess and tend to flowers, and when I ask them to help me move a rock they say they are too old and weary to do so. Upon hearing this everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yi also laughed. He noticed that the expression of the true Lord of 7 kills seemed quite serious, and with a turn of his eyes he said to him, it seems the alliance leader is already aware. The true Lord of 7 kills glanced at Bai Shuang and then said, the carefree skies allow for free roaming. The emergence of the 3 talents astonishes even the gods and spirits. They indeed represent 2 strong figures in the sword realm. The carefree sword master and the 3 talents sword master. These 2 have been revered as legends of the sword realm for 60 years, their cultivation unfathomable. Hiss. The 9 lords and the 10 sects all gasped in astonishment. Even the true Lord of 7 kills spoke of them in such a manner, indicating that their cultivation must be at least higher than his. A third-grade grandmaster is already the strongest known existence. One can hardly imagine what fate would befall them if they faced someone even stronger. Nevertheless, no one can resist the temptation brought by the unparalleled divine sword. Even the most fearsome figures would want to encounter it. The sword master asked, Lord, I wonder who possesses the tear of the phoenix among these 2. Lin Yi did not expect that the true Lord of 7 kills was also aware of these 2 figures. However, considering he is the leader of the Demonic Path Alliance and a third-grade grandmaster, it is only natural that he would have schemes regarding the theft of his sex techniques. Certainly many of the top experts in the 9 provinces would know of them. He did not take it to heart. He said the tear of the phoenix is in the hands of the 3 talents sword master. This person's 3 talents sword technique is unfathomable and has a terrifying reputation, as to date he has only used the human sword, rarely encountering any foes. So if you wish to seek him out you must tread carefully. The sword master asked again, then how strong is his cultivation? Everyone held their breath looking at Lin Yi, as this was what they were most concerned about. Even the true Lord of 7 kills was no exception. Although he knew of these 2 sword realm powerhouses, it was only from what his master had mentioned. At that time his master praised both of their sword skills as extraordinary, placing them among the top in the 9 provinces. Yet he did not know their cultivation. The 3 talents sword master reached the pinnacle of the 3rd grade 50 years ago. He is likely to have broken through by now. Wow! A 4th grade grandmaster. That's terrifying. I never expected there to be such a strong sword cultivator in the 9 provinces. Indeed, I previously thought the highest on the leaderboard would only be 2nd or 3rd grade individuals. I never imagined a 4th grade would only rank 11th. Could it be that the top position is held by a 9th grade grandmaster? This is even more horrifying. In the past 800 years of the 9 provinces no one has ever reached such a pinnacle. Have you forgotten that there is indeed a super great individual in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion? I had indeed forgotten about that. For a time everyone was discussing the formidable strength of the three-talent sword master. Even the true Lord of 7 Kills twitched his eyelids at this revelation, gripping his hands tightly. Any strong figure of a particular grade is worlds apart from one of another grade, often being extinguished in a single strike. If the three-talent sword master has truly reached the 4th grade, then he would have no means of resistance in front of him. The situation was entirely beyond his expectations. Not just him but the 9 lords and the 10 sects present shared the same thought. Seeing that they were all frightened, Lin Yi chuckled. I told you, with such individuals holding the tear of the phoenix you have no way to obtain it. And how do you plan to handle this sword? The 9 lords and 10 sects believed it would be best to leave it in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Since the true Lord of 7 Kills had decided to hand over the sword, he had no objections regarding its handling. Lin Yi initially did not want to take on this hot potato, but since they were all willing to keep it themselves, he thought about it and accepted it. What do you want from the 3 eccentric old men? I can help. He listens to me now. Everyone's eyes lit up and they quickly surrounded Bai Shuang. Really? That's wonderful. Little girl, let's go find your 3 eccentric old men right now. However, it's quite far from here to where the eccentric old men live. We'll have to walk a long distance. That's fine. I'm not afraid of how far it is. Lin Yi looked at Bai Shuang's naive demeanor and was at a loss for words. With such an important item as the tear of the phoenix, how could the three-talent sword master possibly hand it over? Although the carefree sword master had a good relationship with him, he wouldn't easily yield it either. Lin Yi said to Bai Shuang, I think it's better for you to stay here. It's not suitable for a young girl to mix with this group of old men. Don't listen to him, young lady. We are not old men, we are in our prime. As long as you take us to find the three-talent sword master, we'll give you whatever you want. Yes, yes. We have everything you could want. Bai Shuang's eyes sparkled as she said, I want a lot of things. Don't worry, we can afford to give you even more. Alright, I will take you there. Saying this, she actually walked out. The 9 lords and the 10 sects hurriedly followed her out. Lin Yi intended to call her back but was stopped by Fu Rong. He held his tongue, and seeing the true Lord of 7 Kills sitting silently, he smiled and said, why isn't the alliance leader following along? The true Lord of 7 Kills smiled and said, since the pavilion master is so knowledgeable about the three-talent sword master, it is likely he won't easily hand over the tear of the phoenix. Moreover, I am a person of the demonic path and these righteous ones do not welcome me. Lin Yi nodded, picking up a cup of brewed tea and handing it over. The true Lord of 7 Kills understood this to mean it was time to leave and left without drinking the tea. Once they had all left, the others gathered around inquiring about the carefree sword master, his cultivation level ranking, and who was the number 1 on the sword rankings. Lin Yi could not possibly divulge everything at once. He relied on this to whet their appetites. Well, let's wait until they find the tear of the phoenix before discussing it. You can stay here at ease. I advise you not to follow them, otherwise you may go without returning. After the previous incident in the demonic cave, everyone believed Lin Yi's words, as his caution signified that there would surely be conflict in this venture. Facing a 4th grade grandmaster, they would be like ants, easily crushed. Thus everyone continued to drink and feast at the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Lin Yi, having noticed that Fu Rong had stopped him from calling out to Bai Shuang, asked, what did you mean by that just now? Fu Rong smiled and said, do you think Miss Bai Shuang is very naive? Lin Yi replied, I think she is quite naive. Then you are mistaken. No one who has navigated the rivers and lakes is foolish. Although Miss Bai Shuang is new and lacks experience, given that she is the granddaughter of such a mighty figure as the carefree sword master, how could her family let her out without being cautious? Lin Yi listened and found it quite reasonable, but Bai Shuang indeed seemed quite naive, as he could not see where her wisdom lay. Alright, I won't dwell on it. Lin Yi had gained such tremendous benefits, not only aiding Shaolin in recovering their lost foundational skill, the Yi Jin Jing, but also helping Lu Ruoqing recover the stolen half of the sword manual. Feeling quite satisfied. Remembering that the sword monk's life and death were uncertain, he asked Hua Liuxiang to find someone to check the demonic cave to see if they could find him. In recent days, Lin Yi has thoroughly studied the complete Ocean's infinite sword technique. This technique is relatively easy to cultivate, but in the later stages it relies entirely on comprehension. In the later stages of cultivation, it can form a sword domain, a type of spatial realm with many incredible abilities, much like the Azura sword monk's Azura sword domain, which possesses gravitational effects. Once one is within its realm, movement becomes obstructed, much like Lin Yi felt as if his feet were bound by iron. Meanwhile, the sword monk within the sword domain experiences a speed increase with their power doubling. Due to Lu Ruoqing's low cultivation level, she has not comprehended the sword domain. Lin Yi, being exceptionally talented, gained 20 years of cultivation due to changes in the ranking list, immediately advancing into the late stage of the innate realm. He also acquired the technique of water and fire coexistence. Although this technique does not compare to that of the Listening Tide Pavilion, possessing the power of two elements simultaneously is still quite extraordinary. Several people made the ranking list besides the initial Sword Saint, and a few candidates, the others, possessed divine level techniques. Lin Yi fused the essence of these techniques and comprehended the invincible domain. Although it is named Invincible Domain, it is not truly invincible. It can only withstand attacks from those one level stronger. For instance, with his current cultivation at the late innate stage, he can effortlessly resist attacks from those at the peak of the innate stage. Although its effects are not significant at the moment, being a first-level domain, as he deepens his mastery, breaking through to a second-level domain will enable him to withstand attacks from a higher realm. That would be quite terrifying. Lin Yi worried about not being able to easily leave the Fengyun Pavilion, but if he cultivated to the second level, his strength would allow him to venture out without fear of being besieged. Indeed, learning extensively has its benefits. The insights I've casually comprehended are so formidable, far surpassing the Sword Monk's gravitational domain, Lin Yi thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. In the following days he kept an eye on the movements of the 9 nations, the 10 great sects, and the Demon Path Alliance. Several days passed without any news. Since Lu Ruoqing retrieved the sword manual, she has been holed up in her room practicing diligently, only emerging occasionally to eat, leaving Lin Yi unable to speak with her. After a couple of days, Hua Liuxiang reported that someone had been spotted around the demon cave. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately guessed it must be the sword monk and instructed him to take people to assist. However, Hua Liuxiang did not dare to go. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that he was only at the early master stage himself. There were demonic beasts active around the outskirts of the demon cave, and sending him out could put Fengyun Pavilion at a disadvantage. Just as Lin Yi was troubled by the lack of a suitable candidate, he inadvertently caught sight of a burly man with bare shoulders drinking heavily. Hey! This guy looks somewhat familiar, Lin Yi thought, searching through the system space and finding the person's information. Long Xiaotian. Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect this person to be Long Baishan's younger brother. Although Long Xiaotian also practiced the Overlord Fist, he was not as formidable as his elder brother, yet he was still a powerful grandmaster. Lin Yi had originally intended to recruit Long Badian under his command, and now with his brother appearing it was even better. He approached Long Xiaotian, patted his shoulder and smiled. "Hello, Uncle Long." Long Xiaotian, a towering figure with a robust build, wiped his mouth of the spilled liquor and looked at Lin Yi, saying, "So it's the pavilion master. Come, let's drink together." Saying this, he handed Lin Yi a large bowl and poured him a drink. Lin Yi smiled as he sat down and drank the bowl. "Good. Pour me another bowl." After saying this, another bowl was filled. Lin Yi laughed heartily, preparing to speak, but Long Xiaotian did not give him the chance and poured another bowl. Lin Yi looked at the huge bowl, which was twice the size of a regular dining bowl. At this rate, it would be strange if he didn't get drunk. "I can't drink anymore." "Since the pavilion master can't drink anymore, then just stay wherever it's cooler." Lin Yi frowned. No one in Fengyun Pavilion had ever dared to speak to him like that. Had he not wanted to recruit this guy, he would have long since knocked him out with a punch. Suddenly an idea struck Lin Yi as he recalled a martial arts scene he had seen on television. In that scene, when drinking, one could use internal energy to expel the liquor from the body, ensuring they would not get drunk. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi immediately said, "Hee, since my brother is so straightforward, I'll drink with you today. If anyone gets drunk, they must agree to one condition from the other." Long Xiaotian laughed heartily upon hearing this. "I've lived so many years and have never met anyone who could make me drunk. I'll gladly agree to that." "Hey! What are they doing? It looks like they are competing in drinking." "Tsk tisk, this old miser dares to compete in drinking with Long Xiaotian. I wonder where he got his courage from. Exactly, drinking for him is like drinking water. How could he possibly compare?" Seeing Lin Yi and Long Xiaotian competing in drinking, everyone gathered around, all saying that Lin Yi was overestimating himself by competing with Long Xiaotian. Lin Yi, seeing that everyone looked down on him, laughed and said, "Since you all look down on me, let's make a bet." "Oh ho, today this old miser is quite generous. Since you're offering to give us money, how could we refuse?" Saying this, someone took out 100 taels. Seeing this, others realized he was clearly here to give money and immediately pulled out their own cash. "What are the betting rules?" Lin Yi pondered. If it were just betting on who would win, it would surely be boring, since no one would bet on him. He looked at the silver notes on the table and said, "How about this? If you want to play, put up your money. If I lose, I'll pay you double based on your bets. If I win, all your money is mine." Everyone became interested upon hearing this. Haha, are you here to give us money? But with your status double is too little, it should be at least 10 times. Wow, isn't that too much? Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. 10 times was indeed a bit much. However, he smirked, thinking that he would definitely win. Alright, let's play. Haha, now this is exciting. By the way, no limit on the number of participants, right? Lin Yi looked at the crowd surrounding him and gritted his teeth, saying, of course, no limit on the number of participants, bet as much as you like, no cap. Now everyone was energized, convinced that Lin Yi could not possibly drink more than Long Xiaotian. They began to throw stacks of silver notes on the table, amounting to at least 100,000 taels. If Lin Yi lost, he would have to pay 1 million. This was definitely an astronomical sum. Alright, bring in the wine quickly. Everyone shouted, unable to wait. Upon hearing this, the kitchen immediately brought out the wine jars. Long Xiaotian, seeing the usual wine jars, boisterously said, these are too small, bring me the wine barrels. Wow, this guy is impressive, this is going to be a good show. This old miser will surely lose big today. Ha, why didn't you call me for such a fun thing? Hua Liuxiang, hearing about Lin Yi and Long Xiaotian's drinking contest, came running over. Seeing the stack of silver notes on the table, he was shocked. Betting this big, he asked about the rules while sneaking glances at Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, Hua Liuxiang knew Lin Yi's character best and was well aware that his drinking tolerance was no match for Long Xiaotian. The sudden challenge to a drinking contest clearly had ulterior motives. Let's agree first, no cheating allowed. You cannot use inner force to expel the alcohol from your body, he declared loudly. Damn you. Lin Yi's face twitched, his fists clenched as he longed to beat the man into a pulp. Ha, Hua Zi is clever. Why didn't we think of that? Everyone then looked at Lin Yi with smirking expressions. What? Are you scared? Long Xiaotian teased, seeing Lin Yi's hesitant demeanor. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said, scared? I, the dignified pavilion master of the Fengyun Pavilion, how could I be scared? Come on, let's begin. Lin Yi had made up his mind. At that moment, 2 people carried over a large barrel of wine. 20 large bowls were placed on the table. Hua Liuxiang gave a shout and personally filled all 20 bowls with wine. Begin. Lin Yi wiped his nose, rolled up his sleeves, picked up a bowl and downed it in one gulp. What potent wine! After just 1 bowl he felt the effects. His tolerance was ordinarily decent, but having already consumed several large bowls earlier, drinking another in one go left his head spinning. However, unwilling to lose face before so many onlookers, he clenched his teeth and pushed on. After downing 3 bowls in a row, he couldn't resist the urge to use his inner force. Hua Liuxiang sharpied caught his movement and called out slyly, don't cheat in front of all these heroes. Good. You've got some capacity. Long Xiaotian praised Lin Yi, who appeared frail yet had drunk a fair amount. He then picked up a bowl and began to drink. His drinking prowess was indeed no joke. 10 bowls went down without a flush on his face or a heavy breath. Lin Yi, resolved to endure, steeled himself to carry on. He then finished the remaining 7 bowls in one go. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Lin Yi felt utterly dizzy. Hua Liuxiang laughed heartily and served more wine. Determined, Lin Yi downed all 10 large bowls. Unable to use his inner force and lacking such an immense capacity, he collapsed on the spot. Haha, drunk so soon. Furong quickly helped Lin Yi up as he stumbled, instructing Hua Liuxiang to carry him to the 3rd floor. The next day, Lin Yi awoke in a daze. Recalling the previous day's drinking, he felt embarrassed. But since he had lost, he had to concede. So he went to the main hall. Oh, the pavilion master is here. As he descended, everyone gathered around, grinning at him. Lin Yi, without waiting for their chatter, waved his hand grandly. I accept defeat and will pay up. With that, he took out the fortune he had painstakingly saved. Everyone was stunned to see Lin Yi honoring his word so faithfully. This was 1 million taels, no small sum. They had all assumed he would renege and refuse to pay. Yet now he acted so generously, producing 1 million taels outright. Hua Liuxiang snatched the banknotes from Lin Yi's hand. Haha, we're rich. Everyone come share the spoils. Instantly a crowd swarmed around Hua Liuxiang to divvy up the money. Don't fight. I remember exactly how much each of you bet, don't try to take more. Lin Yi, pained at heart, staggered as he walked and collapsed onto a recliner. Long Xiaotian approached, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. Kid, you lost, but you're honorable, a true man who accepts defeat. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Lin Yi hadn't expected this seemingly burly and imposing man to be so perceptive. Realizing Lin Yi had a request. Without beating around the bush he said, I want you to stay at my No.1 Pavilion as an enforcer. So you want me to be your subordinate? Long Xiaotian pondered for a moment. That's not impossible, but I have a huge capacity for alcohol, my drinks must be free from now on. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy. That goes without saying. Long Xiaotian laughed heartily. Then it's settled. I'm now a man of the No.1 Pavilion. Lin Yi and Long Xiaotian exchanged a knowing smile. The money had not been wasted after all. He then announced loudly that Long Xiaotian was now part of his No.1 Pavilion. Hearing this, everyone finally understood, he was recruiting talent. Long Xiaotian was a grandmaster with formidable strength, a top-tier expert in the martial world. With his addition, the No.1 Pavilion's power had greatly increased. Congratulations, Pavilion Master, on acquiring such a master. Everyone offered their congratulations. Lin Yi smiled and then said to Long Xiaotian, I have a task for you. Long Xiaotian laughed heartily. Just give the order. Lin Yi then asked him to go to the outskirts of the demon cave to search for the whereabouts of the sword monk. Knowing the danger of the demon cave, Long Xiaotian considered it and said, this place is perilous, a one-way trip. But since you've asked, I cannot refuse. I'll leave now. Lin Yi hadn't expected him to be so decisive, ready to depart immediately. He quickly said, wait, let me send some people with you. Long Xiaotian waved his hand. No need. Too many people would be a hassle. With that he strode out the door. Lin Yi was very pleased with this subordinate, far better than Hua Zi. He planned to nurture him well and eventually recruit his elder brother too. With two such powerful enforcers he would command great prestige. Seeing nothing else pressing, Lin Yi decided to use the time to cultivate diligently. Although he had the system where ranking granted cultivation rewards, mere strength wasn't enough, he also needed to master techniques in swordsmanship. Fortunately, his comprehension was strong. He understood several cultivation methods and his swordsmanship had improved greatly. 3 days passed like this when news suddenly arrived from outside. It was said that the people from the 9 provinces and the 10 great sects had suffered heavy losses. Lin Yi urgently asked for the detailed account. At that moment a simple, honest voice rang out. Hello everyone. I'm back. Miss me? This Wang walked in gracefully. Seeing she was unharmed, Lin Yi asked, why are you back? What happened? This Wang plopped down onto Lin Yi's recliner. Nothing much. I just ran into a few disciples of the 3 freaks old man and got driven back. Lin Yi frowned, re-evaluating this tomboyish girl. Furong had been right, though she seemed scatterbrained on the surface, she was actually quite shrewd. He asked if the people from the Demon Dao Alliance had followed. This Wang nodded. Of course they did. And the result? Pour me a cup of tea first. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, but he poured her a cup of tea. This Wang imitated Lin Yi's leisurely manner as she sipped. Watching her awkward pretenses, Lin Yi felt like kicking her. This tea isn't good. Remember to buy better quality next time. Lin Yi was speechless, the tea was quite fine, costing dozens of taels of silver, yet she complained. You've had your tea. Can you talk now? Everyone couldn't help laughing at Lin Yi's exasperated expression. They thought, now you know how it feels. This Wang set down the teacup, wiped her forehead and plump face and stretched lazily. I'm exhausted from the journey. Have someone prepare bathwater, I need a bath first. Lin Yi was furious with this tomboy but had no choice. With a dark face he told Hua Liuxiang to prepare the bath and then stomped upstairs in a huff. Haha, Miss Biswang is amazing. She made that stingy miser taste his own medicine. Exactly, serves him right for always being secretive. Now he knows how unpleasant it is. Ha ha. Bai Shuang took a refreshing bath and enjoyed a good sleep before heading downstairs. Lin Yi, lounging in a chair with tea, squinted at her arrival and said, you've washed and rested, is there anything else you need? If not, let's have a chat. Bai Shuang chuckled and plopped down on a long bench, saying the situation with the demonic path alliance is dire, they are fighting fiercely, causing chaos and darkness to fall over the land. However, that 7 kills true sovereign is truly formidable. The disciples of the 3 bizarre old men were defeated in no time, thrown out like trash and carried away, poor souls, barely alive. Lin Yi smiled upon hearing this. It seemed the 7 kills true sovereign had hit a wall. He wondered if the people behind him would intervene. He noticed Bai Shuang had a hint of schadenfreude on her face and asked, did you take them to find someone on purpose? What purpose? I didn't do anything, they said they wanted to go so I kindly took them, but we did nothing. Who would believe you? Lin Yi chuckled, eager to know their next move. While they were chatting, Hualio Xiang returned from outside and announced the latest intelligence from the martial world indicates that the Demonic Path Alliance is gathering all experts to seek out the 3-talent sword master again. Lin Yi thought to himself that the 7 kills true sovereign was still unwilling to give up. However, this time they seemed to be moving quickly, evidently relying on something. The system had no record of the true strength of the Demonic Path Alliance. Even if they went all out, they likely couldn't compete with the 3-talent sword master. Their only hope lay in the mysterious Zhan Yanxian making a move. Just as Lin Yi was pondering, an old man in a blue robe arrived. Lin Yi's pupils narrowed and he immediately stood up. The old man appeared to be an ordinary person with no aura leaking out. Yet he exuded an ethereal aura as inscrutable as an abyss. Lin Yi felt this mysterious presence deepening the gravity on his face. Bai Shuang looked at the old man, about to say something. The old man smiled at her and stepped beside Lin Yi. Lin Yi hurriedly bowed and said, "I am honored by your presence, senior." The old man chuckled, saying, "Let's find a quiet place to talk." Lin Yi quickly led him to the 3rd floor. Bai Shuang also wanted to follow but was stopped by the old man. "You don't need to follow." "Humph, what's so impressive?" "I don't want to go anyway." Bai Shuang huffed. Hualio Xiang noticed Lin Yi was showing such respect to the old man, which had never happened before. To think that even the leaders of the 9 lords, the heads of the 10 sects and the leader of the Demonic Path Alliance had never received such courtesy. It was clear that the old man was extraordinary. He observed that the old man seemed to know Bai Shuang and after a moment's thought realized who he was. However, he wasn't sure and asked Bai Shuang, "That old man just now is the 3-talent sword master, right?" Bai Shuang wrinkled her nose and angrily replied, "Who else could it be but that strange old man?" "Wow, it's really him. The 3-talent sword master has come," he immediately exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing that the 3-talent sword master had actually arrived, everyone showed surprise, crowding around Bai Shuang with questions speculating about what he wanted with Lin Yi. In the 3rd floor reception room, Lin Yi respectfully poured tea for the 3-talent sword master and asked, "May I ask what brings you to my Fengyun Pavilion?" The sword master scrutinized Lin Yi up and down, frowning at times and showing approving glances, leaving Lin Yi perplexed. "Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. Given time, I might not be your match." Lin Yi thought to himself, as expected of a peak figure in the sword arts, he could see through his cultivation of the infinite sea sword technique and other skills at a glance. "Thank you for your praise, senior." The sword master stroked his beard and smiled. "I heard you ranked a sword list and even placed this old man at the 11th position. What's the basis for that?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, "Senior, your swordsmanship has reached its peak and few can match you." "I was just playing around with the ranking." He just playing." "I see you are well versed in the affairs of the martial world. Aside from the old man Xiaoyao, no one else knows about my phoenix tier, not even my descendants or disciples. But you know, which speaks volumes." Lin Yi took a sip of tea and said, "I merely acquired this information through some channels. I apologize if it has caused any inconvenience to you, senior." The sword master laughed heartily, saying, "No inconvenience at all. This phoenix tier has been passed down in my family for hundreds of years and I never knew its use until you revealed the secret of the unparalleled divine sword." He gazed at Lin Yi for a long time. "Since you are so knowledgeable, you should understand why I am here, right?" Lin Yi frowned, initially unsure why this peak figure in the sword realm had come to Fengyun Pavilion. "Is he here to teach me a lesson? That doesn't seem likely." He thought for a moment and began to guess. Then he asked, "Senior, you're here for the unparalleled divine sword, aren't you?" "Indeed, you're clever." However, this puzzled Lin Yi. Why would a peak sword master be interested in treasures? No, that doesn't make sense. Such a figure wouldn't care for wealth, it must be for a technique. Lin Yi asked, "Are you here for that technique, senior?" The sword master nodded and said, "All martial artists hope to reach the pinnacle and break through the void one day. However, the path is arduous and despite years of cultivation I remain stagnant, hence my desire to find a way to break through this bottleneck." Lin Yi nodded. This made sense. Although the unparalleled divine sword was entrusted to him, it did not belong to him. He naturally wouldn't give it away if it were someone else's. Even the 7 kills true sovereign with his 3rd-grade grandmaster status was not someone he looked down upon. However, he was indeed waiting for the 3-talent sword master to arrive. He took the bait. Lin Yi immediately took out the unparalleled divine sword and handed it to the 3-talent sword master. The sword master frowned at how readily he presented the sword and said, "It seems you have demands." Lin Yi hadn't expected that this old man, having lived so long, remained so sharp. Truly, one could not hide anything from his keen eyes. As long as you can get on the ranking, I will hand over the unparalleled divine sword to you. Hee, so this is your intention. The sword master's profound gaze fixed on Lin Yi, exuding overwhelming sword intent. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly as he was forced to retreat, repeatedly using the system's power to resist. Oh. The sword master didn't expect Lin Yi could withstand his sword intent. His eyes shone with brilliance and his sword power bore down like a mountain. Yet Lin Yi easily resisted and leisurely sat down to drink tea. You. How is this possible? The sword master was astonished at that moment. A powerful sword intent suddenly erupted from the second floor, crashing like a raging tide. The sword master appeared surprised, then smiled slightly, waving his left hand to dissipate the tsunami-like sword chi. No.1 Pavilion is indeed extraordinary. The sword master withdrew his sword's might and gazed at Lin Yi, saying, "You can be listed, but you must not casually disclose my whereabouts." Lin Yi smiled and replied, "How would I dare to reveal your whereabouts? It was Hunyo who brought people to find you. I did not compel her." Hunyo. That girl is indeed a bit fierce. The Sankai sword master laughed heartily, casually gesturing into the void, causing an ancient flying sword to burst forth from his body and soar away. Ding. Detected that someone has been listed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Please check. Listing rank 11th. Name of the listed: Sankai sword master, age 108, sect Sankai, sect cultivation level 4th grade, grandmaster, cultivation technique 3, swords of heaven, earth and man, grade upper grade, divine technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new technique. Lin Yi's face brightened with joy, thinking that he had finally achieved his goal. The Sankai sword master saw Lin Yi's happy demeanor and said with a laugh, "Alright, your goal has been achieved. You'll be taking the unparalleled divine sword now." Lin Yi offered the divine sword with both hands and pondered before saying, "Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but the Devil Path Alliance is not to be trifled with. There are others behind them." The Sankai sword master seemed to be aware of Zhang Nianxian's existence and replied, "We already know about this and will be more vigilant." Lin Yi felt slightly surprised, wondering what he meant by "we." Could it be that others also know of Zhang Nianxian's existence? He then inquired about Zhang Nianxian's background. However, the Sankai sword master was just as clueless, only aware that someone was conspiring in the shadows without knowing their origin. Since even he did not know Lin, he did not delve further. "Alright, I'm leaving. By the way, if Bai Shuang is planning to go out in the next few days, you must stop her and not let her leave No.1 Pavilion." Lin Yi did not ask further, seeing that this old man was quite decent. He nodded in agreement. He suddenly recalled something and said to the swordmaster, "By the way, swordmaster, the treasure in Tianmu Mountain has many mechanisms. If you can't handle it, you can come find me." The Sankai sword master laughed heartily. As a 4th grade grandmaster, what mechanism could he not break? He raised his hand and summoned the flying sword back before soaring away on it. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Ha! Why do I see someone flying in the sky? No way, I didn't see anything. You must be seeing things. Lin Yi stood on the 3rd floor gazing at the Sankai sword master flying away, equally astonished. Flying on a sword. This was a legendary technique. While others traveled by foot, he simply flew. It is known that flying on a sword is extremely difficult to master. The requirements are exceedingly strict, requiring a robust amount of true chi to maintain stable flight in the air. Even someone like the 7 kills true monarch cannot fly on a sword. It was evident that once one reaches the 4th grade, the distinction from martial artists becomes significant. Lin Yi yearned to fly on a sword like the Sankai sword master, gliding through the air like an immortal. Fortunately, with the system he possessed, reaching such a realm was not too difficult. He did not go downstairs, but instead chose to utilize the cultivation rewards. 20 years of cultivation surged into his body, and instantly a torrent of violent true chi poured in, making his body feel like boiling water. Lin Yi thoroughly enjoyed this sensation as his bones, meridians and every part of his body underwent tremendous changes. Innate full circle stage. Master. Mid-master stage. He unexpectedly advanced directly to the mid-master stage, leaving Lin Yi in disbelief. Logically, cultivation should not increase so rapidly. How could he suddenly attain the mid-master stage? After pondering for a long time, he realized that the cultivation rewards provided by the system were closely related to the cultivation level of the listed individuals. This meant that the higher the cultivation level of the listed person, the purer and more substantial the cultivation reward Lin Yi would receive. For instance, the true chi accumulated over 20 years by an ordinary person would be incomparable to that of a genius-level expert with significantly higher cultivation. The gap was enormous. Haha, I never expected it to be like this. This is too exhilarating. Lin Yi thought that if the first-ranked sword master were to be listed, his cultivation would directly reach the grandmaster level. Just thinking about it felt thrilling. However, he knew that it was not yet the time. If he exposed himself too soon, the other listed individuals would not create much of a sensation. Lin Yi glanced at the 3 swords of heaven, earth and man he obtained. This was an exceptional sword art. Just practicing the sword technique alone would render him invincible below the 4th grade. He truly could not believe that if he mastered all 3 swords there would be few in the 9 provinces capable of defeating him. However, even a genius like the Sankai sword master had only mastered the earth sword. Lin Yi understood that he should not aim too high. After all, there was plenty of time for gradual cultivation. He stayed there for an entire day. Lin Yi smiled as he descended the stairs. Meanwhile, the hall erupted in excitement as everyone discussed the newly listed Sankai sword master. When they saw Lin Yi finally come down, they looked at him in confusion, having not seen the Sankai sword master. "Don't look, he has already left." Upon hearing this, everyone displayed puzzled expressions as they were clearly in the hall and yet had no idea when he departed. "Impossible, we didn't see anyone leave." "Exactly, why didn't that old man say goodbye?" Bai Shuang called out, ready to head upstairs to search. Lin Yi held her back and said, "I'm not lying, the swordmaster really left and told you to stay here." Well, Bai Shuang and the others present did not believe him. Lin Yi said, "You really have never seen the world. Do you know about flying on a sword?" "The elder rode away on a sword." "What is flying on a sword?" "How could we not know?" Everyone whispered among themselves, completely unaware of what flying on a sword meant. Lin Yi could not be bothered with these people and leisurely sat on a chair enjoying tea. Hua Liuxiang, seeing his smiling face and cheerful demeanor, grinned and said, "Boss, I've been a bit tight on money lately, can you lend me some?" "Lend money?" Lin Yi frowned. Despite Hua Liuxiang often acting like a street punk, he was actually a wealthy young master, always carrying thousands of taels with him. How could he ask him to borrow money? "Where's your money?" Hua Liuxiang replied with a bitter face, "It's all been confiscated by my wife. I'm now a completely broke man." No, last time I lost all my money too and became broke." Hua Liuxiang, upon hearing this, did not believe it. He knew exactly how much money Lin Yi had and had even dreamed of counting it. How could he have spent so much? "Tch, if you're not lending it, then don't say you lost it." Lin Yi pretended to be quite troubled and shifted the blame onto Furong. "All the money is locked away by Furong, I can't even touch it." Hua Liuxiang was also speechless. Lin Yi was curious why this guy needed money when he had food and drink here, making it unnecessary to spend anything. "Are you trying to buy a little wife or something? I tell you, if the ghost mother finds out that thing of yours down there, will be useless." Hua Liuxiang waved his hands repeatedly and said, "I wouldn't dare to do that. It was just that I lost 3,000 taels yesterday while gambling." Lin Yi thought now it made sense why he was out of money. He earnestly advised Hua Zi, "I advise you to work hard and not to gamble. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, and you might end up losing your pants too." Hua Liuxiang hurriedly said, "We weren't gambling, we were just betting on who would win between Feng Lei sword and the unbeaten sword Louis Fei. Who knew that Louis Fei would be so useless, and that's how I lost everything." Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing that while he had been upstairs all day, someone had already challenged the listed individuals. Although Louis Fei was known as the Sword of 1,000 Victories, his previous opponents were all grandmasters. He himself possessed the formidable strength of a half-step grandmaster, which earned him the title of the Unbeaten Sword. A half-step grandmaster challenging a first-grade grandmaster, it was easy to predict who would win. "I told you have no brains and you still don't believe it. How could you bet on Louis Fei?" Hua Liuxiang with a bitter face said, "Don't blame me, everyone present bet on Louis Fei. Only one person made a huge profit." "What exactly happened? Tell me about it." Lin Yi became interested, realizing that this matter was not simple. Hua Liuxiang then recounted the events that had transpired. Initially, during the betting, everyone unanimously believed that the Wind Thunder Sword would surely win and all placed their bets on it. After all, these individuals are all seasoned fighters in the martial world, so they possess some discernment. Although Louis Fei's reputation as the unbeatable sword is quite significant, he is merely half a grandmaster. Even though no one knew the true circumstances surrounding the Wind Thunder Sword, which was revealed by Lin Yi, being listed implies that their strength is at least that of a grandmaster. However, during the betting process, a man dressed in luxurious silk placed his bet on Louis Fei. He remarked, "You people truly lack vision. The Wind Thunder Sword is not well known. How could it possibly compete with the renowned unbeatable sword?" Hua Liuxiang immediately responded, "Those who are listed are all grandmasters, and everyone knows that the Wind Thunder Sword is a recognized grandmaster. Although Louis Fei has a great reputation, he is only half a grandmaster." The man squinted at Hua Liuxiang and asked, "How long has it been since you have seen the esteemed Louis Fei?" Hua Liuxiang scratched his head and replied, "How could we have seen such legendary figures?" "So you haven't even seen him in person, just heard tales from others?" After all this time, hasn't the esteemed Liu Fei made any progress in his cultivation? You should know that he is a swordsmanship genius, having broken through to the Grandmaster level after less than 30 years of training, and he is now 90 years old. He must have long since reached the recognized level. Some people began to believe him after this statement. Hua Liushang asked, then why did our sect master say that Liu Fei wouldn't make it onto the list? He has never been wrong. Exactly, the list was compiled by him, how could there be any mistakes? The man laughed heartily. I tell you, you all really lack brains. The list he compiled can be interpreted however he wishes. Actually, let me tell you, I was fortunate to have met the esteemed Liu Fei. It was during a dark and stormy night when the 3 bandits from the northwest attempted to rob Nanjing County. The 3 bandits of the northwest. Aren't they the infamous robbers from Yangzhou? I heard that Yangzhou sent several waves of experts to capture them, but all were annihilated instead. Yes, I've heard about it too. It was horrific, all decapitated heads rolling everywhere, blood staining the ground. I have also heard. At that time Yangzhou dispatched a grandmaster to hunt them down, only to end up perishing at their hands. The Marquis of Yangzhou, seeing how formidable the 3 bandits were, dared not send anyone after them. I never expected these 3 would appear in the south. Hua Liushang, being an old hand, naturally knew about the 3 bandits of the northwest. The 3 are all brothers, using a family heirloom sword technique that is incredibly ruthless, every strike aimed at taking lives. Moreover, the 3 brothers are skilled in combined attack techniques, making it impossible for anyone even one level above them to withstand their assaults. He hastily asked what happened next. The man replied, it was too dark for me to see how the attacks unfolded. All I saw was a flurry of sword flashes as the 3 bandits surrounded the esteemed elder, shouting in unison, their voices deafening as they launched a combined attack. Can you guess what happened next? What happened? Hua Liushang quickly inquired. I saw the esteemed Liu Fei draw his sword, which flew through the air, filling the sky with sword light. In an instant a streak of light like a shooting star passed by and the 3 bandits fell to the ground. The elders soared away on his sword, looking utterly carefree. What? Liu Fei can also fly with his sword? That sounds quite impressive. Indeed, it is said that flying on a sword is extremely difficult to master, and only the 3 talents sword master has managed to do so. I never expected that someone else could do it. That's quite extraordinary. Hua Luxiang's eyes glinted. If he could fly on a sword, then his cultivation must at least be at the recognized level. In this case, Liu Fei's strength is truly beyond measure. Moreover, Liu Fei's reputation is magnificent, on par with the Sword Saint, being known as one of the 2 great legends of swordsmanship in the south. In contrast, the Wind Thunder Sword is merely an unknown figure exposed by Lin Yi. Comparatively, Hua Liushang decided to place his bet on Liu Fei. Seeing that such a shrewd person chose Liu Fei, everyone else followed suit. With the man leading the charge, over half the people opted for Liu Fei. Only one person placed a bet on the Wind Thunder Sword. When the match occurred, who knew that Liu Fei couldn't even withstand 10 moves from the Wind Thunder Sword? He fell to the ground with a cry and his treasured sword broke in two, infuriating everyone. Thus everyone lost except for that one person, who profited greatly. Hua Liushang, unable to contain his anger, sought to confront the man. Little did he know this usually sharp-tongued person couldn't even argue back. Instead, he was left speechless. Lin Yi grew curious, wondering who was so cunning as to be able to deceive everyone. Hua Zi, who is this person you are pointing out? Show me. Hua Liushang pointed at a splendidly dressed man at a table who was drinking, saying, look, it's this guy. Lin Yi's expression changed, followed by a helpless smile. This fellow was named Xuanli, the youngest son of the Sword Saint. Although his father is a strong swordsman, none of his 3 sons possess any martial talent and refuse to work hard. Only the youngest son resembles someone who has entered the innate stage. This was all achieved through countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures and elixirs provided by the old man, but he only possesses the cultivation of the innate stage, lacking any practical combat experience, and even someone at the perfected acquired stage would not be able to defeat him. Lin Yi approached and sat opposite Xuanli, smiling as he said, I lament the tragic demise of the Sword Saint. May the 3rd young master take care of himself. Xuanli nearly dropped his wine cup upon hearing this, staring at Lin Yi in shock, stammering, you, how do you know my identity? Hua Liushang interjected, this is the master of Fengyun Pavilion, my boss. He knows everything. At that moment Xuanli finally understood, glaring at him angrily, and questioned, oh, so you are the one who has been spreading nonsense, causing us to all bet on Liu Fei. What is your intention? Shenli's eyelids twitched as he jumped up and scolded, don't slander me. You placed the bet of your own accord, I didn't force you to do anything. Now that you've lost, you come to blame me. How is that reasonable? Don't you all agree? Moreover, I lost money too. Exactly, if you lose you must own up to it. You should really learn this from your father. Although he is strict, he is a great example in this regard. Upon hearing this, Hua Liuxian was so furious that he could barely speak. Lin Yi grinned at Xuanli and quietly said, I say you are quite good at talking. How much have you made? Xuanli repeatedly denied it, claiming he had lost money too. Lin Yi, seeing him unwilling to admit it, said, your father and Lui Fei are good friends. I heard their families even intermarried. Your elder brother married his daughter. If others are unclear about his strength, how could you possibly not know? Xuanli defiantly retorted, you are speaking nonsense. I am just a young man with aspirations wandering the martial world. I don't even know Lui Fei. Lin Yi, seeing him stubborn as a dead duck, chuckled quietly without saying much. Xuanli felt pleased when Lin Yi fell silent. I never expected the master of Fengyun Pavilion to be so easily fooled. A few days later, Long Xiaotian returned, and he indeed brought back someone, but it wasn't the sword monk. To Lin Yi's surprise, it was Bei Tangao and Leng Rubing. He did not expect that these two were still alive. Couldn't find anyone. Long Xiaotian said to Lin Yi, we found someone, but the sword monk said he needs to visit Shaolin Temple. He asked me to convey that we shouldn't worry about him. He will come to Fengyun Pavilion in a few days. Upon hearing that the sword monk was fine, Lin Yi felt a weight lift off his heart. He noticed that Bei Tangao and Leng Rubing were severely injured, their bodies badly damaged. If not treated promptly, they would become useless. He immediately called for people to carry them into the guest room and inquired about what had happened. Long Xiaotian explained these two encountered the demonic alliance on the way and were being chased, so I rescued them. Lin Yi nodded. Lacking good healing herbs, he said to those present, anyone with good healing herbs, please bring them out. I will buy them. Everyone began to pull out healing potions, but they were all ordinary and of little use. I have a top-grade Dehuan Dan that can bring the dead back to life. Xianli ran over holding a porcelain bottle. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy as he said, I'll buy it. 10,000 taels. Lin Yi frowned, thinking to himself that this guy was even more shameless than he was, starting with a price of 10,000 taels. He glared at Xianli and whispered, kid, don't try to take advantage of me here. Don't think no one knows about your actions. If this gets out, it's hard to say how the people present will deal with you. Xianli's face changed dramatically, but he stubbornly replied, I haven't done anything. You can say whatever you want. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, think carefully, don't force me to speak. A sword-light shot from Lin Yi's gaze, chilling Xianli to the bone and turning his face pale. He hurriedly said, all right, I won't tell anyone. I'll give you the Dehuan Dan. He then handed the porcelain bottle to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled. In truth, he had no idea about Xianli's gambling issues. He was just trying to intimidate him. Unexpectedly, Xianli was so easily scared. After obtaining the Dehuan Dan, Lin Yi went upstairs. However, Hua Liuxian sensed that something was amiss and grabbed Xianli, saying, kid, the Dehuan Dan is a healing herb from Shaolin. How could it be given away for free? Xianli broke free from Hua Liuxian's grip and shouted, what's wrong? I just wanted to curry favor with him. Do you have a problem with that? Hua Liuxian was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Seeing that Xianli was still leisurely drinking, Lin Yi approached and patted his shoulder, saying, kid, why aren't you staying at home? What brings you to my Fengyun Pavilion? Lin Yi was well aware of the situation with this dandy. He thought to himself that his family was not close to Fengyun Pavilion, and such a long journey with dangers along the way, how could this pampered lad dare to come alone? Was he not afraid of being robbed by bandits on the road or encountering ruthless members of the demonic path? Xianli set down his wine cup, revealing a hint of sadness. Sigh. Ever since my short-lived father died, the three of us brothers have been fighting over the inheritance. After cleaning up, the old man left very little behind, just a few thousand taels for each of us. The three of us have been used to spending lavishly and gambled away what little we had. Now life has become unsustainable. The oldest and second brothers have families to support and can only sell their labor. I had no choice but to come out to make a living. Lin Yi was speechless. It hadn't been long and the old man's fortune was already squandered. This was too absurd. Good heavens, worse than a spendthrift. You know, Lin Yi teased, my Fengyun Pavilion is filled with famous people from the martial world. You might get away with fooling them once or twice, but if you do it too much, it could get troublesome. If discovered, you might end up with broken arms and legs. Xianli shrank his neck in fright and then sighed, saying, sigh, I have no choice. I've never suffered before, spent money lavishly. Now that my father is gone, if I don't do this, I'll eventually starve. I still have two older brothers and a whole family to support. Lin Yi shook his head. The sword saint old man was at least a renowned figure in the martial world, yet his sons were so disappointing. He thought for a moment and said, since that's the case, why not stay at No.1 Pavilion? You'll get food and lodging and there's a salary. Xianli's eyes lit up immediately as he said, that sounds great. But can the salary be a bit higher? After all, my oldest and second brothers and their whole families. Lin Yi's eyes turned. This guy seemed like a dandy but was quite clever and articulate, smarter than a beggar. He planned to let him manage the 3 inns outside. These days Furong had been exhausted not only managing the entire No.1 Pavilion but also the affairs of the 3 inns. She was mentally drained. Hua Liuxiang was clever but too lazy and lacked patience, always shirking his responsibilities in the kitchen. Every day he just lazed around missing this and that. Although Xianli didn't seem like a hard-working person, he was clever and he could handle being a manager. His business was growing larger by the day with daily revenues exceeding 10,000 taels. It was essential to recruit more people. In the future he planned to open branch pavilions and cultivate his own power, so he had to start nurturing talent now. Salary is not an issue, you just need to do the tasks I assign you well. Xianli immediately slapped the table, assuring he would do a good job. Lin Yi noticed that Xianli seemed not to care much about his grandfather's death and asked, your grandfather was killed by the demonic alliance, why aren't you thinking about revenge? Xianli showed a sorrowful expression and clenched his fist, saying, I want to avenge my grandfather, but the demonic alliance's strength is unfathomable. My cultivation is too low, I'm definitely not cut out for martial arts. Even if I trained for 100 years I couldn't defeat even their gatekeeper. Seeing that he still had thoughts of revenge, Lin Yi nodded and took out the pre-written Shura sword technique, giving it to him, saying, take this for now. However, Xianli did not take it, smiling wryly, giving me martial arts techniques is useless. I'm not cut out for martial arts. Lin Yi replied, while talent is important, perseverance is crucial. As long as you practice diligently you will surely achieve something. Lin Yi decided to cultivate him well and decided to buy some pills that could enhance his cultivation for him to take. Only then did Xianli accept the technique, saying, you are right. Then Lin Yi brought Xianli to meet Furong and expressed his intentions. Furong had been so busy recently that she only slept 3 hours a day and was eager to have someone share the burden. Seeing that Xianli was quite clever, she agreed. She would let him follow her first and then assign him to manage an inn. After arranging Xianli, Lin Yi found Hua Liuxiang. Huazi, go to Heilong Town and find a good shop to lease. Acquire some pills that can enhance cultivation as well as healing potions. Hua Liuxiang immediately became displeased. He had been leisurely spending his days at No.1 Pavilion and did not want to become a shopkeeper watching over a store that sounded so boring. Boss, I'm only suited for running errands, I don't want to watch the shop. Lin Yi laughed and scolded, you brat, I'm not asking you to watch the shop, you just need to lease a shop and find someone to manage it. Oh, in that case it works too. By the way, why did you think of opening a shop? Lin Yi replied, I plan to recruit more subordinates and cultivate them, so we need these kinds of pills. Seeing that Hua Liuxiang had made no progress in his cultivation over these days, Lin Yi said, don't just hang around with those people all day, improve your cultivation so you can stand on your own in the future. Hua Liuxiang did not expect Lin Yi to care so much about him and was a bit touched. He immediately patted his chest and said, since boss thinks so highly of me, I will definitely practice hard in the future. You can get the money from Furong. Also send someone to investigate the current situation of Jiuzhou Nation, the 10 great sects and the demonic alliance. Alright. After everything was arranged, Lin Yi went upstairs to rest. Shortly after, the Sankai Sword Master took the unparalleled divine sword. News spread that a radiant light burst forth from Tianmu Mountain, suggesting the appearance of a treasure. The nations of Jiuzhou, the 10 great sects and the Demon Alliance were initially preparing to seize the Tears of the Phoenix, but upon hearing this news they all rushed to No.1 Pavilion demanding Lin Yi hand over the divine sword. Seeing them approach with an imposing demeanor, Lin Yi feigned indifference. What brings you all here to my place? The 7-kill true lord, noticing his act, chuckled coldly and said, it is said that the Sankai Sword Master has unlocked a treasure, is it true? Did you hand over the divine sword to him? Lin Yi denied, saying, the divine sword is kept safe for you. How could I hand it over without your consent? The Sword Master of the Sword Gate remarked, since the Pavilion Master hasn't handed it over, let us see it. Yes, show it to us, they urged. Lin Yi smiled and replied, I'm sorry, but the seniors of No.1 Pavilion are also curious about the divine sword, so I borrowed it to let them take a look. I will return it to you in a few days. You still claim you didn't hand over the divine sword? Lin Yi waved his hand and said, who here has seen me give the divine sword to the Sankai Sword Master? Who? Step forward. This infuriated everyone present. It was clearly a ruse. However, they could do nothing since they were on his territory. The 7-kill true lord pondered for a long time and said, since the pavilion master doesn't dare to admit it, then let it be. We should head to Tianmu Mountain to assess the situation. If the treasure has been unlocked, we will have to seize it. Yes, the alliance leader speaks rightly. Although the Sankai sword master is formidable, with so many of us we can wear him out. After saying this, they disregarded Lin Yi and took their leave for Tianmu Mountain. Others followed to watch the commotion. Seeing Bai Shuang also wanted to follow, Lin Yi hurriedly called out to her, the Sankai swordmaster instructed you to stay here these days and not go out. Bai Shuang however pouted and said, I will go where I want, you can't control me. Lin Yi chuckled coldly and said to Long Xiaotian, lock her in a room and don't let her out. Alright. Long Xiaotian grinned and with a swift motion grabbed Bai Shuang as if she were a chick. Ah, don't touch me. You scoundrel, how dare you lock me up? I won't let you off easily. Lin Yi smiled and said, I'm just fulfilling the orders given to me by the Sankai sword master, you should stay in your room. Seeing she couldn't escape Long Xiaotian's grip, Bai Shuang put on a pitiful expression and pleaded, please don't lock me up, I will starve and wither away. Lin Yi replied with a smile, someone will bring you food, you won't starve. But I don't have clothes to change into. I need to go buy a few in town. You can rest assured I will ask Furong to buy them for you. Seeing that pleading would not help, Bai Shuang cursed with bared fangs, you brat, treating me like this today, don't let me catch you in the future where you'll know how fierce I can be. Lin Yi laughed heartily and said to Long Xiaotian, take her upstairs. Long Xiaotian grinned and carried her up to the second floor. Not long after, Long Xiaotian came down and said to Lin Yi, should we send someone to Tianmu Mountain to take a look? Lin Yi shook his head and replied, no need. The traps inside are not easy to break, let's wait a while. Long Xiaotian thought for a moment and said, you have already offended the Jiuzhou nations, the 10 great sects and the Demon Alliance, many troubles will arise in the future. Lin Yi smiled and said, they are all profit-driven individuals, sooner or later they will have to come begging me. Long Xiaotian sought his confidence and didn't say more. Just then Hua Liuxiang arrived. Lin Yi waved him over. Hua Liuxiang approached with a spring breeze and smiled, boss, what do you need? How's the shop doing? The business is quite good. Lin Yi nodded and asked, have we received any pills that can enhance cultivation? Hua Liuxiang rolled his eyes and said, not yet. Lin Yi could tell from his eyes that he was lying and lightly scolded, don't lie to me. If I find out you're fooling me, I'll break your legs and throw you out of Fengyun Pavilion. After saying this, he released a powerful pressure. Hua Luxiang's face changed, his legs trembling as he said, I'm sorry. Today someone sold a Tianbao Dan and I plan to keep it for myself. Tianbao Dan. Long Xiaotian's eyes lit up as he licked his lips and said, Tianbao Dan is a great item, it's worth 5 years of hard training. Who would be willing to sell such a precious pill? Hua Liuxiang hurriedly said, it's the young master of the Dan Pavilion. He just happened to need money, so he sold this Tianbao Dan to us. Hearing the name Dan Pavilion, Lin Yi's eyes brightened. The Dan Pavilion is a renowned alchemy sect in Jiuzhou, and even the Jiuzhou nations and the 10 great sects would not easily offend them. He thought that if he could do business with them, he wouldn't have to worry about pills. He immediately said to Hua Liuxiang, go invite that young master of the Dan Pavilion to Fengyun Pavilion. I intend to do business with him. Unexpectedly, Hua Liuxiang had already made an agreement with that young master. Smiling, he said, boss, I've already arranged it. The Dan Pavilion will supply us with 20 Tianbao Dan every month. Only 20. That's too few. Hua Liuxiang and Long Xiaotian exchanged strange looks with Lin Yi. They thought, isn't that too little? A Tianbao Dan costs at least 10,000 taels. 20 pieces amount to 200,000 taels, which only large forces can afford. Other medium and small sects simply do not have the ability to make long-term purchases. Moreover, the materials for refining Tianbao Dan are too scarce. The Dan Pavilion can only refine over 100 pieces each month. The Jiuzhou nations and the 10 great sects will use them up quickly. These 20 pieces were also hidden by the young master from his father. Hua Liuxiang said, we just started doing business with them, so there's no rush. Once we get familiar, we can purchase pills in bulk. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, you take this Tianbao Dan and give it to Long Air. Hua Liuxiang was reluctant at first, who wouldn't want to consume such a precious pill. Lin Yi, seeing his reluctance, said, Long Air helped me go into the demon cave to find someone. In such a dangerous place, shouldn't he receive some reward? Only then did Hua Liuxiang take out the Tianbao Dan. Long Xiaotian initially wanted to refuse, but the pill was too valuable. Pills that enhance cultivation are mostly controlled by the Jiuzhou nations and the 10 great sects and rarely appear on the market. Now that his cultivation was at the peak of Grand Master, he needed such pills to break through. Normally consuming one wouldn't have much effect. This Tianbao Dan is just what I need. Thank you. Pavilion Master Lin Yi smiled and requested Hua Liuxiang to hand over the pill. Hua Liuxiang reluctantly surrendered the pill. Long Xiaotian, unable to contain his excitement, went upstairs to consume the pill without saying much to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at Hua Liuxiang, who wore a pained expression, and said there will be plenty of pills in the future. Right now our Fengyun Pavilion is in need of people. If you don't offer some benefits, will they really help you? Hua Liuxiang understood this logic and stopped being hesitant. Lin Yi thought about it and realized that the Jiuzhou nations and the 10 great sects would definitely come seeking him, so he needed to squeeze them for more benefits. This time I'm going to make you bleed heavily. It is said that after the people from the 9 provinces, the 10 major sects and the Demon Alliance entered Tianmu Mountain, they indeed found the entrance to the treasure. Consequently they rushed in eagerly, only to trigger the mechanisms shortly after entering, resulting in countless casualties. In the great hall numerous puppets appeared. These puppets were as solid as gold and iron, impervious to blades and swords, leaving even the grandmasters at a loss for a way to inflict harm. The true monarch of 7 kills with immense strength swept through the puppets alone, yet he was merely sent flying. He stood up and continued his assault as more puppets surged from an opening in overwhelming number. The true monarch of 7 kills was about to send his subordinates out to search for the treasure alone. However, after passing through the great hall, he found himself trapped in a maze where statues of the 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, attacked him fiercely. Relying on his formidable cultivation, the true monarch of 7 kills withstood the onslaught of the statues. Eventually the statues were destroyed, causing the ground to shake and a poisonous mist to emerge. The poison could penetrate protective chi. The true monarch of 7 kills, underestimating it, was quickly overwhelmed by the toxic gas and retreated immediately. Seeing that the true monarch of 7 kills had not emerged for so long, the people from the 9 provinces and the 10 major sects assumed he had found the treasure and were anxiously considering re-entering. To their surprise, they saw the true monarch of 7 kills crawling back, covered in a dark hue from the poison, which startled them. If even a master like him had suffered this fate, they dared not enter. Thus they waited for 2 days, only to see the sword master of the 3 talents emerge in a similar disheveled state. Upon noticing the crowd, he chuckled. You all returned quite swiftly. Having said that, he took to the skies on his sword. Observing his disheveled appearance, it was evident he too had failed to break through the mechanisms to find the treasure in techniques. This eased the minds of the 9 lords and the 10 major sects, yet the formidable mechanisms still left them troubled. In the end, they all proposed seeking Lin Yi to see if he had any methods to dismantle the mechanisms inside. Thus they made their way to the Fengyun Pavilion in a grand procession. Upon hearing about their arrival, Lin Yi smiled heartily and stepped out of the Fengyun Pavilion to greet them. I wonder why you esteemed leaders returned so quickly. Did you find the treasure? The Lord of Jiuzhou replied gloomily. Inside the mechanisms were numerous. We encountered many puppets after just a few steps. Blades and swords could not harm them, forcing us to retreat. The Lord of Jiuzhou interjected. The true monarch of 7 kills, relying on his profound cultivation, ventured in alone and was also poisoned, crawling back out. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy, thinking, this is what you deserve. Did you manage to find the sword master? The sword master of the sword sect said the sword master did come out, but in a very disheveled state, suggesting he did not find the treasure or the techniques. Lin Yi replied with a smile, it seems the mechanisms inside are indeed formidable. No matter how high one's cultivation, entering unscathed is impossible. The head of Wudong Chongshuzi said, Pavilion Master, we have come seeking your advice on how to dismantle the mechanisms inside and locate the treasure. Lin Yi smiled but remained silent, reclining in a chair with his eyes closed, humming a tune. The 9 lords and the 10 major sects exchanged glances, unsure of his meaning. It was the wise Lord of Jiuzhou who said, I think this fellow is not saying it outright, but he likely knows how to dismantle the mechanisms inside. Upon hearing this, everyone considered Lin Yi's character. Lin Yi is known for being aware of everything in the 9 provinces, dubbed the 100 Knowledge Sage. He surely knows about the mechanisms. However, he did not warn them, resulting in significant losses which led to their silent curses. The sword master of the sword sect remarked, this fellow is quite cunning, it seems he wishes for some benefit. The Lord of Jiuzhou nodded in agreement indeed. Yet this fellow is truly insatiable, having gained so many benefits he remains unsatisfied and shameless. We cannot let him lead us by the nose. Although the mechanisms are formidable, there are many masters in the 9 provinces who can create mechanisms. We should seek their help, perhaps they can dismantle the mechanisms within Tianmu Mountain. Lord Kongshan remarked wisely, if we let him succeed this time, it will be even more difficult to hold our heads high in the future. I refuse to believe that no one can find the treasure. Exactly, we cannot bow to evil forces, we must devise our own solutions. Thus everyone returned to their respective domains, offering bounties to gather the best mechanism masters in the 9 provinces to study the mechanisms inside Tianmu Mountain. Hua Liuxiang watched as they left and said to Lin Yi, it seems they are going to think of a solution. If they truly find someone who can dismantle the mechanisms, your plans will fall through. Lin Yi replied confidently, rest assured these fellows will not be able to find anyone capable of dismantling the mechanisms. Hua Liuxiang, seeing his confidence, asked who in the 9 provinces had the ability to dismantle the mechanisms. Lin Yi did not want to tell him, instructing him not to ask too many questions and to focus on his own responsibilities. Meanwhile, the mechanism masters of the 9 provinces, upon hearing about the bounties from various factions, rushed over. However, after seeing the mechanisms inside Tianmu Mountain, they all shook their heads and left. A few days later, Long Xiaotian, beaming with excitement, came down from the upper floor. Lin Yi was overjoyed to see him break through to the first rank of Grandmaster. Now the Fengyun Pavilion finally has a capable master to hold the fort. Congratulations, Lord Lon, for reaching a new rank. I must thank my boss for the Tianbao pill, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to break through in such a short time. Lin Yi smiled and said, now that the treasure in Tianmu Mountain is open, you should go take a look and see how those fellows are progressing. If anything unusual happens, come back and report. Long Xiaotian nodded, prepared some provisions and wine, and set off towards Tianmu Mountain. During this time, Xianli managed the 3 inns with great efficiency, impressing Furong, who entrusted him with the business while she took a good rest. Lin Yi, seeing she finally had some free time, said, you've worked hard lately, you should relax properly. Furong inquired about the situation of the major factions outside, learning that the treasure in Tianmu Mountain had already opened and everyone was devising ways to dismantle the mechanisms to find the treasure. With a worried expression, she said, the Demon Alliance is the strongest. If they obtain the treasure, the consequences will be unimaginable. The 9 provinces will surely become the realm of the demons. Lin Yi replied with a smile, rest assured, only I know how to dismantle the mechanisms inside. Furong pursed her lips and smiled, that is not necessarily true. The 9 provinces are home to many talents. Although the mechanisms are formidable, they are ultimately inanimate. One person may not be able to dismantle them, but a group can come up with solutions. As the old saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, realizing Furong's point was indeed valid. Although he possessed a system that enabled him to know how to dismantle the mechanisms. However, many outstanding mechanism masters exist in the 9 provinces. If they gather together to research, spending some time may indeed allow them to find a solution. Moreover, the master who originally designed the mechanisms still has descendants in the world, though they lack the blueprints. If the people from the 9 provinces, the 10 major sects and the Demon Alliance find them and research how to dismantle them, they are likely to locate the treasure. Lin Yi thought of the mysterious Zhang Nianxuan and murmured, it seems I cannot rely too much on the system. What system? Lin Yi thought for a moment and called Hua Liuxiang over, instructing him to send someone to infiltrate the Demon Alliance for intelligence. If anything was discovered, they were to report back. Lin Yi thought for a moment and called Hua Liuxiang over, instructing him to send someone to infiltrate the Demon Alliance for intelligence. If anything was discovered, they were to report back. Hua Liuxiang looked at him in confusion, thinking, just a moment ago you were so confident, why do you suddenly want someone to go to the Demon Alliance? Not wanting to ask too much, after all he wasn't the one going, he nodded and went to find someone. Lin Yi looked through the system's database to see if there were any master mechanism builders, but the database was simply too vast and disorganized. It would be impossible to find everything in a short time, so he decided against it. After some thought, it seemed he would need to employ certain methods to have the various factions seek him out. Lin Yi wrote a note and sent Xianli to deliver it to Long Xiaotian, instructing him to follow the orders written on it. A few days later, intelligence arrived from outside reporting that someone had secretly infiltrated Mount Tianmu and discovered the treasure. Upon hearing this, everyone buzzed with discussion and followed suit, hoping to snatch some treasures themselves. They swarmed in a frenzy and gathered at Mount Tianmu, where they indeed found a large hole dug at the back mountain, evidence that someone had already entered. Thus they spread the news far and wide. In truth, the major powers already knew that the entrance had been excavated the day before by unknown individuals, and they had witnessed people carrying chests entering the cave. This immediately put them on alert, so they dispatched guards to surround the area and wait. Before long they saw a figure dashing out, shouting that the treasure had been found. The major powers gave chase at once. However, the figure ran so swiftly that they could not catch up, and he vanished in an instant. When they returned, the entrance had mysteriously disappeared, leaving no trace whatsoever. The major powers were utterly dumbfounded. After searching in vain for the entrance, they began digging based on their memories. After digging about 30 zhang deep, they indeed found gold, silver and jewels scattered everywhere. This excited everyone and they promptly reported it and began excavating. Not long into the dig they uncovered a side hall filled with traps, crossbow bolts flew through the air and thick poisonous mist obscured the surroundings. Yet they could still glimpse jewels scattered all around. Now everyone realized that someone had truly managed to enter and the scattered jewels were the best proof. When the 9 provinces and the 10 great sects received the news they rushed over to inspect the scene. Seeing the scattered jewels they were filled with greed yet no one dared to pick them up. The Marquis of Jiuzhou frowned and said, "Who has such great ability to enter and find the treasure? This cannot go on." The sword master added, "If they empty the treasure and take away the cultivation techniques all our efforts will be in vain." At this everyone grew anxious. Just then Long Xiaotian said, "While relieving myself I heard a voice in the distance saying they had found the main hall of the treasure and discovered the techniques and they would retrieve them in 2 days. Hearing this their faces turned pale as they hastily asked if he had seen anyone. Long Xiaotian shook his head repeatedly and said, "I wanted to see who they were but when I approached they fled in a flash, too fast for me to catch up." Suddenly the Marquis of Jiuzhou exclaimed, "Could it be the mysterious organization known as the Excavators?" The Excavators? Is that a treasure-hunting organization? Yes, exactly them. It is said that wherever treasures are found they appear and they can bypass even the most formidable traps. Now that the treasure of Mount Tianmu was known to all, it was futile for the major powers to try to conceal it. With the excavators involved matters grew even more troublesome. Considering the scattered treasures and Long Xiaotian's overheard conversation, if they could not find a way to disarm the traps the excavators would empty the treasure and techniques. What can we do? We can't afford to waste any more time. If the treasure and techniques were taken, the enormous investment of manpower resources and the deaths of many experts would be a catastrophic loss. Panic spread among them. Long Xiaotian said, "I overheard that the master of the Cloud Pavilion once drunkenly revealed that the traps of Mount Tianmu are easy to crack. I think we have no choice but to seek his help." This only heightened their urgency. With time running out and the treasure at risk, they all set out for the Cloud Pavilion. Even the hidden Demon Dao Alliance and the 3 Talents Sword Master, upon hearing this news, made their moves and headed toward the Cloud Pavilion. Long Xiaotian secretly sent word to Lin Yi informing him that the guests would soon arrive. Having received the news first, Lin Yi immediately began preparations. He even changed into a new set of clothes. Hua Liuxiang, seeing his unusual cheerfulness, asked, "Did the sun rise from the west today? I've never seen you wear new clothes before." Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Tomorrow brings a great joyous event, so I must dress accordingly." Hua Liuxiang sensed he was up to some mischief and grew curious, pressing him for answers. But Lin Yi refused to tell him, instead telling him to mind his own business. A day later the forces of the 9 provinces and the 10 great sects arrived in a grand procession at Black Dragon Town, heading straight for the Cloud Pavilion. "Pavilion Master, we have come." Lin Yi, seeing their swift arrival, smiled and went out to greet them. "What business brings you all to my Cloud Pavilion?" The Marquis of Jiuzhou said, "It concerns the treasure of Mount Tianmu." Lin Yi replied calmly, "Oh, then come inside and speak." The Marquises and the 10 great sects knew that to make Lin Yi reveal the method to disarm the traps they would have to pay a heavy price, and they were mentally prepared to be fleeced. Lin Yi sat on a chair with a smile, gazing at these magnates of the 9 provinces. The Marquis of Jiuzhou exchanged glances with the other Marquises and spoke first. "Pavilion Master, we come today to ask you to reveal the method to disarm the traps in Mount Tianmu." "Name your price." The Sword Master echoed, "Yes, ask for whatever you want." Lin Yi waved his hand repeatedly and said, "You are too kind. In truth, I do not know how to disarm those traps." Seeing his smiling face yet refusal to speak the truth, they were furious, cursing inwardly. However, they suppressed their anger. The Marquis of Jiuzhou said, "Pavilion Master, stop pretending. You are known to know everything in the 9 provinces, and you uncovered the secret of the peerless divine sword. How could you not know how to disarm those traps?" "Exactly, stop beating around the bush, kid." At that moment the 3 Talents Sword Master appeared outside the door and walked in with a smile. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy, thinking that the fish were coming one by one. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Senior, you wrong me. I am truly unsure if I can disarm the traps." "Unsure? That means you do know." Everyone perked up at this. The 3 Talents Sword Master sat down beside Lin Yi. "Spit out what you know, kid. Yes, don't keep it to yourself." Lin Yi chuckled, looking around at their impatient faces, and said slowly, "No rush, no rush. There are still people yet to arrive." "Who?" They exchanged puzzled glances. Some quick-witted individuals guessed that Lin Yi was referring to the Demon Dao Alliance. Sure enough, before long the Demon Dao Alliance arrived. The 7 Kills True Lord swept in with an imposing air, though his face was pale as the poison he had been afflicted with was not yet fully dispelled. The alliance leader has arrived. Lin Yi smiled and sat down. Everyone then realized that Lin Yi had been prepared all along, and a sense of unease crept into their hearts. Lin Yi observed everyone's expressions and said unhurriedly, "Do you all know of the spirit-controlling clan of Mount Heaven?" Mount Heaven. The spirit-controlling clan. What kind of clan is that? We've never heard of it. The Marquis of Liangzhou pondered for a moment and said with astonishment, "Is the pavilion master referring to the legendary clan that can manipulate all things?" Lin Yi smiled and said to the Marquis of Liangzhou, who was aware of this rare ethnic group, "Since you know about it, why don't you share your thoughts?" The Marquis of Liangzhou shook his head and said, "I have only heard that there is such a race near my Liangzhou border, but I know nothing about their origins or circumstances. So it would be better if you, the Lord, explain it yourself." Lin Yi chuckled and replied, "The origins of this race can be traced back to ancient times. They are an extremely mysterious race said to be unable to see the sun from birth, living their entire lives deep within the Tian Shan Mountains." Everyone was surprised to learn of such an astonishing race. The Marquis of Jiuzhou asked, "What is the connection between this race and the treasure?" Lin Yi began to recount the records found in the system. This spirit-controlling clan is born with the ability to control all things and possesses an exceptionally keen sense of smell. They worship a treasure that can render mechanisms ineffective. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up, their faces filled with excitement. However, the Tian Shan Mountains are vast, and without knowing the location of the spirit-controlling clan it would be impossible to find them. Lin Yi's ploy began. He leisurely picked up his teacup and took a sip. Everyone looked at him with annoyance, their teeth gritting audibly. The Marquis of Jiuzhou said hurriedly, "Whatever demands you have, just put them forward. We don't have time to play guessing games with you right now." Lin Yi smiled as he looked at the representatives of the 10 major sects. The Swordmaster and the leader of Wudong both said, "Feel free to state what you desire, Lord." Lin Yi nodded and turned to look at the true monarch of 7 Kills. The true monarch of 7 Kills gasped, saying, "Our demon alliance will certainly not shortchange you." Lin Yi smiled as he glanced at the Swordmaster of the 3 Talents. The Swordmaster of the 3 Talents, unaware of Lin Yi's character, frowned as he looked at him. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes and a hint of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, upon seeing the treasures piled high within the palace, their eyes turned blood-red. Everyone charged together. The 8 leaders, all first-grade powerhouses, brandished their weapons arrogantly and surrounded the area. Once assistance. Everyone knew that Lin Yi was merely putting on an act and blabbering, and his true intention was to seek benefits. Although the Swordmaster of the 3 Talents was a respected elder, he was not wealthy and had nothing of value to offer, making it impossible for him to compare with the powerful forces like the Jiuzhou Kingdom, the 10 major sects, and the Demon Alliance. However, he was determined to obtain that technique, so upon seeing Lin Yi's intentions his expression darkened. "Aren't you afraid that he'll hang you up and give you a beating?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "Elder, please don't be angry. Although I can't possibly defeat someone as formidable as you, no one in Fengyun Pavilion dares to lay a hand on me." Upon hearing this, the Swordmaster of the 3 Talents became furious, his true energy surging and releasing terrifying sword energy. The sword energy transformed into slender chi swords, suddenly exploding with a myriad of colors directed towards Lin Yi. However, the chi swords dissipated suddenly when they were less than a foot away from Lin Yi. The Swordmaster of the 3 Talents' heart trembled as he looked toward a certain direction on the 3rd floor. So there are experts present. He was a 4th-tier Grandmaster, far superior to the true monarch of 7 Kills, and released his human sword. As the human sword was unleashed, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The immense sword power swept through the surroundings and everyone nearby was blown to the ground, with tables and chairs scattered everywhere. The Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects along with the Demon Alliance showed expressions of glee as they watched him take action, quickly retreating. Lin Yi laughed heartily as he had intentionally provoked the Swordmaster of the 3 Talents. Ever since he obtained the 3 swords of heaven, earth and man, he had encountered problems during his cultivation and could not figure them out, but he could not ask anyone. If others found out that he was cultivating the 3 swords of heaven, earth and man, it would certainly bring him trouble. Speaking about stealing others' techniques would not sound good. Thus he prompted the Swordmaster of the 3 Talents to make a move, and he observed from the side. As the human sword emerged, a heavy and vast power swept through the surroundings like a mountain, exerting immense pressure that made it hard for people to stand, quickening their breath and heartbeats. Fortunately, the pressure released by the Swordmaster of the 3 Talents was only directed at the powerful individual on the 3rd floor. If it had been indiscriminate, everyone present would have been slaughtered. Even a 3rd-tier Grandmaster like the true monarch of 7 Kills would be severely injured. The sword master of the three talents shouted loudly, his hands crackling with lightning as a wisp of blue smoke rose above his head and a small translucent sword appeared. This was not a real sword but the human sword that the sword master of the three talents had cultivated. Once the human sword was unleashed, no one could withstand it. The surrounding chairs turned to dust, but everything else remained intact, enveloped by a mysterious force. His expression changed slightly as he sensed a mysterious force surging within Cloud Wind Pavilion, and at that moment a chilling aura was also released from upstairs. Who dares to act recklessly in my Cloud Wind Pavilion? A transcendent. The sword master of the three talents' eyelids twitched violently and he was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. However, in an instant his fighting spirit surged. Jiuzhou hasn't seen such a powerful expert in hundreds of years. Today you'll witness just how terrifying a transcendence cultivation truly is. The human sword spiraled upward, releasing terrifying power that even third-tier grandmasters dared not withstand, as any slight contact would result in immediate death. Outside, the true monarch of 7 kills pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the terror of the human sword. That day he had fought against the sword master of the three talents but had not unleashed the human sword and lost. Now he saw that the other party hadn't even used the human sword. Indeed, this person was quite fearsome. No wonder his master said that his swordsmanship was remarkable. What a terrifying person, what a terrifying human sword. Even ghosts and gods would be astonished. The sword master is also a sword cultivator and sensed the horror of the human sword, murmuring, indeed he is worthy of being a legend in the sword realm, a figure at the peak of the sword path. We are hardly able to aspire to his heights. Everyone was shaken by the terrifying prowess of the sword master of the three talents. Lin Yi stood amidst the storm yet remained as still as a mountain unscathed. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the human sword, analyzing it bit by bit. This continued for a long time until Lin Yi finally had an epiphany. An aged voice came from the third floor. "Alright, I won't play with you youngsters any longer." With that, the aura from the third floor suddenly vanished. Upon seeing the dissipating aura, the sword master of the three talents retracted the human sword and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Yi smiled and said, "I must say, sword master, you're quite old yet your temper is so fierce. Isn't that just asking for trouble?" The sword master of the three talents snorted coldly and said, "You brat did this on purpose." Lin Yi scratched his head and replied, "What do you mean on purpose? I don't understand what you're saying." "Oh. Old man Sangui, why are you sitting on the ground? Have you fallen because you've grown old and not watched where you're walking? How pitiful." A voice came from upstairs. It was by Shuang, who skipped down and teased, "You being so old, why do you still enjoy wandering around? Shouldn't you be fishing and tending to flowers on your three talents island?" The sword master of the three talents twitched his mouth but ignored the girl. After a long while he stood up, noticing that the tables and chairs he had destroyed left him with no place to sit, and unexpectedly squeezed Lin Yi off the recliner. "Old man, I've been injured. You need to compensate me for my medical expenses." "Ha! What do you mean by that?" Lin Yi froze for a moment before finally reacting. "You were the one who attacked first. I'll tell you the rules of my Cloud Wind Pavilion do not allow anyone to engage in combat, and those who violate this rule will be crippled and thrown out." The sword master of the three talents exclaimed repeatedly, "I'm crippled. I'm crippled. You need to pay me or I won't leave here. Look at my age, I don't have much time left to live. I'll just stay here and be taken care of by you, and when I die you'll need to mourn for me." The left and right protectors of the demonic alliance and blood by Shuang's round glistening eyes suddenly burst into tears as she ran to the Sankai sword master and collapsed into his embrace. "Woo-woo, when will you, old man Sangui, die? When the time comes, my grandfather will have to wear mourning clothes and cry for you." The Sankai sword master patted by Shuang's head, gritting his old teeth as he said, "I can still hold on for a few more days." The praise from the two left Lin Yi standing there in a daze. Outside, the crowd stopped and entered. Witnessing this scene, they were all dumbfounded, glancing at each other. A high-ranking expert at the peak of the sword realm was actually acting like a child, and their conversation was too amusing. However, the Sankai sword master was a fourth-rank grandmaster, and no matter how funny it was, he didn't dare to laugh out loud, suppressing himself. Lin Yi finally reacted after a while, saying helplessly, "Alright, you two can stop acting now. Forget it, I'll consider myself unfortunate." The Sankai sword master pushed by Shuang away and stood up, regaining the demeanor of a great master, walking past Lin Yi without turning red or panting, standing among the crowd. Lin Yi touched his cheek, thinking that this old guy must be even thicker-skinned and shameless than himself. A dignified fourth-rank grandmaster was actually so unconcerned about his image. Seeing that the tables and chairs were destroyed, he hurriedly called out, "Quasi, go prepare some chairs." Fortunately, there were 3 inns outside and chairs were plentiful. Hua Liuxiang led people to bring the chairs over. After everyone took their seats, the Duke of Jiuzhou said, "Master, what exactly do you want?" Lin Yi patted his backside and saw that Bai Shuang had taken his chair, her little feet swinging leisurely. He then noticed an empty chair next to the 7 Kills True Monarch and sat down. The 7 Kills True Monarch's eyelids twitched and he immediately stood up looking for another seat. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. Then he said seriously, "Right now I am in need of pills that can enhance my cultivation. You are all established forces in the 9 provinces. I believe you have plenty in stock, so why not contribute some?" Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Such pills were extremely precious and they were usually reserved for nurturing trusted subordinates and direct disciples. Ordinary people simply could not obtain them. Moreover, everyone thought to themselves that the power of Fengyun Pavilion was already so formidable, yet they were still cultivating. Were they aiming to dominate the 9 provinces and unify the world? Those present felt a strong sense of crisis, their faces revealing a heavy expression. Lin Yi took in everyone's expressions and smiled, saying, "You don't need to worry unnecessarily. This is just for self-preservation. Fengyun Pavilion has always refrained from interfering in the affairs of the martial world as long as others do not trouble us. We will not fight with you for territory." Although everyone was unsure whether Lin Yi was telling the truth or not, his words represented Fengyun Pavilion. Since he said it in front of so many people, if he went back on his word later it would be a loss of face. The Duke of Jiuzhou said, "Since the master has said so, I will believe you. I am willing to offer 10 Tianbao pills." Everyone noticed that the Duke of Jiuzhou had spoken and began to voice their offers. "I from Yanzhou will also offer 10 Tianbao pills." Lin Yi saw these fellows being so stingy, only 10 pills, and they were all Tianbao pills. Although they were precious, they could only account for 5 years of hard cultivation. He wanted something better. So he said, "You all shouldn't hold back, I want better pills." Lin Yi looked at them with a mischievous smile and said, "I know your backgrounds very well. If I am not satisfied, don't expect to find out where the Control Spirit clan is. You won't find them even if you search the Tianshan Mountains." Hearing this, everyone thought this kid is too greedy. How could he not be satisfied with so many Tianbao pills? The Sankai sword master watched uncalmly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Though he had no money, he still had a good amount of pills. Lin Yi approached the Duke of Jiuzhou, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "I heard that you recently procured a batch of blood dragon pills from the pill pavilion. Is that true?" The Duke of Jiuzhou's facial muscles twitched, feeling an impulse to curse. These blood dragon pills were much more precious than Tianbao pills, capable of increasing one's power for 10 years, and they were expensive, costing 4,000 taels of gold each. He had only managed to obtain 20 pills from the pill pavilion, intending to give them to his grandmaster. "I don't have any." The Duke of Jiuzhou gritted his teeth and denied it. Lin Yi chuckled, "Duke, don't lie to me. I have acquaintances in the pill pavilion and they told me." "You." The Duke of Jiuzhou sat back down on his chair helplessly, saying, "All right, I'll give you 5 blood dragon pills." Lin Yi was not satisfied upon hearing this and said, "At least 10 pills, if it's less there's no deal." "You are too greedy, aren't you? How can I give away half? What about my offerings? Anyway, the pill pavilion has plenty of pills and you're not short on money, just buy some." The Duke of Jiuzhou truly wanted to strangle Lin Yi at this point. For the sake of treasures and techniques, he could only grit his teeth and agree. "Fine, 10 pills it is." The leaders of the other faction, seeing the Duke's secrets laid bare, felt joy in their hearts. Lin Yi was satisfied and approached the Duke of Yanzhou Kongxian. "I say, Duke. Don't say it, I don't have any blood dragon pills. How about I add 10 more, making it 20 Tianbao pills? That should be acceptable, right?" The Duke of Jiuzhou was displeased upon hearing this, thinking to himself that he had bled a lot and others shouldn't expect to have it easy. So he spoke loudly, "I say, Brother Kongxian, you are being unreasonable. A while back you said you procured some blood condensation pills overseas. These are worth 10 years of hard cultivation, a good pill. When did I offend you, Beitangling? When did I ever have blood condensation pills? Stop lying here. If you don't have any, just search your estate and you'll know if you have them or not." Lin Yi watched the two quarrel with amusement and said, all right, stop arguing. "Duke Yanzhou, the Duke of Jiuzhou has already offered 10 blood dragon pills. Don't you think it's appropriate for you to offer 20 Tianbao pills? I believe the Duke wouldn't lie about this, would he?" Kongxian glared at the Duke of Jiuzhou, gritting his teeth as he said, "Fine, it's just blood condensation pills, I'll give you 10. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and approached the Duke of Qingzhou. The Duke of Qingzhou realized he couldn't escape, and before Lin Yi could speak he said, "I'll give 10 Longhu pills." Lin Yi's expression brightened. Longhu pills had effects similar to blood dragon pills and blood condensation pills, and he was very satisfied. Seeing it was so interesting, Bai Shuang imitated Lin Yi and approached the Duke of Yangzhou, staring at him with her big eyes, saying, "Don't hold back, bring out any good pills you have." The Duke of Yangzhou's face flushed red, wishing he could slap her, but Bai Shuang's background was not small. Her grandfather was the carefree sword master and the Sankai sword master was present, so he didn't dare to explode. So he said, "I will offer 10 increased yuan pills." Thus Lin Yi and Bai Shuang swept through the 9 provinces and the top 10 sects one by one. "Our Shaolin temple has no pills that can increase cultivation." "That's fine. Your Shaolin's great pill is not bad, I'll take 50 of those." For a moment everyone gritted their teeth, thinking there were mice gnawing in the hall. Watching the show, Hua Liuxiang and Long Xiaotian had never seen such a scene and laughed heartily. "The master is extraordinary, this will be quite a haul. Indeed, I didn't expect these tyrants from the 9 provinces to be so thoroughly suppressed." It was the turn of the demonic Dao Alliance. The 7 Kills True Monarch also did not waste words and offered 10 pills more precious than Tianbao pills. Finally only the Sankai sword master remained. Bai Shuang's round bulging eyes met those of the Sankai sword master, both staring wide-eyed at each other without saying a word. In the end the Sankai sword master could no longer hold back, cursing, "Little girl, I am friends with your grandfather. Why are you helping outsiders? Giggle, you old man San Guai, I like to collect treasures, so you must have good things on you, bring them out." Lin Yi knew that the Sankai sword master must have good items, so he walked over. He and Bai Shuang exchanged words, making it so the Sankai sword master couldn't even keep up with the conversation. All right, I'm afraid of you two lovebirds. Just give it already." Lin Yi was instantly captivated by the box. Snatching it open, he found a crimson pill lying inside, exuding a strong aura of spiritual energy. Lin Yi took a whiff and a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, causing a slight reaction in the true energy within him and invigorating his spirit. He looked at the Sankai sword master in shock and asked, "What kind of pill is this?" The crowd, curious about Lin Yi's expression, craned their necks to see what lay within the box, speculating about the rarity of the pill. The Sankai sword master smiled and replied, "This is a gathering spirit pill capable of enhancing one's power for a century, an authentic grade 1 pill." "A century of power? How is that possible?" Everyone's expression turned to one of astonishment as they gathered around. Lin Yi was so shocked that he nearly dropped the box. Seeing their excitement, the Sankai sword master said, "However, this pill is a grade 1 pill and only effective for cultivators below grade 1, otherwise I wouldn't have brought it out. Earlier the other pills had no grades and only those below grandmaster could achieve significant effects from them. Pills with grades had minimal effects. This gathering spirit pill is different, it can be consumed by those of lower realms as well as grandmasters and above. A century of power is indeed extraordinarily powerful." Lin Yi's system rewards only granted him 20 years, and even for the top 5 it was nearly 50 years of cultivation. Although there were no restrictions, progress would certainly be slow later on. If used wisely, a gathering spirit pill would be much more beneficial than several rewards on the ranking. Lin Yi did not expect the Sankai sword master to present such a valuable pill, smiling widely as he said, "Truly worthy of a senior expert, the items you produce are unparalleled." The Sankai sword master replied with a hint of annoyance, "You've gained benefits as well. Can you tell me where the spirit controlling clan is located in the Tianshan Mountains?" "The Tianshan Mountains are vast and boundless. Finding a specific clan could take an eternity. Only by knowing the exact location can one hope to search effectively." They had no time to waste. If the excavators got in, it would be too late. Lin Yi, having gained so many benefits, would wake up smiling even in his sleep, and he decided not to press them further. He stated the spirit controlling clan resides deep within the Maple Leaf Valley in the Tianshan Mountains. You should seek out the clan members and ensure they bring the spirit controlling pearl, or else they won't be able to decipher the mechanisms. Having received the precise location, the group wasted no time preparing their horses to head towards Lianzhou and then into the Tianshan Mountains. However, the Sankai sword master did not follow. Instead, after everyone left, he took out a letter and handed it to Bai Shuang, instructing her to deliver it to her grandfather. Bai Shuang pouted and said, "I won't go without benefits." The Sankai sword master retorted, "What benefits? Didn't I just give you a gathering spirit pill? Aren't you satisfied?" Bai Shuang pouted in dissatisfaction, "You gave it to him, not me." "Is there a difference?" "Of course there is, a big one. I'm not familiar with him." The Sankai sword master looked at her with an expression that said he found it hard to believe. Bai Shuang remained stubborn, insisting she wouldn't deliver the letter without benefits. The Sankai sword master had no choice but to produce a glowing blue sword for her, then left without looking back. Bai Shuang held the sword for a while, finding it unappealing, and tossed it to Lin Yi, saying, "Here, it's yours." Lin Yi quickly caught it. Upon examining the blue longsword, his expression brightened. It was a spirit weapon far superior to ordinary divine weapons. It was truly baffling that she would dismiss such a fine item. Just right as Lin Yi lacked a suitable weapon, he decided to take the blue sword as his own. At that moment Hua Liuxiang approached, rubbing his hands together, beaming as he said, "Boss, you've got so many pills, can't you share some with me?" Lin Yi smiled, as he originally intended to share them with him. Since he had the system, he didn't need them all. Thus he gave away 10 blood dragon pills. Hua Liuxiang was thrilled by Lin Yi's generosity, dancing with joy. Lin Yi then called over Long Xiaotian and Xianli, giving each of them 10 pills. Since Long Xiaotian had just reached grade 1, the blood condensing pill still had some effect on him, so he accepted it without hesitation. Lin Yi entrusted the other pills to Furong for safekeeping. At that moment many martial arts experts, seeing Lin Yi acquire so many pills, were eager to buy them. Initially Lin Yi was reluctant to sell, but then he thought that when Huazi and the others reached Grandmaster, the potency of the pills would be limited and they wouldn't need so many. Besides, he would still be doing business with the pill pavilion, so he wouldn't lack for pills in the long run. He now thought of using the pills to get these people to work for him, so he took out 10 Tianbao pills and sold them at an incredibly low price. After receiving the pills, he instructed them to guard Tianmu Mountain and report any developments. They all readily agreed. Next, Lin Yi prepared to devise a plan on how to extract some benefits from the treasure. Once they found the spirit controlling clan, the treasure would soon come to light. However, he was puzzled by the fact that the mastermind Zhan Nianxuan had shown no signs of action, which was quite unreasonable. Did he not care about that precious technique? Yet judging by the demeanor of the 7-kill true monarch, it was clear that he was intent on acquiring the technique. Lin Yi thought that once the treasure was found and the technique revealed, fierce battles would ensue and casualties were inevitable. Initially he didn't want to get involved in this muddled water, but seeing that the Sankai sword master was also interested in obtaining the technique, he was curious about what kind of technique could be so alluring, thus it would be best to acquire it, but if not, it wasn't a big deal. However, he certainly would not go in person to Fengyun Pavilion, he would send Long Xiaotian instead. He remembered that the sword monk had yet to return from Shaolin after so many days and wondered how he was faring. Just then the 7-kill true monarch unexpectedly found the 2 leaders of Wudong and Shaolin. Both were renowned sects in the martial world, likened to the Northern Star. Seeing that the 7-kill true monarch had sought them out, they knew he must have some purpose. Chong Shuzi and Master Wunyan exchanged glances. Then Chong Shuzi spoke, "May I ask what the alliance leader wishes to discuss with us?" The 7-kill true monarch said, "Now everyone is searching for the spirit controlling clan. Once they are found and the mechanisms are disabled, what then?" Chong Shuzi chuckled and replied, "Of course it will be every man for himself." The 7-kill true monarch smiled, saying, "Then we may have little hope." He looked at them, a knowing smile on his face, and said, "I suppose you aren't concerned about the millennia-old treasures inside. Your true aim is that technique." Master Wunyan laughed, "It seems you are the same, then we shall be rivals." The 7-kill true monarch laughed heartily. "Indeed rivals, but the greatest threat is the Sankai sword master. His cultivation is simply terrifying. If he obtains the technique, it will undoubtedly belong to him." Chong Shuzi nodded and asked, "What does the pavilion mean by that?" The 7-kill true monarch replied, enunciating each word, "Let our 3 factions join forces and send people to ambush the Sankai sword master on the way." The 7-kills true lord, seeking to deal with the 3 talents sword master, approached the Shaolin and Wudong sects. Both sects, coveting the cultivation techniques, agreed to take action against the 3 talents sword master. They decided to strike after finding the members of the soul controlling clan. The 7-kills true lord immediately made preparations, amassing a large number of death warriors. Lin Yi, residing in the Fengyun Pavilion, remained oblivious to their schemes, wholly immersed in his cultivation. The 3 talents sword master's heaven, earth and man techniques were indeed formidable. Though their grade could not compare to the complete boundless ocean sword art, if all 3 swords were cultivated to perfection, their simultaneous unleashing would darken the heavens and earth, making even gods and demons difficult to withstand, truly terrifying. Having experienced the man sword of the 3 talents sword master, Lin Yi decided to make this technique his primary cultivation method, with others serving as supplements. In recent days he had hardly seen Lu Ru watching descend the stairs, musing that this woman was truly a cultivation maniac, even skipping meals. However, her talent was astonishing, and such dedicated practice would surely yield rapid progress, especially as she was now cultivating the complete boundless ocean sword art. He approached her door and knocked softly, but there was no response for a long time. Lin Yi frowned, wondering if she had starved to death. If word got out, it would be a laughingstock. Unable to enter casually, he shook his head and prepared to leave. "Come in." Lu Ruking's voice sounded from within. Hearing that she was still alive, Lin Yi smiled and pushed the door open to enter. The room remained dim and hazy with only a vague silhouette sitting cross-legged on a cushion, ethereal and dreamlike. Lin Yi rubbed his eyes, finding Lu Ruoqing even more unreal, like a fairy from a painting lacking mortal warmth. Why are you here? Lu Ruoqing remained seated on the cushion, speaking flatly without any inflection. Lin Yi smiled and said, I noticed you've been cooped up in your room for days and worried something might happen. Something happen? What could happen? Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, dropping the subject and changing it. Miss Lu, how has your cultivation been these days? As he spoke, he probed her cultivation level. Suddenly his pupils contracted sharply and his eyes nearly popped out in shock. Whoa! Grandmaster Peak. Just one step away from the first rank. This is too terrifying. Lin Yi could hardly believe her cultivation speed, which seemed faster than a rocket. When Lu Ruoqing first entered the Fengyun Pavilion, she was only at the early Grandmaster stage. Now in just a few short months she had reached the Grandmaster Peak. Throughout the martial world, prodigies with such rapid progress were exceedingly rare. Lin Yi stammered, did you take some immortal pill or something? How did you improve so quickly? Lu Ruoqing said calmly, the sword technique I practiced before was incomplete, leaving many aspects unclear and hindering my progress. After obtaining the other half of the technique, the previous difficulties were resolved and I could cultivate without any obstacles. I must thank you for retrieving the sword manual for me. I will definitely repay you. That's great. You can repay me by offering yourself in marriage. All right. Lu Ruking's unexpected reply left Lin Yi dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. Since meeting this heir of the Tingqiao Pavilion, she had always been strict and serious, never joking. Are you serious? Lu Ruking's voice remained calm, devoid of emotion. What do you think? Lin Yi licked his lips, thinking that such a cultivation maniac would never be interested in matters of love. She must be joking with him. He chuckled awkwardly and said, all right, no more jokes. If you truly want to thank me, become a patron of the Fengyun Pavilion. Lu Ruoqing said nothing, hesitated not, and simply nodded. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He had only said it offhandedly, never expecting her to agree. Given Lu Ruking's current cultivation speed, within a few years she would undoubtedly become a fearsome figure in the 9 provinces. With someone like her, the Fengyun Pavilion's foundation would be strengthened, and behind her stood the formidable Tingqiao Pavilion, deterring any rash provocations. Lin Yi knew that he would eventually clash with Zhang Nianxuan and needed to prepare. Although he possessed a system, he could not remain in the Fengyun Pavilion forever. His enemies would not be foolish enough to come to his doorstep to die. In the long run this would be disadvantageous for Lin Yi, so he had to amass sufficient strength and allies. Now with Long Xiaotian as a formidable enforcer and Lu Ruoqing, he had 2 key individuals to nurture. Thus he gritted his teeth and took out the spirit-gathering pill. This is a spirit-gathering pill I obtained a few days ago. Use it. Lu Ruking's eyes flickered, a trace of emotion stirring within her. A spirit-gathering pill. She stood up, walked over to Lin Yi, took the pill from the box and examined it carefully. It was indeed identical to the spirit-gathering pill she had seen before. It really is a spirit-gathering pill. Seeing that she recognized it, Lin Yi smiled and said, this pill can increase one's cultivation by 60 years. It's extremely precious. Lu Ruking's hazy eyes fixed on Lin Yi as she asked softly, why are you giving this to me? Lin Yi scratched his head and chuckled, you're now a patron of the Fengyun Pavilion, so naturally I have to give you some benefits. Otherwise how can I ask for your help later? Lu Ruoqing smiled, took the pill and box and said, then I'll accept it ungraciously. You may leave now, I need to cultivate. Lin Yi twitched his mouth and said, cultivation is important, but staying cooped up in this dark room all day might make you ill. Why not come down and have something to eat? No need. Lu Ruking's expression returned to its usual calm detachment. Lin Yi, convinced she must be unwell, shook his head as he left, muttering indistinctly to himself. He went to the main hall and, seeing nothing urgent, summoned Hua Liuxiang to inquire about the situation at Tianmu Mountain and whether any mysterious individuals had entered. Hua Liuxiang reported no suspicious persons. Lin Yi nodded. Meanwhile, the major powers of the 9 provinces had gone to Tianshan to search for the soul-controlling clan and finally found them at the location Lin Yi had indicated. The soul-controlling clan rarely interacted with outsiders. Alarmed by the sudden arrival of so many people, they grew tense and nearly resorted to force. Fortunately, the 3-talent sword master explained the situation. The soul-controlling clan members were amicable and, after hearing the explanation, invited the leaders to the meeting hall. After much discussion, the clan chief without hesitation sent his granddaughter Lin Yi down the mountain with the soul-controlling orb. The group was surprised by the clan's easy cooperation, but pressed for time they did not dwell on it and descended the mountain. They traveled swiftly night and day and finally returned. Each went to prepare for the joint treasure hunt. Lin Yi, however, went directly to the No.1 Pavilion, sparking curiosity. Some wanted to send people to follow her. But Lin Yi told them not to bother, saying she would reach Tianmu Mountain in 3 days. The various lords and sect masters frowned, feigning agreement while secretly dispatching followers. In the sweltering heat, Lin Yi walked step by step, clad in a thick cotton coat and a large hat that obscured her entire head. Her appearance was so bizarre that passers-by thought she was mad. Lin Yi arrived at the No.1 Pavilion, immediately attracting everyone's attention as they curiously scrutinized this peculiar figure wrapped up tightly even in the sweltering heat. "Who is the pavilion master here?" Ling Xin's voice came out muffled. Hua Liuxiang rushed over, her face full of curiosity as she looked at the person wrapped up like a rice dumpling. "Who are you? What business do you have with our pavilion master?" "I am from the Contling clan." Everyone was astonished, not expecting this to be the legendary Contling clan. Lin Yi had mentioned that the people of the Contling clan were born afraid of the sun, no wonder they wrapped themselves up like rice dumplings. Everyone was curious if such a race could indeed control all things and solve mechanisms, as Lin Yi said. Upon hearing that a member of the Contling clan was present, Hua Liuxiang immediately ran upstairs to call Lin Yi down. Lin Yi looked at the Contling clan member before him and smiled, saying, "I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly, let's head upstairs." He led her to the reception room on the 3rd floor, blocking the sunlight from the windows. "Phew, it's suffocating." Lin Yi took off her cotton coat and removed her hat, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, albeit pale. Lin Yi examined the Contling clan girl before him, surprised that they sent such a beauty. He chuckled and said, "Your clan leader must have sent you to find me." Lin Yi smiled sweetly, revealing a pair of tiger teeth. "Yes, my grandfather sent me to find you. Since you know about our Contling clan, you must be well aware of our history and know how to resolve our troubles." Lin Yi nodded and said, "I know, but it won't be resolved in a short time." Lin Yi smiled and said, "As long as you can let us live under the sun, time is not a concern, we are not in a hurry." Lin Yi and Lin Yi talked for quite a while before preparing a room for her to rest. Lin Yi sat in the reception room on the 3rd floor, gazing at the ceiling with a smile on his face. 3 days passed and people from various factions came to pick up Lin Yi. Lin Yi donned her thick cotton coat and hat, preparing to leave with them. Suddenly someone rushed in, shouting loudly, "Not good, the Taijian master has been ambushed and seriously injured by people from Shaolin and Wudong." "What? How could such a thing happen? Indeed, the Taijian master is a 4th-grade grandmaster. The people from Shaolin and Wudong should not be a match for him. How could he get injured?" Everyone started discussing, inquiring about the situation. Lin Yi was also taken aback upon hearing this. The person continued, "This is what happened. On the way to Tianmu Mountain, the Taijian master was ambushed by people from Shaolin and Wudong. Initially he killed many from both sects, but then a violent explosion suddenly shook the ground, creating a massive chasm, and the Taijian master fell in, sustaining serious injuries and escaping shortly afterward. However, many from Shaolin and Wudong also perished, with only the headmaster and the Shaolin abbot surviving." Lin Yi realized that this incident was definitely related to various factions. He thought that the Jiuzhou kingdom lacked the capability, and while the 10 major sects had deep foundations, it wouldn't be easy to deal with a 4th-grade grandmaster, nor did they have the courage to do so. Only that evil sect alliance could be involved. As for why Shaolin and Wudong would target the Taijian master, it must be that someone was instigating them or using them as bait. What a formidable 7 kills, true monarch worthy of being the leader of the evil sect, but do not underestimate these 2 pillars. Shaolin and Wudong have a long lineage, their foundations deeper than other sects. Take Shaolin for example, there is an unnamed sweeping monk, a 5th-grade grandmaster. Wudong has such a presence too, though not at the 5th grade, they still possess pinnacle 4th-grade strength. These 2 are unknown figures who pay no heed to the matters of their sects. If such individuals were to intervene, it would certainly be a spectacle. Lin Yi chuckled, realizing that someone was about to rise to prominence. Upon hearing about the unexpected incident, Lin Yi said to the representatives of the various factions who came to pick her up, "Since an incident has occurred, I will temporarily stay at the No.1 Pavilion until your leaders make a decision before proceeding." They were only there to pick someone up and had no authority. Now that Shaolin and Wudong had issues, they returned. Lin Yi went back upstairs. At this moment Furong approached Lin Yi and said, "I feel this Contling clan person is quite dangerous." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Indeed dangerous, but only to others, just like the top 10 sects of Jiuzhou Kingdom and the evil sect alliance." Hurong's intelligent eyes lit up smiling as she said, it seems that you revealing the secret of the unparalleled divine sword is ill-intentioned. Everyone is stepping into your trap without realizing it. Lin Yi waved his hands repeatedly and said, I didn't do anything, they came looking for me themselves. Meanwhile, the headmaster of Wudong and the abbot of Shaolin gathered their disciples and headed towards the Evil Sect Alliance after escaping back to their sect. However, the Evil Sect Alliance was deserted with no one stationed there. Both sects returned defeated. Upon hearing the news, other factions laughed heartily, thinking that with two powerful opponents gone, seizing treasures and techniques would be much easier. Thus they dismissed Shaolin and Wudong and urged Ling Xian to go and solve the mechanisms immediately. Ling Xian did not object and followed along. Lin Yi also assigned Long Xiaotian to stay by Ling Xin's side, instructing him to take good care of her. Thus a large group set off for Tianmu Mountain, but halfway there they encountered a large number of experts from the Evil Sect Alliance. Everyone was shocked, quickly brandishing their weapons to fight. The two sides engaged fiercely, with many falling to the ground. The various factions saw that there were too many experts from the Evil Sect Alliance and, unable to resist, fled back to the Fengyun Pavilion. However, Ling Xian was captured by the people from the Evil Sect Alliance. Long Xiaotian had been by Ling Xin's side but was targeted by a second-grade grandmaster. After battling fiercely, he was defeated, and seeing her being taken away, he cried out in anger. The group returned to the Fengyun Pavilion and Lin Yi shook his head at their disheveled appearance, saying, you guys are too foolish. Knowing that the Evil Sect Alliance harbors ill intentions, you still went to seek treasures without adequate preparation. That's just stupid. The Marquis of Jiuzhou said with a bitter face, how were we to know the Evil Sect Alliance would strike along the way? We thought they would at least wait until the mechanisms were disarmed before acting. The experts were all inside the mountain, which is why we suffered heavy losses. Lin Yi thought to himself that they were all seasoned veterans, how could they fall for such a thing? But he couldn't really blame them. Upon hearing about the plight of Shaolin and Wudong, they only thought of how to proceed without their opponents and hurried off to Tianmu Mountain with Ling Xian. Previously, to prevent the diggers from stealing techniques and treasures, various factions had dispatched a large number of experts to surround Tianmu Mountain, making it impenetrable. Thus the people were dispersed, which led to their being caught off guard. Now that they had suffered significant losses, they would not rest easy, declaring that they would take revenge and confront the people from the Evil Sect Alliance. Lin Yi laughed, saying, what nonsense, that's just wasting time. They captured Ling Xian merely for the treasures of Tianmu Mountain. Don't you know the saying about waiting by the tree stump for a rabbit? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone came to their senses, realizing that their people were all at Tianmu Mountain and now they could gather together. Although the forces of the Demon Alliance were powerful and filled with experts, they still paled in comparison to the numbers of the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects. If one cannot defeat them, then let 10 fight together. If that fails, then let 20 join in. However, the most formidable opponent remained the true Lord of 7 Kills, whose strength was overwhelmingly terrifying. The highest cultivation master of the 10 sects, Zhongshu Zi, was injured and had retreated to Wudong. All 9 major sects were of the first rank in cultivation. Despite their large numbers, facing the true Lord of 7 Kills without being instantly defeated would indeed be surprising. The head of the Sword sect said with a worried expression, we are not afraid of the other members of the Demon Alliance, but that leader, the true Lord of 7 Kills, is too terrifying, we simply cannot contend with him. Lin Yi chuckled and replied, you need not worry, this guy has been heavily injured by the 3 Talents Swordmaster and is now on the verge of death. What? He was seriously injured by the 3 Talents Swordmaster? Lin Yi laughed, seeing that these individuals did not understand that Shaolin and Wudong were merely scapegoats, saying, you really have no brains, you only know that Wudong and Shaolin went to besiege the 3 Talents Swordmaster without considering the reasons behind their sudden attack. So it was the true Lord of 7 Kills who instigated this. No wonder I wondered how Shaolin and Wudong had the audacity to attack a 4th-rank Grandmaster. They were clearly misled. Since Lin Yi said that the true Lord of 7 Kills was injured, then he would be easier to deal with. However, the Marquis of Jiuzhou looked at the 3rd floor with a smile and said, I say, Master, your Fengyun Pavilion is powerful, can you send that senior to assist us? Lin Yi curled his lips, thinking that if he had such a formidable ally, he would have sent them to seize the treasures rather than spending so much effort calculating here. Lin Yi smiled and said, sorry, our elder is currently in secluded meditation and cannot be disturbed. The crowd felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. Thus they immediately set off for Tianmu Mountain without further delay. Lin Yi also sent Long Xiaotian along, reminding him to pay attention to safety. Once everyone had left, Lin Yi quickly wrote a letter to the head of Wudong and had someone deliver it. As Lin Yi had predicted, after capturing Lingxin, the Demon Alliance brought her to Tianmu Mountain, and the one in charge was Li Hentian. People from Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects surrounded the mountain, not allowing even a fly to enter. Li Hentian waved his hand and a beautiful woman dressed in red approached adorned with a striking rose on her head. Deputy Alliance Leader, what are your orders? Li Hentian said, you and the 2 protectors beside you attract the attention of Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects. I will take this opportunity to enter the mountain, disable the traps and seize the techniques and treasures. Understood. The blood rose immediately led 2 figures into the mountain. Soon shouts of battle erupted. Others on the mountain tops noticed that members of the Demon Alliance had arrived and shouted, waving their weapons to join the attack. Seeing that everyone had left, Li Hentian entered the mountain with his men heading straight for the treasure location. In less than a quarter of an hour they found themselves in a grand hall where numerous puppets emerged from the cave entrance. With a wave of his hand, Li Hentian summoned Lingxin. Miss Lingxin, do not be afraid, the reason I rescued you from those people is actually to save you. Save me. Lingxin was still wrapped in thick cotton clothing, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes. Li Hentian smiled and said, your spirit-controlling tribe has never interacted with outsiders and does not know the dangers involved. Those people appear respectful and polite, but they harbor malicious intentions. Once you disable the trap, they will surely kill you on the spot. That's terrifying. Thus we are saving you. Rest assured, as long as you disable the trap we will not harm you and will even protect you back to Tianshan. Lingxin's bright eyes twinkled as she smiled and said, thank you then. Indeed, the people outside are quite frightening. Seeing how easily she could be deceived, Li Hentian's face showed delight. Lingxin removed her cotton clothing, revealing a round and luminous pearl in her hand. The pearl emanated a red glow and she raised it above her head, chanting incantations. The red light within pulsated continuously, releasing strands of red silk that wrapped around the puppets, unleashing mysterious powers. The puppets suddenly collapsed to the ground motionless. Li Hentian's face lit up with joy as he swiftly entered with his men. All poisonous gases encountered were dispelled by the red light from the pearl in Lingxin's hand, rendering hidden weapons ineffective. Thus they passed through without obstruction and arrived at the innermost part of the mountain, where a massive palace appeared before them. Li Hentian gazed at the palace before him, unable to suppress his trembling. The treasure was about to be revealed. Holding the spirit-controlling pearl, Lingxin stepped forward and gently pushed open the grand doors of the palace. The spirit pearl also released red light, enveloping the entire palace and unleashing mysterious power. Alright, there is no danger inside, you may enter. Saying this, she made way. Li Hentian nodded, sending a few people to stay outside while leading the others inside. As soon as they entered, they were stunned by the brilliance of the treasures. Inside the vast palace there were divine weapons, gold, silver, jewels and jade artifacts, all piled up throughout the grand hall. Moreover, each item was a rare treasure seldom seen in the world. Truly worthy of being the treasures accumulated over 1,000 years in the Jiuzhou Imperial City. Every item inside is worth its weight in gold. Ha ha. We struck it rich. Oh my, I've never seen so much gold and silver before, my eyes are dazzled. Instantly everyone was excitedly shouting, some rolling around in the gold and silver, kissing them non-stop. Fortunately, Li Hentian was not dazed by the overwhelming treasures and noticed a throne inside the hall. He approached and saw a box made of rosewood placed on the throne. Li Hentian's face brightened, picking up the box and opening it. Inside was an ancient book. Upon flipping through it, he discovered it was indeed a technique. Now that he had obtained the technique, his mission was considered a great success. He said to everyone, take as much treasure as you can carry. Thus everyone pulled out large bags and began stuffing them eagerly. However, the hundreds of them could only fill less than a third. Seeing that there were still so many treasures they could not take, one of the subordinates suggested, Deputy Alliance Leader, why don't we let the Blood Rose Commander come in to help move the treasures? Li Hentian shook his head, saying, our primary task is the technique. Although these treasures are tempting, they cannot be taken. We must leave quickly. Once the Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 10 major sects react, it will be difficult to escape. Though he said this, his subordinates did not share the same thoughts. With so many treasures, something they could only dream of now seen with their own eyes, they thought that even taking one would make them wealthy, and their greed swelled as none wanted to leave. Li Hentian furrowed his brow and shouted, everyone leave at once. Otherwise it will be considered defying orders and you will face execution without mercy. With that he released a terrifying pressure. Finally everyone was intimidated and withdrew from the palace one by one. Li Hentian led his men out. However, they had not gone far when they heard shouts of battle ahead. Demon scoundrels, none of you shall escape today. Blood Rose was seen running back, looking disheveled, closely followed by a large crowd that clogged the passage. Li Hentian furrowed his brow and shouted, retreat back to the grand hall. Li Hentian observed that the people from the 9 provinces and the 8 great sects had all chased in and the passage was filled with people. Knowing that escape was impossible, he instructed his subordinates to retreat back into the palace. The 9 feudal lords and the leaders of the 8 great sects rushed in with weapons, shouting loudly. Seeing that the traps had been disarmed, they understood that the treasure had been found and the techniques had been acquired. They thought to themselves that these people must not be allowed to escape. They must be killed here. Thus everyone shouted together. Everyone listen, don't rush to grab the treasures, first eliminate these demonic scum before anything else. Consequently, the Marquis of Jiuzhou and the leaders commanded their subordinates. Kill all the demon scum. Thousands of voices roared, shaking the very earth beneath them. The Marquis of Jiuzhou waved his hand and his subordinates charged towards the palace. Faced with a 1,000-person siege, the demonic alliance was at a disadvantage in numbers, but Li Hentian and the left and right protectors were both second-grade grandmasters and their attacks were astonishingly powerful. The sounds of explosions echoed through the air as terrifying sword energies swept through, causing no one to dare approach. The 2 shadow protectors moved like phantoms, leaving behind afterimages that made them nearly invisible. All that could be seen were individuals collapsing, each with a small wound appearing on their chests. In less than half a cup of tea's time, over 100 righteous warriors had been killed or injured. The various lords and leaders were startled by the ferocity of the 3. However, upon seeing the treasures piled high within the palace, their eyes turned blood-red. Everyone charged together. The 8 leaders, all first-grade powerhouses, brandished their weapons arrogantly and surrounded the area. Although the 9 feudal lords were all later-stage grandmasters or at full mastery, they had a first-grade grandmaster as a patron, and they immediately commanded a joint effort against the 3. In the demonic alliance, Li Hentian's strength was the greatest. 10 first-grade grandmasters surrounded him like starving wolves, launching a fierce assault. Thus the chaotic battle began, with neither side able to gain an advantage, both sides blinded by rage. Blood stained the ground, turning the gold and jewels into a tragic yet beautiful red. Long Xiaotian looked at the brutal scene of the battle, something he had never seen before, licking his lips with excitement. This is so exhilarating. Long Xiaotian looked at the brutal scene of the battle, something he had never seen before, licking his lips with excitement. He noticed his elder brother Long Baishan was invincible, his fists capable of shaking the heavens, striking down with the force of 10,000 pounds, creating a large pit in the ground that caused it to tremble. Goodness, the boss has greatly increased in strength since I last saw him. He scanned the crowd and finally spotted Lingxin standing in a corner, making his way over. He found Lingxin to be remarkably calm, as if accustomed to such violence. Frowning, he thought it was quite unusual. Miss Lingxin, our leader sent me to protect you. Lingxin blinked, her clear eyes nodded, and said, the scene is quite chaotic, let's go outside. Long Xiaotian hesitated for a moment. Lin Yi had instructed him to seize any opportunity to acquire techniques if possible. He scanned the battlefield and saw that Li Hentian was invincible. Even the 10 first-grade grandmasters could not contend with him, realizing that he would not be able to seize any techniques. So he glanced at the treasures on the ground. Since we're here, it would be a shame to leave empty-handed. With it, he grinned and said, Miss, please wait a moment while I collect some treasures. He noticed scattered divine weapons and collected numerous swords and daggers, also grabbing quite a few jewels and jade ornaments. Carrying a large bag full of spoils, he cheerfully said, all right, let's go. Lingxin smiled but said nothing, following closely beside Long Xiaotian. However, they hadn't gone far when the Marquis of Jiuzhou spotted Long Xiaotian carrying goods and immediately blocked their path. Why aren't you helping? Just grabbing treasures and leaving. Long Xiaotian grinned, disregarding the Marquis, and replied, did you not see how formidable Li Hentian is? Even the 10 first-grade grandmasters are being suppressed, wouldn't I be walking to my death? You can't just leave like this. What? Do you want to stop me? Long Xiaotian suddenly released a powerful aura. First-grade Grand Master. The Marquis of Jiuzhou was taken aback. He hadn't expected this fellow to be a first-grade Grandmaster, which was quite impressive. The Marquis of Jiuzhou was merely at the full mastery stage of a Grandmaster. How could he possibly contend with a first-grade Grandmaster? He quickly smiled apologetically, saying, it turns out you are a first-grade Grandmaster. I apologize for my oversight. You may leave at will. I wouldn't dare to obstruct you. Long Xiaotian noticed the Marquis was being so agreeable and waved his hand, saying softly, our leader mentioned that this technique is not something just anyone can obtain. It seems you and Jiuzhou lack the strength for it, so why not take some treasures and leave? The Marquis of Jiuzhou frowned upon hearing this. He actually knew he could not acquire that super divine technique, but now that the 9 nations had allied, if he left it would be difficult to explain to the other 8 nations. Thus he found the Marquis of Yenzhou in the heat of battle. Kong Xian wielded a giant blade, cleaving down a demonic warrior fully engrossed in the fight. Suddenly he was grabbed and instinctively swung a blade. It's me. The Marquis of Jiuzhou dodged the incoming blade and quickly said. Kong Xian grinned and asked what's wrong. The Marquis of Jiuzhou pulled him into a corner and said, look at the situation now, our 9 provinces cannot possibly contend with the 8 great sects or the demonic alliance. Why not just grab some treasures and leave? Kong Xian looked at the treasures piled inside the palace, then at the 10 powerful sect leaders being suppressed by Li Henshin, and then glanced elsewhere. Although the demonic alliance was outnumbered, their cultivation levels were high. Comparatively, the righteous side held no advantage. After some thought he replied, that works, let's go discuss this with the others. Thus the two sought out the other lords, deciding to ignore the 8 great sects and simply grab the treasures before fleeing. The leader of the sword sect noticed the people of the 9 provinces acting sneakily and saw them all collecting treasures, immediately shouting to stop them. What are you doing? However, the people of the 9 provinces ignored him, frantically stuffing gold and jewels into prepared large bags. At this point everyone noticed. Seeing others grabbing treasures while they were fighting, they felt it was unwise and thus stopped fighting, pulling out their bags to loot. The scene quickly turned chaotic. Everyone was scrambling for treasures. The leaders of the 8 great sects shouted for their subordinates to first eliminate the demonic alliance members, yet no one listened. Infuriated, the 8 leaders yelled. Li Hentian saw the situation spiraling out of control, laughed heartily and unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy as he soared towards the exit. Everyone, I shall take my leave first. The 8 great sects, seeing him leave, knew that the techniques were in his possession and all chased after him. The left and right protectors of the demonic alliance and Blood Rose, seeing the deputy leader leave, also abandoned their enemies and soared up. Thus the first-grade Grand Masters all chased out, and the people of the 9 provinces, the 8 great sects and the demonic alliance all ceased fighting, focusing on looting. Damn it, so many treasures, don't take mine. Everyone calm down, with so many gold and jewels we can't take them all, don't grab. As for Long Xiaotian, seeing the chaos, he took Lingxin and headed towards the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. However, after walking a short distance he heard a thunderous roar ahead. The terrifying destructive force felt even from 10 miles away. 2 immense terrifying forces collided, erupting with brilliant light. A giant sword slashed through the air, causing the ground to crack apart as if it were withered straw, a dreadful sword energy sweeping across the surroundings. Long Xiaoshan's pupils constricted sharply, his face filled with horror. The Sword of Man. The master of the 3 talents. Long Xiaoshan's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself, wasn't the Sankai sword master injured? How could he appear here again? This makes no sense. He discovered that the person battling the Sankai sword master was a stranger in black, exuding a terrifying demonic aura, clearly a practitioner of the demonic path. His strength was equally fearsome, on par with the Sankai sword master. Moreover, he wielded a skeletal ghost sword whose swings emitted the sounds of wailing spirits, while ghostly mist enveloped the area and a massive ghostly head spewed toxic mist toward the Sankai sword master. The toxic mist was incredibly potent, even a trace made the Sankai sword master sway unsteadily. His face suddenly turned pale and his body trembled uncontrollably. What a formidable toxic mist! Long Xiaotian felt the severity of the mist and knew he could not linger, so he decided to take a detour. However, he heard a strange cackling voice from afar. Old man Sankai, today is the day of your demise. You insignificant little devil, if I weren't injured you would be no match for me. Haha, what an arrogant fool. Even if you summon both the human and earth swords you still cannot contend with me. Suddenly the voice of the 7-kill true monarch echoed, Sankai sword master, since you have opposed my demonic alliance at every turn, today you shall taste bitter defeat. In an instant the cries of the ghosts intensified and a cloud of toxic smoke enveloped the area for miles, accompanied by the mournful screams of the Sankai sword master. Suddenly a cold snort pierced the air and the toxic mist was dispersed by a burst of colorful light, revealing a vibrant figure swiftly approaching to rescue the Sankai sword master. Long Xiaotian initially thought the Sankai sword master would surely meet his end today, but to his surprise he was saved. Witnessing the 7-kill true monarch's furious outburst, he realized he could not remain here any longer. His life would be in danger if discovered. Fortunately, he encountered no further dangers and finally returned to Black Dragon Town. Upon entering the Fengyun Pavilion he overheard everyone discussing something, but he did not pay much attention, taking Lingxin upstairs. However, everyone noticed the large bag slung over his shoulder, thinking it must be filled with treasures. It seemed he had found a bounty. Lin Yi, hearing that Long Xiaotian had returned so soon and that Lingxin was safe, hurriedly inquired about the situation at Tianmu Mountain. As Long Xiaotian recounted the events at Tianmu Mountain, he also began to empty the treasures and divine weapons from the bag behind him. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled as he picked up a golden sword, grinning as he said, I must say, Long Ere, you were quite clever to bring back these treasures. Long Xiaotian chuckled, saying, I'm not foolish. With so many experts around, how could I possibly compete with my limited strength? By the way, I saw the Sankai Sword Master nearly killed on the way. Lin Yi smiled and replied, it's alright, the Sankai Sword Master is currently recuperating on the 3rd floor. Long Xiaotian was slightly taken aback, surprised that the person was here. He then asked who the ominous figure from the demonic path was so formidable. Lin Yi smiled and said that person is known as the Ghost Sword, a hidden powerhouse of the demonic path. He practices the 24 paths of Ghost Sword, which is extremely vicious, and is a 4th grade practitioner, also listed among the notable figures. I never expected the Demonic Alliance would even recruit such a powerful expert. I truly underestimated the 7-kill true monarch. Long Xiaotian exclaimed, another 4th grade. Lin Yi replied with a slight smile, what's so surprising about that? The 9 provinces are vast and rich and talents abound. It's quite normal to have a few 4th grade experts. They simply rarely appear in the martial world, which is why you are unaware of them. It seems I have been rather short-sighted. Long Xiaotian finally felt the martial world was indeed full of hidden talents. He then inquired about the person who rescued the Sankai Sword Master. Surely it was also a 4th grade powerhouse. Lin Yi placed the golden sword on the table and said, you are mistaken. That person is the grandfather of Bai Shuang, the carefree sword master. He is actually a 5th grade powerhouse. 5th grade. Long Xiaotian was even more shocked that a 5th grade expert had appeared. He recalled that everyone in the hall had been discussing the carefree sword master earlier. I never expected such powerful experts to appear one after the other. It seems the martial world is not peaceful. Lin Yi chuckled, unrest is a good thing. If it were always calm, it would be rather dull. Long Xiaotian smiled faintly. Lin Yi looked at the treasures, which were worth a fortune, and instructed Long Xiaotian to hand them over to Furong for processing. Long Xiaotian nodded and packed the items back into the bag. Lin Yi then went to a room on the 3rd floor. There an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged with his eyes closed while Bai Shuang stood beside him. She gazed with wide eyes, occasionally glancing at the nearly lifeless Sankai Sword Master lying on the bed. Lin Yi entered and smiled, saying, Senior Carefree, how is the Sankai Sword Master faring now? The Carefree Sword Master opened his eyes and replied, his injuries are not severe, but the human sword he practiced has been tainted by toxic gas, likely damaging his vitality, so he won't recover in a short time. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself how terrifying the ghost sword was, capable of injuring even the human sword. He would need to be cautious if he encountered that person. Bai Shuang, however, jokingly said, I think the old man Sankai won't live long. We should prepare for his funeral. Grandfather, you should wail for him. You crazy girl, what nonsense are you talking? Even if the old man dies, it should be his son who mourns him. Why would I be the one to lament? Am I his son? Bai Shuang shook her head repeatedly, saying, don't you often say that you're brothers? If the younger brother dies, shouldn't the elder brother mourn? Alright, stop talking nonsense here. Lin Yi looked at the tiger girl in exasperation. The Carefree Sword Master said to Lin Yi, do you know why all the factions want that cultivation method? Although Lin Yi did not know the name of the cultivation method, seeing how much the Sankai Sword Master coveted it, he guessed it must be a rare divine technique. The Carefree Sword Master, noticing Lin Yi was also unaware of the contents of the cultivation method, smiled and said, actually it is a cultivation method for immortality. Immortality. Lin Yi's expression changed drastically. He was no stranger to the term immortality, which often appeared in novels from his past life and referred to the practice of transcending mortality. So that's why everyone is fighting over it. His mind raced as he formulated a plan. He then said to the Carefree Sword Master, Senior, I suspect that the cultivation method has already fallen into the hands of the Demonic Alliance. I have an idea that I'm not sure will work. After saying that, he stepped forward and whispered in the elder's ear. Bai Shuang frowned but leaned closer to listen. Yes. This plan is good. However, the Carefree Sword Master frowned and asked, could there be any problems? Lin Yi confidently assured him, don't worry, I can solve any problems that arise. Seeing his confidence, the Carefree Sword Master decided to let him proceed. Lin Yi exited the room and returned to the hall where everyone was in discussion. Clearing his throat, he said, everyone please quiet down. The treasure of Tianmu Mountain has appeared, and that divine-level super cultivation method has been seized by the Demonic Alliance. Indeed, I suspected the Sankai Sword Master was injured upon his return, likely indicating that the Demonic Alliance succeeded. I just didn't expect such a formidable figure to be unable to contend with the Demonic Alliance. They truly are impressive. Lin Yi continued, aren't you all curious about what that cultivation method is? Naturally, everyone was curious. Such a super divine cultivation method was rare and almost never appeared. This cultivation method is said to be one for immortality. As long as one practices it, they can become immortal, possessing powers akin to those of immortals, capable of moving mountains, filling seas, flying, and living forever. Becoming immortal. Living forever. At that moment everyone in the hall was so astonished that they were left speechless. None of them expected that the technique was actually a true cultivation method capable of granting immortality. Seeing everyone in shock, Lin Yi said, "So who wouldn't want such a celestial technique? I suggest you all go to Tianmu Mountain and see if the people from the Demon Alliance have left yet." Yes. If we can obtain the cultivation method and possess the power of immortals, what is there to fear in the 9 provinces? That is a valid point. Let's go and try our luck. Perhaps the 7 kills true monarch has been besieged by the righteous path and is lying in some corner waiting to die. We can take advantage of that. Encouraged by Lin Yi, everyone rushed towards Tianmu Mountain. At the same time, news of the cultivation method began to spread across the 9 provinces. Though lower-ranked martial artists did not understand what this technique was, the established powerhouses were aware of its significance, and soon everyone rushed towards Tianmu Mountain, where the Demon Alliance, including even those legendary figures who had not shown themselves for years. At this moment, on the golden summit of Wudong, Chongxuzi stood atop, gazing at the majestic mountains rolling in waves, murmuring, "7 kills true monarch, we of Wudong must take revenge for this grudge." Unbeknownst to him, a peak in the distance shimmered with spiritual light, followed by the sound of cranes calling as a bridge formed connecting the two. A venerable old Taoist dressed in Taiji Bagua robes slowly approached. Chongxuzi's expression brightened and he quickly knelt in reverence. "Master, you truly have not perished. How did you know that I was still alive?" The old Taoist exuded an aura of celestial grace, blending perfectly with nature, having achieved a state of harmony between man and the cosmos. Chongxuzi recounted the general situation. Fengyun Pavilion. The #1 sword ranking in the world. How interesting, I shall visit and see what kind of person this is. At this moment an old Taoist rushed to the golden summit shouting, "Master, there are rumors in the martial world that the technique from Tianmu Mountain is a cultivation method." A cultivation method. The old Taoist's expression changed dramatically as he soared into the sky on his crane. "I must go and see. Who is he?" Chongxuzi's senior disciple looked at the flying old Taoist with disbelief. "He is your grandmaster, my own master." Chongxuzi was momentarily stunned to see his master rush off so quickly upon hearing about the cultivation method, then hurried to the main hall to gather people and prepare to set off. Chaos reigned in Tianmu Mountain as everyone scrambled for treasures. New arrivals joined in the frenzy. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the 9 major lords took their treasures and left. The leaders of the 8 major sects chased after them and encountered the 7 kills true monarch and a powerful figure from the Demon Alliance who emanated a terrifying aura that sent them fleeing. Before long, news of the cultivation method spread. This drove people mad, for the cultivation method was a legendary celestial technique. Even an ordinary person could defeat a 5th-rank powerhouse in just a few months of training. After 3 years of cultivation, one could easily sweep away any martial artist. Everyone was energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The 9 major lords and 8 major sects transported their treasures back. Then news spread urging everyone to head to the Demon Alliance together. In an instant, an enormous crowd of at least 30 to 40,000 surged towards it, unprecedented in scale. The 7 kills true monarch within the Demon Alliance frowned upon hearing this news, holding the cultivation method tightly in his hand. Li Hentian said, "Why has the content of the cultivation method become known to others and spread so quickly? We just acquired it and now it's common knowledge. People from both the righteous and demonic paths are rushing here. We must find a way or we will be unable to resist." The 7 kills true monarch pondered in silence, then clenched the technique tightly, gritting his teeth and saying, "We have fallen for the schemes of that little brat from Fengyun Pavilion." Li Hentian frowned and asked why. Did he spread the news? Who else could it be? This person is deeply scheming. He intentionally spread the secret of the unparalleled divine sword, instigating various forces to fight over it in order to reap the benefits himself. Li Hentian said, "Did he not claim to stay out of martial affairs? That little brat is shameless. Not a single word he says is true. Now his objective has been achieved. Everyone is targeting the Demon Alliance. When the two sides suffer mutual destruction, Fengyun Pavilion will emerge to seize the technique, pulling out the thorn in their side, leaving only Fengyun Pavilion as the sole entity in the 9 provinces. Li Hentian's eyes revealed shock as he murmured, "What a terrifying person. We are completely being toyed with in their hands. What should we do next?" The 7 kills true monarch thought for a moment and said, "I will not allow that little brat to succeed. This cultivation method was specifically requested by the master. I will have Gu Jian deliver the technique to the master, and then we will assign personnel to defend against the enemies." Then you secretly contact the 9 provinces and the 10 major sects informing them of Fengyun Pavilion scheme. Li Hentian hesitated, saying, will they believe us? The 7 kills true monarch shook his head repeatedly. They naturally won't believe it. If we were to say we would hand over the technique, would you believe it? Li Hentian showed surprise, wondering why they would even suggest handing over the technique after having obtained it. He was completely bewildered. Wait. Did you not say Gue Jian would deliver the technique to the master? Why are you now saying to hand over the technique? This is confusing. The 7 kills true monarch chuckled. Actually, the master was well prepared and gave me a fake technique which can be used to deceive the righteous path people at the right moment. Now it comes in handy. Li Hentian once again felt the depth of the master's foresight, realizing that even this step had been planned. Such a person is truly a terrifying existence. Thus he took the blood rose and his guards with him. The 7 kills true monarch gazed towards the direction of Fengyun Pavilion, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Such a Fengyun Pavilion to have played us so skillfully. Now I will let you taste the bitterness of this. Zixiao Daoist arrived riding a crane, coming to Tianmo Mountain, where crowds were scrambling for treasures, unaware of the presence of the Demon Alliance. He went down to investigate and learned that the cultivation method was in the Demon Alliance and that large numbers of people from the righteous path were heading there. He understood that with the appearance of the cultivation method, many hidden powerhouses would come to compete. He needed to act quickly to be the first to obtain it, otherwise it would be too late. So he took flight once more. Wow! Look, someone is flying away on a white crane. Where? Where? I didn't see it. Am I seeing things? The appearance of Zixiao Daoist caused quite a stir, with people exclaiming that an immortal had appeared. Meanwhile, Li Hentian led his people to seek out those from the 9 provinces and the 10 major sects. He pondered whether the Demon Alliance would be able to retreat unscathed this time. They were facing the entire martial world of the 9 provinces, and although the Demon Alliance was powerful, it would be difficult to survive against so many people. He also wondered if the fake technique would prove useful. Just as he was contemplating, a sudden sound of cranes echoed from above, and then in a flash an old Daoist with an aura of celestial grace appeared before him. Are you from the Demon Alliance? Li Hentian's pupils contracted sharply, retreating repeatedly, his teeth chattering. We. Blood Rose, startled, looked at the old Daoist's imposing aura and coldly said, who are you? Zixiao Daoist sneered coldly, waving his hand, causing Blood Rose to instantly lose consciousness. Seeing this, the guards shouted and prepared to strike. But Zixiao Daoist merely snorted and pointed at the two of them. Instantly they felt a splitting headache and collapsed unconscious. Speak, where is the cultivation method? Li Hentian's face turned pale with fear as he glanced at the fake technique and pulled it out. This is it. Zixiao Daoist's face lit up with joy as he snatched the technique, took a quick glance, laughed heartily, and then rode away on his crane. Li Hentian watched as he left, feeling relieved. Had it not been for the fake technique, he would have likely been killed. Who exactly is this person to possess such terrifying power? Li Hentian observed that the Blood Rose and the 2 guardians were merely unconscious and not dead. He hurriedly revived them before returning to the Alliance to inform the 7 kill true monarch. Upon hearing this, the 7 kill true monarch revealed a serious expression and said, looking at this person's attire, could he possibly be from Wudong? Li Hentian was somewhat familiar with Wudong and had never heard of such a figure. He remarked, the highest cultivation in Wudong is the current sect leader. How could such a high-level individual appear? The 7 kill true monarch chuckled. Wudong and Shaolin are the beacons of the martial world with a long and storied history. It is not surprising for such a powerful figure to emerge. He pondered for a moment and continued, if this truly is someone from Wudong, that would be wonderful. Suddenly inspiration struck him and he burst into laughter. Li Hentian frowned as he watched him laugh. At this moment both the righteous and demonic factions surrounded the Demonic Alliance, brandishing weapons and demanding that the 7 kill true monarch hand over the cultivation methods. The forces from the 9 provinces and the 10 major sects were imposing, all shouting loudly. Fellow practitioners, the Demonic Alliance is the great enemy of the martial world. To unify the 9 provinces, they have killed many of our righteous masters and are now claiming the cultivation methods for themselves. If we let them cultivate, no one in the 9 provinces will be their match, and we will fall under their demonic claws, living in the depths of suffering. At this moment a strong figure from the demonic faction said, the 7 kill true monarch, relying on his formidable cultivation, has been issuing commands to many sects of the demonic path. We refuse to comply and we will send people to eliminate him. In order to become the leader and obliterate the numerous sects of our demonic path, we must also seek revenge. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, all declaring their intention to destroy the Demonic Alliance. The morale of the crowd was high, with at least over 50,000 present. Such a multitude could easily annihilate the demonic alliance. Seeing the opportunity ripe, the forces from the 9 provinces brandished their weapons and prepared to attack. At this moment a powerful voice resounded. Everyone hold your ground. The 7-kill true monarch stepped forward, exuding a formidable aura. The Marquis of Jiuzhou, seeing his injuries had healed, frowned and interrupted, saying to the crowd, "No need to listen to his nonsense, let us all charge together." With that he charged forward. The 7-kill true monarch let out a cold laugh, his left hand tightening into a fist as he struck out. The Marquis of Jiuzhou, merely at the peak of the master realm, could not withstand the blow of a 3rd-ranked grandmaster and was sent flying. However, the others also moved to attack. The 7-kill true monarch hurriedly shouted, "Everyone slow down. The cultivation methods are not in our demonic alliance, you have all been deceived." The Marquis of Jiuzhou yelled, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is just trying to buy time. He must have called for help, we need not waste our breath." Thus the crowd charged forward again. Yet they were suppressed by the aura of the 7-kill true monarch. The people from the 10 major sects did not intervene, watching coldly. The demonic faction was a disorganized mob wanting to see a clash between the righteous and the alliance, hoping to profit from the chaos. Seeing that everyone had their own agendas, the Marquis of Jiuzhou realized that charging in would only lead to his demise at the hands of the 7-kill true monarch. He then placed his hands on his hips and said, "7-kill true monarch, if you say the cultivation methods are not with the demonic alliance, then where are they?" The 7-kill true monarch chuckled coldly and replied, "The methods were indeed with our alliance, but just a moment ago I decided to hand them over to you all and sent the deputy leader to discuss it with you. Unfortunately, he encountered someone who forcibly took them away on the way." Someone took them away. He, I say, monarch, you should consider who you are talking to. Do you think we are all fools? At this moment Li Hentian stepped forward and addressed the Wudong people, saying, "This matter is absolutely true. I was bringing the cultivation methods, but unexpectedly I heard a crane cry from the sky, followed by the appearance of an old Taoist. He demanded that I hand over the methods." An old Taoist. Instantly everyone turned their attention to the Wudong individuals. Since the Wudong sect leader Chong Shuzi was injured and could not come, they had sent an elder instead. He hurriedly stated, "Impossible. The highest cultivation in Wudong is our sect leader. He is currently recuperating in the Zhenwu Hall. How could he possibly go and seize the cultivation methods? Moreover, according to the deputy leader's description, this person's cultivation is at least above 3rd rank. Exactly. I believe that the demonic alliance is simply trying to shift the blame onto Wudong now that the situation is unfavorable for them. Hand over the methods quickly. Yes, hand them over quickly, or we will have to fight." With that someone brandished their weapon, their arrogance palpable. The 7-kill true monarch snorted coldly and said, "This leader has always been one to take responsibility for his actions, unlike some who scheme in the shadows. If you all do not believe me, feel free to search. If you find the methods, you may deal with us as you wish." The crowd frowned upon hearing this. At this moment the Marquis of Jiuzhou climbed to his feet and shouted, "Damn it! Do you think we will believe you just because you say so? You must have hidden the methods away long ago or had someone take them. The methods are merely a book no bigger than a fist. In such a large alliance, even digging 3 feet into the ground would be difficult to find. Enough of this nonsense, let's go." With that he was about to strike again. However, the people from the 10 major sects still did not react, standing like wooden puppets. Damn it, what a bunch of ungrateful cowards. They will never achieve anything great. Seeing that they were not taking action, the 7-kill true monarch said, "Since everyone does not believe what I have said, why not go to Wudong Mountain and ask Chong Shuzi directly?" From the crowd Louis Fei approached and asked Li Hentian, "Did you really see that person arrive riding a crane?" Li Hentian nodded heavily and affirmed, "Indeed. Moreover, my subordinates were present, they also witnessed it with their own eyes." Louis Fei nodded and said to the crowd, "What he said is true. 10 years ago when I traveled to Wudong Mountain, I also saw an old Taoist riding a crane. Although I cannot confirm whether he is from Wudong, since he resides within Wudong Mountain, it stands to reason that the Wudong people must know about him." The Wudong elder quickly denied this, saying, "Louis Fei, you are talking nonsense. If such an elder existed in Wudong, how could we not know?" The sword master of the sword sect added, "Perhaps it is a high-level expert from Wudong who has been in seclusion, so the elder does not know of him." The Wudong elder was not so foolish as to admit to this. If everyone were to go to Wudong, it would be a disastrous situation. With so many people, it would be uncontrollable once they resorted to violence. The 7-kill true monarch, seeing the Wudong elder vehemently denying it, said, "As for the ownership of the cultivation methods, I have actually thought of a solution. This way we can avoid conflict and maintain peace. Oh. I wonder what the monarch has in mind. Upon hearing that there might be a good solution, some were keen to avoid further bloodshed. The 7 Kill True Monarch stated we can hand over the methods for everyone to study together. They can also be entrusted to the most outstanding disciples for cultivation. This way we won't have to fight over them and we can discuss and progress rapidly together. This is not a viable solution at all. The first to disagree were the 10 major sects. However, the smaller sects began to cheer. If the monarch truly thinks this way, that would be wonderful. Studying together is far superior to solitary cultivation. Exactly. I agree with the monarch's proposal. Someone spoke up and gradually others agreed. The Duke of Jiuzhou and his companions looked at the situation being reversed by the true monarch of 7 kills, thinking they were all fools. The Demon Dao Alliance is the strongest force, posing a significant threat in the 9 provinces. If allowed to develop further, the 9 provinces will surely be at their mercy. Originally this was a good opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop, but now everyone is hesitating and some even agree to such a foolish method. Although the 9 provinces have formed an alliance, many skilled fighters have been injured or killed in the ongoing battles. If they recklessly charge in now, they will not only be criticized but also unable to defeat the Demon Dao Alliance, resulting in even more casualties. They cannot afford any losses now, as there are already few high-level experts left. However, they do not wish to let the people of the Demon Dao Alliance escape so easily. Thus the Duke of Jiuzhou said, the leader's plan is indeed good, but no one can guarantee that what you say is the truth or that you are sincere. The true monarch of 7 kills looked at the Duke of Jiuzhou and said, what do you mean, Duke? The Duke of Jiuzhou smiled and replied, I mean nothing. Just now you mentioned wanting to hand over the technique. Who can guarantee that the technique you provide is genuine? If you bring a fake and deliberately let others seize it, then everyone will go to great lengths over a false technique, leaving your alliance completely unscathed. The glint in the eyes of the true monarch of 7 kills flashed as he thought, indeed the lords of the 9 provinces are not easily fooled. Although their cultivation levels are low, they are constantly scheming and fighting over power. Most of the people from the top 10 sects are those who cultivate within their sects and rarely engage in deceitful battles, making them easier to deceive. Upon hearing the Duke of Jiuzhou, the people from the top 10 sects also found his reasoning sound. Exactly, the Duke of Jiuzhou makes a valid point. How can you prove that the technique is genuine? The true monarch of 7 kills shrugged helplessly and said, I have already made my position clear. If you all wish to continue this entanglement, then so be it. It may end up with both sides suffering. However, make sure to understand the technique is not in our Demon Dao Alliance. Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated and abandoned the idea of taking action. Louis Fei, seeing how things had turned out, said, everyone, why not go to Wudong Mountain to have a look? Also, the leader should accompany us. The true monarch of 7 kills immediately replied, of course I will go. With everyone agreeing, there was no harm in going. The elder from Wudong sensed the situation was dire and quickly signaled his disciples to hasten the news. However, the various factions present had long been observing Wudong's response, and when they saw someone attempting to deliver a message, they blocked them. The sword master from the sword sect also said to the Wudong elder, since you claim that old Taoist is not from your Wudong, there's no need to send a message. Let's go together. The Wudong elder had no choice but to comply. Thus the group headed towards Wudong. Long Xiaotian, who was mixed in the crowd, saw how quickly the situation was changing and wondered how the blame was being shifted to Wudong. He quickly instructed someone to convey the news to Lin Yi. However, just as the person left, they were intercepted by the people from the Demon Dao Alliance. The true monarch of 7 kills had already discovered that Long Xiaotian was now with the Yun Pavilion and had sent people to monitor them. Upon seeing someone attempting to deliver a message, he dispatched people to stop them. Long Xiaotian, however, was unaware and continued towards Wudong Mountain amidst the crowd. As a multitude surged forth, the excitement of obtaining the technique filled the Zixiao Taoist with anticipation, and he flew swiftly on his crane, reaching Wudong Mountain in no time. He hurriedly called for his disciple. Changsuzi saw his master return so quickly and with a joyful expression, knowing something good must have happened. Master, what are your orders? The Zixiao Taoist said, quickly send disciples to guard all vital paths. If anyone comes to attack, resist with all your might. If you cannot hold them off, retreat to the Jinwu Hall. Changsuzi's face changed dramatically and he hurriedly asked, Master, what has happened? Why would anyone come to attack us at Wudong? The Zixiao Taoist waved his hand repeatedly and said, do not ask too much, just do as instructed. I need to leave for a while. If anyone asks about my identity, just say you do not know. Changsuzi was even more confused, not understanding what had happened. The Zixiao Daoist however paid no mind to his disciple's expression and flew away from Wudong towards Shaolin. Meanwhile everyone rushed forward and after 6 days of travel finally entered the territory of Wudong Mountain. The true monarch of 7 kills immediately ordered his subordinates to seal off all vital roads of Wudong Mountain. Thus the group made their way towards the Jinwu Hall. The Wudong disciples, seeing a large crowd surging up the mountain, promptly reported to their sect. Chang Suzi was startled upon hearing this and thought to himself how his master had foreseen the situation, knowing an attack was imminent. He hurriedly sent someone to investigate. It turned out that the people from the Righteous Path and the Demon Dao Alliance had arrived, causing Chang Suzi to storm over in anger. Before the Wudong elder could explain the situation, Chang Suzi shouted at the true monarch of 7 kills, "You scoundrel! You actually went back on your word. I almost lost my life because of you." The true monarch of 7 kills feigned ignorance, looking perplexed at the furious Chang Suzi, and said, "Daoist, what is the matter? It seems our Demon Dao Alliance has not offended you, correct?" Chang Suzi sneered repeatedly, pointing his whisk at the true monarch of 7 kills, and said, "Who was it that said we would join forces to kill the 3 talisman sword master? I didn't expect you would use us as scapegoats, leading to the deaths of so many of our disciples." At this moment an elder from Shaolin also shouted, "Indeed, a treacherous villain. Now that you have come to Wudong, let's see how you leave." He then addressed everyone, "It is this untrustworthy fellow who incited our 2 factions to deal with the 3 talisman sword master. Little did we know he had ulterior motives, using us as cannon fodder and setting traps long ago." Upon hearing this, everyone realized they had been fooled by the true monarch of 7 kills and displayed expressions of schadenfreude, thinking how foolish both factions were to believe the words of the Demon Dao Alliance. Little did they know that the reason they had come to Wudong was also instigated by the true monarch of 7 kills. The true monarch of 7 kills calmly said, "You are wrongfully accusing me. The 3 talisman sword master is truly terrifying, so I resorted to this desperate tactic. Later I was severely injured by the 3 talisman sword master and have yet to recover." Chang Suzi sneered, "That's what you deserve. I didn't expect you to play the same trick again, leading everyone to Wudong." He addressed the people of the 9 provinces and the top 10 sects. "You are all righteous individuals. How can you let the Demon Dao Alliance lead you by the nose? Why not join forces to eliminate the demons and restore peace to the martial world?" Seeing the situation aligning with their interests, the people of the 9 provinces also shouted, "Yes, yes. The headmaster's words are reasonable. Since the Demon Dao Alliance is so despicable, why not seize this good opportunity to eliminate them, lest they pose a future threat to the righteous path of the 9 provinces?" With that they waved their hands and the forces of the 9 provinces surrounded the people of the Demon Dao Alliance. The smaller sects and onlookers from the martial world saw the situation change again and, fearing for the innocent, quickly retreated. Many of the major forces from the Demon Dao felt the situation was turning unfavorable. Although they were not part of the Demon Dao Alliance, they belonged to the Demon Path, and being present with those from the Righteous Path would surely lead to collateral damage. Originally they planned to wait for the Demon Dao Alliance to be destroyed and then reap the benefits. Little did they expect the true monarch of 7 kills to cleverly shift the crisis to Wudong. Now with a dramatic reversal they realized they might end up in danger themselves and quickly fled, prepared to escape at the first sign of trouble. The 7 kill true lord didn't expect that the Shaolin and Wudong sects would suddenly come up with such a move. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He chuckled coldly and looked at the crowd, saying, "What do you mean by this? Do you not want that cultivation technique anymore?" The Marquis of Jiuzhou smiled and said, "Of course we want the technique, but before that we need to deal with you, the leader of the demonic alliance. With you around we cannot find peace, fearing that one day you might come to trouble us." "This isn't very good, is it?" said the Sword Lord of the Sword Gate with a frown. Just now the leader said that the technique would be handed over for everyone to study and practice. Wouldn't this be going back on one's word? Several sects also felt that this was not a good approach. The Marquis of Jiuzhou sneered, "This guy is doing this with ulterior motives. How could he possibly be so kind as to hand over the technique? Even so, there must be secrets we are unaware of. For safety's sake, I believe we should eliminate the demonic alliance now." The 7 kill true lord noticed that they seemed quite confident in dealing with him and laughed loudly. "It seems you are determined to give up on that technique. But do you really think you can destroy my demonic alliance? Isn't that a bit of a pipe dream?" Among those present, the highest cultivation level belonged to the 7 kill true lord, who was indeed a genuine 3rd-tier powerhouse, far surpassing their strength. The Wudong sect's leader Chang Suzi stroked his beard and smiled. With so many fellow practitioners here, even if the leader possesses extraordinary abilities, he won't be able to escape. Let's all take action. Having said that, he stopped talking nonsense and launched a fierce attack alongside the masters of Shaolin. The 7 kill true lord frowned and unleashed a powerful pressure. Li Hentian also leapt up, wielding his precious sword to fight against Chang Suzi. Upon seeing that the battle had begun, the Marquis of Jiuzhou immediately signaled the other marquises to join the assault. Many righteous first-tier masters also joined in. The other 8 sects observed the fight but did not intervene, retreating to the sidelines. The Sword Lord of the Sword Gate said to the Master of the Fire Cloud Palace, "If this continues, won't it be chaotic? Whose hands is that technique in?" The Palace Master frowned and replied, "It's indeed difficult to solve. It's either in the Demonic Alliance or Wudong. Let's wait and see. When they are both severely injured, we can take action." Seeing the situation become incredibly chaotic, Long Xiaotian laughed and approached Blood Rose. The two were evenly matched and Blood Rose undaunted wielded her golden snake sword to engage. Long Xiaoshan's fists were comparable to divine weapons. With every swing they unleashed an unstoppable force. Blood Rose maneuvered around the wind of his punches, striking at Long Xiaoshan's eyes with the golden snake sword, which emitted glimmers of golden light. The two fought fiercely, each evenly matched. Meanwhile, Li Hentian and Chang Suzi were also engaged in a fierce battle, both being renowned powerhouses. However, Li Hentian had cultivated the Infinite Ocean Sword technique, significantly increasing his strength during this time. Chang Suzi, who was already injured, could only hold on for a while before succumbing. Li Hentian aimed to end the battle in a flash with his flying sword. However, due to the overwhelming numbers, soon over 20 first-tier powerhouses rushed in to surround him. Chang Suzi leveraged their numerical advantage to suppress Li Hentian. In contrast, the 7-kill True Lord was indeed fearsome, wielding a tiger-headed iron staff that created a howling wind as he moved with cold light flashing. Those struck by him fell to the ground bleeding from their 7 orifices. 7 first-tier powerhouses from Wudong flew in and set up the 7-star sword formation encircling him. The High Monks of Shaolin also deployed the Demon Suppression Grand Formation. Many righteous powerhouses joined in, and the Jiuzhou nation seized the opportunity to dispatch 9 first-tier powerhouses. In total, 38 first-tier powerhouses surrounded him. However, despite the large numbers and formation, they found it difficult to shake the 7-kill True Lord. Yet faced with such a powerful offense, the 7-kill True Lord found it hard to break through the encirclement. His expression darkened as he thought to himself that he had underestimated the righteous path of Jiuzhou. He initially thought his strength was sufficient to handle the situation, but now found himself trapped. Looking around, he noticed that the other experts from the Alliance were also trapped, realizing that if things went poorly he might genuinely fall here. Seeing the 8 major sects watching the excitement, he maneuvered around while loudly proclaiming, "I say, everyone, do you really not care about the cultivation technique? If Shaolin and Wudong succeed, the technique will be lost forever. Think carefully." The Marquis of Jiuzhou, seeing an opportunity for discord, chuckled and said, "Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. As long as we eliminate the Demonic Alliance, the technique will naturally reveal itself." However, the Sword Gate and several other sects did not think so. The situation had become extremely chaotic, making it difficult to see clearly. Yet concerning the cultivation technique, if it truly fell into Wudong's hands, that would be dire. Originally, Wudong and Shaolin's heritage was long-lasting and comparable to other sects. If they obtained the technique, their strength would surely skyrocket, becoming uncontainable and dominating Jiuzhou. This was something they did not want to see. Currently, with the Demonic Alliance as a powerful force, there was a balance. However, if the Demonic Alliance were to be eliminated, the situation would become unpredictable. The Swordgate Master immediately said to the 7-kill True Lord, "Do you dare to swear that the technique is not in your Demonic Alliance?" The 7-kill True Lord sneered in his heart. The technique was not in the Demonic Alliance to begin with, so what was the point of swearing? He said with a serious face, "Of course I dare to swear." As he spoke, he moved around within the formation and pointed to the sky to swear. "I, the 7-kill True Lord, swear that the technique is not in the Demonic Alliance. If I lie, let the heavens strike me with thunder." Don't listen to him. This person is a demonic figure. How could he speak the truth? Even a vow doesn't count. It's better to quickly move to eliminate him. Chang Suzi, seeing the 8 major sects hesitating, realized the situation was dire and shouted loudly. The Sword Lord said the leader did not say so. Although the leader is a demonic figure, he is an upright person of integrity. Since he has sworn it must be true, you should cease fire quickly. The Palace Master of the Fire Cloud Palace also said, "What the Sword Lord says makes sense. You should stop quickly. Otherwise we will intervene." Chang Suzi, furious, thought to himself that these guys must have lost their minds to believe a demonic person's words. If they didn't eliminate him now, he would surely become a great threat in the future. Thus he coldly launched a fierce offensive against Li Hentian. The 8 major sects, seeing that their words were taken seriously, all joined the fray. Immediately the situation became even more chaotic. The leader, realizing that their plans would be difficult to achieve today, ordered everyone to cease fire. He said to the 8 major sects, well, since you believe the words of a demonic figure, then if you encounter any danger in the future, don't blame our 2 sects for not helping. The Jiuzhou nation was also quite angry and said if you do this, don't regret it later. Seeing that everyone had stopped, the 7-kill True Lord walked over to the Sword Lord and others, looking at the Wudang leader, and said, now it all depends on Wudang's attitude. The Sword Lord nodded and said to the leader, it is said that one of your predecessors took the technique. Is that true? Kang Suzi's expression changed slightly as he immediately thought of his master. He thought to himself, no wonder his master had instructed him this way, it turned out he had obtained the technique. He felt a surge of joy. However, since his master had left, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to admit it. So he stroked his beard and said, apart from the old Taoist, Wudang has no other experts. He, the dignified leader of Wudang, actually lies. It was clearly your master who snatched the technique, yet you deny it. Suddenly a mass of black mist appeared in the sky, accompanied by a sharp, piercing laugh that exuded a terrifying aura. The sound was dull and piercing, resonating in everyone's eardrums, buzzing loudly. Kang Suzi's expression changed slightly as he looked at the black mist in the sky, angrily saying, who are you? How dare you slander Wudang? I will not let this go without an explanation. What a bold statement. Do you think that just because Shaolin and Wudang are known as the North Star of Taishan, we would be afraid? The black mist shrank rapidly, revealing a man in black. This person had a sharp face, thin as a bamboo pole, and a pair of cold, sinister eyes that scanned the masters present like a venomous snake. Kang Suzi probed the stranger's strength, and his pupils suddenly contracted sharply, revealing an expression of disbelief. The true monarch of 7 kills saw that help had arrived and coldly laughed at Kang Suzi, saying, Master, this person is a renowned senior from the demon path known as Ghost Sword, and even the 3 talents sword master is no match for him. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. It must be known that the 3 talents sword master is a 4th-tier powerhouse, and his terrifying strength makes him invincible once his sword is drawn. It is shocking that such a figure is actually no match for the person before them. Ghost Sword. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him? Everyone began to whisper among themselves. The sword master of the Sword Gate, realizing such a figure from the demon path had arrived, knew that a fight was impossible, so he clasped his hands toward the ghost sword in the sky and said, Senior, may I ask whose technique it is that you are seeking? Ghost Sword gave a cold smile and pointed at Kang Suzi, saying, you should ask him. Suddenly everyone's gaze shifted to Kang Suzi. Kang Suzi's expression darkened as he vehemently denied it. Seeing that he refused to admit it, Ghost Sword laughed, saying, what a righteous sect that dares to act but not admit it. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, let's just go to Wudang and search for it. With that he took the lead and sped away, disappearing in an instant. Kang Suzi roared in anger, my sect has never been searched in its 1,000-year history. How dare you be so arrogant? I will stake my life to prevent this. After saying that, he also flew away. Seeing someone take the lead, the people from the 8 great sects began to shout that they also wanted to go. The Wudang disciples could not stop them at all. Thus tens of thousands of people marched toward the Jiuzhou Hall of Wudang in an overwhelming manner. The elder from Shaolin saw the situation spiraling out of control, so he whispered to a disciple, instructing him to leave quietly. Such a commotion made it impossible to put a stop to it. Soon everyone gathered at the Jiuzhou Hall, searching the various mountain peaks, but they found no one. Ghost Sword arrived in a fury, glaring at Kang Suzi. Where is the old Taoist? Did he take the technique and hide away, afraid to show himself? Kang Suzi coldly laughed, saying, I don't understand what you mean. Our Wudang has never had any senior take away any technique. I see you are the one slandering Wudang. Ghost Sword, seeing Kang Suzi's defiance, became furious and let out a sinister laugh. Fine, since you refuse to admit it, I will destroy Wudang and see if he comes out. He then unleashed a terrifying pressure, raising his hand to release a wave of black energy that surrounded 3 Wudang disciples. Ah! The 3 trembled, their skin turning black as they fell to the ground, bleeding pus and emitting a foul odor. You dare to kill my Wudang disciples in front of the heroes of the world. Today I will fight you to the death. Kang Suzi, enraged, charged forward with his sword drawn. However, he was only a 2nd-tier cultivator and was injured. How could he possibly defeat Ghost Sword? With a light sweep he was sent flying. The Shaolin elder, seeing Ghost Sword's viciousness, immediately recited a Buddhist chant. Amit Ba. Senior, are you being too ruthless? We are all watching. Ghost Sword lightly patted his sleeves, staring at the Shaolin elder and speaking in a cold voice. What? Is the bald monk from Shaolin not satisfied? You? The Shaolin elder's face twisted in anger, but he did not dare to act, as even a high-level figure like Kang Suzi was easily swept away. He was only a 1st-tier cultivator and probably couldn't even get within 10 zhang of him. Seeing that all factions stood silently, especially the members of the 8 great sects who wore expressions of glee. The Wudong disciples, seeing their master being attacked, rushed forward with their long swords, but they were all poisoned and fell to the ground by the toxic smoke released by Ghost Sword. Seeing his terrifying strength, they did not dare to approach. Ghost Sword looked at the people from Wudong and said, "If you do not hand over the person, I will show no mercy." With that, a black flying sword shot out from his body, hovering in the air and releasing a terrifying pressure. A wave of dreadful mist spread out, causing everyone to feel their breath quickening, their hearts racing as if they would leap out of their throats. As a massacre was about to unfold, the 8 great sects immediately retreated from the Jiuzhou Hall. The members of smaller sects also obediently left. The Marquis of Jiuzhou and the other 9 looked at each other in shock, not expecting a sudden turn of events while Wudong was on the brink of annihilation. While they were delighted at Wudang's potential downfall, they knew that with this demon path alliance around, if even the North Star of the martial world was destroyed, no one would be able to resist the demonic path. However, there was nothing to be done now with such a terrifying figure present. Even if all the people of the 9 provinces rushed in, they would not be able to touch a single hair on him. The Marquis of Jiuzhou surveyed the surroundings and found Long Xiaotian among them, so he approached and said, "I think this situation is not good. What do you and the Cloud Wind Pavilion intend to do?" Long Xiaotian, not having received any instructions from Lin Yi and unsure of what to do, shook his head and said, "Let's just observe the situation for now." Seeing that Cloud Wind Pavilion showed no intention, the Marquis of Jiuzhou did not say anything further. The 9 of them conferred briefly and then withdrew. Zhang Suzi, seeing Ghost Sword about to unleash a massacre, was furious and shouted, wanting to charge forward, but was stopped by his disciples. The true monarch of 7 kills, however, remained motionless, allowing Ghost Sword to act freely. Puff, puff, puff. Sword energy flew horizontally as poisonous mist enveloped the entire Jiuzhou Hall, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. The onlookers, seeing the Wudong disciples being ruthlessly slaughtered, turned pale with fear, nearly unable to stand. At that moment, a crane's cry echoed in the sky, followed by an aged voice. "What a man of the demon path to dare kill in Wudong! Such audacity!" Suddenly a gigantic sword pierced the air and plunged into the Jiuzhou Hall. A loud rumble ensued as the black mist was dispersed. Ghost Sword laughed maniacally, shouting to the sky, "Well done, old Taoist, you finally came out." With that, he transformed into a cloud of black mist and charged upward. Instantly explosive sounds resounded in the sky, followed by a terrifying sword energy slicing through the air, cleaving mountains in half. The power was truly formidable. Everyone had never witnessed such a fearsome battle. Seeing boulders fly and giant mountains flattened, they thought that staying here would mean certain death and fled down the mountain. The surviving Wudong disciples also supported Zhang Suzi down the mountain. Ghost Sword and Zhixiao Daoist fought in the sky for 3 full hours, with dark clouds thickening, flashing sword lights piercing the sky, and a loud crane's cry. A gigantic Tai Chi diagram emanated vast Tai Chi energy. However, Ghost Sword's toxic mist was truly overwhelming, scattering the Tai Chi diagram as a poisonous dragon slithered around, spewing vast amounts of toxic smoke. A figure fell from the sky. Kang Suzi's expression changed drastically as he rushed over, only to see his master surrounded by black energy, pale, bleeding from the mouth and trembling all over. He did not expect that even a master of such cultivation would not be able to withstand Ghost Sword. It was truly terrifying. He thought, could it be that heaven intends to destroy Wudong? "Master, what happened to you?" Zhixiao Daoist's eyes were half-closed, gasping for breath. "Quickly take the disciples and leave." "Hee, too late to leave now." The Ghost Sword descended from the sky, wielding the ink blade with great pride. At this moment, the 7-killing true monarch approached and said to the Zhixiao Daoist, "Senior, do you dare to take responsibility? Was it you who took the cultivation method?" The Zhixiao Daoist suppressed the injuries within him and said with a grim smile, "So what if it was taken by me? Such a technique cannot fall into the hands of you demonic practitioners." Seeing him admit it, the 7-killing true monarch loudly declared to the onlookers, "Did everyone hear that? I did not deceive anyone, right?" The sword master of the sword sect and several other sect leaders came over, cupping their hands in respect. "Indeed, it is the doing of Wudong. We have wronged the alliance leader." After saying this, they urged the Zhixiao Daoist to hand over the technique for everyone to cultivate together. Zhang Suzi looked at these shameless individuals who claimed to be righteous, colluding with the demonic faction. He coldly sneered, "Do you think that by handing over the cultivation method you can cultivate? Such delusions." The sword master of the sword sect chuckled sinisterly, "You don't need to worry about that, just hand over the technique quickly or we won't be polite anymore." After saying this, everyone revealed ferocious expressions as if they wanted to devour the 2 of them alive. The 7-killing true monarch quietly laughed to himself, thinking that his goal had finally been achieved. Now it was time to watch these so-called righteous people perform. The Zhixiao Daoist swore he would never hand it over. This infuriated the 8 major sects, who immediately drew their weapons ready to kill. Suddenly the ghost sword's expression changed as he gazed into the distant sky. Seeing him notice something, the 7 killing true monarch also looked over but found nothing in the clear sky. Just as he was about to speak, the ghost sword waved his hand, signaling him to be silent. After a short while a rumbling sound came from the distant sky, and then a golden Buddha statue swooped down, creating a powerful whirlwind that swept everyone off their feet. Even the ghost sword could not stand firm, staggering backward. Then an old voice echoed out. Amit Ba. My apologies, my apologies. At that moment 3 beams of light flew in from the high sky and surrounded the golden Buddha statue. The ghost sword's face turned pale with shock and he shouted. It's a 5th-tier powerhouse. Quickly, let's leave. After saying this, he fled in a hurry. The 7 killing true monarch's face turned white with fear as he immediately led his subordinates to escape. Old bald donkey, you dare to impede us. Now let's see where you can escape to. Hurry and hand over the technique. The golden Buddha statue radiated unparalleled Buddhist power, with golden rain falling to save all beings. How can the cultivation method be given to you? The golden Buddha statue flew past Changsuzi and his disciple, taking them away, then sped off. Hee old monk, you are now at your last gasp, you cannot escape. After saying this, the 3 beams of light raced away. Inside the Fengyun Pavilion, Lin Yi strolled through the 3 inns and checked on the business. Previously Heilong Town was just a neglected little town, but now it was different, having transformed into a super prosperous large town. Surrounding it were many large shops with everything for eating, drinking and entertainment. Everywhere were martial arts practitioners with weapons on their backs. It had evidently become a major holy land in the martial arts world of Jiuzhou. All the credit for this goes to Lin Yi. If it weren't for his Fengyun Pavilion being built here, publishing the #1 ranking in the world, it would not have transformed into its current prosperous state. He strolled leisurely down the street, observing the bustling business of the inns and shops. He decided to buy a few more shops, hire some staff, train them and then expand operations. Just as he was about to head back, he saw a golden Buddha statue rushing from the sky, and in the blink of an eye it entered the Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Yi was slightly startled and quickly returned. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he heard sharp laughter from outside. Haha, old monk, you must be panicking to have fled to such a place. After saying this, 3 beams of light flew in one after another. They were 3 middle-aged men dressed in bizarre clothing, exuding a terrifying and mighty pressure. The martial artists sitting in the hall stood up when they saw the 3 charging in with such momentum. At this moment the voice of Changsuzi could be heard. Pavilion master, these 3 are here to kill us, please protect us. One of the slightly older men looked at the Zhixiao Taoist and an old monk sitting at the same table, healing their injuries, while Changsuzi stood by. Haha, are you confused? Is there any expert here who can protect you? Since you've chosen such a place to seek death, don't blame us. The older man had a sinister smile on his face, his left palm nurturing a terrifying sphere of light. Everyone could sense the man's terrifying cultivation and could not see through it, so they all rushed outside. However, they were unwilling to miss such a good show and craned their necks to watch. Being martial artists, they naturally recognized Changsuzi, the head of Wudong, who was now standing there obediently. It was clear that one of the seated individuals was from Wudong and the other from Shaolin. They speculated on their identities and why these 3 were here to hunt down the Shaolin and Wudong members. The Zhixiao Taoist's pale face flushed with a hint of redness, and he gritted his teeth, wanting to stand up, but was pulled back by the old monk. Hand over the technique, perhaps we can leave your bodies intact. Lin Yi already knew the origins of these people from the system. He smiled slightly, reclining in his chair and watching their performance. The Zhixiao Taoist snorted coldly and said, the 3 elders of the Northwest, you are demonic practitioners who have killed countless innocents with your evil techniques. If the cultivation method is handed over to you, won't it throw the martial world into chaos? Ha, since you refuse to hand it over, then we will grant you your wish. The old monk whispered a few words in Changsuzi's ear. Changsuzi quickly nodded and walked towards Lin Yi. Pavilion master, please take action to slay these 3. Wudong is willing to offer the cultivation method. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders of the Northwest burst into laughter. They were all 5th-tier powerhouses, having lived for over 100 years. They had seen countless people, and their discerning eyes had scanned the Fengyun Pavilion inside and out before entering, finding no formidable figures or traps, which is why they had come in. Now seeing Changsuzi actually telling the young man lounging in the chair to slay them was truly amusing. The eldest of the 3 elders, who was the oldest, retracted the sphere of light and came to Lin Yi's side, looking at him with great curiosity. Kid, who are you? Didn't you see the 3 elders of the Northwest here? You dare to lie here, completely disregarding us. Do you know who we are? Lin Yi chuckled and replied to the three, who you are is none of my business. Let me tell you, don't act tough in front of me, you are all useless trash. What? Such audacity, you dare to insult us? Let you see the might of the three elders of the Northwest. The elder's face distorted and he was about to strike down this disrespectful kid. With a step, the terrifying true energy within him erupted. In an instant the wind howled and the clouds surged and a dense aura of blood filled the air. The onlookers outside gasped at the scene. So powerful. Who exactly are these three elders of the Northwest? They seem to have quite a reputation daring to act recklessly in front of the pavilion master. At this moment an elderly person said, could they be the three legendary elders of the Northwest? It is said that they were invincible 60 years ago, dominating the Northwest with no rivals. I have heard of them too, their cultivation level was already at the 4th tier back then. Didn't they say they had all died? How are they still alive? Heavens, how could such terrifying figures suddenly appear? Now it seems that even the No.1 Pavilion may not dare to provoke them easily. The crowd of martial artists was in an uproar. Even legendary figures like this have appeared. However, although the three elders of the Northwest were renowned, their actions were devilish, practicing bizarre and sinister arts that required human blood for their cultivation, having killed thousands of innocent lives. They did not spare even children. All were secretly cursing. The leader of the three elders of the Northwest, seeing Lin Yi look down on them, immediately activated his true energy, unleashing a terrifying pressure that shattered tables and chairs. Yet before he could make a move, a sudden terrifying pressure descended from the 3rd floor and a massive hand came crashing down. The leader let out a cry as his body exploded, blood mist scattering everywhere. He was instantly killed. Ah! Brother! Who dares to show themselves? Lin Yi's lips curled slightly as he heard a cold snort from the 3rd floor. Those who dare to act in my No.1 Pavilion shall be executed. As the word execute left his lips, 2 giant hands descended from above, crushing 2 people in their grasp, followed by 2 piercing screams. The bodies exploded, turning into blood mist. In an instant 3 5th-grade powerhouses were killed, and both Zixiao Daoist and the old monk stood up in shock, their faces displaying utter disbelief. This? How is this possible? How could there be such a terrifying figure in the 9 provinces? Zixiao Daoist was unaware of No.1 Pavilion's background. He initially thought the old monk brought him here because they had no strength to escape and that he would meet his end here, having prepared himself for destruction. However, he never expected that there was a terrifying powerhouse hidden here. He licked his dry lips and looked at the old monk. The old monk whispered a few words in his ear, making his eyes widen in astonishment. Zhong Suzi stood there in a daze, unable to react as he watched the enemy get killed in an instant. Lin Yi extended his hand and said to him, did you not say you would give me the cultivation method? Hand it over. Only then did Zhong Suzi regain his senses and look at his master. Zixiao Daoist sighed. He had thought that obtaining this cultivation method would make him invincible in the 9 provinces, but unexpectedly, just as he got it, he had to hand it over to someone else. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice. He then took out the cultivation method. Zhong Suzi handed the method to Lin Yi. Yushu Gong. Lin Yi glanced at the contents of the method, chuckled coldly and tossed it to the ground. What does this mean? Lin Yi chuckled, this is fake. What? Fake? Lin Yi looked at Zixiao Daoist and said, it seems the people from the Devil Path Alliance are quite capable, able to deceive even the esteemed elder of Wudong. He. Zixiao Daoist's facial muscles twitched. Looking back, he realized that acquiring the method had indeed been too easy. At that moment a figure walked in, initially appearing haughty, but upon seeing Zixiao Daoist and the old monk and noticing the large pool of blood on the floor, his expression darkened and he attempted to leave. Lin Yi coldly looked at the person and said, thinking of leaving. It's too late. Suddenly Lin Yi unleashed a palm force that sent the person flying. This person was none other than Lu Yifei, who had arrived shortly after. He initially wanted to see who was chasing the powerhouses of Shaolin and Wudong and thus came to check the situation. He intended to report back but did not expect to be injured for no reason. Pavilion Master, what are you doing? Lu Yifei crawled out and stood at the entrance. Others also chimed in. Did Elder Lu offend you in any way? Why did you attack him? Although everyone knew Lin Yi was decisive in killing, he was not the type to indiscriminately kill innocents. Now seeing him inexplicably attack Lu Yifei, they all wanted to know the reason. Lin Yi chuckled. Actually, what many do not know is that this guy has long since allied with the Devil Path Alliance. Lu Yifei's face changed drastically, thinking to himself how he knew that he had allied with the Devil Path Alliance. With a quick thought he turned to flee. Hey, why did this guy run? Could it be that he really has allied with the Devil Path Alliance? Lu Yifei's escape was essentially an admission which filled everyone with anger. Although Lu Yifei's cultivation was not particularly strong, his status in the martial world was exceedingly high and he was a figure of great popularity representing the righteous path. It was truly hard to believe that he had allied with the Devil Path Alliance. Coupled with the earlier events surrounding Li Henshin, it made one feel that the Devil Path Alliance's schemes were indeed remarkable. Damn it, I must have been blind. I even said this guy was a good person contributing so much to the martial world. Indeed, the world is like a chess game, unpredictable. The two pillars of the righteous path have actually allied with the Devil Path Alliance. This is a significant loss for our righteous path. Everyone sighed and lamented. Lin Yi did not pay any attention to Lu Yifei. In his eyes he was merely a minor character. He thought that the cultivation method was likely still in the hands of the Devil Path Alliance, perhaps already in the possession of Zhang Nianxuan. If this person cultivated it and became a cultivator, he wondered if Fengyun Pavilion's power could withstand it. After thinking it over, he decided not to let him cultivate in peace and to create some trouble for him. He noticed that Zixiao Daoist and the nameless sweeping monk were both badly injured, so he instructed Hua Liuxiang to arrange 2 guest rooms for their recovery. Chong Suzi hurriedly thanked him. Lin Yi smiled and said no need for that. The Devil Path Alliance has ulterior motives. If they unify the martial world of the 9 provinces, it would likely lead to a catastrophe. After this lesson, Chong Suzi has also experienced the means of the 7-kill true monarch, and there is an even more powerful figure yet to appear. If they gain control of the martial world of the 9 provinces, the righteous path will have no space to survive. Chong Suzi sighed. Now the righteous path is a scattered mess, with everyone harboring their own thoughts, making it even more difficult to deal with the Devil Path Alliance. Perhaps your Fengyun Pavilion should unify the righteous martial world and lead everyone against the Devil Path Alliance. He thought Fengyun Pavilion had terrifyingly powerful beings. If they could take action, unifying the righteous path would mean no one dared to have ulterior motives, and dealing with the Devil Path Alliance would be effortless. Although Lin Yi had grand ambitions, he did not want to get involved in the struggle between righteousness and evil. Human hearts were inherently difficult to gauge. Who could clearly define what was righteous and what was evil? Moreover, leading the intricately intertwined forces of the 9 provinces was not an easy task. It would be exhausting. Such a laborious endeavor was not something he would undertake. He smiled and said, sorry, but Fengyun Pavilion really doesn't want to meddle in the affairs of the martial world. We only wish to develop peacefully. Chong Suzi shook his head repeatedly, thinking that having such a transcendent existence in the martial world who was indifferent to conflict was indeed a blessing for the martial world. Now that the Devil Path was rampant, if no one could suppress it, Wudong would eventually be exterminated, and he strongly urged Lin Yi to intervene. Pavilion Master, you are mistaken. Although Fengyun Pavilion does not relish martial disputes, once the Devil Path Alliance unifies the martial world of the 9 provinces, can you truly remain uninvolved? Lin Yi found this reasoning quite valid. If the righteous path were eradicated, Fengyun Pavilion's existence would indeed lose much of its significance. It would also threaten Lin Yi's survival. He depended on the system to generate rankings for gaining cultivation. Lin Yi's expression darkened, but he sighed and said, although Fengyun Pavilion's strength is not weak, our experts stationed here cannot leave easily due to various restrictions, otherwise we would have long since exterminated the Devil Path Alliance. Chong Suzi indeed realized this. In fact, everyone had been speculating why the strong individuals stationed in Fengyun Pavilion never ventured out. There were all sorts of speculations, making it hard for everyone to comprehend. Now it was finally confirmed. Chong Suzi sighed, thinking it was truly a pity. Just as the two were conversing, a commotion arose outside. People from the 9 provinces, the 8 great sects, and the Devil Path Alliance have arrived. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The 7 Kills True Lord strode forward, his icy gaze fixed on Lin Yi. The others, however, were focused on Chong Suzi. The Sword Sect Master spoke up first, saying, we are here to look for someone from Wudong. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately understood their purpose, merely to obtain that cultivation technique. He remained silent, wanting to see how these people would act. Chong Suzi was filled with hatred for the 8 major sects. However, considering the current situation, if he were to fall out with them, his position would only worsen. Thus he coldly stated, everyone is here for that cultivation technique, and I will tell you now that you have fallen for the tricks of the Demon Dao Alliance. The 7 Kills True Lord snorted, his lips twitching slightly. The Sword Sect Master's expression darkened as he looked at Chong Suzi and asked, what do you mean by that, sect leader? Chong Suzi pointed at the 7 Kills True Lord and said that technique is completely fake. It is his scheme to deal with Shaolin and Wudong. Despite Zhong Zu's claim, everyone remained skeptical, believing that Wudong merely wanted to monopolize the cultivation technique. "We do not believe you, show us the technique." Seeing their disbelief, Zhong Zuzi pointed at Lin Yi and said the authenticity of the technique can be discerned by the pavilion master. If there are any questions, feel free to ask him. Lin Yi smiled slightly and nodded, saying the technique is indeed fake. The so-called 3 elders from the northwest were killed on the spot by the elders of my Fengyun pavilion. Many martial artists chimed in, shouting, "Yes, what the pavilion master says is true. We witnessed it with our own eyes, and the 3 elders were indeed annihilated by the strong of Fengyun pavilion. Tsk Tiska 5th tier expert was taken out in a single strike, leaving no trace. Truly terrifying." The crowd's pupils dilated sharply, stunned by the revelation, unable to believe it was true. Even the 7 kills true lord's legs trembled slightly. To eliminate a 5th tier expert in one blow, what kind of power was that? Truly a super expert is a fearsome existence. It was the pinnacle of martial prowess. Lin Yi looked at the 7 kills true lord and smiled. "I wonder if the alliance leader has anything to say." "Yes, you must give us an explanation. Wudong has been established for 1,000 years and has never suffered such humiliation with so many disciples injured and killed." At once everyone's gaze shifted to the 7 kills true lord, eager to hear his response. The 7 kills true lord felt the intense killing intent from Zhong Zuzi, the burning gazes of the others, and Lin Yi's cold smile. His mind raced, wondering how he could tell the technique was fake. Could it be that nothing in the martial world could escape his gaze? Impossible. My master said that no one but him could detect the flaws in this fake technique. The 7 kills true lord steeled himself, forcing a smile as he said, "Since the pavilion master claims the technique is fake, why not bring it out for everyone to examine closely? Those present are all seasoned figures, they will certainly be able to discern it." Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking this guy had played his cards well. Although he could tell the technique was fake due to his system's ability to identify it, these people could not. Even though the technique was fake, the content discussed relevant aspects of cultivation. It just had some issues in the training sections that would definitely lead to problems. Lin Yi clapped his hands and laughed. "I must say the means of the alliance leader are quite brilliant. While I can tell the authenticity of the technique, you all cannot." "This," the sword sect master said with dissatisfaction. "Pavilion master, you are underestimating the heroes of the world. We greatly admire your abilities, but no one is perfect and it is impossible to know everything. Why not follow the alliance leader's suggestion and take a look?" Lin Yi looked at the sword master, chuckling coldly, and then pulled out the ancient book from his pocket, tossing it on the ground. "Since you do not believe my words, then there is no point in staying here. All of you can leave." After saying this, he released a powerful pressure. The sword sect master frowned and picked up the technique before leaving. The others quickly surrounded him. However, the 7 kills true lord did not leave. Instead, he stood still, watching Lin Yi. Lin Yi, seeing he was not leaving, curiously asked, "Does the alliance leader have anything else to say? Are you perhaps thinking of leaving your life behind? If so, I don't mind dirtying the floor." The 7 kills true lord's facial muscles twitched as he silently cursed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Why don't we discuss it?" "Discuss what?" "Assist us in unifying the martial world of the 9 provinces." Upon hearing this, Zhong Zuzi exclaimed, "You must be dreaming. How could the pavilion master possibly help you demons? He is the best person in the world, a living bodhisattva, admired and loved by all." Lin Yi and the 7 kills true lord simultaneously twitched their lips. Lin Yi was instantly speechless. This flattery was so excessive it was hard to commend. With such a big hat thrown on, how could he continue to deceive others? He waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Sect leader, don't say that. I'm just a nameless nobody." Then he turned to the 7 kills true lord and asked, "Do you think I would cooperate with you?" "No," the 7 kills true lord replied. "Then your previous words were essentially nonsense." The 7 kills true lord smiled and said, "I think you should seriously consider it. My master said he would personally visit in a few days." Lin Yi's eyes sparkled as he thought, finally it's coming. He wanted to see what kind of mighty figure had such great influence. He rolled his eyes and smiled, "That sounds wonderful. I also want to witness your master's demeanor. Since this is the case, I have something to request in return." Zhong Zuzi noticed that Lin Yi's words were enigmatic and hard to grasp. The 7 kills true lord thought, could the name of his master truly hold such power? He smiled and said, "Speak freely." Lin Yi said, "I heard that the alliance leader has recruited the ghost sword. May I ask if this person can be listed?" The 7 kills true lord thought for a moment. This was not difficult and would not harm himself, plus it could win Lin Yi's favor. He immediately agreed. Lin Yi smiled and said nothing further. The 7 kills true lord also left. Outside there was a commotion as everyone had seen the cultivation technique and found no flaws. They unanimously believed it was genuine. The sword sect master said, "I think that kid doesn't want us to cultivate. If we all become cultivators he won't be able to deal with us at Fengyun Pavilion, which is why he claimed it was fake." The leader of Huiyun Palace also agreed with his statement. "If that's the case we might as well take it to cultivate," the 7 Kills True Lord said with a smile. Everyone showed surprised expressions seeing he did not seem to be lying. They gathered together to discuss how to cultivate together. The 7 Kills True Lord no longer paid attention and left with his people. The people from the 9 provinces saw the 7 Kills True Lord leave like that and became suspicious. They gathered together to discuss and then entered Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Yi smiled at their arrival, saying, "It seems you have not been blinded by temptation." The Marquis of Jiuzhou asked, "Is that technique truly fake?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "When I speak my word is like gold, not false." The Marquis of Yenzhou frowned and said, "Indeed I see the 7 Kills True Lord has left. I wonder what actions will follow." They have already predicted that after the 8 major sects cultivate the technique they will definitely encounter problems, and going astray is inevitable. Seeing these people were clever, Lin Yi whispered with them. The Marquis of Jiuzhou showed a joyful expression, slapping his thigh and laughing. "Pavilion Master is truly cunning. Let us sit back and wait for the good show." Dividing the power of the Demon Dao Alliance, people gradually left the Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Yi found Xiaoyao, the 3-talent sword master, Zhixiao Daoist, and the sweeping monk in succession, and they held a secret discussion for half a day before Lin Yi leisurely descended the stairs. He found Long Xiaotian and handed him a note instructing him to take people out according to the directions on it. Lin Yi sat down to enjoy some tea, seeing there was nothing else to do. At this moment the system's voice rang out. "Ding! A person has been detected on the leaderboard and the rewards have been distributed. Please check host. Leaderboard ranking 12th. Name of the leaderboard holder Ghost Sword. Age 99. Faction Demon Dao Alliance Temporary. Cultivation 4th grade Grandmaster. Cultivation technique Ghost Sword 24 styles. Technique level Divine grade middle class." Lin Yi smiled faintly. Then both Xiaoyao Sword Master and Zhixiao Daoist also made it onto the leaderboard. Xiaoyao Sword Master ranked 5th while Zhixiao Daoist ranked 15th. "Congratulations host for obtaining 3 divine grade techniques." Lin Yi displayed an expression of wild joy. Now the rewards on the leaderboard had changed. Just from Xiaoyao Sword Master's 5th place he could gain 50 years of cultivation. Haha, it's happening. There was also a commotion outside. What's going on? Suddenly 3 peak experts had made it onto the leaderboard. Yes, I didn't expect Xiaoyao Sword Master to be so terrifyingly strong, actually ranking 5th. It's truly astonishing. Everyone was discussing why these 3 had appeared on the leaderboard at the same time, and they all came to ask Lin Yi what was going on. Lin Yi smiled without answering and hurried upstairs. He absorbed the 90 years of cultivation rewards, immediately leaping from mid-grandmaster to the grandmaster realm. Lin Yi laughed heartily. It felt wonderful to reach the grandmaster level so quickly. He looked at the cultivation techniques of the 3. Although they were all top tier, he had already decided to primarily cultivate the technique of the 3 talents sword master. He merely glanced at the others without practicing them. Alright, now my certainty has increased a few-fold. Lin Yi felt the rolling true energy within him, as vast as the ocean and immensely thick. He could even slay a first-grade expert on the spot. He sat cross-legged and began to practice the 3 swords of heaven, earth and man. Using the surging true energy he condensed a human sword. It was a small sword shimmering with golden light and measuring just an inch long. Lin Yi summoned it and gently stroked it, feeling the explosive power contained within. He was very satisfied and practiced the infinite sea sword technique, reaching the 5th level of its realm. Finally he also cultivated the invincible domain he had comprehended to the 2nd level. In other words, when Lin Yi activated the domain and stood still he could withstand the full force attacks of a first-grade expert. Only upon entering the ranks of the 9 provinces could one be considered a true powerhouse possessing immense strength far beyond that of a grandmaster. Lin Yi took a deep breath, halted his cultivation and then went downstairs. Seeing him so happy, everyone said, "What good news do you have, guild leader? Why not share it with us?" Lin Yi laughed heartily, sitting in a rocking chair as he said, "There is indeed good news. In a few days a mysterious big figure will arrive and you can all broaden your horizons." "A big figure? What kind of big figure can you tell us about?" someone asked. "Could it be the number 1 on the sword leaderboard? The number 1 is coming. That's a bit impressive. Can you disclose how high their cultivation is?" Lin Yi saw them all guessing wildly and said, "They are not someone on the leaderboard for now, but they are 10 times stronger than those on the list." This statement caused everyone to exclaim in disbelief. Lin Yi originally ranked the top of the world leaderboard. Since he claimed it was the number one, how could such a powerful person not be on the leaderboard? Isn't that nonsense? People began to seriously doubt the authority of the leaderboard. Lin Yi explained, "This person has not been able to be tracked by No.1 Pavilion so far. They are an unknown entity and even I do not know their cultivation level." What? An existence that even No.1 Pavilion cannot grasp is a bit frightening. The hall was thrown into chaos with everyone speculating about what kind of character it could be. Lin Yi did not reveal much but wanted to give everyone a sense of mystery. News about Zhang Yanquan spread and upon hearing that such a figure would appear many came to watch the excitement. Meanwhile in a mysterious location in the 9 provinces the 7-kill true monarch and Li Hentian knelt on the ground trembling all over. A cold voice echoed from the darkened hall. "You can't even handle a simple task. What use do I have for you?" The 7-kill true monarch trembled and said, "Master, it's not that I am incapable but that No.1 Pavilion is too powerful. We have no resistance at all and can only be led by the nose." It's just a system. Want to compete with me? It'll make you unable to find a place to die. System. The 7-kill true monarch and Li Hentian exchanged glances revealing puzzled expressions. They did not know what kind of thing the master referred to as a system. It must be quite formidable. Alright, let's head to No.1 Pavilion now. I'll personally meet him. Lin Yi, who was in No.1 Pavilion, suddenly felt an inexplicable force locking onto him. A chill ran down his spine and he stood up abruptly. What a terrifying power. He frowned, feeling a hint of fear. At this moment the leaders of various factions in the 9 provinces gathered. Lin Yi greeted Hua Liuxiang and Xianli, who had both advanced to half-step Grandmaster and Grandmaster respectively thanks to their training over this period, making them considerable powers. Looking at these individuals he pondered how to face the mysterious Zhang Yanquan. 2 days passed and finally the 7-kill true monarch arrived. Lin Yi noticed that only he had come with his subordinates and said displeased, "Where's your master?" The 7-kill true monarch smiled and said, "Guild leader, don't worry. My master will appear on his own." Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he was about to erupt when suddenly a light laugh came from the 3rd floor, followed by the system issuing a warning. "Host, please beware. An unidentified person has intruded into the 3rd floor. Defenses activated." Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he was about to erupt when suddenly a light laugh came from the 3rd floor, followed by the system issuing a warning. "Host, please beware. An unidentified person has intruded in." Lin Yi stood outside the door, took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. The person inside was extremely terrifying and he had no confidence in dealing with them. "Why are you standing outside? Aren't you coming in?" Lin Yi clenched his fists and pushed open the door, revealing a dapper young man. He quickly checked the system records but found nothing about Zhang Yanquan's identity. Lin Yi stood outside the door, took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. The person inside was extremely terrifying and he had— Lin Yi pursed his lips and sat down. "Are you the master behind the 7-kill true monarch? What exactly is your purpose?" The 7-kill true monarch rotated the teacup in his hand and smiled. "My goal is to completely dominate the 9 provinces, devouring all spiritual energy and fortune of this world." "You?" Lin Yi stood up abruptly, trembling as he said, "Who exactly are you?" "A cultivator." Zhang Yanquan chuckled, set down the teacup in his hand and said nonchalantly, "Indeed, I am a cultivator." As expected. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance as he activated the power of the system, unleashing terrifying strength. "Come on, I want to see how invincible your system's power is." Boom! Zhang Yanquan unleashed power beyond that of a martial artist, with raging spiritual force blasting forth, forming a shield of spiritual energy. The two engaged in their first confrontation, both shocked. Lin Yi was forced to retreat, continuously unleashing all the power of the system. Zhang Yanquan sensed that the power released by Lin Yi could completely match that of any cultivator and his expression changed slightly. "Damn it, this guy is just lucky possessing such an invincible system. It seems I can't defeat him, I better retreat quickly." Lin Yi's expression was unpredictable, his heart boiling like water. Could it be that he is also? Suddenly Zhang Yanquan shouted, pointing at Lin Yi. A green light broke through his defenses and directly struck his Tianling. In an instant Lin Yi was engulfed by a terrifying power that eroded his mind, leaving him in a daze. "Ha ha!" Zhang Yanquan laughed wildly as he took a step forward, ready to finish off Lin Yi. Suddenly Lin Yi's physical body turned into nothingness and vanished from sight. Then the entire Fengyun Pavilion began to shake violently, spinning rapidly, sending everyone away. A destructive force erupted and a giant hand grasped Zhang Nianchuan, crushing him with a loud bang. Ah! Impossible! Zhang Nianchuan revealed a horrified expression as his body transformed into specks of spiritual light and dissipated. The pavilion ceased its rotation and returned to normal. Lin Yi's figure also appeared on the third floor. He looked at the place where Zhang Nianchuan had vanished and murmured to himself, what a terrifying cultivator. I never expected a cultivator to appear in Jiuzhou, and how did he know I possessed a system? Could it also be? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly a cold voice echoed in his mind. Kid, this time you win, but next time I will definitely find a way to destroy your invincible system. Our battle has just begun, let's see who prevails. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. It seemed that cultivators were not so easily killed. At that moment the system's voice rang out. All powers of the system have been exhausted and will enter a dormant state for half a day. Please take note, host. Lin Yi understood this was the outcome and walked down the stairs. However, there wasn't a single person in the hall. He frowned, realizing that everyone had been teleported away. He thought to himself that it was likely due to the earlier conflict with Zhang Nianchuan that the system had sent everyone away. What happened? Why did we suddenly find ourselves outside? Yes, I saw the pavilion shaking violently and heard loud explosions from within. I felt it too, and there were two terrifying powers beyond that of any warrior battling each other. At that moment everyone was guessing what had happened. Among the crowd, the 7-kill true monarch knew that their master was fighting Lin Yi, but he didn't know who had won. However, he was confident that their master would win. He was an invincible being. Yet Lin Yi emerged unscathed. He and Li Hentian were immediately taken aback, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They thought, could their master have been killed? No. This is absolutely impossible, no one can kill him. Lin Yi chuckled and gave the 7-kill true monarch a meaningful smile, then said to everyone, it's fine now, everyone can leave. The Marquis of Jiuzhou scratched his head and said, what do you mean? Weren't there important figures coming? Where are they? The Marquis of Jiuzhou laughed and said, look at the pavilion master, he appears to be in high spirits, clearly having met with someone, and he probably gained the upper hand in their confrontation. Lin Yi laughed heartily and nodded, saying, indeed we have met. Quickly tell us what kind of person he is. Lin Yi smiled and pointed at the 7-kill true monarch, saying, if you want to know, just ask him. Then Lin Yi entered the pavilion and lay on a reclining chair, gasping for breath, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The 7-kill true monarch noticed everyone surrounding him and he couldn't keep up with their chatter. Suddenly he heard the master's voice in his mind and his expression brightened. Indeed, the master wasn't dead. However, upon hearing the content of the transmission, his expression turned grim and he gritted his teeth as he looked at Fengyun Pavilion, then pushed through the crowd and left. The Marquis of Jiuzhou saw him leave in a huff and burst out laughing. Too late, the Demon Alliance has been taken over by us. At that moment the ghost sword suddenly appeared and stepped into Fengyun Pavilion. Everyone was curious and followed him, and only to see Lin Yi soundly asleep on a recliner while the ghost sword stood motionless beside him. The Marquis of Jiuzhou asked curiously, isn't this guy one of the Demon Alliance's subordinates? Why is he now standing guard beside the pavilion master? Did someone steal him away? The Marquis of Jiuzhou patted him on the shoulder and laughed, you still don't know this guy's character. He must have used some underhanded means to take him away, otherwise how could the Demon Alliance have been so easily overtaken? Haha, no wonder he is the pavilion master of Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Yi slept for an entire day and night. When he woke up he found the ghost sword standing beside him and smiled, asking, has everything been taken care of? The ghost sword nodded and said, the Xiaoyao swordmaster and the people from Shaolin and Wudong are all at the Demon Alliance. Good. Lin Yi went up to the third floor and the ghost sword followed him. The ghost sword handed an ancient book to Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at the large characters on the cover. Rebirth Soul Retrieval Method. It was indeed a genuine cultivation method, and it was for the foundation establishment stage. Did Zhang Nianchuan want to seize it? Lin Yi held the cultivation method and thought for a long time, then said to the ghost sword, go and invite the Xiaoyao swordmaster and the other seniors over here. Understood, my lord. Lin Yi watched the ghost sword go downstairs, then called for Furong to come over, handing her the cultivation method and asking her to personally transcribe 10 copies. Furong looked at the ancient book, paused for a moment and guessed his intention, smiling, such a precious cultivation method, are you really planning to let others cultivate it? I heard it could grant one magical powers akin to those of immortals. Lin Yi smiled and said I intend to have everyone start cultivating. This way the situation in Jiuzhou will become chaotic. Furong nodded and began transcribing. Lin Yi could not forget the figure of Zhang Nianxuan in his mind, wondering what actions he would take after this competition. Knowing that this guy was a cultivator with grand ambitions, he would be hard to deal with. He was very likely to become his nemesis. He needed to adjust his course and fully prepare to confront this person. 3 days later the Xiaoyao sword masters Zhixiao Daoist and others arrived. Lin Yi handed them the transcribed cultivation methods, instructing them to take them for cultivation. Everyone was overjoyed, not expecting Lin Yi to be so generous as to share the cultivation method. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Yi smiled and said, however, this cultivation method is obscure and difficult to understand. Your cultivation levels are still too low, so it won't be very effective. Just keep it for now. Everyone nodded. Meanwhile the 7-kill true monarch returned to the Demon Alliance with his group, only to find that his old stronghold had been occupied by those from Wudong and Shaolin, causing him to tremble with rage. The base he had spent decades building had been turned upside down after just one outing, and he had been completely oblivious to it all. Li Hentian looked at the densely packed troops on the mountain and said to the 7-kill true monarch, Alliance Master, our territory has been occupied, where can we take refuge? The 7-kill true monarch, as a formidable leader, quickly suppressed his fury and coldly said, I have long been prepared. I have built a large base in the towns of Lingnan, we can go there for shelter. He glared at the disciples of Shaolin and Wudong, gritting his teeth as he said, Shaolin and Wudong, remember this, I will not rest until I eradicate you from Jiuzhou. I will write your names in reverse. After saying this he took his subordinates to the new base. On the way he received instructions from Zhang Nianxuan to recruit new subordinates and eliminate the major forces in Jiuzhou, advising not to provoke Cloud Wind Pavilion for the time being. He would send experts to come. After this incident the 7-kill true monarch no longer dared to provoke Lin Yi. He was just glad that Lin Yi wasn't targeting him. Seeing that the people from the Demon Alliance had fled, those from Shaolin and Wudong cheered, then divided the accumulated treasures and power among themselves. The martial world of the 9 provinces finally settled down quietly, passing 3 months. Lin Yi had finally overcome the period of danger and the system was activated once more. He felt a weight lifted from his heart and surmised that the battle intent of Xian was not invincible. Although he had not been killed this time, he must have been injured, and quite severely at that. This gave him the confidence to resist. Ling Xian saw that Lin Yi was fine, so she approached him. Lin Yi knew it was about their Control Spirit Clan's affairs. She said, actually it's quite simple for you to survive in the sunlight, you only need to gather 3 items. Ling Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly asked, what are those items? Lin Yi, seeing her eagerness, slowly replied, there's no rush. I want to know what benefits there are for you if I help you live in the sunlight again. Ling Xian raised an eyebrow, thinking that this guy was indeed not simple, always considering the benefits. After pondering for a long time she said, we have a celestial ascension pill in our clan, I wonder if you are interested. I am certainly interested. Lin Yi laughed heartily, finally achieving his goal. As the name suggests, the celestial ascension pill is a medicinal pill that allows one to ascend, though it does not mean one becomes a deity. Rather, this pill is filled with miraculous effects, enabling martial artists to transform into cultivators, thereby gaining immense power, learning spells, and extending their lifespan to 300 years. Ling Xian smiled sweetly, walking around Lin Yi, and said, Brother Lin, can you finally tell me what the items are? Hee, you sweet-talking girl, the first item is the Tear of the Phoenix, which is with Mist by Shuang. Just ask her for it. Ling Xian beamed, revealing a shallow dimple, and bowed to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and said, the second item is called the 3 Light Divine Water. This water has miraculous effects, allowing a person to undergo a complete transformation, altering their physical structure and dispelling curses, among other benefits. Ling Xian had never heard of such a miraculous divine water and exclaimed, how extraordinary! If our Control Spirit Clan can undergo a transformation, we can live under the sunlight again. Where is this item located? Lin Yi replied slowly, the 3 Light Divine Water is in the hands of a swordmaster who is also on the rankings, quite powerful and not easy to converse with. Ling Xian smiled and said, no problem, as long as I know where the item is I will figure out a way. Not only do I want him to hand over the 3 Light Divine Water, but I also want him to be on my ranking list. Ling Xian agreed without hesitation. Seeing her agree so readily, Lin Yi thought to himself that she was overly confident. This person was quite difficult to deal with and was not fond of women. There were very few things in the world that could move his heart. Lin Yi pondered for a long time on how to get this person onto the list, but could not come up with a good plan, so he let Ling Xian try. It was said that the Control Spirit Clan could control all things, perhaps they could control people as well. Seeing that Lin Yi had not continued speaking, Ling Xian knew he loved to keep people guessing, so she went upstairs to find Bai Shuang. Upon hearing that Ling Xian wanted the tear of the phoenix, Bai Shuang immediately refused. Ling Xian was taken aback. She initially thought this carefree heroine would be easy to talk to, so when she heard it was in her possession she thought there would be no problem. But now she opened her mouth to refuse immediately. Ling Xian became anxious and said, "Sister Bai Shuang, how can you give it to me?" "Oh, it's possible to give you the item, but you must agree to one condition." Bai Shuang's eyes twinkled as she looked at Ling Xian, who was as beautiful as a flower, not inferior to her or Lu Ruochang, and smiled. "You just need to promise to be Lin Yi's wife." "What condition?" "To be Lin Yi's wife." Ling Xin's face froze, turning red instantly as she pouted unhappily. "Sister, what are you doing? Don't joke around with me." Bai Shuang saw that she looked so lovely even when angry and laughed heartily. "I'm not joking with you. If you don't agree, then I won't give you the tear of the phoenix. You are bullying me." Ling Xian ran out in anger. Bai Shuang laughed even more, dancing with joy, then went downstairs to find Lin Yi. "Hey you bad guy, I've already arranged things for you, just wait to become the groom." "Groom? What do you mean?" Lin Yi was confused, not understanding why this tiger girl said such strange things as soon as she arrived. "Aren't you interested in Ling Xian? I told her that if she agrees to be your wife, I'll give her the tear of the phoenix. This should be your intention, right?" "What do you mean by my intention? Stop talking nonsense here." Lin Yi stood up suddenly, looking at this tiger girl with a face full of frustration. Although Ling Xian was indeed quite beautiful and a good person, he had never had such thoughts. "I told you to stop messing around, just give the tear of the phoenix to Ling Xian." Bai Shuang grinned and looked at Lin Yi. "You still won't admit it. My eyes are quite sharp, I can tell at a glance that you have ulterior motives towards Ling Xian. Don't you want such a beautiful girl to marry?" Lin Yi chuckled. Indeed, Ling Xian was a stunning beauty, and who wouldn't want such a beautiful wife? However, he couldn't do it this way. How would the girl think? It was clearly using unscrupulous means which would instead cause a feeling of aversion. "You shouldn't mess around. If I have intentions, I'll act myself without you making decisions for me." Bai Shuang clapped her thigh and shouted, "Oh, you do have those intentions? Then don't think about getting the item." Saying that, she slammed the door and left. The martial artists in the hall, drinking and chatting, watched the two quarrel with curiosity, all of them staring at Lin Yi. Hua Liuxiang also ran over, shouting, "Boss, I just heard Miss Bai Shuang say something about marrying. Are you going to marry her?" "That's great. You two are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman." Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around. "Congratulations, Sect Master, to marry the granddaughter of the carefree Sword Master is indeed a stroke of luck." "What luck? They are the ones who are climbing too high. If anyone is worthy of the Sect Master, I think it's only Miss Lu." "Hey, brother, I don't agree with that. I think the Sect Master and Ling Xian are very well matched." "Nonsense. If the Sect Master is to take a wife, it should be the top beauty on the beauty list that matches his status now." "Cut. Only children make choices. Why not just marry them all? Marry all the beauties on the list." "Damn, brother, you are impressive." Everyone was chattering, making Lin Yi feel overwhelmed. He impatiently scolded, "All right, you guys who only know how to eat, drink and have fun, shut up." After saying that, he released his aura, sweeping away the crowd. "Oh dear, we were kindly trying to offer you advice and you treat us like this." Feeling frustrated, Lin Yi went upstairs to Ling Xin's room and gently knocked on the door. Inside, Ling Xin's voice came out slightly angry. "I thought the Sect Master was an honorable gentleman, but I didn't expect you to use such despicable means. I am very disappointed. If you have such intentions, why not just say it yourself?" Lin Yi was taken aback, feeling quite awkward, thinking to himself, what is going on, such nonsense? He looked apologetic and said softly, "Miss, please don't misunderstand. I have no such intentions. It was that tiger girl causing trouble." "Is that so? I think you all planned it together." Lin Yi appeared quite helpless, continuously apologizing and swearing. Only then did Ling Xian open the door. Ling Xian looked at Lin Yi with a serious expression and said, "Is it really not your intention?" Lin Yi replied earnestly, "It certainly is not." Ling Xian then smiled. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian became anxious and exclaimed, "Sister Bai Shuang has left. How could she just leave?" With that, she hurried downstairs and out of the hall. Seeing her rush out, Lin Yi chuckled and then descended the stairs. Hua Liuxiang approached grinning and said, "Did you agree?" "What did you agree on?" "The wedding, of course." "Have the date been set?" "I need to prepare." "Get lost, you annoying pest." Lin Yi kicked him away. Hua Liuxiang rolled on the ground a few times and got up shouting, I was doing you a good deed and you actually kicked me. Next time don't come looking for me if you need something. The people present burst into laughter. Lin Yi sat back in his chair gazing at the ceiling. At that moment Long Xiaotian walked over. Lin Yi asked, have you found out where the members of the Demon Alliance are? Long Xiaotian shook his head and said, I've sent many people to search but there isn't a single clue. It's as if they've evaporated from the world. Don't worry about that. Just go protect Miss Ling Xian first, Lin Yi instructed, revealing her objective. Long Xiaotian nodded and left. Lin Yi watched Long Xiaotian leave thinking about why Lord Jiuzhou had not arrived yet. Just then hearty laughter echoed from outside and he saw Lord Jiuzhou coming with Long Badian. At that moment Long Xiaotian returned, but instead of approaching he sat at a table watching. Haha, I have arrived, master of the hall. Lin Yi smiled and nodded at Long Badian. This guy looked quite similar to Long Xiaotian, both having a robust build and thickly calloused fists. However, Long Badian appeared displeased, wearing a frown. Lord Jiuzhou said to Lin Yi, I've brought the person you wanted, but I think it's necessary to renegotiate the promised terms. Isn't a divine level technique not enough? You seem a bit greedy. Lin Yi frowned in dissatisfaction. Lord Jiuzhou chuckled, it's not that I'm greedy, Long Badian is my prized subordinate. As you know, the 9 provinces are in turmoil and various factions are stirring. Without a strong protector it's hard to find peace. Lin Yi snorted, extremely annoyed by his attitude. Little did he know he had acted similarly before leaving the 9 provinces and the 10 major sects vexed. Then what do you want? Lord Jiuzhou rubbed his hands and said, 3 divine level techniques, and if there's any new information from the 9 provinces you must inform us first. Additionally, if Jiuzhou encounters danger you must provide immediate assistance without refusal. Lin Yi's nose twitched in anger upon hearing this. He clearly came to extort him. He said with a dark expression, with these conditions I could hire the Grand Elder of Wudong as my enforcer. Lord Jiuzhou laughed cheerfully, I know you've been eyeing my subordinate for quite some time. He must be very important to you. If you don't agree, what will I do? Lin Yi tightened his lips, glancing at Long Badian. Long Badian, however, bowed his head in silence, lost in thought. The truth was, Lin Yi didn't necessarily need Long Badian, he could recruit any mid-grade cultivator willing to join. However, it must be said that Long Badian had excellent character. He was a person who valued loyalty and righteousness. Such individuals are rare. Moreover, the Long brothers had great potential. With proper training they could undoubtedly become powerful enforcers and good partners against Zhang Yanquan. He thought for a moment, realizing that these conditions were hardly difficult for him. He simply disliked Lord Jiuzhou's brazen demands. After pondering for a long time, Lin Yi finally said, I agree to your conditions, but you must help me with something in return. Lord Jiuzhou immediately frowned. After all, it was you who sought my help. How could he even bring up conditions? What kind of nonsense is this? But thinking of the 3 divine level techniques he became extremely excited. One must know that divine level techniques are incredibly hard to obtain and Jiuzhou only has 1 incomplete version. The other 7 provinces are similar, otherwise after so many years of development there wouldn't be so few formidable cultivators, only a few offerings to maintain appearances, while divine level techniques are held by major sects. After considering for a long time, Lord Jiuzhou finally said, alright, tell me your conditions. Lin Yi finally exhaled and said, the members of the Demon Alliance are currently hiding away. My manpower is limited and I can't find their hiding places, so I asked you to send someone to locate their lair and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Since he was already facing Zhang Yanquan, he intended to uproot his forces, leaving him as a mere figurehead. Lord Jiuzhou thought it would be a difficult task, but upon realizing how simple it was he immediately patted his chest and guaranteed he would find them. Lin Yi smiled and then took out the 3 divine level techniques. All 3 were techniques practiced by those on the ranking list, which Lin Yi had also learned and didn't mind giving away. Feng Lei Sword Art. Water and Fire Origin. Tai Chi Sword. Lord Jiuzhou's face showed shock as he stared blankly at Lin Yi as if he had realized something yet seemed to be in the dark. Seeing him in a daze, Lin Yi asked, don't you want it? Then I'll take it back. No. Of course I want it. With that he hurriedly tucked the techniques into his pocket. Lin Yi smiled and said, alright, you can leave now. Lord Jiuzhou, as if in a dream, didn't even realize how he exited the Feng Pavilion. At that moment Long Xiaotian walked over. Elder brother. Long Badian nodded, his expression not looking too good. Lin Yi smiled at the 2 brothers and said, talented horses are common, but the master who recognizes them is rare. Although Lord Jiuzhou has done you a great favor, he is not your true patron and will abandon everything for his own interests. Although Long Badian wasn't particularly sharp, he had been alongside Lord Jiuzhou for decades and understood this principle, which left him feeling a bit melancholic. Lin Yi took out 10 blood cicada pills and handed them to Long Badian. Long Badian's eyelids twitched in shock, hesitating to accept them. Long Xiaotian laughed heartily and snatched the pills, placing them in his elder brother's hand. "Elder brother, don't be polite, take what you need." Lin Yi laughed and said to both of them, "If you need any pills or anything else in the future, just tell Hua Zi and Miss Furong, they will find a way to get them for you." Long Xiaotian grinned, "Just in time, I've used up all the Tianbao pills. I'll go find Hua Zi and get some better pills later." Long Badian was stunned by Lin Yi's generosity, realizing that such precious pills could be obtained with just a word. Lin Yi noticed he still hadn't accepted them and smiled. The Jianghu folks in the hall congratulated Lin Yi for acquiring another strong subordinate. "Congratulations, Hall Master, on gaining a powerful ally. Long Badian is a significant figure in the Jianghu, very formidable. Who would have thought you could persuade Lord Jiuzhou to send him over? Hall Master's methods are remarkable. Since the Hall Master has gained such a good subordinate, we must celebrate." Lin Yi laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Then let's treat for 3 days, order whatever you want." "Is it free?" "What are you thinking? You pay for yourself." Ugh, you stingy old man. I curse you with a circle. Now the Demon Path Alliance has temporarily withdrawn from the martial world. The 9 provinces kingdom seizes the opportunity to expand its influence, recruiting martial arts experts. Meanwhile, Wudong and Shaolin have announced their departure from the alliance of the top 10 sects, completely severing ties with the other 8 factions. The other 8 major sects, however, are preoccupied with studying the fake techniques and do not pay much attention to this matter. They believe that as long as they practice the techniques and become cultivators, they need not regard Shaolin and Wudong at all. Chongshu Zi once again visited Fengyun Pavilion to thank Lin Yi and discuss countermeasures against the Demon Path Alliance. The two discussed that the priority is to find out their hiding place first, then unite with the 9 provinces kingdom and Shaolin to completely eliminate them. After staying for a while, Chongshu Zi left. 3 days passed and Lin Yi noticed that Bixiang had not returned, Lingxin had not returned, and Long Xiaotian had not come back with news. He wondered if something unexpected had happened. Thus he sought Long Badian and asked him to take some people to investigate. Initially, Long Badian was not too keen on Lin Yi, the new master, and displayed a sullen demeanor. However, given the benefits he had received, he was now under Lin Yi's command and there were matters that needed attending to. So he took a few people and set out. Seeing that nothing was amiss and there were no significant breakthroughs in his cultivation, Lin Yi began to compile information on the ranked individuals. The remaining unranked individuals were elusive figures who rarely showed themselves. Even the recent treasure and technique commotion did not lure these individuals out. He felt he needed to put in some effort to dig them out one by one. Coincidentally, not long ago, Zhixiao Daoist's injuries had completely healed and the ranked individuals were all exceptional swordsmen who were eager to challenge the carefree sword master. Lin Yi knew that these individuals were obsessed with martial arts, and now that such a ranking list had emerged, the ranked individuals were all at least of a certain caliber. Naturally, they wanted to validate their swordsmanship. He immediately came up with an idea to hold an unprecedented competition. However, the strength of the carefree sword master was too high, making Zhixiao Daoist no match for him. The duel between the two was not intense, leaving everyone unsatisfied. He thought it might be better to let him compete with Ghost Sword, who was quite displeased with the ranking having been 1 place above him. He claimed he had clearly defeated him, so how could his ranking be lower? Zhixiao Daoist was also dissatisfied, being a Grand Elder of Wudong and yet ranked 15th. Since several individuals had objections to the ranking list, why not let them compete, allowing everyone to see if the rankings were accurate? Lin Yi thought this was a brilliant idea, as it would attract a crowd and boost his business. Thus he sent messages to Ghost Sword, Zhixiao Daoist, and the 3 Talents Sword Master. A few days later he received replies expressing a willingness to spar. Lin Yi announced on the spot, "Everyone please be quiet, I have something to announce." The crowd, seeing his seriousness, curiously asked, "Is it time to reveal the ranked individuals again?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "No. TCH. If it's not about the rankings, why are you making such a fuss?" Lin Yi noticed that these guys drooped their heads the moment they heard it wasn't about the rankings. He chuckled, "This is far more interesting than announcing the rankings." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, all ears to listen. Lin Yi lightly cleared his throat, lifted his teacup and took a small sip. "Come on, don't keep us in suspense like this. Exactly, I'm dying of anxiety. If I weren't unable to defeat you, I'd really want to smack you with my shoe." Lin Yi twitched his mouth and scolded, "You lot always slacking off just eating and drinking. You're almost becoming street loafers, completely oblivious to contributing to the martial world, just here chattering away. What I'm talking about is a big deal. On the 15th of this month, Zixiao Daoist, the Grand Elder of Wudong, will challenge Ghost Sword, who was ranked 12th on the sword list. Oh, this is explosive news. Both of them are 4th-tier powerhouses. It will definitely be thrilling." Beitang Ao also remarked, "I do have some doubts about Zixiao Daoist's ranking. Logically he is also a 4th-tier powerhouse, yet he is several places lower than Ghost Sword and the 3 Talents Sword Master." Hua Liuxiang also chimed in, saying this match will surely be a grand event in the martial world. The audience will undoubtedly be overwhelming. Why not start taking bets now? Lin Yi's nose flared in anger upon hearing this, as he was reminded of the gambling issue, almost losing his pants. He scolded, "You little brat, only think about gambling. I tell you, no one is allowed to start gambling here in the future. Otherwise they'll throw them out and they won't be allowed to step into Fengyun Pavilion again." Hua Liuxiang smacked his lips, feeling bored. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Moreover, the 3 Talents Sword Master will also participate." Beitang Ao said excitedly, "That's great. The battle of the 3 4th-tier powerhouses will definitely be a spectacle." Hua Liuxiang asked, "Is the venue decided?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "Of course, it's set on the rooftop of my Fengyun Pavilion. Damn, I now seriously suspect this guy is here to drum up business. Exactly, why not choose a better venue? I think the Golden Summit of Wudong is an excellent competition site." Everyone unanimously despised Lin Yi, believing he was only hosting the competition to attract customers to his inn. They all speculated whether room rates would rise again. Initially Lin Yi had no such intention, but hearing everyone speak, his mind began to stir. He winked at Hua Liuxiang. Hua Liuxiang understood his meaning. "I firmly oppose any price increase. Yeah, if you dare to raise prices, well, protest as a group. Protests are ineffective. If you want to stay, stay. If not, leave." Lin Yi ignored their clamor and went upstairs to the 3rd floor. Before long, Badian returned, reporting that Bixiang Lingxin and others had suddenly gone missing. Lin Yi's expression darkened and he suddenly stood up, his eyes darting around as he paced back and forth in the room. He felt that the disappearances of these individuals were definitely related to the Demon Path Alliance. "Did you find anything?" Long Badian replied, "We discovered traces of a struggle. Besides the traces left by my second brother, only a pearl was left at the scene." After saying this, he took out the pearl. It was about the size of a thumb, smooth and plump, emitting a peculiar glow, quite rare. Lin Yi examined the pearl closely under the sunlight, but after a long time he could not discern anything. Seeing that Lin Yi did not recognize the origin of the pearl, Long Badian said, "Why not take it to Jiuzhou and show it to the Marquis? He has an expert under him who might know its origins." Lin Yi nodded and handed it to him. Long Badian took the pearl and hurried to Jiuzhou. Lin Yi sat on a stool, closing his eyes in deep thought, pondering the purpose of the Demon Path Alliance in abducting several individuals. Could it be to coerce him? However, that was almost impossible. It must be for some other purpose. Moreover, the pearl was not an ordinary item. Common people could not afford it, indicating that its origins were significant. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't arrive at a conclusion. At this moment, Hua Liuxiang came to report that many unknown individuals had appeared near Heilong Town. They did not seem like righteous practitioners, nor did they appear to be from the Demon Path. Everyone wore coarse hemp clothing, their hair tied back, and each had a wolf head tattoo on their forehead. Lin Yi frowned and instructed Hua Liuxiang to keep a close watch on these individuals and report any movements immediately. Lin Yi had already learned about the origins of these individuals through the system. Moreover, they were a group of dangerous individuals, each possessing terrifying abilities. Just when things were settling down, trouble arises again. Don't let it disrupt my plans. In the 4th-tier powerhouse competition, experts from the martial world across the 9 provinces gathered to witness the prowess of the ranked masters, eager to see who was the strongest. Among the 3, only Zixiao Daoist held the highest reputation. Wudong is the North Star of the martial world, and with the emergence of a Grand Elder, everyone unanimously regarded him as the mightiest. However, some had witnessed the Ghost Sword defeating Zixiao Daoist, and even the 3 Talents Sword Master suggesting that the Ghost Sword might indeed be the true master in terms of cultivation. Consequently, debates ensued, with each having their own reasons. Fengyun Pavilion became lively, with guests increasing threefold compared to before. The 3 inns nearby were fully booked every day. Some merchants had already sensed the opportunity and opened inns and restaurants nearby, reaping substantial profits. Lin Yi observed the bustling town from the 3rd floor, a smile spreading across his face. Looking around, he indeed spotted several foreign individuals in short linen shirts wandering the streets, their foreheads crimson and a wolfish gleam flashing in their eyes, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. After watching for a while, Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time before heading downstairs, gazing at the bustling hall filled with guests. A crowd of martial artists gathered around him, urging him to analyze the strength of the three participants and predict the likely victor. Lin Yi replied, "I shall refrain from commenting, let us wait and see." Seeing that he had chosen not to speak, the crowd dispersed into small groups, drinking together. A striking figure descended gracefully from above, catching everyone's attention. Lin Yi smiled and approached, saying, "Miss Lu, why have you graced us with your presence downstairs?" Lu Ruoqing blinked her clear eyes, revealing a hint of a smile as she replied, "For the 4th-tier powerhouse competition, I naturally wanted to join in the excitement." Lin Yi assessed her cultivation level, noting that she had already reached the realm of a 1st-tier grandmaster. Truly, she was a gifted prodigy, achieving such a feat in a short time, unmatched in the 9 provinces. He pondered whether to create a talent ranking list to let the martial world know just how terrifying the prodigies of the 9 provinces were. This idea was indeed appealing, and Lin Yi was already considering it. Seeing that all the tables were occupied, Lu Ruoqing turned to Lin Yi and suggested, "Why don't we take a stroll outside?" Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. It was his first time accepting an invitation. It was indeed a rare occurrence, like the sun rising from the west. He felt flattered and quickly responded, "Since Miss Lu was in such a delightful mood, let us go out for a walk and see if there's anything worth buying." Lu Ruoqing smiled lightly and walked out the door. Lin Yi followed suit. The people in the hall watched as the two left, gathering together. That's strange. Miss Lu never smiles yet. I think I saw her smile twice just now." "Yes, and she even invited the pavilion master out. Is this a date?" Hua Liuxiang, seeing the excitement, rushed over and said, "I bet Lu Ruoqing has figured out what's going on between Ling Xin and our boss. Now she's seizing the opportunity to express her feelings, wanting to be the first to become his bride." Beitang Ao shook his head repeatedly and said, "You're talking nonsense. Miss Lu is solely devoted to the sword path. You've seen her, she hasn't come down in ages, always immersed in her training. I can tell she has made significant progress since her arrival at Fengyun Pavilion." Hua Liuxiang chuckled and replied, "What do you know? Our boss's reputation in the 9 provinces is unparalleled. Who wouldn't want to curry favor? If she can be with him, her status would soar." "That may be true. However, I still feel they are not suited for each other. Ling Xin would be the best match." As everyone chimed in with their gossip, they ultimately speculated that Ling Xin, Bichette and Lu Ruoqing all harbored secret affections for Lin Yi, and the two women's departures were driven by jealousy. Now Lu Ruoqing was seizing the opportunity to win Lin Yi over. Moreover, the discussion grew increasingly heated, with even conspiracy theories surfacing. They claimed everything was orchestrated by Lu Ruoqing, who, despite her seemingly cold and pure demeanor, was actually deeply scheming, plotting to win Lin Yi over by eliminating the competition. The tales became more absurd, with Hua Liuxiang fervently narrating as though he had witnessed it all firsthand, his words flowing rapidly. Everyone was captivated by the discussion. Outside the town, Lin Yi and Lu Ruoqing walked side by side in silence. Lin Yi noticed Lu Ruoqing had called him out but remained silent, unsure of her intentions. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lu, have you gained any insights these days?" Lu Ruoqing nodded gently and replied, "Recently I've grasped the edges of the domain, but I still lack the proper method. That's why I came out to clear my mind and to observe the competition of the 3 seniors. I'm sure I will gain something from it." Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected this girl to be so astute, able to comprehend the domain at such a young age. Even among tiered powerhouses, few could understand the domain. He had only seen the sword monk comprehend the Azura sword domain. Nonetheless, this was attributed to the uniqueness of her cultivated technique, otherwise it would be impossible to touch upon it so quickly. Miss Lu is indeed a prodigy, and given time she will surely shine brightly and shake the universe. Lu Ruoqing smiled lightly and said, "Then I shall take your good words to heart." As they walked along the bustling street, the hustle and bustle of the martial world around them was unending. Lu Ruoqing remained silent for a long time, as if she had something to say but couldn't find the words. Seeing this, Lin Yi said, "If you have something to say, just speak it." Lu Ruoqing blinked her clear, flawless eyes and gently asked, "Do you possess some special ability that lets you learn others' techniques?" This. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. Although he had acquired the techniques of those on the ranking list, he rarely used them in front of others aside from a select few. He hadn't expected Lu Ruoqing to be so perceptive and guess the truth. Suddenly he was at a loss for how to respond. Seeing his hesitation, Lu Ruoqing calmly stated, "If you don't want to say, then just forget it." She then walked briskly to a shop selling accessories. Glancing at Lin Yi from the corner of her eye, she entered the store to browse. The shopkeeper, seeing such a stunning young woman, immediately rushed over to provide attentive service. Lin Yi watched Lu Ruoqing enter the shop, his expression troubled. This was his secret, he couldn't easily disclose it as it would lead to significant trouble. If others learned that he had mastered the techniques of others, everyone in the martial world would view the ranking list as a conspiracy aimed at obtaining the cultivation techniques of those ranked. Such a revelation would ruin his reputation. Though Lin Yi wasn't overly concerned about his fame, as long as he acted justly he was fine with it. However, things were different now. He still needed to rely on those on the ranking list to garner rewards. Thus he couldn't disclose anything. Although he and Lu Ruoqing could be considered friends, they were far from being in a close relationship, they were just ordinary friends. Therefore Lin Yi would not reveal his secret to her. Taking a deep breath, he entered the inn and saw Lu Ruoqing selecting accessories. He smiled and began to look around. Lu Ruoqing glanced over and picked up a hairpin, asking, "What do you think of this one?" "It looks great." "What about this accessory?" "Also very pretty." "How about the necklace?" "Very nice." Lu Ruoqing's expression turned cold as she said, "You are quite uninteresting." She then tossed the necklace aside and walked away. Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing that the items she selected were indeed exquisite. What's wrong with this woman? The items are quite beautiful. Seeing the shopkeeper looking at him strangely, he picked up the necklace and said, "Shopkeeper, this necklace is indeed beautiful, right?" The shopkeeper nodded and replied, "Naturally, our shop's items are of the highest quality, but your response is rather perfunctory. You come across as a typical straight man." "What? How am I a straight man?" Lin Yi felt quite vexed as he watched Lu Ruoqing walk in the direction of Fengyun Pavilion and followed her back. Lu Ruoqing returned to Fengyun Pavilion but did not eat in the main hall. Instead, she instructed the waiter to bring the food upstairs and then ascended with a cold expression. Hua Liuxiang noticed her displeasure and saw Lin Yi returning with his head down, so he approached and asked, "Hey boss, how did your date go? Did you upset Miss Lu? How far did it go? Did you hold hands or kiss?" "Date? We just went for a walk, it's not a date." "You better watch your words or Miss Lu will hear and skin you alive." Hua Liuxiang scoffed, "I think you're eyeing both the bowl and the pot, playing both sides. A man should be devoted just like I am to my woman. In my opinion, Lingxin is easier to get along with and would make a great wife." Lin Yi smirked and kicked at Hua Liuxiang. Hua Liuxiang dodged and walked away with a grin. At that moment a commotion was heard outside and more than a dozen people entered, all clad in armor. Lin Yi recognized them as people from Yenzhou, and the leader was an old acquaintance, Lang Rubing. "He Lang, it's been a while, but you're still the same. Last time you were quite lucky to have escaped the clutches of the Demon Path Alliance." Lang Rubing's pretty face darkened and her spirited demeanor trembled slightly as she retorted, "Shameless." Lin Yi frowned and replied, "With so many people watching, how could I be shameless?" "You know in your heart," Lang Rubing said, clearly annoyed with him. She walked to a nearby table, placed her sword down and coldly said, "Step aside." The four burly men drinking froze, noticing Lang Rubing's attire and frowning. One bearded man said, "You have no manners, can't you see we're drinking? You're just a commander from Yenzhou, we're not afraid of you." "You." Lang Rubing's sharp gaze locked onto the man, exuding an icy chill. Seeing her about to get angry, over a dozen subordinates immediately surrounded her with long swords drawn. "Do you dare to make a move? This is Fengyun Pavilion." The man intentionally emphasized Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Yi frowned, wondering if this woman had lost her mind to dare to cause trouble on his turf. For some reason he felt irritated just seeing Lang Rubing's cold, aloof face. Just as he was about to throw her out, he saw Beitangao blocking his path, whispering a few words in his ear with a smile. Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Although Beitangao's voice was low, everyone present was a master above the innate stage, perceptive and sharp, and they heard him clearly, casting peculiar looks at Lang Rubing and chuckling oddly. Lang Rubing also heard Beitangao's words and her eternally icy face flushed red. She drew her sword and pointed it at Beitangao, shouting, "Are you looking to die? If you're brave, come and fight me." Beitangao shrank back, afraid to engage her, and hurriedly slipped away. Everyone laughed at the sight of the dignified second lord of Jiuzhou actually being afraid of Lang Rubing. "I say, second lord, you really lack guts. Since Commander Long wants to fight you, just go for it. Where's your former bravado gone?" "Exactly, you're always so imposing in front of us, but when you're faced with a woman you run away." Beitangao retorted, "You guys just know how to stir up trouble. If you have the guts, why don't you step up?" Lin Yi felt a bit embarrassed seeing Lang Rubing so furious. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. It was just that when Long Xiaotian brought the injured Lang Rubing and Beitang Ao to Fengyun Pavilion, he had casually checked their wounds while giving them medicine. Alright, enough with the commotion. You four make way for Commander Lang. The four men, seeing their master speak, dared not say more and gave up their seats. Lang Rubing shot Lin Yi a glare, then sat down heavily on a long bench and picked up a wine cup to drink in silence. Hua Liuxiang saw the situation and ran over to Lin Yi's side, saying, "Boss, do you have a thing with her? You can't do that, you have to be devoted." "What leg? Get lost." At that moment a hearty laugh rang out from outside. Then Zixiao Daoist walked in. As soon as he arrived, everyone stood up. "Senior, you're here." Lin Yi approached, cupped his fists with a smile. "Senior, you're a bit early, the other two haven't arrived yet." Zixiao Daoist stroked his beard and chuckled. "I had nothing better to do, so I came a few days early." Seeing there were many people around, Lin Yi invited him to the reception room on the third floor. Once seated, Zixiao Daoist said to Lin Yi, "On the way here I discovered many mysterious figures, all with considerable cultivation. Some emitted chilling and formidable auras, and they all entered Heilong town." Lin Yi had also sensed something during this time, unsure of these people's intentions. However, now that the system had returned to normal, even if Zhang Nianchuan came again, he would be able to fight back. "These small fry don't concern me at all. If they dare to cause trouble in Fengyun Pavilion, they will be ruthlessly killed on the spot. It's fine, they came for a reason." Zixiao Daoist, seeing Lin Yi unconcerned, said, "These people are probably hired by the Demon Path Alliance, so be cautious. Our competition may encounter unexpected events." Lin Yi thought for a moment. If these people were hired by the Demon Path Alliance, they certainly weren't directly targeting him. Since Zhang Nianchuan could mention that he possessed an invincible system, he surely knew that within Fengyun Pavilion he was invincible. Why would he send his subordinates to their deaths? So there could only be one possibility: to disrupt the competition or to meddle with the ranking list. Lin Yi felt this possibility was very strong. However, for Lin Yi these were trivial matters. If the ranked individuals were replaced, they would receive rewards anew, which was a good thing. Zixiao Daoist observed Lin Yi's silence and said, "The reason the three of us agreed to compete is actually to use this rare opportunity to draw out the people from the Demon Path Alliance and eliminate them." Lin Yi smiled. "That's a great idea, I support it. I hope the pavilion master can assist us then." "No problem." The two discussed the current situation in the 9 provinces and any secret movements Zhang Nianchuan might be making. However, this person was too mysterious. No one knew his origins, as if he had appeared out of thin air, leaving people unable to fathom him. Lin Yi originally wanted to expose Zhang Nianchuan's scheme, but thinking it might frighten him, he held back. Zixiao Daoist also inquired about some aspects of cultivation methods. Lin Yi wasn't a cultivator, he had only grasped a bit from the system's data and spoke somewhat randomly. However, this information proved to be immensely helpful to Zixiao Daoist, preparing him for future cultivation. The two chatted for a long while and also exchanged insights on martial arts. Although Lin Yi possessed a system, insights were something that the system could not provide, relying entirely on personal realization. He had not trained for long, lacking significantly in this area. Listening to Zixiao Daoist's understanding of martial arts and sword techniques, he gained much insight. As it grew late, the two reluctantly returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, embedding today's gains into his cultivation as he gradually entered a state of forgetfulness. Meanwhile, the pitch-black night enveloped Heilong town, with a group of figures in black clothing stealthily infiltrating every corner of the town. A tall and formidable figure stood on a small hill gazing at Fengyun Pavilion. Behind him stood 6 men in black, each exuding a terrifying aura with faint spiritual energy visible around them. "Hee, since I can't deal with you, I'll just kill those on the ranking list and see who dares to compete." The Ghost Sword and the Master of the 3 Talismans arrived in succession, with only 1 day left until the 15th. Lin Yi also called Xianli and Hua Luxiang to help Fu Rong arrange everything, ensuring everyone was well hydrated and well entertained, spending generously on tickets. Everyone was speculating about the material used to construct the Fengyun Pavilion, as it was remarkably sturdy. Last time when Lin Yi and Zhang Nianchuan fought fiercely, it had suffered no damage at all. Seeing that the arrangements were nearly complete, Lin Yi gathered the leaders of the major factions. The Marquis of Jiuzhou remarked on the lively atmosphere, saying to Lin Yi, "Master, I feel that your ranking list is rather dull and offers no substantial benefits. No one seems eager to participate. Why not offer something valuable? Anyone who makes the list should receive a reward." "A reward? Yes, I think that's a good idea." Upon hearing Lin Yi would have to provide rewards, everyone began to clamor for what kinds of divine weapons, pills and other treasures they would receive. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. His ranking list had been around for some time, and the people on it were indeed not very proactive, as they had been encouraged to join rather than volunteering themselves. He thought to himself, if there are no benefits, who would want to make the list? However, Lin Yi didn't possess anything particularly valuable, although he had many pills. They were of little use to established experts. Seeing Lin Yi lost in thought and unresponsive, they assumed he was unwilling. The Marquis of Jiuzhou said, "Master, it seems a bit stingy. If word gets out, your reputation will suffer. Who would want to make the list after this?" "Yes, in that case let's not hold the competition at all, let's all leave." Lin Yi realized these fellows were trying to create a dilemma for him and cursed inwardly. All right, I'm afraid of you all. However, I currently have nothing valuable to offer as rewards. How about this? Anyone who makes the list will receive a Feng Yun token. Anyone holding this token can have any request fulfilled by the Feng Yun Pavilion as long as it does not violate the principles of chivalry. 1 token for 1 request. This. The crowd's expressions changed and they all stood up. The Marquis of Jiuzhou looked at Lin Yi, thinking to himself how this guy suddenly changed his tune. Offering such great benefits was far better than rewards of divine weapons and pills. Zhong Suzi immediately asked, "Does that mean the people who made the list previously will also receive Feng Yun tokens?" "Of course, I will have Fu Rong create the Feng Yun tokens and deliver them to those on the list. Anyone holding the token who comes to me with a request will be accommodated." Everyone exchanged glances, realizing that Lin Yi's offer was quite substantial. This would certainly increase everyone's enthusiasm. Once the news spread, it immediately stirred excitement among the masses. The Feng Yun Pavilion was becoming the foremost power in the Jiuzhou. If they could seek help with a Feng Yun token, no problem would be insurmountable. People began to speculate whether Lin Yi had lost his mind suddenly offering such a huge temptation. Anyone who wandered the martial world would encounter troubles, some even life-threatening. If they could receive help from the Feng Yun Pavilion, wouldn't that be an easy resolution? Thinking of this, everyone was eager to act. However, to make the list, one needed at least some established cultivation, with Lu Ruocheng being the only exception. Everyone knew that Lu Ruocheng's talent was extraordinary, and it wouldn't be long before she reached the established level. Fu Rong frowned upon hearing this. If everyone who made the list received a Feng Yun token, what if those from the demonic path or evil sects made the list? Would they also have their requests fulfilled? This was a serious issue. Due to the many people present, she found it inconvenient to speak and decided to wait until they were alone to discuss it. The hidden figure of the 7 Killings true monarch was momentarily taken aback after receiving this news, but then he smiled and said, "What a splendid Feng Yun Pavilion. If that's the case, I must make the list even more." Lin Yi chatted casually with the various factions for a while before heading upstairs. Soon after, Fu Rong followed him. She said to Lin Yi, "What you are doing is quite inappropriate. If those from the demonic path or evil sects make the list and hold Feng Yun tokens, will you also have to comply with their requests?" Lin Yi replied with a smile, "As long as it's not about killing or smuggling, I will naturally comply." Fu Rong shook her head, saying, "That's inappropriate. For instance, if members of the Demonic Path Alliance make the list and use the Feng Yun token to say you must not deal with them, would you also agree to that?" Lin Yi noticed that this girl was quite sharp-minded. He had not thought of that. However, he naturally had his ways to handle it. He chuckled, "If that's the case, I can refuse any unreasonable requests they make." Fu Rong was taken aback and said, "Isn't that going back on your word?" Lin Yi laughed heartily. "The rules are set by me and the interpretation rights belong to the Feng Yun Pavilion. Do you understand?" Fu Rong was speechless. It was clear he was being unscrupulous. Seeing his confident smile, she knew he must have his own plans, so she refrained from saying more. Early the next morning, everyone got up early, hurriedly had breakfast, and rushed to the square to secure good spots. Seeing the crowd jostling for seats, Lin Yi shouted from the 3rd floor, "Don't sit randomly. The first 5 rows require payment. Each seat costs 100 taels. Damn, I knew this guy had ulterior motives. He's charging 100 taels just to secure a good seat. Does he think our money falls from the sky?" Everyone began to grumble, vehemently protesting Lin Yi's shameless behavior. However, for those of status, 100 taels was a trivial matter and they didn't mind. Lin Yi instructed Hua Lu Xiang and Xianli to go collect the money. Before long, all the seats were filled and the main event was about to commence. Lin Yi also stepped out of the Feng Yun Pavilion and sat in the front row. Fu Rong immediately arranged tea and fruit plates beside him to serve. The first to take the stage were the Zhixiao Dao Run and the Ghost Sword. One was the Grand Elder of Wudong and the other was a reclusive master from the Sword Realm. Their cultivations were comparable and neither had sustained injuries, both remaining in peak condition, promising a rare contest. The two leaped onto the roof of the pavilion. Zhixiao Daoren drew his sword, the Zhixiao Sword, and gazed at the Ghost Sword. The Ghost Sword unsheathed his own weapon, the Ghost Sword. Both wielded top-tier divine weapons capable of severing hair and cutting through the finest blades. Today we will have a fair contest to see whether your Ghost Sword's 24 styles are more formidable or the Taoist's Taiji sword technique reigns supreme. The Ghost Sword, filled with battle intent, was enveloped by a thick fog. Taoist, do be wary of my ghost poison. Naturally. Zixiao Daoren flipped the Zixiao sword in his hand, launching it like a meteor with incredible speed, nearly invisible to the naked eye. The Ghost Sword shouted loudly, releasing poisonous smoke from his sword, encircling him to protect his vital areas. A thunderous roar erupted from within the poisonous smoke and a colorful light spun within. Taiji Wuliang. Suddenly a Taiji diagram materialized with yin and yang fish rotating, and a massive sword energy shot forth. The winds and clouds of heaven and earth surged as the Taiji diagram absorbed a small amount of spiritual energy from the surroundings, causing the sword energy to grow stronger. I did not expect Master to have comprehended such a divine ability. Others may not realize the power of the spirit summoning technique, but Lin Yi is well aware. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth belongs to the natural forces. When cultivators meditate, they absorb this energy to transform it into spiritual power, which they then use to unleash powerful spells and divine abilities far surpassing the true chi or inner strength of martial artists by several folds. Lin Yi watched as strands of spiritual energy were absorbed into the Taiji diagram, contemplating that it must be the insights gained by Zixiao Daoist from studying that cultivation technique. Indeed, he is worthy of being a great master. However, its power is still not comparable to that of a cultivator. The sword energy turned grayish-white, shooting down from the air and scattering the poisonous mist. The Ghost Sword sensed a strong sense of crisis. He did not expect Zixiao Daoist to have made such great progress in such a short time. He immediately flew back, throwing the Ghost Sword into the sky. 10,000 ghosts covering the sky. Before long, a black mist enveloped a radius of 10 miles. The Ghost Sword spun rapidly with the wails of vengeful spirits echoing, and then one by one the evil spirits wielding long swords appeared, blocking out the sky and attacking the Taiji diagram. Instantly the cries of 10,000 ghosts rang in everyone's ears, shaking their blood and energy. Now that Lin Yi had exited the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he could only rely on his Grandmaster level strength and couldn't withstand the cries of the 10,000 ghosts. His face turned pale instantaneously. He hurriedly circulated his true chi to release a protective barrier and then unleashed the invincible level 2 domain. Only then was he unharmed by the sonic waves of the 10,000 ghosts. Sounds of explosions came from the sky as the cries of the ghosts converged into long swords that pierced into the Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram spun rapidly to absorb spiritual energy in defense, yet Zixiao Daoist felt as if he were in a den of ghosts. The cries were maddening and nauseating, causing his internal true chi to become chaotic. He did not expect the sword technique of the Ghost Sword to be so bizarre. He immediately flew up to the Taiji diagram and released a protective shield to safeguard himself. However, the sword energy was exceedingly strange, ignoring the shield and striking directly at Zixiao Daoist. In an instant, a multicolored light erupted from Zixiao Daoist's body, and the Zixiao sword in his hand transformed into a gigantic multicolored sword that slashed down. The Ghost Sword sensed the terrifying power of the gigantic sword and knew it could not withstand it directly. Thus he summoned all the ghosts. The black sword energy rained down like raindrops. The gigantic sword descended like a bamboo, being split, striking the 10,000 ghosts and instantly causing an explosion, dissipating the vengeful spirits one by one. Go! The Ghost Sword roared, releasing the Ghost Sword from his hand, transforming it into a beam of black light that shot down, striking the gigantic sword in an instant as a bizarre poisonous mist enveloped the gigantic sword and began to devour it. Zixiao Daoist's expression changed drastically and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying. Seeing that he was injured, the Ghost Sword hurriedly retrieved it, then with a wave of his hand a colossal hand formed in the air, grasping Zixiao Daoist and placing him atop the rooftop. In this battle the Ghost Sword emerged victorious. This competition, rare in decades, left everyone astonished by the sword techniques and divine abilities of both, captivated and applauding in admiration. As Zixiao Daoist lost, many expressed their astonishment. I initially thought Zixiao Daoist would win, but I did not expect the sword technique of the Ghost Sword to be so strange and terrifying. The Marquis of Jiuzhou, sitting behind Lin Yi, poked him in the side, leaning in to whisper, "Master, is the technique of the Ghost Sword for sale?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's face twitched. He thought to himself, is this guy addicted? Does he think divine techniques are as common as cabbages, just take if you want? If it weren't for Lin Yi relying on the system, how could he learn someone else's technique? He replied irritably, "No, don't talk nonsense." The Marquis of Jiuzhou frowned, realizing that since they were in public, Lin Yi must have some reservations, thinking he would definitely sell it when alone. Ever since he obtained 3 divine techniques, he began practicing the water and fire coalescence, 2 of which he entrusted to Beitang Ao and a trusted subordinate for cultivation. The divine techniques indeed differ from others. He made significant progress in less than a month, now only a step away from Grandmaster. The sword technique of the ghost sword is evidently more powerful than water and fire coalescence. If cultivated, he would become formidable and the several lords of the Jiuzhou kingdom would not stand a chance against him. He could also break into the ranks of top powers. Those sitting nearby were still enraptured by the clash between the two, with some entering a meditative state of enlightenment. However, the Marquis of Jiuzhou and several others heard the commotion and curiously scrutinized the two, wondering why Jiuzhou's Marquis had experienced such rapid advancement in cultivation. Surely he obtained some good technique from Lin Yi. He glanced at the ghost sword, pondering whether the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had techniques for him to cultivate or if he was selling something. His thoughts began to race. With the outcome decided, Lin Yi stood up and addressed those present. What do you think? Is there a mistake in my rankings? TCH. It was just your luck. I still think the 3 talents sword master is more formidable. Although everyone verbally denied it, their hearts had already accepted the rankings. Since the competition has concluded, everyone can disperse. Tomorrow will be the contest between the ghost sword and the 3 talents sword master. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a dull voice suddenly came from the distance. I have objections to the rankings and wish to challenge the ghost sword. A clattering sound rang in everyone's ears as a group of individuals walked in. Everyone was curious about who these people were and turned to look. It turned out to be a group dressed in coarse short shirts, each with a wolf head tattooed on their foreheads. Everyone scrutinized these individuals with curiosity. Who are they? I have never seen them before. Yes, they seem like they are from foreign tribes. In an instant everyone was speculating about who they were. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and approached. The one who spoke earlier was a burly middle-aged man with muscular arms and a green silk band tied around his head. I am the one who ranks the sword list. Are you a swordsman as well? Clearly this man was not carrying a sword and did not appear to be a swordsman, so why did he have objections to the rankings? The Marquis of Jiuzhou stepped forward and shouted, what kind of barbaric mixed race are you? How dare you come here to cause trouble? Don't you see so many people? If you continue to act recklessly, you'll find it hard to leave. The middle-aged man looked at the Marquis of Jiuzhou and sneered, so this is how you 9 provinces martial artists treat outsiders. I thought you were all gentlemen, but now I see I am greatly disappointed. You are nothing but a bunch of loud barking dogs with no manners at all. You. Damn it, how dare you insult me and say I have no manners? I will teach you a lesson. The Marquis of Jiuzhou, being a noble lord of a nation with a distinguished identity, could not tolerate being mocked and insulted by a foreigner. He charged forward and swung his fist. However, just 3 inches from the middle-aged man's head a cracking sound was heard. The sound of breaking bones reached everyone's ears. Ah! My hand is broken. The Marquis of Jiuzhou's hand immediately drooped down, cold sweat pouring out from the pain. This left everyone present astonished, as they could not see how this man had made his move. Chang Suzi stepped forward and looked at the man, bowing respectfully. What is your purpose, esteemed sir? The man laughed heartily and looked at Lin Yi, saying, didn't I just say? I have objections to your rankings and want to challenge that person. Pointing at the ghost sword flying down from the rooftop. The ghost sword snorted coldly, a black mist surrounding him and a chilling aura made everyone shiver as if they were in a frozen wasteland. Lin Yi grinned and looked at the man, saying, you may express your objections to the rankings, but if you cause trouble you should think carefully. Have you grown tired of being in Tianshan and want to come here to make a scene? The man's expression changed slightly as he looked at Lin Yi in surprise, saying, how did you know we are from the Wolf Clan? The people present all wore curious expressions as they looked at these individuals. Werewolf tribe. What kind of race is this? It seems I have never heard of it. The vast land of the 9 provinces hosts a multitude of races. It is normal not to have heard of them, just like the spirit-controlling clan that was mentioned not long ago, which was also unfamiliar to many. Everyone was quite intrigued by this werewolf tribe, wondering what miraculous abilities they might possess. The Marquis of Jiuzhou scrutinized the man, noticing the broken hand of the Marquis of Jiuzhou, and coldly remarked, did you come here just to cause trouble? Looking around at the prominent figures of the 9 provinces gathered, he said, we have all tacitly accepted those who are on the list. What qualifications do you have to oppose that? Since you boast about challenging us, then let's see you exchange a few moves with this Marquis. The burly man sized up the Marquis of Jiuzhou, revealing a disdainful expression, mocking, you are not even my opponent. Oh, what a bold claim. I am curious to see what impressive tactics your werewolf tribe possesses. Though the Marquis of Jiuzhou did not take this person seriously, he felt a sense of caution within, as the unexpected crippling of the Marquis of Jiuzhou's hand was no trivial matter. The reason he stepped forward was to gain Lin Yi's favor, hoping that when he asked for help later it would be considered due to his assistance. However, just as he made a move, an invisible force suddenly restrained him, rendering him immobile, unable to circulate his internal energy. What? What is happening? He looked at the burly man with a face full of horror. The Marquis of Jiuzhou was quite knowledgeable but had never encountered such a situation. It was not the technique of a martial artist but rather that of a cultivator. Could it be that these people are cultivators? Upon thinking of this he turned pale with fear. If they were truly cultivators, then even if he had 10 lives it would not be enough to escape their wrath, regretful for wanting to show off. Lin Yi frowned, thinking that the werewolf tribe indeed possessed miraculous abilities. However, they were not cultivators. Seeing the Marquis of Jiuzhou bound by a force, he coldly remarked, as an outsider, it is already inappropriate for you to speak so rudely here. Do you still wish to harm others? Do you want to be enemies with the entire martial world of the 9 provinces? I don't care who you are. Since you have come here you must abide by the rules, otherwise we will not agree. Chong Shuzi also spoke, releasing a powerful aura. The burly man's brow furrowed as he looked at these imposing figures, and with a twist of his eyes he released the Marquis of Jiuzhou from his restraint. Then he stared at Lin Yi and said, since you are well aware of our origins you should know our purpose for coming here. Lin Yi coldly replied, I don't care what your purpose is, this place does not welcome members of your werewolf tribe. The burly man did not get angry, instead he grinned, looking at the martial artists present, saying, I initially thought that those on the list were all experts, but it seems they are merely worthless. This infuriated the crowd, especially those who were ranked, as it was clear he looked down upon them. Feng Leijian sneered, since you look down on us ranked individuals you must be quite formidable. How about we have a little competition? As he spoke, a tempest of wind and thunder surged around him, and the Feng Leijian behind him emitted a strong light. His figure became elusive, causing those around him to retreat repeatedly. Good Feng Leijian, well done. Let's beat this arrogant fellow to death. However, Lin Yi sensed that the arrival of these werewolf tribesmen was not merely for provocation, there must be some other motive. So he checked the system. It turned out that the werewolf tribe coveted the spirit-controlling clan's spirit-controlling pearl and often instigated conflicts with them. Fortunately, the spirit-controlling clan possessed powerful abilities, managing to turn danger into safety every time. However, this time Ling Xin had taken the spirit-controlling pearl out and the werewolf tribe had received news, which is why they had come. Lin Yi frowned. They had come for the spirit-controlling pearl. His mind raced as he devised a plan, immediately standing beside Feng Leijian and saying, not so fast. Feng Leijian frowned as Lin Yi blocked his way. After pondering for a moment he withdrew the wind and thunder. The burly man, seeing that he could not make a move, turned his gaze towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi said, since you are dissatisfied with my list, that is fine. However, we have a sword ranking and only swordsmen can challenge those on the list. Do not disrupt the rules, otherwise it will be difficult for you to leave Heilong Town. The burly man did not take Lin Yi's warning seriously, but he had come for Lin Yi, knowing that only Lin Yi knew where Ling Xin was. What had just been a test? Now, seeing that the leader of the Cloud Wind Pavilion was indeed no ordinary person, everyone looked to him for guidance. If a quarrel broke out it would be hard to settle. So he smiled, ready to speak. Since it is like this, I will challenge you next. Suddenly a piercing voice interrupted. A young man dressed in luxurious attire strode in, accompanied by a young servant around 14 or 15 years old. Lin Yi frowned as he observed the extravagant accessories on the young man's body and suddenly noticed a string of pearls on his wrist that looked exactly like the ones Long Badian had picked up. His expression darkened as he searched for the young man's background in the system. However, there was no record of this young man, which surprised him slightly. After pondering for a moment he wondered if it was the work of Zhang Nianxuan. In the 9 provinces no one else could possess such abilities. This young man exuded an ethereal and carefree aura, with every movement displaying scholarly grace. However, there was a dangerous aura surrounding him, a sword pressure that was extremely threatening, comparable to a 4th-tier expert. The swordsman present immediately sensed it. Gue Jian and the other swordmasters also approached. Lin Yi weighed his options in his mind before saying, may I ask how you are called and from which sect do you hail? I assume you are also a swordsman. You people are not worthy to know my master's identity, the young servant replied with an arrogant look. Heh, what a bold claim. Since you are not convinced, I would like to see what abilities you possess. Gue Jian stepped forward and said. The young man scrutinized Gue Jian and frowned, saying, you exude an aura that I find repulsive. Normally I would not associate with you, but since you are ranked I will reluctantly accept. Tomorrow. Feng Leijian, however, was displeased. He said to Gue Jian Sr., this person is merely a young brat, you do not need to take action. I can handle it. Old man, my master has already agreed to this, trickster, why are you trying to meddle? I will play with you. Suddenly the young servant moved with lightning speed, appearing in front of Feng Leijian in the blink of an eye, his small hand reaching straight for the groin. Feng Leijian's face turned red as he shouted loudly, you reckless fool. Suddenly wind and thunder erupted and foam. Lei Jian's figure transformed into an intangible form with sword light flashing all around, forming a massive sword net. The crowd was swept back by the sword energy, retreating a full 10 zhang. Watch my tortoise fist. The young servant leaped up, shouting loudly as he swung his fists wildly. A series of thunderous booms rang out as the young servant's fists glowed with a blue light, striking down and creating a series of loud bangs as if hitting something. Lin Yi and the powerful figures like Gui Jian all revealed expressions of astonishment. Although the young bookboy was only around 14 or 15 years old, with small fists he unleashed a terrifying power comparable to the tyrant fist of Long Badian. Moreover, it seemed he could lock onto the Fenglei sword, landing dozens of punches. The screams of the Fenglei sword echoed amidst the rolling thunder. The bookboy laughed heartily as he retreated effortlessly, breaking through the sword net. He stood beside the young master, hands on his hips, surveying the crowd with great arrogance. With a thunderous sound, the Fenglei sword, covered in injuries, fell to the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head. This left everyone in shock, jaws dropped in disbelief. A mere child had actually beaten a first-grade powerhouse like this. No one would believe it if told. Yet it was true, as everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. The crowd gasped in astonishment. If a child was this formidable, how much more powerful was the young master? Damn, when did such an extraordinary person appear in the martial world? Indeed, this is quite a sight. I have never seen such a young brat so powerful in my entire life. It feels like we're living in a different time. In that instant, everyone turned their attention to the bookboy, chattering excitedly. Zhong Shuzi licked his lips and said to Lin Yi, "Master, who exactly are these two?" Lin Yi waved his hand and spoke to the young master. "Since you wish to challenge someone on the rankings, then so be it." Good. With that, the young master surprisingly walked into the Fengyun Pavilion. The big man, seeing someone intervene, chuckled without saying a word and left with his people. Lin Yi also entered the Fengyun Pavilion, watching the young master request a room from Furong. However, Furong looked troubled and said, "Young master, our rooms are full, we have no vacancies." The young master frowned and the bookboy, hands on hips, shouted, "How can there be no rooms? My master's noble identity gracing your establishment is your greatest honor. You must provide us with a room, otherwise I'll tear down your signboard." Furong looked awkwardly at Lin Yi. After pondering, Lin Yi said to Furong, "Please escort the two to the guest room on the 3rd floor." Furong nodded and led them upstairs. Everyone watched as they ascended to the 3rd floor, all eyes on Lin Yi. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed from the system. "Due to someone obstructing the system from receiving information, the system has updated. Please check the database again, host." Lin Yi's expression brightened as he entered the system space to check. Indeed, there was a record of that young master. Master of Mingyue Tower. Seeing everyone staring at him, he beckoned them to sit. The Marquis of Yinzhou hurriedly asked, "Master, what is the background of those two? Even the bookboy is so terrifying." Lin Yi replied, "Have you ever heard of the organization known as the 4 Great Sword Towers that claimed fame 300 years ago? The 4 Great Sword Towers." Most people shook their heads in confusion, unaware of this organization. Only Zixiao Daoist and the 3 Talents Sword Master seemed slightly startled. The 4 Great Sword Towers. A mysterious organization in the sword realm said to have disappeared 200 years ago. The two had heard of the origins of the 4 Great Sword Towers. Just by the name one could tell they were sword practitioners. It was said that at that time the strongest in the sword realm of Jiuzhou was the 4 Great Sword Towers, each member a master of exceptional skill possessing extraordinary abilities. It was rumored that the leader of the 4 Great Sword Towers broke through the heavenly sword realm, achieving unity with the Tao through the sword. The heavenly sword realm was already the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a divine figure in the sword realm with very few in Jiuzhou able to reach it, nearly unbeatable. However, the existence of someone who surpassed the heavenly sword truly left people in awe. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Indeed, at that time the 4 Great Sword Towers held a grand swordsmanship contest attended by sword practitioners from all over Jiuzhou. However, for some unknown reason, the 4 Great Sword Towers suddenly announced their withdrawal from the martial world, and the towers collapsed with not a single disciple left, as if they had vanished into thin air." Vanished into thin air overnight? How could that be possible? Lin Yi said, "There must be some unknown secret behind this which I have yet to uncover. The 4 Great Sword Towers are Mingyue Tower, Sword Pavilion, West Tower and Robbery Tower. Now that the people of Mingyue Tower have suddenly appeared in the martial world, it is likely that the other 3 towers still exist. Such a terrifying force suddenly emerging is bound to have an impact on Jiuzhou. The Jiuzhou Kingdom and the 8 great sects including Shaolin and Wudong all felt a sense of pressure. This brought endless variables to the chaotic martial world. Zixiao Daoist said, "I wonder what the purpose of the people from Mingyue Tower is and why they challenge those on the rankings the moment they appear." Lin Yi thought for a moment the appearance of Mingyue Tower certainly wasn't listed in the system's rankings. They suddenly jumped out to challenge rather than being on the list, and the implications were clear. They aimed to disrupt the rankings. This must be related to Zhang Nianxuan and the Demon Path Alliance. He thought that since they had already taken action he would follow suit. Although the four great sword towers were renowned 300 years ago, after such a long time the masters within must have dwindled significantly. Lin Yi had no need for concern. As long as he was within the Fengyun Pavilion, these people were not to be feared. Alright, everyone go rest for now. Tomorrow we will continue to watch the duel. Seeing that there was nothing left to discuss, everyone went to rest. Only the ghost sword remained behind. He looked at Lin Yi with a heavy expression and said, "That young master gives me a strong sense of crisis. I don't know if I can win the duel tomorrow." Lin Yi was surprised to see him showing fear. A fourth-grade powerhouse was actually afraid, which was unexpected. However, it made sense. An unknown figure suddenly appeared claiming to challenge, naturally making one feel unsettled. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, although this person comes from the four great sword towers, their cultivation won't be too high. You two are about evenly matched." When Ghost Sword heard they were roughly equal, he smiled in relief. He valued the rankings greatly, as being on the list represented his strength. Moreover, Lin Yi promised to reward a Fengyun token which would allow him to request anything from the Fengyun Pavilion. If he lost tomorrow, obtaining the Fengyun token would be an insult to him. He had always been proud and arrogant, never having lost before. Ghost Sword happened to have a request that was very difficult to fulfill, and he figured Lin Yi would certainly refuse to help. Therefore he thought to use the Fengyun token to ask Lin Yi for help. Lin Yi noticed his concern over the duel, patting his shoulder. Ghost Sword then went to rest, as he had exhausted quite a bit and had also sustained some injuries that needed to heal quickly. At that moment Hua Liuxiang and Long Batian arrived. Lin Yi addressed the two. "Have you found out where the people of the Demon Path Alliance are?" Hua Liuxiang replied, "We only found a few inconsequential minions and have not discovered the whereabouts of the true monarch of 7 kills. Lin Yi frowned, thinking that this fellow was clearly nearby in Heilong Town, yet he hid so secretly that even with so many people sent out they couldn't find him. Truly worthy of being the leader of the Demon Path Alliance. However, he didn't need to worry too much. If the people from Mingyue Tower were indeed instigated by them, they would definitely show up tomorrow, and at that time he would catch them all. Lin Yi glanced at the 3rd floor and then went to rest. The next day, as the sun rose, everyone got up early to secure their spots. Due to the new developments, discussions arose about who was stronger between Ghost Sword and that young master. As they didn't know the cultivation level of the young master, everyone believed Ghost Sword would win. After all the power he displayed yesterday had left everyone feeling his terror. When Ghost Sword unleashed his technique, it was like 10,000 ghosts devouring the heavens with no trace left behind. Lin Yi also woke up early just in time to see the young master come out of his room. "Hey!" Lin Yi greeted. The book boy, however, wrinkled his nose, clearly dismissive of Lin Yi. "Don't greet me casually if we're not familiar." Lin Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, truly annoyed by this little brat. With barely any talent, he acted so arrogantly, and Lin Yi was just about to push him down to the ground to teach him a lesson. He went downstairs and greeted everyone, taking his usual seat from yesterday. The young master stood before the crowd, cleared his throat and said, "I am the master of Mingyue Tower, here today to meet the heroes of the world and witness the prowess of those on the ranking list to see if they truly deserve their titles." The Duke of Jiuzhou, clutching his still painful hand, said angrily, "Hurry up and fight, then get lost right after." Upon hearing this, the young scholar rolled up his sleeves and rushed over, glaring at the Duke of Jiuzhou, scolding, "Who do you think you are to interrupt my master's speech? And showing him disrespect. You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" The Duke of Jiuzhou glared furiously, scolding, "You little brat, this is Fengyun Pavilion, not your Mingyue Tower. If you want to be on the ranking list, you must abide by the rules. Otherwise we won't agree. I'll let it slide this time because you're young, but don't think I'm bullying a child." The young scholar placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, saying, "Bullying a child? I think it's the other way around. If you have guts, let's fight first." The Duke of Jiuzhou's face flushed red as he glared at the scholar, but did not dare to retort. Though the young scholar appeared small, he was no match for even a first-tier powerhouse, so how could he stand up to him? However, everyone present was from the martial world of the 9 provinces. If a duke of a nation were to be afraid of a child, it would become a laughingstock. If a fight broke out, losing would bring shame and winning would only mean bullying a child. He instantly felt troubled. The Duke of Yenzhou nearby laughed heartily, taking pleasure in his embarrassment. As the host, Lin Yi naturally did not want the Duke of Jiuzhou to lose face. With a cold expression, he addressed the self-proclaimed master of Mingyue Tower, saying, "If you wish to continue, keep your scholar in check, otherwise please leave Highland Town." The master of Mingyue Tower smiled faintly, signaling to the scholar, who then stepped away. Lin Yi wanted to avoid any further issues, hoping the competition would start, so he immediately said, "All right, enough nonsense, let's get started." The master of Mingyue Tower chuckled, and with a graceful motion his figure floated elegantly in midair, exuding an otherworldly charm. The ghost sword was already standing on the rooftop, having drawn his sword and holding it across his chest. He coldly gazed at the master of Mingyue Tower, his eyes shimmering with sharp light. As the master landed on the rooftop, he looked at the ghost sword and said, "I will defeat you within 3 moves. What arrogance!" The ghost sword said no more, swinging the sword in his hand to unleash the 24 styles of the ghost sword. Each strike contained terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and rocks, while ghostly mist enveloped a radius of 1 mile, obscuring the battle within. Lin Yi and the others all stood up, their eyes glowing with anticipation as they peered inside. Yet the ghostly mist held a mysterious power. They could not see what was happening inside, only hearing the cries of ghosts and the sounds of swords clashing, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars. The intensity of the sounds stirred their blood. Even Lin Yi nearly lost control. He sat back down and asked the Sankai Sword Master and Zishao Daoist beside him, "Do you think the ghost sword can win this situation?" The Sankai Sword Master replied solemnly, "If that man is truly the master of Mingyue Tower, it will be difficult for the ghost sword to win." The Zishao Daoist now shared the same sentiment. Lin Yi's expression also turned grave. If the master of Mingyue Tower won, the ranking of the ghost sword would drop, which would affect the standings of others. This was not what he wished to see, but there was nothing he could do now but leave it to fate. The fierce battle raged on for a full half-day, when suddenly the ghostly mist roiled and the furious shout of the ghost sword echoed from within. Then a purple light shot into the sky, releasing an overwhelming force, revealing a purple dragon breaking through the mist, upon which stood the master of Mingyue Tower. Easily defeated. The master stepped forward gracefully, turning to face Lin Yi. Lin Yi stood up, looking up at the sky as the ghostly mist dissipated. He saw the ghost sword half kneeling on the rooftop, blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. The outcome was evident. At this moment the ranking on the stone tablet also changed. The ghost sword's rank dropped by 1, becoming 13th, while the master of Mingyue Tower rose to 12th. Ding! Although the ranking has changed, the rewards remain. Congratulations to the host for receiving the ranking reward. Please claim it in a timely manner. You have obtained the top-tier divine level skill, the Mingyue Fu Sanxing sword technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 100% experience, unlocking a new function. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the training grounds. Lin Yi's expression brightened and he hurriedly used his divine sense to enter the system space. Inside he found a palace filled with abundant spiritual energy 10 times thicker than outside. Entering through the side door, he saw many rooms, at least 20. Moreover, in one of the rooms lay a millennium-cold jade bed. Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock. This was simply a sacred place for cultivation. This is incredible. Sitting here for a day would be equivalent to a year outside, increasing the cultivation speed by 100 times. He was so excited he could hardly speak. The crowd buzzed with discussions, looking at the master of Mingyue Tower in disbelief. What a disappointment! It wasn't satisfying. Saying this, he turned to the Sankai Sword Master and said, "I have long admired your reputation. How about a friendly match tomorrow?" The Sankai Sword Master coldly regarded the master, his eyes flashing with lightning, feeling the stirrings of his inner sword and earth sword. "All right. Wait." Lin Yi stopped the Sankai Sword Master and looked at the master of Mingyue Tower, saying, "You possess extraordinary swordsmanship, which I admire, but what is your purpose?" The master smiled at the most sought-after figure in the martial world, a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "Since you have created the ranking list, is it not to showcase the prowess of the sword practitioners of the 9 provinces to everyone? Isn't it a normal thing to accept challenges? I know your intentions are not pure. The 4 great sword towers have returned to the world, so you must have some purpose in mind." The master's gaze sharpened, a hint of surprise curling at the corner of his mouth. "You truly possess great insight, knowing my background so quickly." He chuckled and said, "But knowing it is of no consequence. I just want to see what formidable sword practitioners exist in the 9 provinces, hence I came to spar." Lin Yi saw he was not being truthful, so he said no more. He turned to the Sankai Sword Master and said, "Sword Master, your injuries have yet to heal. It may be inconvenient for you to fight. Perhaps we can discuss this after some time." The Sankai Sword Master understood. He must have considered something and nodded in agreement. The master smiled but did not speak. This competition was thus concluded and everyone began discussing the 4 great sword towers and the master of Mingyue Tower. They speculated about what kind of powerful figures the other 3 sword towers would have. If they made it onto the list, they would occupy 4 spots. This meant that those who wished to be ranked would face increased difficulty and the competition would become fierce. Witnessing the battle of a fourth-tier powerhouse indeed opened their eyes, leaving them with an insatiable desire for more, each gaining something from the experience. After returning to Fengyun Pavilion, Lin Yi went up to the third floor, instructing Furong not to let anyone disturb him. The Sankai Sword Master had initially wanted to talk with him, but seeing how hurried he was to go upstairs, he decided not to linger and returned to his Sankai Island. 10 days later, Lin Yi emerged from his room with a broad smile, informing everyone that Fengyun Pavilion planned to expand and that everyone should temporarily relocate. The crowd was puzzled about what he was up to, surrounding him to inquire. Lin Yi chuckled, saying, "Don't ask, I'll give you a huge surprise later. I promise someone will be so shocked their eyes will fall out." Is it really that exaggerated? I think this kid just wants to make money again. Sigh, the world is declining and people's hearts are not as they once were. Lin Yi observed that everyone had evacuated from Fengyun Pavilion, setting up an array that enveloped the area in thick fog, obscuring all visibility. He instructed Furong and the others to prevent anyone from approaching within a 10-zhang radius. Then someone dismantled the rooftop. He moved the palace from the system inside and remodeled it. Thus he busied himself for a full 3 months. Everyone looked at Lin Yi with intrigue, speculating about what he was concocting inside. So they urged Hua Liuxian to go in and take a look. Hua Liuxian was also curious, but the array would confuse anyone who approached and the dense fog deterred him from entering. Finally, Lin Yi completed his grand project. Fengyun Pavilion transformed into a magnificent 4-story building adorned with exquisite decorations, its interior intricately carved and beautifully arranged. The guest rooms were also tastefully spacious. He cheerfully dismantled the array and emerged. In an instant, everyone was taken aback, gazing in disbelief at the newly revamped Fengyun Pavilion. What in the world happened? How did Fengyun Pavilion become so luxurious? This is excessive. It's unbelievable, in such a short time a 4-story building was constructed. The scale of the project is tremendous. Everyone marveled at the terrifying capabilities of Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Yi chuckled at their astonished expressions, saying, "You all can go in and take a look. I assure you, you will be comfortable here." As soon as he finished speaking, a crowd of martial artists surged inside, once again stunned by the opulent decorations. "I say, you old miser, you must have spent quite a fortune on this renovation, right?" Lin Yi chuckled, "That's only natural. Tisk, don't think about raising the prices, otherwise we'll collectively complain and have you dismantle Fengyun Pavilion." Lin Yi addressed everyone. "The price remains unchanged, however you can only stay on the 1st to 3rd floors." Hua Liuxian glanced at the 4th floor, asking, "What about the 4th floor? Are we not staying there ourselves?" "Exactly. I see your true intention is definitely for the 4th floor." Beitang Ao also sensed the underlying motive and inquired, "May I ask if there is any secret on the 4th floor?" Lin Yi noticed everyone's curious expressions directed at him and replied, "As for what is on the 4th floor, you will have to experience it for yourselves." Beitang Ao's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to stay a night and asked, "What's the price?" 100,000 taels of gold for 1 day's stay. You've gone mad, haven't you? This world is too insane. Heavens, 100,000 taels of gold for just 1 day! You must be the first person in history to charge such a price. Everyone was astounded by this price, cursing Lin Yi for being greedy. Upon hearing the price of 100,000 taels of gold, even Beitang Ao, a second-ranked marquis, found it unaffordable. He thought that only a fool would pay such an exorbitant fee for a room. Furong observed Lin Yi's expression and looked towards the 4th floor, knowing there must be some secret, otherwise the outrageous price would be unfathomable. All right, everyone quiet down. If you want to stay, go ahead. You poor folks could never afford it anyway." "What do you mean? Are you looking down on us? With such an expensive room, I doubt anyone will stay. Just wait for it to mold." Lin Yi ignored these remarks, reclining in his chair leisurely while sipping tea. Furong approached and said that the Fengyun order had been crafted. Lin Yi nodded and said, "You can give the Fengyun order to those on the list. If they can't be found, spread the news and let them come collect it themselves." Upon hearing that the Fengyun order was ready, everyone surrounded him. "Hee, Pavilion Master, since we're all so familiar now, can you give us one to play with as well?" Lin Yi wrinkled his nose and scolded, "What nonsense! If you want one, prepare 1,000,000 taels of gold. Why don't you just die?" Everyone was infuriated and left. Lin Yi spotted Lu Ruqing trying to head upstairs, thought for a moment and called out to her, "Miss Lu, please wait a moment." Lin Yi smiled and said, "My Fengyun Pavilion is reopening. To celebrate, you can stay on the 4th floor for 3 days to experience it." Lu Ruqing's beautiful eyes showed a hint of doubt as she asked why. Lin Yi shrugged and scratched his head, saying, "No particular reason. If you don't want to go, forget it. Lu Ruqing pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, all right, since the pavilion master has graciously invited me, I'll stay for a day. With that she headed towards the 4th floor. Hua Liuxiang frowned upon seeing this and approached, saying, I say boss, this is a bit unfair, our own people haven't stayed yet and you let Miss Lu be the first. Isn't this favoritism? You claim you're not interested in her. I think you're dreaming about her peeking in her window at night. Get lost. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, if you want to stay, prepare to sleep on the ground. Hua Liuxiang immediately jumped up. He was already a master-level expert, considered a formidable figure outside. Now he was being told to sleep on the ground. Wasn't that a joke? Not going, I find it embarrassing. You said it, don't regret it later, Lin Yi replied. Hua Liuxiang chuckled, thinking regretting was for the weak. Suddenly a scream echoed from the 4th floor. Everyone turned their attention towards it, recognizing Lu Ruqing's voice. What happened? Could there be danger on the 4th floor? It doesn't seem like it. It appears Miss Lu discovered something, which is why she screamed. After about a minute the stairs thudded as Lu Ruqing rushed down, her face brimming with excitement as she looked at Lin Yi and said, can I really stay inside? Lin Yi smiled, of course you can. Yay! That's fantastic. Lu Ruqing jumped up in excitement. This astonished everyone as they had never seen Lu Ruqing like this before. She had always been as serene as water, indifferent to everything. Now she was jubilant at the prospect of staying in a room on the 4th floor. Miss Lu, tell us what's on the 4th floor that makes you so excited. Yes, let us know too. There is. Cough, if you want to know you'll have to experience it yourself. Lu Ruqing saw Lin Yi not allowing her to say more, smiled and eagerly ascended to the 4th floor. Now everyone sensed something was amiss and began discussing what could be on the 4th floor. Hua Liuxiang initially intended to sneak up and see, but was stopped by Lin Yi. Through his practice inside and the rewards, Lin Yi's cultivation had now reached the 1st grade. His progress could not be deemed slow. He was finally able to squeeze into the ranks of top experts. At this moment Long Badian returned, reporting news about Lin Xin Bisha and others. Lin Yi suddenly remembered how he had forgotten about this matter. The disappearance of several individuals was undoubtedly related to the master of Mingyue Tower. Indeed, Long Badian reported that they had discovered the individuals had been captured in the territory of Jiuzhou. Lin Yi learned from the system's records that Mingyue Tower had been in Jiuzhou 300 years ago. However, the exact location was now unknown. Lin Yi searched for a long time, finding the information incomplete, affected by some influence. What a formidable Zhan Nianchuan, even my system has been affected. Who exactly are you? Lin Yi contemplated and said to Long Badian, in that case seek the Marquis of Jiuzhou and a high monk from Shaolin Temple to help search together. With their assistance we should be able to find them. Long Badian nodded and was about to leave when Lin Yi suddenly called out to him. I see you seem to have hit a bottleneck, why not stay on the 4th floor for a day? Wait until your cultivation breaks through to go. Long Badian furrowed his brows tightly and laughed, it doesn't matter, one day won't yield any progress, finding someone is more urgent. Lin Yi smiled and said, I assure you that you can break through to a Grand Master level. Long Badian's eyes sparkled with intrigue and after a moment's thought he grinned and headed to the 4th floor. Not long after his exclamation could be heard from above. He thought to himself that the people of the 9 provinces were not good all. Everyone was unable to sit still, rising to gaze towards the 4th floor. What is on the 4th floor? Please give us a hint, it's driving us crazy. Yes, even though we can't afford to stay there we should at least know what it's about. They all urged Bei Tangao to stay for a day. 100,000 taels of gold per day is no joke. Bei Tangao certainly doesn't possess that much gold. The national treasury is managed by his older brother the Marquis of Jiuzhou and he has no right to just take it. Lin Yi refused to tell them, letting these guys fret. As everyone was clamoring, 2 people walked in. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a glint of gold as he coldly stared at one of them. Oh, isn't that Louis Fei, who is allied with the Demon Path Alliance? You dare to come here? One of them was a burly man with a face full of flesh, carrying a heavy sword made of black iron on his back. After surveying the surroundings he snorted coldly. Qian Shang's sword, Tai Lao Lu. How did he end up with this guy? Louis Fei smiled broadly at these people, completely disregarding them. Lin Yi coldly snorted, wondering what purpose Louis Fei had in coming here, or if he was summoned by the true monarch of 7 kills. It certainly couldn't be anything good. He coldly asked, what brings you here? Louis Fei smiled broadly and said, I heard that those on the ranking list have a Fengyun order, so I brought Brother Tai along. Lin Yi smiled slightly, observing Qian Shang's sword Tai Lao Lu, who was merely at the early stage of Grand Master cultivation. It was impossible for him to make it onto the list. Bei Tangao frowned and said, I don't think Tai Laolu is qualified. Exactly, the ones on the list aren't at the entry level, and even grandmasters are sidelined now. Tai Laolu chuckled coldly, that's not necessarily true. Didn't it say that a disciple of the Tingqiao Pavilion made the list? She isn't at the entry level either. Everyone burst into laughter, thinking about who that person was, an extraordinary genius, and the ambiguous relationship she had with the head of Fengyun Pavilion. In all of Hailang Town, who didn't know that? How could he compare with her? Bei Tangao laughed and said, although Miss Lu isn't at the entry level right now, she is close enough. Isn't she still not at the entry level? Since she can make the list, why can't I? Lu Fei chimed in, exactly, Brother Tai is a well-known figure in the martial world, known as the Sword of 1,000 Victories. He has defeated countless swordsmen, and there are at least 800 who have died at his hands. How could such strength not make the list? Everyone laughed upon hearing his support. Perhaps in the past he had some qualifications, but now that they were used to entry-level powerhouses, grandmasters barely counted as experts. A handsome swordsman named Jukuijian said, aren't you also known as the Unbeaten Sword? Yet you lost to her, and now you are one of the Demon Path Alliance. You have no right to speak here. Others also looked down on him, thinking that a righteous pillar would willingly become a dog for the Demon Path. Who wouldn't be furious? However, Lu Fei spoke with a proud face, if you can't stand my words, then come and hit me. But right now at Fengyun Pavilion fighting is not allowed. Lin Yi also found this guy's demeanor unpleasant and immediately snorted, kicking him. Lu Fei was sent flying out of the door in an arc. Ouch. I'm crippled, I can't move. Serves you right for being arrogant. Now you know how strong it is. Don't think that just because you joined the Demon Path Alliance no one dares to touch you. Jukuijian clapped and laughed. Tai Laolu saw that Lin Yi's attack was so swift that he could hardly see it. His eyes slightly chilled and he gasped. He thought to himself that the rumors were indeed true. The head of Fengyun Pavilion was powerful, at the very least an entry-level powerhouse, and there were also extraordinary powerhouses stationed here. Lin Yi looked at him with a serious expression and asked, do you also want to make the list? Tai Laolu replied, I came here for the Fengyun order. Lin Yi nodded and said, with your strength you cannot make the list. Tai Laolu understood that he couldn't make the list due to his strength, so his purpose in coming here was to challenge Lu Ruochang, who was said to only be at the level of a master, which is why he dared to challenge her. I came to challenge the disciple of the Tingqiao Pavilion. Everyone revealed cold smiles upon hearing this. If an entry-level powerhouse came to challenge, they might support it. Now a mere early-stage grandmaster was coming, there was no way he could defeat her. They all mocked him, advising him not to humiliate himself. Lu Fei limped in, shouting, Brother Tai, don't listen to these guys. That little girl is so tender that she probably hasn't even fought anyone. She must have walked through the back door to make the list. I heard she looks pretty good, right, head? Lin Yi shot a bolt of lightning from his eyes, smiling coldly at Lu Fei, and said, are you not planning to leave alive? Lu Fei shrank his neck, recalling Lin Yi's terrifying and ruthless demeanor, and quickly smiled, I dare not. Didn't the head say that challenges to those on the list are allowed? Wasn't there someone who succeeded in a challenge a few days ago? Why can't Brother Tai do it? Right. Tai Laolu also said. Lin Yi smiled and said, all right, it's up to you, but I don't know if Miss Lu will accept. Lu Fei immediately smiled and said, Miss Lu will definitely accept. If she doesn't, then she has no right to stay on the list. Lin Yi was about to speak when a faint voice came from the fourth floor. Good. I accept the challenge. Lu Ruoqing descended from the upstairs, exuding a powerful and overwhelming aura, as if she were amidst the vast ocean. Oh! How can Miss Liu's aura change so dramatically in just a short time? Yes, I feel like her strength has significantly improved. Everyone immediately showed expressions of surprise, looking at Lu Ruoqing in disbelief. Tai Laolu stared at the young girl before him, his heart shaken. He knew he was definitely not her opponent, but in order to obtain the Fengyun order he had to take the risk and fight. Are you the disciple of the Tingqiao Pavilion? Tai Laolu asked. Lu Ruoqing nodded slightly, then walked out of the hall. Everyone followed her out. Are you the disciple of the Tingqiao Pavilion? Tai Laolu asked. Lin Yi had no interest in such an unremarkable competition. He was just wondering why Lu Fei dared to come here. Was the true monarch of 7 kills up to something? Within 3 minutes everyone returned to the hall. I said Tai Laolu wouldn't last a single move. Just now Miss Liu's sword technique was incredibly fast. I didn't see it at all, as if I were in endless darkness struck by a bolt of lightning. My feeling is different from yours. It was as if I was in nature, surrounded by the neighing of warhorses and the sounds of battle, a deafening roar leaving me unable to move. So you all felt that too. I thought I was the only one. Lu Ruoqing entered lightly, not stopping, and went straight to the 4th floor. Lin Yi looked at Tai Laolu, who came in dejectedly, and said with a smile, so Qiansheng's sword. Now you have lost and your title might have to change. Tai Laolu sighed and suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Yi with a thud. Head, since I can't defeat Miss Lu and obtain the Feng Yun order, I still want to ask for your help. Lin Yi frowned, unsure what he wanted. So he found information about Tai Laolu in the system's data. He looked over the data and sighed, saying, since the past is the past, why cling to it? It's better to let go. Tai Laolu said with deep sorrow, the grudge of killing my master is irreconcilable. As his disciple, how could I not take revenge for him? Lin Yi saw that Tai Laolu was a straightforward man, a righteous person. He glanced at Lu Yifei and asked, have you joined the Demon Path Alliance? Those of the Demon Path must be eradicated naturally, I cannot associate with them. Lin Yi nodded slightly, seeing that he did not seem to be lying. He then said, I know a little about the cause of your master's death, but the person who killed him is highly skilled, not someone you can handle. It would be better to give up on this revenge. Tai Laolu shook his head repeatedly, his face full of grief and anger, as he said, I swore to avenge my master. But my Feng Yun Pavilion never intervenes in the grudges of the martial world, so I cannot help you. Tai Laolu understood this, which is why he was incited by Lu Yifei to challenge Lu Ruoqing. If he could obtain the Feng Yun order, then the Feng Yun Pavilion would have to help him. Master, how much do you need to help? Lin Yi frowned and said, this is not about money but a matter of principle. If I help you, it would violate our principles and disrupt the rules. If I were to assist you, then what would happen if others came to me asking for murder? The martial world would fall into chaos. Furthermore, the person who killed your master did so by mistake, and he is not a bad person. How could I kill an innocent just to help you? If this were to spread, the status of Feng Yun Pavilion in the martial world would plummet. Such things I will not do. Upon hearing this, Tai Laolu's heart sank, realizing he could not take revenge. Master, it is my failure as a disciple that I cannot avenge you. Everyone present understood that Tai Laolu had come to challenge Lu Ruoqing for the sake of avenging his master. His master could be considered a veteran of the martial world, a peak grandmaster, and it was said he had just celebrated his 80th birthday. How could he have been killed? Some sympathized with Tai Laolu and said to Lin Yi, Master, seeing how filial he is, can you help him? After all, there is money to be made. Lin Yi chuckled and said, what do you take me for? I will not help with such matters. Oh. Is that not Tai Dage? What brings you here? Furong returned from the inn. Seeing Tai Laolu kneeling on the ground, she ran over in surprise and helped him up. Tai Dage, what happened to you? Upon seeing Furong, Tai Laolu wept, saying, Sister Furong, my master has been killed. Lord Hua has been killed. How can this be? Do you know each other? Lin Yi asked curiously. Furong nodded, saying, Tai Dage and his master Lord Hua are my lifesavers. If not for them, I would have died long ago. She then asked Tai Laolu what he was doing here. After hearing, she looked at Lin Yi and said, Master, will you really not help? Lin Yi did not expect Tai Laolu and Furong to have this relationship. He thought for a moment and looked at Tai Laolu, saying, though you have done great kindness for Miss Furong, I still cannot break the rules. However, you can stay at Feng Yun Pavilion. Once you become stronger, you can seek revenge yourself. Tai Laolu was initially reluctant, looking at Furong. Hua Liuxiang hurriedly said, aren't you willing? Others want to join Feng Yun Pavilion but can't. Once you join, you will have access to pills and martial arts. Within 3 months you can reach the level of a grandmaster. Come on, Hua Zi, you're exaggerating. While joining Feng Yun Pavilion indeed brings great benefits, it's not as simple as you say. I see you have been in Feng Yun Pavilion for so long and haven't even broken through to grandmaster yet. Though he said this, everyone envied Hua Liuxiang for his significant progress. Such a speed in cultivation is comparable to that of a genius. Tai Laolu, seeing everyone chattering, did not know whom to believe. Furong noticed his hesitance and encouraged Tai Dage, since the master is willing to let you join Feng Yun Pavilion, you should join. I guarantee you won't regret it. Since she said so, Tai Laolu agreed. Lin Yi nodded and said to Furong, prepare some bedding for old Tai, then let him go to the 4th floor to sleep on the ground. Sleep on the ground. Tai Laolu's face darkened at once, thinking that he was at least a prominent figure, yet he had fallen to sleeping on the ground. But for the sake of revenge he endured it. Furong nodded and took Tai Laolu to prepare his things. Everyone, seeing how easily Tai Laolu joined Feng Yun Pavilion, surrounded Lin Yi. Master, my master also died tragically at the hands of his enemies. I want revenge, but with my current skills I can't seek revenge. Please take me in as well. Zhukui Jin said pitifully, even forcing out a few tears. Wu Master, my father was also killed by enemies and is still at large. You have to help, and if not, let me join too. Lin Yi saw that these guys were just putting on a show. How could there be so many grievances? He scolded, get lost. Everyone, seeing that this tactic did not work, dispersed. Lu Yifei, realizing his plan had failed and that Tai Lao Lu had instead joined Fengyun Pavilion, left with a bitter expression. Lin Yi watched him leave and waved to Hua Liuxiang, asking him to send someone to follow. Hua Liuxiang immediately went to find someone. After 3 days, Hua Liuxiang reported that Lu Yifei had entered the Lingnan area and could not be found. Lin Yi frowned and instructed him to locate the Marquises of Jiuzhou and Yanzhou, asking them to send people to carefully search the vicinity of Lingnan. After a few days, suddenly rumors spread in the martial world that the Fenglei sword was challenged in turn by several swordmasters. Although the Fenglei sword defeated its opponents, it was severely injured. Meanwhile, Wudong also received challenges from Zhixiao Daoist, the Sankai swordmaster, and the Xiaoyao swordmaster. The news spread like the wind throughout the 9 provinces, causing a stir in the city as people rushed to watch the battles at Wudong and Sankai Island. Since the hiding place of the Xiaoyao swordmaster was known to only a few, no one went there. Upon receiving this information, Lin Yi smiled coldly, realizing that the people from the Devil's Alliance could not sit still and had begun to act. He immediately dispatched someone to investigate the challenger's information. Although the identities of these people were mysterious, Lin Yi still discerned their origins through their appearances and other characteristics. They were all from evil sects and rarely appeared in the martial world, so nobody knew them. Their strength was not too strong, with the highest being at the 2nd rank. Lin Yi puzzled over why they would send these people to challenge. At this moment, Long Badian descended from the 4th floor, exuding the aura of a 1st-rank powerhouse. Lin Yi originally thought he would break through after just 1 day of cultivation on the 4th floor, but he had unexpectedly stayed for so long. It seems Long Badian's talent is not that remarkable. However, this was just Lin Yi's opinion. After all, Long Badian was only a little over 40, not yet 50. At such a young age to possess the strength of a Grand Master is indeed a rare martial talent in the entire 9 provinces. If others heard this, they would surely scold him. Such talent is not considered good. Should everyone be as monstrous as Lu Ruoqing to be accepted? In the entire martial world of the 9 provinces, they were even less than trash. Lin Yi compared him to Lu Ruoqing. Long Badian appeared very pleased, laughing heartily. Everyone, seeing that he had made a breakthrough in just a few days, surrounded him to inquire how he had advanced so quickly. They knew that being 1st rank and not being 1st rank was like the difference between heaven and earth, a chasm separating them. The strength difference was tenfold. Some people might not be able to reach 1st rank in their entire lives. Thus, once one reached 1st rank, they could be regarded as an exceptional master, respected and admired by others in the streets. Long Badian laughed, saying the 4th floor is a sacred place for cultivation with dense spiritual energy, at least 10 times denser than the outside world, and each room contains a bed made of million-year-old cold jade. What, 10 times? A million-year-old cold jade bed? This is too outrageous. Damn, a million-year-old cold jade bed! It is said that cultivating internal energy on a 1,000-year-old cold jade bed is equivalent to a year of training in 10 years. A million-year-old cold jade bed would double that. Heavens, the 4th floor is so terrifying, no wonder it costs 100,000 taels of gold. Moreover, the cold jade bed also has healing, calming and purifying effects. It is the best choice for those who have gone astray. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. Beitang Ao, hearing that the 4th floor was actually a sacred place for cultivation, immediately ran out to prepare gold, willing to sell everything to stay for a few days on the 3rd floor. The forces from Jiuzhou and Yanzhou finally discovered the location of Mingyue Tower, and Long Badian conveyed the news to Lin Yi. Lin Yi found it and immediately ordered Tai Laolu to take the Fengyun order there and asked the owner of Mingyue Tower to come for a discussion. At this moment, the list on the sword ranking suddenly changed and the name of the Fenglei sword disappeared. In its place was a person named Li Tianqing. The martial world also spread the news that the Fenglei sword had been defeated by a mysterious figure. Ding! The ranking has changed, a new person has entered the list and the rewards remain. Please claim them in a timely manner, host. Lin Yi frowned, not expecting that the Fenglei sword would drop from the ranking so quickly. It seemed that the Demon Dao Alliance was indeed serious. At this moment, within the mysterious location, a mechanical voice also echoed in the mind of Zhang Yanchuan. He grinned widely and suddenly a pill appeared in his hand. After consuming the pill and sitting in meditation, his cultivation level surged across a realm in a short time, exuding a terrifying pressure. Haha, it's not just you who has rewards, I have them too. Let's see who can outdo whom. The true monarch of 7 kills knelt halfway on the ground trembling in shock from the terrifying power emanating from his master. Master is truly too strong, I'm afraid no one can match him. Zhang Nianchuan opened his eyes and looked at the true monarch of 7 kills saying, how have you arranged the personnel I provided you with? The true monarch of 7 kills lowered his head not daring to make eye contact and respectfully replied, Master, I have already dispatched the personnel as you instructed to deal with the individuals on the list. Very good. Your current task is to deal with the individuals on the list, put other matters aside for now. Understood, Master. This formidable aura filled the entire Jiuzhou and everyone who sensed it trembled in fear. Even Lin Yi felt it. His brow furrowed, clearly indicating that Zhang Nianchuan's cultivation had increased again. Goodness, it seems that we are going to clash to the end. An unprecedented crisis was descending. Without a response it would likely be dangerous. He immediately called for the 3 talents sword master, the carefree swordmaster and the Zhixiao Daoist to come. Upon discovering that the name of the Fenglei sword had disappeared, many rushed to Fengyun Pavilion to inquire about the situation. Lin Yi did not conceal anything and shared the details of what had happened. Upon hearing that the Demon Dao Alliance intended to target those on the list, they all showed expressions of shock. Wasn't this directly opposing Fengyun Pavilion? Thinking of the formidable master behind him, they all asked Lin Yi what his plans were. Lin Yi did not answer them. 3 days later, Tai Laolu returned to report that the owner of Mingyue Tower would arrive shortly. Soon after, Long Badian and the 2 lords from Jizhou and Yenzhou arrived asking how to deal with Mingyue Tower. Lin Yi was still unclear about Mingyue Tower's attitude toward Fengyun Pavilion. If they were indeed here to cause trouble, then it would be worthwhile to teach them a lesson and let them suffer a bit. If it was merely to make it onto the list, then a warning would suffice. Sure enough, the owner of Mingyue Tower arrived as scheduled. Seeing that only a book boy accompanied him, Lin Yi smiled and said, you have quite the courage to come with just a book boy. Do you not fear that you won't be able to leave my Fengyun Pavilion today? The owner of the tower holding a folding fan chuckled and said, Fengyun Pavilion is now a holy land of the martial world. If you were to trouble Mingyue Tower in front of all the heroes, it would bring shame upon you. Lin Yi chuckled coldly. He thought to himself, do you think flattering me will spare you? He was not someone who valued reputation. If he discovered that the person before him harbored malicious intentions, he would not hesitate to strike. He did not care about being looked down upon. Speak, what does it mean to have captured people from my Fengyun Pavilion? If you do not provide me with an explanation, I fear your life may be in danger today. The owner of the tower laughed heartily, sitting opposite Lin Yi, and said, as expected of the pavilion master, your words are direct, seeking lives at the drop of a hat. He continued, how can you be sure it was I who captured your people? What if it was the Demon Dao Alliance? Lin Yi looked at the pearl that the owner had on his hand and said, you left something at the scene, surely you are aware of it, and it was clearly left intentionally. The owner nodded and said, all right, it was I who captured your people along with 2 young ladies. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed and he coldly said, what is your purpose? The owner of the tower glanced at the many people in the hall and said, why don't we go upstairs to talk? Lin Yi did not care whether others knew or not, but since the other party requested it, he would comply. Thus they headed to the reception room on the 3rd floor. After both sat down, the owner of Mingyue Tower suddenly showed a serious expression and said, Pavilion Master, I apologize for the offense. I had no choice but to resort to this extreme measure. Lin Yi noticed his sudden shift in attitude and frowned, saying, what do you mean by that? The owner sighed and said, since you know my background, you must be aware of the 4 great sword towers and the events that transpired back then. Regarding the sudden disappearance of the 4 great sword towers, the records and the documents were fragmented. Lin Yi knew that Zhang Nianchuan had sabotaged it, not wanting him to know. He was known as the walking encyclopedia of the martial world, claiming to know everything. If he said he did not know now, wouldn't that ruin his reputation? He smiled without speaking. The owner observed Lin Yi's expression, frowned, then said, in fact, the disappearance of our 4 great sword towers is related to a mysterious organization. A mysterious organization? Lin Yi asked curiously, what organization is it? The owner replied, it is called the Feihua Palace. Years ago, when we 4 great sword towers were hosting a swordsmanship competition, a person claiming to be the master of the Feihua Palace suddenly appeared. At that time, the masters of the 4 great sword towers warmly invited him, and after ending the competition, the 4 masters agreed to visit the Feihua Palace, but they never returned. As the owner spoke of this, a light of hatred shone in his eyes. Little did we know that the 4 great sword towers were suddenly attacked by people from the Feihua Palace. They were ruthless, killing everyone in sight, and the sword towers were stained red with blood, a scene of extreme carnage. Fortunately, when the sword towers were built, secret passages were constructed, allowing the subordinates to escort the master's descendants to safety. Mentioning these past events, the owner could not help but show a sad expression, clenching his fists, and the hatred in his eyes was replaced by flames. Lin Yi's expression darkened. How could the Feihua Palace possess such terrifying power? It should be known that the four masters at that time were all at the peak of the 7th rank, almost unmatched in Jiuzhou. Their disappearance could only mean they were either imprisoned or killed. Such methods were indeed horrifying. Moreover, within the 4 great sword towers there were many experts, with several 6th rank powerhouses stationed and dozens of others at the 5th rank. How could so many powerful individuals not withstand the attack and be wiped out simultaneously? This was enough to demonstrate the terrifying strength of the Feihua Palace. He squinted slightly and said, "What a frightening organization. How have you survived all these years?" The owner replied, "At that time we concealed our identities and lived in a hidden small village. Later, as the elders of the 4 great sword towers passed away one after another, the glory and history of the sword towers were buried in the river of time, with no one knowing of this tragedy and with no hope for revenge, so I took the risk to reveal myself." Lin Yi nodded. With so many people dead, anyone would seek revenge. However, the other party's strength was too terrifying. The owner before him was only at the 4th rank, leaving no hope for revenge. It seemed that his intention was to use the Fengyun order to seek help from Fengyun Pavilion. However, Lin Yi had already stated that he would not interfere in the martial world's grudges and enmities. Even if the Fengyun order was presented, he would not help. Moreover, he could not leave Fengyun Pavilion. His subordinates were merely unremarkable and could not provide any assistance. "I sympathize with the plight of the 4 great sword towers, but I am unable to assist." The host hurriedly took out the Fengyun order and said, "You have already made your statement. As long as you hold the Fengyun order, I will grant any request you have." Lin Yi smiled and replied, "I did say that, but I also mentioned that I do not go against the code of chivalry. Your plight is merely a common vendetta within the martial world, and I will not assist you." The host clenched his hands tightly and asked, "Will you really not help?" "No help," Lin Yi replied. The host gritted his teeth and said, "If you won't help, then your subordinates and your sweetheart will not survive." A flash of brilliance appeared in Lin Yi's eyes as he unleashed a powerful aura, coldly stating, "Are you threatening me?" The host grimly smiled, saying, "If we cannot avenge ourselves, what is the point of the remnants of the 4 great sword houses surviving? It would be better to perish." He clenched his fists, appearing quite agitated. Lin Yi sat upright, rubbing his thumbs together, and sighed, "Why put yourself through such hardship? Knowing you cannot win, yet still choosing to act like a moth to the flame." The host replied earnestly, "How can such profound grievances not be avenged?" Lin Yi observed that the host of Mingyue Tower did not seem like a bad person, just overly eager for revenge. He pondered what kind of organization Feihua Palace was, why they sought to annihilate the 4 great sword houses, and why there had been no further movements. It was indeed puzzling. Or perhaps there were secrets behind all this. He searched the system's data for information on Feihua Palace, but only found fragments, making it impossible to discern anything. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "I can help, but I can only provide information. Beyond that I cannot assist." The host's expression darkened. If it was only to find Feihua Palace, it would be of no significance. He said, "Then let me change my request. Assist us in finding the leaders of the 4 great sword houses at that time, or their remains, so we can know if they are still among the living." Lin Yi felt that this request was not too unreasonable, even though he could not currently find out where Feihua Palace was located. However, he believed that if he truly sought to find them, there would definitely be clues in the system's data. It would just take some time. Time was the one thing he had in abundance. Thus he nodded and said, "That can be arranged." The host's expression brightened, handing the Fengyun order back to Lin Yi, and then said, "I will release your people once I return. Please do not be angry, esteemed sir." Lin Yi understood that there were reasons behind this and would not make it difficult for him. He waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. He secured the Fengyun order and descended the stairs. Everyone gathered around, curious to know what had been discussed between the host of Mingyue Tower and Lin Yi. Seeing their eagerness for gossip, Lin Yi said irritably, "If you want to know, it will cost you 100 taels each." "What? This also requires money. We aren't that interested anyway." With that, everyone dispersed. However, Lang Rubing stepped forward and directly tossed him 100 taels. Lin Yi was taken aback, thinking to himself that this was a matter involving the 4 great sword houses. Why was she getting involved? Since she had paid, he could not go back on his word. He wrote down a brief summary of their conversation and handed it to her. Lang Rubing took the note, glanced at it, and her expression shifted slightly. She then instructed someone to take the note back to the Marquis of Yinzhou. Lin Yi thought about what he should do next, which was to root out the members of the Devil's Alliance, to prevent any disruptions to the rankings. While contemplating, the Xianyao Sword Master and the Zixiao Daoist arrived, but the Sankai Sword Master was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yi frowned, suspecting something had gone awry. He led the two to the reception room and engaged in a secret discussion for half the day. The Xianyao sword master and Zixiao Daoist departed in a hurry. 2 days later Bai Shuang returned alone fuming. Lin Yi noticed she had returned alone and asked why Ling Xian and Long Xiaotian hadn't come back with her. Bai Shuang angrily replied, I don't know, they must have died on the way. Lin Yi was rendered speechless thinking about what had gotten her so worked up. He smiled and asked what happened. Did someone from Mingyue Tower bully you? Bai Shuang plopped down and pushed Lin Yi off the armchair, picked up a teacup, drained it and wiped her mouth, saying, I wanted to help the host find people from Feihua Palace, but Sister Ling Xian refused, sneaking away with long hair, leaving me to search for ages. On the way I almost got killed by members of the Devil's Alliance. That infuriates me, they left without a word. So that was the case. It seemed this girl had gotten along well with the people from the 4 great sword houses, but Ling Xian was currently busy with important matters and naturally did not have the time to assist the 4 great sword houses. Lin Yi chuckled, all right, don't be angry. I have a task for you. A task? Are you ordering me? Lin Yi quickly waved his hand, saying, how could I dare to order you? Bai Shuang grinned and said, I doubt you have the courage to do so. Now tell me, what do you need grandma's help with? Lin Yi twitched his mouth, wondering how he had suddenly become the junior. Now I was the one acting like a grandson. He took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Bai Shuang, saying, deliver this letter to the Sankai swordmaster. If he is not on Sankai Island, you can pass it to his disciple or son. Bai Shuang took the letter and swiftly tore it open. You. Lin Yi was immediately speechless. Bai Shuang glanced at the contents, her big eyes rolling around as she grinned, this is fun, I'm going too. Lin Yi said rather irritatedly, all right, you can go with him then. After saying this, Bai Shuang poured herself a cup of tea and gulped it down before getting up to leave. Lin Yi watched her rush out and shook his head repeatedly. The arrangements were mostly done and he began to investigate the matters of Feihua Palace. These days he had been staying in the reception room on the 3rd floor reviewing the system's data. Finally he found a clue regarding Feihua Palace. It was said that Feihua Palace was a force established by an unparalleled powerhouse initially meant for inheritance. Later, for reasons unknown, that incomparable powerhouse left Feihua Palace and his disciples took over. From then on, Feihua Palace's actions became strange and ruthless, frequently attacking various forces in the martial world, often annihilating them without leaving any survivors. It was rumored that this was to plunder wealth and construct some kind of palace. Lin Yi looked at the records, noting that the palace's location was within the territory of Liangzhou. This was surely not simple, there must be some secrets within the palace, otherwise they wouldn't go to such lengths. Having found a clue, Lin Yi instructed the Long family brothers to take Tai Lao Lu to Liangzhou and request assistance from the Marquis of Liangzhou. After the Long family brothers left, the long-absent sword monk suddenly returned, but he was injured, his monk robe stained with blood as if he had just battled someone. Lin Yi hurriedly took him to the 4th floor and asked Fu Rong to bring some great recovery pills. He placed the sword monk on the cold jade bed, and only after taking the great recovery pills did the sword monk's condition improve. He gradually regained consciousness and looked around in surprise at such a wondrous place. Lin Yi promptly said, Senior, your injuries are severe, healing should take precedence. We can discuss anything else later. The sword monk nodded and sat cross-legged, circulating his true energy to heal. Seeing that he was fine, Lin Yi went downstairs. Hua Liuxiang and others gathered around inquiring about what had happened and who had managed to injure the sword monk like this. Lin Yi did not elaborate. He sat in the armchair with a serious expression. After 2 days the Marquis of Liangzhou arrived. Lin Yi frowned, thinking to himself that this guy's arrival could not mean anything good. As soon as the Marquis of Liangzhou arrived, he grinned and poured tea for Lin Yi, rubbing his hands in front of him. Lin Yi said irritably, what brings the Marquis to Fengyun Pavilion? Do you know that the people from the 8 major sects have all gone mad? Lin Yi had anticipated this and chuckled lightly. You're not just here to tell me this, are you? Of course not, I'm here to negotiate. No, I mean to buy something. Lin Yi looked at the Liangzhou Marquis with a puzzled expression, wondering what he wanted to buy from him. After all, a ruler of a nation should lack nothing. Curious, he inquired, what is it? The Liangzhou Marquis leaned in closer and whispered, I've come to buy a cultivation technique from you. Lin Yi frowned, thinking to himself how this fellow knew he possessed a divine-level technique, something he had never mentioned. Suddenly the name of the Jiuzhou Marquis flashed in his mind. It must have been him who let it slip. This was Lin Yi's secret and he couldn't let too many people know. So he quickly waved his hands and said, I don't have anything. The Liangzhou Marquis, seeing Lin Yi's reluctance to do business, immediately put on a serious face and said, Master, that's quite unfair. If you can sell to others, why can't you sell to me from Liangzhou? After contemplating, he realized it was inconvenient due to the number of people present, so he suggested they go upstairs to discuss it. Lin Yi also agreed that it was not appropriate to talk in the hall and headed to the reception room on the third floor. Impatiently he said, "Don't listen to the nonsense of others, I've never sold to anyone." The Marquis, seeing him still denying it, chuckled and said, "If you don't sell, don't expect to find the location of the Feihua Palace. You should know Liangzhou is my territory. If I don't allow anyone in, no one can enter." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression turned serious as he replied, "Are you threatening me? Do you know the consequences? Don't think that just because you're a small Liangzhou Marquis I would take you seriously." The Marquis, his eyelids twitching, waved his hands repeatedly and said, "I haven't." Lin Yi thought for a moment if the Liangzhou Marquis intended to obstruct him, it would indeed be challenging to find the clues to the Feihua Palace. Fine, I'm afraid of you. What kind of cultivation technique do you want?" The Marquis rubbed his hands and said, "Naturally, the more powerful the better." Lin Yi smirked and casually took out the Wind Thunder Sword technique. The moment the Marquis saw the name of the technique, he recognized it as belonging to the Wind Thunder Sword. He shook his head repeatedly and said, "This technique is indeed powerful, but you must have even better ones. Don't hide them from me, let me see." Though Liangzhou isn't as wealthy as Yangzhou, we still have silver and gold. Lin Yi was infuriated, thinking that one divine level technique wasn't enough and he wanted something even better. How could that be? Divine level techniques are priceless treasures, not something you can just buy. If you don't find this acceptable, then forget it. Leave. Seeing Lin Yi getting angry, the Marquis chuckled and said, "Master, just sell it to me. As long as you provide a good technique, I guarantee I will find the address of the Feihua Palace within a month." Lin Yi bit his lip and replied, "Make it half a month." The Marquis thought for a moment, nodded and said, "All right." Lin Yi then took out the water and fire coalescence, the Ghost Sword 24 styles and the Taiji Sword technique. The Marquis' eyes lit up as he immediately clutched the three techniques along with the Wind Thunder Sword technique and said, "I'll take all of these." Lin Yi's face darkened as he thought this fellow was too greedy, wanting 4 divine level techniques. "You have quite the appetite, but I fear you cannot pay the price." The Marquis immediately replied, 1 million taels for each. Lin Yi chuckled, "You think 1 million can buy a divine level technique? Dream on." The Marquis gritted his teeth and said, "Then 500,000 in silver." Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly, dissatisfied. The Marquis' expression darkened as he thought this guy was really quite ruthless and still wasn't satisfied. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then how about 500,000 in gold?" Lin Yi still shook his head, saying, "Not enough, not enough." The Marquis immediately cried out, "Don't be too harsh, this price is already quite good. You need something from me." Lin Yi pulled the corners of his mouth in frustration, thinking he was in need now. If not, he would have expelled him long ago. He thought to himself that the people of the 9 provinces were not good, always trying to extort others, and he should limit his dealings with them. He gritted his teeth and said, 1 million in gold. You're too greedy. 500,000 in gold. If that doesn't work, then forget it. After all, divine level techniques aren't rare items and I can buy them elsewhere. Although the Marquis said that where else could he find divine level techniques? He was just gauging Lin Yi's attitude. Lin Yi wouldn't let him have his way and said, "Fine, then you can leave." The Marquis frowned and said, "You better think this through. Once I return, I'll place Liangzhou under strict martial law and no one is allowed to enter my territory." Lin Yi immediately stood up and cursed, "Are you serious? You just keep bringing that up to negotiate. I've had enough, 50 it is." Seeing Lin Yi finally relent, the Marquis laughed heartily and quickly stuffed the 4 divine level techniques into his pocket. "I'll send the gold over, him leaving first." With that he left Yun Pavilion as if fleeing. Lin Yi scratched his head, feeling quite annoyed. However, making 2 million in gold wasn't bad. He had originally planned to use the gold to open another store, but when the system revealed the next new function, it mentioned a technique pavilion that contained many techniques including cultivation techniques. However, the exchange price was quite steep. Lin Yi decided to save the gold for when the technique pavilion opened to exchange for techniques. After sending off the Liangzhou Marquis, Lin Yi quietly awaited news. The sword monk's injuries had healed quite a bit and he came down from the 4th floor to tell Lin Yi about his ordeal. It turned out that the sword monk had been injured by the people of the Demonic Alliance, and at that time he had encountered the Sankai sword master in the middle of a battle with a black-clad man and was severely injured, almost dying. Fortunately, he had shown up in time, but even so the sword monk couldn't withstand the Demonic Alliance's people and had to escape back to Yun Pavilion. Lin Yi inquired whether the Sankai sword master was alive or dead. The sword monk replied the situation was critical at that time, we separated later on. Given the direction we should be close to Wudong Mountain. He must have gone there. Lin Yi nodded, having anticipated this outcome. Otherwise the Sankai sword master wouldn't have broken his promise. The list still bore the name of the Sankai sword master, indicating he was still alive. If he had gone to Wudong Mountain with the presence of Zixiao Daoist and Wudong disciples, the demonic alliance wouldn't be able to breach it in a short time. He had already sent a message to the Xiaoyao sword master instructing him to secretly deal with the experts sent by the demonic alliance. They should all be gathered together now. The ghost sword had also rushed over. Lin Yi thought there shouldn't be any mishaps now, he was just waiting for news from Tai Lao Lu. Lin Yi told the sword monk to rest well and that he would invite him to Shaolin Temple in a few days. This time the sword monk returned to Shaolin Temple and the elders abbot and the sweeping monk acknowledged him as a disciple of Shaolin. Moreover, he had followed the divine monk and learned the 72 ultimate skills. Lin Yi could see that the sword monk's cultivation had progressed significantly and would soon reach the 3rd rank. After 2 days, Tai Lao Lu returned with a beaming face. Master, all the experts from the demonic alliance have been slain by several seniors and we've located their lair. Lin Yi nodded and instructed him to notify the people from Wudong, then asked the sword monk to go to Shaolin Temple. A large group of people set off towards Nanling. The true monarch of 7 kills sensed something unusual and gathered all the experts, instructing them to report immediately if anything happened. He knew he would be found eventually, so he prepared in advance. However, he hadn't expected Lin Yi's actions to be so swift, actually slaying a large number of experts sent by the master, which disrupted his plans. Nevertheless, he still had some trump cards up his sleeve, giving him a fighting chance. This news also reached the martial world of the 9 provinces where Shaolin and Wudong raised the banner of righteousness, vowing to eradicate the demonic alliance. These 2 factions were the pinnacle of justice and all righteous sects responded, sending people to the scene. Even the 8 great sects began to take action. This puzzled Lin Yi. Wasn't it said that the people from the 8 great sects were cultivating fake techniques? Why were they joining this commotion, especially since they were supposedly all lost in their cultivation? The high-ranking figures from the Sword Realm led by Zixiao Daoist surrounded Xiantown and Lingnan, showcasing their might and demanding that the members of the Demon Alliance come out for a decisive battle. The true monarch of 7 kills saw that they had brought over 10,000 troops, countless experts, and chuckled as he stepped forward to meet Zixiao Daoist. Zixiao Daoist pointed angrily with the Zixiao sword and scolded, "Indeed, the Demon Alliance is truly vicious, secretly attacking those of us who are on the list and even killing Fenglei sword. Such heinous acts are utterly unforgivable." The Sword Master of Freedom also furiously declared, "To come openly is to be a man, but to resort to tricks and use a tactic of human waves to launch a sneak attack is disgraceful. Even if you are on the list, you will be mocked by heroes across the world." The true monarch of 7 kills laughed maniacally, saying, "I, the leader of this alliance, do not care about any ranking. As long as I can achieve my goals, I will use whatever means necessary. After all, I am of the demon path. How can I be as foolish as you self-proclaimed righteous ones?" The Sword Master of Freedom laughed heartily. "Very well, then let us fight to the death right now." With that, he wielded the Sword of Freedom and charged forward. A man in black armor stepped forward from the Demon Alliance, snorting coldly as he charged up, unexpectedly exuding the terrifying aura of a 5th-tier expert. The Sword Master of Freedom's expression darkened as he exclaimed in surprise, "Indeed, I underestimated your Demon Alliance. I didn't expect there to be a 5th-tier powerhouse. Today I shall see what other trump cards you have." The Sword Master of Freedom executed the Freedom technique, becoming formless, and unleashed immense sword power sweeping through all directions. The man in black, however, seemed unfathomable as he split the air with his palms, creating a rumbling sound of shattered space, pressing down with a giant hand. The terrifying force swept across the area, causing those of lower cultivation to be knocked to the ground. Zixiao Daoist and the Ghost Sword and others quickly joined the fray. The true monarch of 7 kills waved his hand, sending 7 black-clad men flying up, each seeking an opponent. They were all of 3rd and 4th-tier cultivation. Zixiao Daoist, seeing so many experts from the Demon Alliance, appeared extremely solemn. He originally thought it would be easy for the Sword Master of Freedom and a few others to take down the true monarch of 7 kills, but he was completely caught off guard by the appearance of so many powerhouses. As a result, the righteous side only held a slight advantage in numbers but was significantly outmatched in terms of top-tier experts compared to the demon path. Zhongshuzi also led the righteous forces into battle, and for a time the clashes were intense, with the sounds of weapon collisions, roars and wails echoing continuously. Zhongshuzi and the abbot of Shaolin Master Wunyan planned to join forces to slay the true monarch of 7 kills, but were unexpectedly intercepted by the left and right protectors, leading to a chaotic battle among 5 individuals with no clear victor. The true monarch of 7 kills surveyed the surroundings and retreated to the back. Thus both sides fought fiercely for an entire day with the sun setting and corpses littering the ground while the sky was filled with flashes of light and explosions. A vast sword light swept through leveling mountains to the ground. Countless shadows of the Sword Master of Freedom filled the sky with sword lights shooting out like rainbows. The man in black stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of palm strikes that shattered the sword energy, even breaking apart the illusions created by the Sword Master of Freedom. Good. I haven't encountered such a formidable opponent in 50 years. Today it will be life or death for me. The man in black said nothing as his palm energy turned blood-red, exploding upon contact with the flesh, exuding a terrifying aura. Seeing that his side was somewhat at a disadvantage, the true monarch of 7 kills yelled to the 8 major sects, "What are you waiting for? Now is the time to act." He then took out a piece of talisman paper, bit his tongue to draw blood on it, and began to chant an incantation. A seductive sound echoed in the ears of the people from the 8 major sects, causing their eyes to turn blood-red as they suddenly charged towards Zixiao Daoist and other top experts, choosing to self-destruct. The massive explosion engulfed Zixiao Daoist and the others, leaving them unable to bear it and suffering severe injuries. They had not expected the members of the 8 major sects to take such a mad action so suddenly, completely unanticipated. Zixiao Daoist spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and shouted at the ghost sword and others, "Quickly retreat." The true monarch of 7 kills, seeing the destruction caused by the members of the 8 major sects, laughed heartily and said to a squad of red-clad guards behind him, "Leave none alive." The red-clad guards moved like phantoms, wielding blood-colored curved blades, and heads began to roll. Even first-tier experts could not withstand them. They advanced like a hot knife through butter, forcing the righteous forces into a retreat. In a short time half of them suffered casualties. Seeing how formidable the red-clad guards were, Zixiao Daoist urgently shouted, "Everyone retreat quickly." He then led the disciples of Wudong to withdraw. The Sword Master of Freedom, fighting high in the sky, noticed that the righteous forces could not hold their ground, and his expression darkened, thinking that the Demon Alliance was unexpectedly powerful, having collapsed defenses in just one day. Their true strength was well hidden. Thus he no longer tangled with the man in black and instead protected the retreat of the righteous forces. The red-clad guards immediately surrounded the Sword Master of Freedom, employing a combined attack technique that left him with no power to counter. The Sword Master of Freedom's eyes showed fear. These people were all of 1st and 2nd tier cultivation, yet using a combined attack they were not even a match for a 5th tier expert, making him realize their terrifying nature. Seeing the man in black charging at him, he hurriedly executed the Freedom technique, transforming into countless shadows and fleeing in all directions. The sight of the righteous forces fleeing like lost dogs made the true monarch of 7 kills laugh heartily in triumph. "How dare mere clowns come to besiege my Demon Alliance? They are seeking death." The Dragon Brothers mixed in the crowd had already slipped away upon seeing the terrifying strength of the Demon Alliance. After this great battle, the righteous forces suffered heavy losses, with many small sects being annihilated by the self-destruction of the 8 major sects, leaving everyone extremely dejected. The Sword Master of Freedom sighed and then instructed Chongshuzi and others to take their forces back, while he and a few others went to the Fengyun Pavilion to discuss with Lin Yi what to do next. The news had already reached Lin Yi, and hearing that the righteous forces had suffered significant casualties and that the 8 major sects had actually aided the Demon Alliance in choosing self-destruction, all of this was already within Lin Yi's expectations. He was not surprised by this outcome. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "True monarch of 7 kills, the moment you are pleased will be the moment you encounter a demon." When the Sword Master of Freedom and the others arrived at the Fengyun Pavilion, news suddenly came that the Demon Alliance had been ambushed by an unknown force, suffering heavy casualties, and even the Alliance leader, True Monarch of 7 kills, had been severely injured and nearly killed. Everyone was stunned and exchanged glances in astonishment. Lin Yi laughed heartily, saying, "It seems the strength of the 4 great sword towers is indeed formidable." Only then did they come to their senses, realizing that Lin Yi had been prepared all along and had invited people from the 4 great sword towers to assist. However, the Sword Master of Freedom said with an unhappy expression, "Kid, since you knew so many experts were hidden within the Demon Alliance, why didn't you inform us to prepare? Now that the righteous forces have suffered such heavy casualties, you must take responsibility." Lin Yi replied with a smile, "It's not that I didn't tell you, but I couldn't ascertain the true strength of the Demon Alliance, nor whether that person in the shadows would take action." Zixiao Daoist hurriedly said, "I believe the Pavilion Lord is not at fault. We are to blame for underestimating the Demon Alliance. I never expected the 8 major sects to rebel so suddenly, truly unexpected." Lin Yi revealed that the 8 major sects had been practicing false techniques. Only then did everyone realize that the 8 major sects had long been controlled by the Demon Alliance. After this battle, the Demon Alliance would find it very difficult to recover, and Lin Yi no longer needed to pay attention to them, focusing his thoughts on the rankings instead. Lingxin had been gone for some days, yet there was no news. He did not know if she had encountered that reincarnation sword. However, he knew that the person's character would never yield the three lights divine water. The Sword Master of Freedom and the others heard that the fourth floor was a cultivation sanctuary and there was a bed of 10th sandy or cold jade that they rushed to stay in. When Lin Yi mentioned the price, everyone immediately gasped, shocked by such an exorbitant cost. Beitang Ao entered with dozens of subordinates carrying several boxes. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Second Marquis, you're here so quickly." Beitang Ao replied with a generous demeanor, "Guild leader, I want to open a room on the fourth floor." Lin Yi nodded and asked Furong to prepare a room. Beitang Ao joyfully rushed up to the fourth floor. Soon a surprised exclamation was heard. The martial artist sitting in the hall said enviously, "Having money is great, 10,000 gold can be taken out just like that." Hua Liuxian also looked enviously at Lin Yi and said, "Boss, let me stay on the fourth floor for a few days." Lin Yi, seeing how envious this guy was of those going to the fourth floor, teased, "I told you to sleep on the floor back then, but you refused. Now it's too late to wanna go." Hua Liuxian said with a pained expression, "How was I supposed to know the fourth floor was a sacred place for cultivation? If I had known, I would have fought tooth and nail to get in." Lin Yi chuckled and said, "Alright, you and Xianli can enter, but you can only stay in the main hall and cannot occupy a room." Hua Liuxian showed a face of ecstatic joy knowing that the rooms were for those who could afford them, so he naturally didn't think much of it. "Haha, I can get on the fourth floor now." He then crazily ran up to the fourth floor. The others felt even more unbalanced. After all, Beitang Ao was the second Marquis of Jiuzhou and could afford it. Hua Liuxian, on the other hand, was just a flower thief. Since joining the Fengyun Pavilion, he had gained tremendous benefits. His cultivation had skyrocketed, he didn't have to spend any money, and he was respected by many martial artists. They had all looked down on him before, but now he was doing so well. Damn it, him living worse than a flower thief now. Exactly. Back then Hua Liuxian had a notorious reputation, reviled by all. Now he can even stay on the fourth floor. It won't be long before his strength surpasses ours by miles, and we'll have to call him Senior Hua in the future. Lin Yi looked at these jealous guys and laughed. "So this is fate, you all need to accept it." The crowd once again surrounded Lin Yi, trying to curry favor. "Haha, guild leader, look at my good character, I can do any work. Why don't you let me join your Fengyun Pavilion? I'm willing to do anything. Yes, I can endure hardships, just let me join. I promise I won't have any second thoughts." Lin Yi, knowing these guys' true nature, scolded, "Don't crowd around me making noise. If you have money, go stay, if not, just keep quiet." Everyone saw that he was unyielding and cursed him secretly while drinking in frustration. After half a month, Lingxin finally returned looking quite haggard and worn. Lin Yi could tell from her appearance that she hadn't obtained the Sangguang divine water, so he smiled and asked, "How was it? Was that guy difficult to deal with?" Lingxin angrily replied, "Not just difficult, he was outright impossible to talk to, mad and annoying, worse than you." Lin Yi laughed heartily, knowing that this girl must have suffered quite a bit. He said, "What if I have a way?" Lingxin's fatigue instantly vanished, her eyes shining as she grabbed Lin Yi's hand and said, "That's wonderful. You must help me." Her soft and delicate hand felt smooth and Lin Yi couldn't help but squeeze it a few times. Lingxin frowned, showing a slightly awkward expression. "I'll take care of it." So Lin Yi called the Long family brothers and wrote a letter to give to Long Beishan, instructing them to deliver it to the reincarnation sword. The two took the letter and left. Lin Yi asked Lingxin, "Did you encounter any danger on your way back?" Lingxin frowned and replied, "I did encounter danger but managed to avert it." She thought for a moment and added, "I suspect the werewolf clan will come to Fengyun Pavilion to look for me. They might bring trouble, they are quite troublesome." Lin Yi was well aware of the werewolf clan's origins. If they dared to cause trouble in Fengyun Pavilion, that would be courting death. He smiled and said, "I'm never afraid of trouble, I just fear that trouble won't come to me." Lingxin smiled and said, "Alright, I've been exhausted these days, I need to rest well." After watching Lingxin go upstairs, Lin Yi pondered about the follow-up actions regarding Feihua Palace as well as the situation with the 4 great sword towers. Although he was just helping to find them, he felt reluctant to see them go to their deaths like this. Moreover, he always felt that there was someone behind Feihua Palace and he didn't know if it was related to Zhan Yanxuan. If there was, then it had to be eradicated. Seeing that nothing else was happening, he went to the 4th floor to cultivate. The spiritual energy inside was so abundant that it felt like being in the heavenly realm surrounded by clouds. He saw Hua Liuxian sitting cross-legged in the corner, so he didn't disturb him and went to the innermost room, sitting cross-legged on the millennial cold jade bed. Gradually he entered a state of clarity and his body and mind relaxed. The true chi within him flowed through his limbs and meridians. He cultivated like this for an unknown amount of time until he heard Hua Luxiang's voice from outside. "Boss, the werewolf clan is looking for you, asking you to hand over the girl Lingxin." Lin Yi opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling refreshed, thinking that with a bit more cultivation he could reach the second rank. He had been deeply immersed in cultivation but was a bit annoyed to be interrupted. Hearing that it was the werewolf clan, he sneered coldly. He opened the door and saw Hua Liuxian looking around, saying, "Stop looking around aimlessly." Hua Liuxian, gazing at the millennial cold jade bed inside, licked his lips and said, "Boss, why don't you let me stay in the room for a few days? My cultivation has reached the peak of the Grandmaster stage, and with the benefits of the cold jade bed I can break through to the Great Grandmaster stage." He assured earnestly, "If I make great progress in my cultivation I can help you with many things in the future, so you won't have to worry as much." Lin Yi chuckled. Although Hua Liuxian's talent was decent, he was nowhere near the level of a prodigious genius like Lu Ruoqing. Even with hard work he wouldn't make significant progress. His current progress was entirely due to the pills he had been fed. Without any rare treasures to consume he would be stuck. Fortunately he was his subordinate and he needed to nurture him well for the future when he could stand on his own. He smiled and said, "Alright, you can stay for a day, but don't delay the shop's matters." Hua Liuxian had thought he wouldn't agree, but to his surprise he actually let him stay for a day, which was a delightful surprise. He nodded and bowed to Lin Yi. "Boss, I love you to death." He immediately lay on the cold jade bed, rolling around, feeling the rich spiritual power entering his body through his pores, and he exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yi chuckled as he went downstairs, only to see dozens of werewolf clan members standing in the hall, each with a ferocious expression as if they were about to eat someone. A large man was sitting in a chair with a serious expression, looking quite impatient. When he saw Lin Yi come down he said, "Kid, hurry and hand over that girl from the Spirit Control clan, otherwise they'll destroy your No.1 Pavilion." Lin Yi snorted coldly and replied, "What do you think you are? Dare to be arrogant in No.1 Pavilion? Get lost." At that moment a terrifying aura erupted from the fourth floor and a giant hand appeared, sweeping the werewolf clan members away. The large man felt the terrifying aura and his pupils constricted sharply, displaying a look of horror. Before he could react he was swept away by the terrifying force released by the giant hand. Lin Yi sat majestically in the armchair, exuding an imposing aura. The crowd, having not seen him angry for a long time, was taken aback, looking at him with fear etched on their faces. A burly man limped in, lowering his head in trepidation, and said, "I'm sorry, we were reckless." Lin Yi laughed heartily upon seeing his previous arrogance gone, saying, "Let me tell you, no one dares to flaunt their power in my No.1 Pavilion. If anyone dares to act ill, make sure they leave lying down." The burly man felt the terrifying aura from earlier and was still shivering. He had never encountered such a formidable figure. Having brushed close to death moments ago, he gained a new understanding of No.1 Pavilion and dared not act recklessly. He murmured, "We are here to find that girl." Lin Yi smiled faintly, coldly stating, "I don't care who you are looking for or what your purpose is. Fighting is not allowed here. You can give it a try." The burly man, understanding Lin Yi's attitude, knew that with Ling Xian holding the control spirit pearl in front of him he dared not make a move. After some thought he retreated. The other werewolves gathered around. The burly man said, "This No.1 Pavilion is too terrifying, we can't handle it at all. Third brother, report the situation to the elders in the clan and see what they mean." One of them took the order and left. The burly man then settled down at a nearby inn. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised that the werewolves recognized the situation. The werewolf clan possesses unique abilities similar to the control spirit clan. However, they can not only control the forces of the five elements but also possess a terrifying power within the wolf tattoo on their foreheads. If unleashed, they could easily strangle an entry-level expert on the spot. The werewolf clan is known for being fierce, bloodthirsty and ruthless, never resting until their goals are achieved. As long as Ling Xian does not leave No.1 Pavilion they have no way to handle her. In the short term it's manageable, but over time it would definitely be a problem. Lin Yi thought that he could only rely on the power of the four great sword towers to drive these people away. Seeing that there was nothing urgent, he softly coughed and addressed the attendees, saying, "Everyone, today I will announce the names of those who made the list." Upon hearing that there were new names on the list, the crowd gathered, all ears to listen. Lin Yi spoke. "This person is a hermit swordsman with a unique sword intent known as the Reincarnation Sword. The technique he practices, the 9 swords of reincarnation, is incredibly profound. Once unleashed it will trap opponents in reincarnation, leaving them with no power to resist." Hearing about such a peculiar sword technique, the crowd was skeptical. Beitang Ao, with a spirited demeanor, said, 9 swords of reincarnation. What a profound sword technique, but is it really that powerful? He inquired about the current cultivation level of that person. Lin Yi replied, "This person's cultivation is at the 3rd tier, ranking 16th. However, do not underestimate him. Once he masters the 9 swords of reincarnation, few in the Jiuzhou can match him." Wow! Is he really that powerful? I suspect you are just bluffing us. Lin Yi noticed their disbelief and chose not to say more. Thus a few quiet days passed and the Long family brothers returned. Moreover, the reincarnation sword would arrive tomorrow. Lin Yi spread the news saying that anyone who was unconvinced could challenge the reincarnation sword to see if his claims held any merit. Beitang Ao had cultivated on the 4th floor for a day, equivalent to several years of hard work, significantly advancing his cultivation to the peak of the Grandmaster level. He thought that when the reincarnation sword arrived he would like to spar with him. He knew that there was a significant gap between them but wanted to see if the reincarnation sword technique was truly as profound as rumored. Many experts were present, including entry-level ones who also wanted to give it a try. Seeing that they were all interested, Lin Yi chuckled and said, when the time comes, don't hold back. The reincarnation sword enjoys a good brawl. The bigger the fight the better. If one cannot handle it, just all come at once without hesitation. Beitang Ao immediately opposed, saying, we are all reputable figures, how can we swarm like that? It would only make us a laughing stock in the martial world and would lose face if it got out. Another entry-level expert chimed in, exactly, sparring is a matter between two people, how can it turn into a brawl? What kind of scene would that create? Lin Yi's lips twitched. He thought to himself, you all are gentlemen, yet when it comes to snatching things I never saw anyone call themselves a gentleman, and you all were faster than anyone else, ruthless as well. He chuckled and chose not to say more. The next day at noon a voice like a broken gong echoed from outside. Grandma, is this really the famous Fengyun Pavilion? Indeed impressive. When I leave I should take this golden plaque as my own signboard. An old man in his 60s, hunched over and dressed in ragged clothes, entered, his face covered in dirt. Upon seeing him the crowd did not recognize him, and unable to hold back someone slammed the table and scolded, where did this beggar come from? Don't you know where this place is? Go beg somewhere else. The reincarnation sword smiled as a burly man squinted and approached him, patting his shoulder, and said, my good sir, you've got a dead person at home. What did you just say? Suddenly the burly man's face changed dramatically, collapsing to the ground completely motionless. Now everyone stood up staring at the old man. Beitang Ao and other experts had already sensed that this person was not ordinary and guessed who he was. Lin Yi looked at the old man with a smiling face and said, Elder, how have you been lately? Have you been teasing the Peach Blossom Fairy at the Peach Blossom Temple? Hearing this, the reincarnation sword's body straightened in anger. Glaring at Lin Yi, he scolded, Kid, do you think knowing a little of my secret gives you the right to threaten me? He that could lead to death. Suddenly the air around began to ripple, waves expanding outward, and a mysterious force confined the hall. The reincarnation sword took a step forward, releasing a profound sword intent aimed straight at Lin Yi. The expressions of those present varied, some weeping on the ground, others laughing maniacally. Even the entry-level experts appeared to be in a trance, as if they were in reincarnation. They found themselves in a magical space where many scenes from their childhood experiences played out like a movie. The emotions of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness were released continuously, creating an endless cycle of reincarnation. Some even lay on the ground, slipping into a deep slumber as if they had died. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he felt a force of reincarnation surging around him, entering his mind, almost losing control. He bit his tongue to awaken himself, then laughed heartily, releasing his invincible domain while the sword within him stirred restlessly. He thought for a moment and chose not to use it, instead sitting back in the armchair. The reincarnation sword stared in disbelief at Lin Yi, stammering, you. How can you walk out of my domain of reincarnation? Lin Yi chuckled and said, no one dares to fight within Fengyun Pavilion. I advise you to retract your domain, otherwise you won't know how you died later. A terrifying aura emanated from the 4th floor. The reincarnation sword sensed the unfathomable cultivation of the person above, and his domain shattered like broken glass. The crowd suddenly awakened, looking at each other, uncertain of what had transpired. What a Fengyun Pavilion! Truly the most mysterious place in Jiuzhou. I admire it greatly. The reincarnation sword straightened his back again and bent down next to Lin Yi, just about to speak when Lin Yi addressed everyone, saying, this is the reincarnation sword, don't you want to challenge him? Hurry up! At his words everyone was astonished and began shouting. I've heard that your reincarnation sword technique is incredibly profound. I Ju Bei come to learn from you. I Juku Jian also wish to learn a thing or two. The reincarnation sword frowned at the loud and boisterous people, saying, what's going on? I seldom roam the Jianghu and my name is not well known. Why do you want to challenge me? Beitang Ao spoke up first, saying, although I didn't know the senior's esteemed name before, now that the pavilion master has publicly revealed your identity, stating that your sword intent is extraordinary and the reincarnation sword technique is unparalleled, everyone wants to witness your grandeur just as the pavilion master described. Hua Liuxiang also shouted exactly. Although the senior has been living in seclusion, you have now become a household name. I think you should not decline and show us a few moves of your profound and unfathomable sword technique which could astonish both gods and demons. The reincarnation sword glared at Lin Yi and cursed. You little rascal, you've exposed my secrets. This won't do. You must compensate for my losses. Jiuzhou Jian forcibly held back the reincarnation sword, shouting, Senior, stop talking nonsense and let's go. After saying that, he dragged the person out of the Cloud Wind Pavilion. Outside, the sounds of applause could be heard, followed by curses and cries of agony. Lin Yi shouted loudly, Everyone, don't hold back. The senior is powerful, you can all join in. Old lady, don't cling to me anymore. Oh, this is really forcing a tiger to harm people. Suddenly a huge explosion and shouts erupted outside. Lin Yi walked out and saw about 10 people lying haphazardly on the ground, with Beitang and others being chased and beaten by the reincarnation sword. He saw a surging wave of sword energy swirling around him, causing those swept by it to scream in agony, their bodies covered in sword wounds. Lin Yi laughed heartily and said, I wondered why you all are so useless. The senior won't use deadly force, just fight him. Running only means you're getting hit. Beitang said with a bitter face, the senior's temper is too explosive. We haven't even discussed joining forces and he's already chasing us down. Just look at what we've turned into. Hurry and tell him to stop. Ouch. Beitang was swept by the sword energy and felt a sharp pain in his waist, half kneeling on the ground. The reincarnation sword eyes red and cursed, I told you blind fools to come and amuse me, and now I'll beat you to death. After saying that, he swung his fists wildly at Jiuzhou Jian, who screamed and begged for mercy. Senior, please show mercy. It was clearly the pavilion master who said you loved being challenged, so we came to compete with you. Ouch, stop hitting me. I'm going to die. Lin Yi looked at the people lying all over the ground and clapped his hands in delight. The reincarnation sword, seeing him so happy, flushed red and swept away the remaining few first-rate experts, charging directly at Lin Yi. You little brat, how dare you use these shrimp soldiers and crab generals to mock me? I will fight you. Instantly a brilliant sword energy surged around him and a magnificent sword strike shot out. Then the reincarnation sword domain was unleashed, spreading a mysterious force. Lin Yi felt a flash before his eyes and did not hesitate to release his invincible domain, then formed a sword with his fingers and pointed at the sword energy. A loud explosion sounded, shaking the earth, and Lin Yi took 3 steps back before steadying himself. The reincarnation sword showed a look of surprise. He did not expect Lin Yi's strength to be so formidable. One must know that even a second-rate expert could not withstand such a sword strike, and he had activated the reincarnation sword domain, which would affect his opponent. Even a third-rate strength could be slain in one blow. Yet Lin Yi only took 3 steps back without sustaining any injury. He finally realized the depth of the Cloud Wind Pavilion's power. Even a mere pavilion master possessed such strength. The reincarnation sword grinned widely, his fighting spirit soaring. I haven't fought in decades. Encountering such a strong opponent is truly exhilarating. Lin Yi frowned, not wanting to engage in battle. Just as he was about to refuse, the reincarnation sword leaped into the air, the sword light arriving first. He clenched his fists and struck into the void, producing a dull sound, and a massive fist shadow descended. The two forces collided, emitting a sharp roaring sound. The reincarnation sword laughed heartily, activating the reincarnation sword technique. 9 swords flew around him in rotation, then rushed towards Lin Yi in a flash, trapping him. Lin Yi frowned, preparing to unleash the human sword to defend. Suddenly a vast sword energy surged from behind him, a tidal wave rushing directly at him. He saw a graceful figure flying over his head. A torrent of sword waves poured down like a waterfall. The reincarnation sword's eyebrows furrowed as the 9 swords merged into one, transforming into a giant sword that slashed down, releasing all the power of the reincarnation sword domain. The figure in the sky paused under the influence of the sword domain and landed on the ground. Lin Yi didn't need to look to know it was Lu Ru watching. The reincarnation sword squinted slightly, feeling an overwhelming sword pressure emanating from her, making it hard for him to breathe. His heart raced and the hot blood within him surged, almost spilling from his throat. He looked at the little girl before him with astonishment. Lu Ru watching, however, closed her eyes to feel the wondrous power of the reincarnation sword domain, analyzing the key within. Suddenly she opened her eyes, revealing a clear light with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The sword energy around her stacked layer upon layer, forming a raging wave that surged towards the sky. Such a terrifying aura stunned everyone as they gazed in awe at Lu Ru watching, who stood gracefully on the sword waves, her garments billowing in the wind, appearing so elusive. Beitang murmured, is she even human? She actually broke through again and comprehended a terrifying divine ability. The reincarnation sword also stared at Lu Ru watching, his heart in turmoil. What is the background of this girl? Why does she possess such terrifying sword intent? Her talent is simply against the heavens. He had already seen that Lu Ruking's cultivation had just reached the peak of the first rank, yet the sword pressure she released rivaled that of a third rank. The reincarnation sword licked his dry lips, retracting the reincarnation sword domain, and looking at Lu Ruoqing he clasped his hands and said, "Monsieur, sword intent is astonishing, rarely seen in my lifetime. I wonder which sect's disciple you are." Lu Ruking's cold gaze sparkled with a hint of lightning as she gently landed on the ground, her delicate left hand spreading out, dissipating the sword wave and the sword pressure around her. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. Lu Ruoqing glanced at the reincarnation sword, smiled lightly, and entered the Fengyun Pavilion without acknowledging him. The reincarnation sword chased after her but was blocked by Lin Yi. "Senior, please wait a moment." The reincarnation sword glared at Lin Yi, saying, "Let me pass, I want to discuss swordsmanship with this young lady." Lin Yi, seeing him so interested in Lu Ruoqing, had a thought and smiled, saying, "Miss Lu never discusses swordsmanship with anyone, so senior shouldn't disturb her." The reincarnation sword, however, ignored him and squeezed past to enter the Fengyun Pavilion, but found the hall empty. He began knocking on doors, shouting, "Little girl, come out quickly. I want to discuss swordsmanship with you. Who the hell is making noise here? I'm trying to sleep." "Sleep my ass. Get the hell out. Hey, why are you hitting me? I'm not made of tofu. Ouch, stop it, I give up." Lin Yi saw the reincarnation sword causing a ruckus upstairs and chuckled. A cold snort came from the fourth floor. The reincarnation sword was so startled that he immediately ran down the stairs. Lin Yi looked at him and smiled, saying, "If you really want to discuss swordsmanship with Miss Lu, you can come to me." "You? How close are you to her? What is your relationship?" Before Lin Yi could speak, Hua Liuxiang jumped in, saying, "Our boss is definitely familiar with Miss Lu, he's planning to marry her." "What do you think their relationship is?" Lin Yi's mouth twitched as he kicked Hua Liuxiang to the ground. From upstairs, Lu Ruking's angry voice could be heard. "Young Master Hua, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut out your tongue." Hua Liuxiang, upon hearing this, quickly covered his mouth and ran away. "If I had something to say, I'd update a bit more each day. If no one reads it, I'll keep it at 4,000 words. By the way, please give me some recommendation votes. Thank you, book friends." The reincarnation sword brightened at the sound of Lu Ruoqing's voice and called out to the fourth floor, "Miss, I greatly admire your swordsmanship, may we discuss it further?" "I'm sorry, but I am currently in meditation and have no time," Lu Ruoqing replied. "Don't be like that, The reincarnation sword called out several times, but there was no response from Lu Ruoqing, leaving him dejected. While speaking, Lingxin peeked her head out from upstairs and smiled sweetly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi returned her smile. The reincarnation sword sighed, saying, "It seems we are not fated to meet. Sigh, I will leave now." His body bent slightly as he walked towards the door. Seeing him about to leave, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Why don't you ask me for help? I can convince Miss Lu." The reincarnation sword shot Lin Yi an annoyed glance and retorted, "You are in cahoots with that young lady. Don't have ulterior motives, asking for your help is like walking into a trap, isn't it?" "Though I have lived for many years, I am not foolish yet," the old man replied. Lin Yi, knowing the old man's temperament, said, "All right, let's not mention the 3 light divine water, let's talk about the ranking instead." The reincarnation sword halted, noticing an empty chair nearby. He picked it up, threw it out the door and plopped down with his legs crossed, saying, "Well, regarding that, my abilities are likely too insignificant to be considered." Lin Yi also sat in a chair and took a sip from his teacup. The reincarnation sword scanned the table and noticed several drinks laid out regardless of whose they were, and poured himself a bowl, drinking heartily. Beitang Ao, standing nearby, felt quite awkward as the drinks were ordered by him. However, he did not dare to speak up in front of such a senior figure and sat quietly. "This wine is not good. Next time let's get some good Huadiao," Lin Yi said, putting down his teacup and looking at the reincarnation sword without speaking. The reincarnation sword also set down his cup, his round eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi. Thus the two of them stared at each other in silence, leaving those present utterly bewildered, wondering what these two were up to, finding it quite amusing. Beitang Ao, seeing their silence, cleared his throat and poured a glass of wine for the reincarnation sword, saying with a smile, "Senior, I toast you with this drink." "Go away, I am not familiar with you, so don't toast me recklessly," the reincarnation sword replied. Beitang Ao felt embarrassed, as he would have scolded others for such behavior. After all, he was the second marquis, a person of high status. Yet Beitang Ao was no ordinary character. Understanding the eccentric temperaments of such experts, he simply smiled and remained silent. Everyone was whispering and discussing the reincarnation sword. After a while he could no longer contain himself, raised his cup and said to Beitang Ao, "Young man, let's toast." Beitang Ao hurriedly raised his cup and the two clinked glasses. After downing the drink, the reincarnation sword patted his rear and left. This time Lin Yi did not intervene. Once the person left, the hall began to buzz with noise. Someone slammed the table and shouted, "What kind of person is this old fellow? So strange. The master invited him to the ranking out of respect, yet he acts so arrogantly." Exactly. If the master invited me to the ranking, I would jump at the chance. Who wouldn't want such a good opportunity? I think this reincarnation sword's head is just not right. You just realized that. I noticed it long ago, Beitang Ao said as he approached Lin Yi and asked, "It seems the reincarnation sword has some issues with you, right? Otherwise why would he be unwilling to join the ranking?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Second Marquis, your insight is sharp. It's nothing much, just that he possesses a treasure that I need right now, but he doesn't want to part with it." A treasure? What kind of treasure? Tell me about it, Beitang Ao asked, his interest piqued upon hearing about the treasure. Others also gathered around to listen. Lin Yi chuckled that fellow's treasure has miraculous effects. Just consuming it can instantly boost one's strength tenfold or even 100-fold. Even an ordinary person could kill a congenital warrior with it. What kind of thing is so extraordinary? Hurry and tell us. Upon hearing how amazing it was, everyone clamored, even Beitang Ao was excited. If such a miraculous item really existed, wouldn't he then be able to become a grandmaster after consuming it? To be known as a grandmaster in the 9 provinces is to be considered a powerful figure revered by all. Lin Yi laughed heartily. The treasure is called the 3 Light Divine Water, a divine object condensed by heaven and earth. 3 Light Divine Water. Beitang Ao, though unfamiliar with it, could tell it was not an ordinary item and immediately dashed out of the No.1 Pavilion. Spies from other nations saw him leave and hurried to relay the news. Seeing everyone rush out to spread the news about the 3 Light Divine Water, Lin Yi laughed heartily, thinking these people would surely pester the reincarnation sword, making it difficult for him to leave. At this moment Lingxin walked out, looking at him with a pout, and said angrily, "How could you tell them about the 3 Light Divine Water? If they got their hands on it, wouldn't that cause trouble?" Lin Yi chuckled. "Do you think the reincarnation sword would hand over the item?" Lingxin shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No, he said he would never give it up even if he had to die." "Exactly, so I'll create some trouble for him. That way he'll have to stay and find a way to give it to me." Seeing his confidence, Lingxin smiled sweetly and said, "All right, I'll wait for your good news." Just as the reincarnation sword stepped out of the Black Dragon Town, a large group of people suddenly chased after him, surrounding him. The reincarnation sword frowned and shouted, "What are you doing?" Jiuzhou Jian grinned and said, "Senior, we heard you have the 3 Light Divine Water. Let's see if it's really that miraculous." 3 Light Divine Water. The reincarnation sword's expression changed slightly as he immediately guessed that Lin Yi was behind this. He cursed inwardly. Seeing these people surrounding him, he coldly snorted, "I don't have it, so don't bother me." Jiuzhou Jian shouted, "Senior, you're lying. The master said the item is definitely in your hands. We don't want your treasure, we just want to see it for ourselves and broaden our horizons." A burly man wielding a wolf fang club shouted, "Exactly. Senior, we won't take it by force." The reincarnation sword smirked coldly, thinking, "If you don't intend to take it by force, that's strange." He impatiently said, "I advise you to weigh your own strength. If I get angry, none of you will walk away." Jiuzhou Jian looked at the dozens of experts present, including a first-grade powerhouse, realizing that in a real fight he might not be a match for them. Although the reincarnation sword had defeated them earlier, it was merely a casual match, not a life-and-death struggle. Now it was different. With such an enticing item as bait, who wouldn't want to obtain it? Who wouldn't want to fight for it, hoping it would belong to them? Moreover, there were many experts in Black Dragon Town, and upon hearing that the 3 Light Divine Water was in the reincarnation sword's hands, they would surely come with people. It was merely a matter of delaying for a moment. These people were still confident. Seeing that the reincarnation sword refused to hand over the item, the burly man revealed a sinister smile, wielding his wolf fang club, and said, "Since you are unwilling to part with it, we'll just have to take it from you. Everyone attack." Immediately dozens of individuals unleashed their formidable auras, all at least at the perfected realm of Grandmaster. Their powerful energy surged toward the reincarnation sword. The reincarnation sword coldly snorted, raising his hand as a terrifying sword chi pierced through the pressure and flew straight towards the burly man. The burly man's eyes widened in horror as he hurriedly tried to block with his wolf fang club. However, he had underestimated the reincarnation sword's strength. In an instant the club was split in two, and so was he. Ah! Jiuzhou Jian was furious. What a good reincarnation sword, killing my comrade. We will not rest until you are dead. Everyone, let's go and kill him. Yet the fierce men began to retreat. Are there readers watching? If so, I'll increase the updates, if not I'll stick to 4,000 characters. By the way, I also seek some recommendation votes for support. Thank you, readers. The reincarnation swordsman drew his sword and struck down dozens of experts, then waved his sleeve and left unaware that a large troop from the Jiuzhou kingdom stationed in Heilong town suddenly charged out. Furrowing his brow, he leaped up in anger, releasing waves of fierce sword energy. In an instant the sword energy swept across all directions and the soldiers of the Jiuzhou kingdom fell one after another. However, this delay allowed the experts within Heilong town to hear about the reincarnation sword possessing the miraculous 3 lights divine water, prompting them to rush over. Moreover, these were first-rate experts, many of whom were peak grandmasters along with several entry-level masters, and behind them were large groups of disciples from prominent sects. Seeing that he couldn't even leave the town, the reincarnation swordsman was furious and shouted as he charged forward, while Juku Ijian yelled repeatedly, "Don't let this guy escape, hurry and chase him." With that he hurriedly pursued with his long sword in hand. News of the reincarnation sword possessing the 3 lights divine water spread throughout the martial world. People from major sects began searching for it, and Lin Yi intentionally or unintentionally revealed the locations the reincarnation sword frequented. In no time everyone lay in ambush, ready to unleash fierce attacks upon discovery. Additionally, even the demonic alliance sent experts to seize it. Not only that, but many 3rd and 4th grade experts from the righteous path also joined in the fray to snatch it. In no time everyone lay in ambush, ready to unleash fierce attacks upon discovery. Additionally, even the demonic alliance sent experts to seize it. Terrifying, with no other option, he had to seek refuge at Cloud Wind Pavilion. He knew that Lin Yi was behind all of this, but felt powerless. He couldn't fight back and could only surrender. Lin Yi waited leisurely for the reincarnation sword to arrive. During this time the Marquis of Liangzhou sent someone to say that he had discovered the ruins of Feihua Palace, but it seemed abandoned for decades. Lin Yi frowned. Logically, a major sect or organization would not easily abandon a hard-won base, indicating that something must have happened. Lin Yi instructed the Marquis of Liangzhou to continue the search and sent Tai Lao Lu to the 4 great sword towers to inquire with the owner of Mingyue Tower for any new clues. Finally the fish had arrived. The reincarnation sword appeared at Cloud Wind Pavilion covered in blood and panting heavily, staring at everyone in the hall, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lin Yi before suddenly fainting. Everyone rushed over, some attempting to steal his belongings but were rebuffed by Lin Yi. Seeing that he had merely fainted from exhaustion, he instructed Hua Liusheng to take him to the 4th floor. Hua Liusheng frowned and said, "Isn't this a bit extravagant? He hasn't even paid." Lin Yi smiled slightly, saying, "Just take him there, but you stand guard outside. Once he wakes up, kick him out immediately." Hua Liusheng was uncertain of Lin Yi's intentions but followed the instructions. As he carried the reincarnation sword upstairs, everyone looked on in astonishment at Lin Yi. An innate expert couldn't help but ask, "Master, it seems like you intentionally lured him here. Do you want to monopolize the 3 lights divine water?" Someone raised a question and others began to chime in. "I said it. As soon as he leaves, you expose the treasure in his hands, clearly with ill intentions." "That's right. One should be more considerate, otherwise one might end up with consequences." Lin Yi snorted coldly, slapping that person out. "Ouch. You're too barbaric, not even letting me speak. Hurry and take me to see a doctor. I've lost face and my leg might be broken." Everyone dared not speak further, seeing Lin Yi's fury. Lin Yi grinned menacingly as he watched these people. After a while Hua Liusheng came down the stairs with the reincarnation sword. The latter muttered, "Why are you pulling me? Don't I have legs to walk?" "Oh no, I need to go to the bathroom, let go of me." Hua Liusheng replied impatiently, "Stop pretending. Letting you stay on the 4th floor is a great favor from our boss. Just know that staying a day costs 100,000 gold. 100,000 gold. I've never seen so much gold in my life," the reincarnation sword exclaimed, looking at Lin Yi with a bitter face. He immediately turned and shook off Hua Luxiang's hand, standing in front of Lin Yi with his hands on his hips, pointing angrily at him. "You little brat are shameless. How could you spread the word about my possession of the 3 lights divine water, causing me to be chased every day, nearly losing my life? What are you going to do to compensate me?" Lin Yi feigned innocence, saying, "Which of your eyes saw me say that? Do you have evidence?" He then asked everyone present, "You all are here every day. Did you hear me say that the 3 lights divine water is with him?" Everyone unanimously replied, "No, we didn't hear anything." However, smiles were on everyone's faces and it was clear that they were lying. Seeing Lin Yi deny it, the reincarnation sword was furious, blowing his beard and glaring, sitting down on the ground in defiance. This might work on others, but it was of no use on Lin Yi. He said impatiently, "If you continue to act like this, I'll kick you out. I believe many people are looking for you outside right now." At that moment a voice from outside called, "Master, is it true that the reincarnation sword has come to No.1 Pavilion? This old guy is quite cunning, managing to slip away from so many of us." He stepped inside and saw the reincarnation sword indeed present, immediately preparing to act. Fortunately he quickly realized he could not act here and immediately suppressed his internal energy. The reincarnation sword had suffered greatly these days. Upon seeing the pursuers he immediately rushed over to fight them. Beitang Ao hurriedly ran to Lin Yi's side. Many martial artists entered, exclaiming upon seeing the reincarnation sword. He laughed heartily, hands on his hips, and shouted, "Come on, come on. I'm right here, come to snatch me." Everyone found his audacity infuriating, but there was nothing they could do since he was at No.1 Pavilion where no one could touch him. Beitang Ao quietly said to Lin Yi, "Master, you should kick this guy out." Lin Yi smiled and looked at the reincarnation sword, saying, "Aren't you leaving yet?" The reincarnation sword raised an eyebrow and shouted, "I'm not leaving. I'm staying right here, you have to keep me here." Lin Yi chuckled as he approached him, patting his shoulder, saying, "You've become the target of everyone's ire. As the saying goes, having a jewel can lead to trouble. Since you can't protect the three lights divine water, why not hand it over to Miss Lingxin? That way she will owe you a favor." The reincarnation sword shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No. I won't give it. Not even if I die." Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Yi had no good options left except to use force to capture and beat him. However, Lin Yi would not violate No.1 Pavilion's principles for such matters, as it would deter others from coming to him. After pondering for a moment he said, "Fine, if you won't give it, then don't." With that he paid no further attention to him. Seeing the table filled with food and wine, the reincarnation sword, who had been fleeing for days, was starving and hadn't had a decent meal. He banged the table and shouted, "Quickly bring me good wine and food." Lin Yi looked at Hua Liuxiang, who had a smile on his face, and winked. Hua Liuxiang immediately understood, stepping in front of the reincarnation sword, saying, "Sir, our rule is that you must pay first before we serve dishes." The reincarnation sword furrowed his brow and muttered, "What kind of ridiculous rule is this? I've never seen a place that requires payment in advance." He then took out some silver and tossed it to Hua Liuxiang. Hua Liuxiang weighed the 3 taels of silver in his hand and smiled, saying, "Sir, our minimum consumption is 100 taels. 100 taels. That's so expensive. Are you running a black shop?" Beitang Ao interjected, "Senior, this is always our rule at No.1 Pavilion. If you can't pay, you'll have to be kicked out." The reincarnation sword shot a sideways glance at Beitang Ao, snorting. "Who says I don't have money?" After rummaging through his pockets he tossed a large bag of silver to Hua Liuxiang. Hua Liuxiang waited, finding it to be about 100 taels, and then called for the waiter to serve the dishes. In less than 2 days the reincarnation sword had spent all its silver, unable to afford even a guest room. He sought Lin Yi's counsel, wondering if he could defer payment until he had money after leaving. Lin Yi laughed dismissively, refusing outright, stating that if there was no money he would have to be thrown out. Outside were people with ill intentions. As soon as the reincarnation sword stepped out they would surely attempt to seize the 3 lights divine water. Now he somewhat regretted coming here. However, he also played his shameless role, refusing to leave and resorting to stealing others' food and drink when he ran out of money. But this caused many to be offended, avoiding him as if he were a plague. After 10 days of this, the reincarnation sword had not eaten for 3 days and had not drunk a single drop of alcohol. He weakly approached Lin Yi, pleading, "Please give me something to eat, I'm about to starve." Lin Yi chuckled, "I told you before that without money you must leave. If you bring out the 3 lights divine water to trade for money, name your price and I won't haggle. Moreover, I would even let you stay on the 4th floor for a year free of charge." The moment the reincarnation sword thought of the rich spiritual energy on the 4th floor and the bed made of ancient cold jade, his eyes brightened, but upon realizing he had to hand over the 3 lights divine water he gritted his teeth and said, "You must be dreaming." Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Yi thought him a tough nut to crack, but he wasn't in a hurry. He still had the reincarnation sword. He patted his empty stomach, squatting at the doorway, and began to grope anyone who entered. "What the hell? Why is there a beggar here?" The newcomers were startled. The reincarnation sword grinned, "Sir, spare some silver, please." "Get lost. Even if I had money I wouldn't give it to a beggar like you." The reincarnation sword was furious. After all, he was a 3rd-tier powerhouse, yet he had fallen to this state. He glared at Lin Yi and shouted, "You little brat, you think you're tough?" With that he stormed out. As soon as he left, Beitang Ao and the others rushed out with weapons, and soon sounds of explosions and curses could be heard. The reincarnation sword returned in a very disheveled state. "Grandma, there are at least 1,000 people outside and I was almost drowned in saliva." As he entered, Beitang Ao and the others followed him and watching him like hawks at the dining table. Desperate, the reincarnation sword approached Lin Yi again, saying, "Please, if you give me something to eat or help me send the people outside away, I will agree to anything." Lin Yi's expression brightened, thinking this old fellow had finally given in, only to hear him add, "except for handing over the 3 lights divine water." Lin Yi pulled at the corners of his mouth, his face darkening. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said, "Since you are so stubborn, you just hold on." To those present he announced, "From now on no one is to give him anything to eat. If I find out, just toss him out. He is never to set foot in my No.1 Pavilion again." This suited everyone's intentions. Since the reincarnation sword refused to hand over the goods, they had no choice but to force him out and then seize what they could. The reincarnation sword groaned repeatedly, rolling on the ground. "This is so inhumane. I'm an old man, half my body is already in the ground, and yet you treat me like this. It's utterly against nature. I curse you all to an untimely death without descendants." No matter how much he made a fuss, Lin Yi showed no reaction. Furong, seeing him so pitiful, wanted to give him something to eat but was stopped by Lin Yi. "Isn't this too much for an old man?" Furong couldn't help but say. Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Do you think this old man is like ordinary people? Not eating for a few days is nothing. Even a month without food would still be energetic. I know what I'm doing, you needn't worry." Furong, seeing his insistence, could only let it go. "Clan leader, it's not that I won't give you the spirit-controlling pearl. You know it is our clan's sacred object and cannot be easily given to others." The clan leader wiped his tears and randomly smeared the blood on himself, making his appearance even more. Lin Yi ignored him, curious how long he could hold out. At this moment Zixiao Daoist arrived. The reincarnation sword immediately clung to his leg, saying, "Daoist friend, spare some silver. I've been starving for half a month and haven't even had a drop of water." Zixiao Daoist stared in disbelief, wondering how a beggar had entered No.1 Pavilion. Upon seeing his appearance clearly, he exclaimed, "Aren't you the one known as the reincarnation sword? How did you end up like this?" "Oh, don't mention it. I don't know which short-lived ghost let it slip that I possess the 3 lights divine water, causing everyone to come and seize it. I had no choice but to hide here, but the owner here is inhumane. Without money there's no food. Please have mercy and give me some money." Zixiao Daoist frowned, noticing Lin Yi lying in a recliner with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, hesitating as he looked at the reincarnation sword. He thought this was a strange tale, a third-tier powerhouse, a top swordsman reduced to such a state. No one would believe it if told. He wondered why so many people were stationed outside, only to realize they were all there to intercept the reincarnation sword. Hearing that the reincarnation sword possessed such a miraculous treasure, he felt a stir of desire, but then thought cultivation relied on oneself. Relying on external objects would only yield fleeting benefits, so he did not seek out the reincarnation sword. The reincarnation sword, seeing that this old Taoist had profound cultivation and seemed decent, began to play the victim, weeping and lamenting how pitiful he was, having lost his parents early and seeing his children die young, enduring so much hardship to survive until now. "No one in the world is as miserable as I am." Zixiao Daoist sighed repeatedly. "I sympathize with your plight. If you don't mind, come with me to Wudong." Upon hearing this, the reincarnation sword gritted his teeth and ignored Zixiao Daoist groaning on the ground. Suddenly Lin Yi opened his eyes, smiling at Zixiao Daoist, saying, "Daoist, you needn't concern yourself with him, he is just an old rogue. Have you come to No.1 Pavilion for something?" Zixiao Daoist, unsure of Lin Yi's intentions, did not press, approaching Lin Yi and bowing respectfully, saying, "I do have a matter to request." He then took out the No.1 order. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. For Zixiao Daoist to produce the No.1 order, the matter must be quite troublesome. He said, "There are too many people here. Let's go upstairs to talk." Lin Yi led him to the reception room on the 3rd floor. Zixiao Daoist said, "Originally I didn't want to trouble the pavilion master, but after searching for so many years we still haven't found it. If this continues, the inheritance of Wudong will face problems, which is why I had no choice but to use the No.1 order to ask for your help." Lin Yi nodded as if recalling something and began to search through the system space with his divine sense. Indeed, he found what he was looking for. 50 years ago, when the Wudong sect's leader went out traveling, he received a letter and mysteriously disappeared. Although the body was later found, the sect's token, the Xuanwu sword, was lost. This sword was passed down from the founding ancestor. Only the inheritor of the leader could command the disciples of Wudong. Without the Xuanwu sword, one could not lead Wudong. Thus over the years Wudong had split into 3 factions, each vying for control, and although Chong Suzi was the leader, no one followed him. This was solely due to the absence of the sect leader's token, the Xuanwu sword. If this continued, issues would surely arise. Lin Yi pondered for a long time and said, "It seems you have come for the lost sect leader's token, the Xuanwu sword." Zixiao Daoist's eyes widened in surprise as he repeatedly bowed in admiration, saying, "Indeed, No.1 Pavilion is remarkable, it even knows about such secret matters." This is nothing. Since you have come seeking my assistance with the Fengyun Order, Fengyun Pavilion naturally cannot refuse. I agree to help you find it. Zhixiao Daoist's expression brightened and he thanked Lin Yi profusely. Lin Yi took the Fengyun Order and began to review the materials. Suddenly a powerful aura emanated from the fourth floor, followed by a sword chi slicing through the air, instantly enveloping the entire Fengyun Pavilion in sword might. A purple sword lotus slowly flew towards the sky, its petals falling like a cascade of sacred energy. Lin Yi's face showed shock. Such terrifying power clearly indicated that someone had broken through or cultivated some horrific divine ability. The people in the hall were also discussing just who could be so formidable. Lin Yi took a look and found that Lu Ruking's room was enveloped in layers of sword chi, releasing a mysterious force. It was clearly her. To think that just a few short days had passed and she had already comprehended such a divine ability, with her cultivation level having surged to the first rank. Lin Yi licked his lips, thinking that this girl truly lived up to her reputation as a unseen generation talent. This was simply against the heavens, to the point where even with his system he couldn't catch up to her. The sword lotus lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time before finally disappearing. In the hall the voice of the reincarnation sword could be heard shouting. Lu girl indeed lives up to being a marvel in the sword world, a rarity seen only once in a millennium. It's truly enviable. Everyone showed expressions of astonishment upon hearing that the commotion was caused by Lu Ru, watching, simply unable to believe it. To know that she had only recently entered the Grandmaster level and had unexpectedly leaped across a major realm to become a first-rank Grandmaster is truly a once-in-a-century phenomenon. The martial arts community of the 9 provinces had never heard of such a monstrous genius. Beitang Ao sighed. Indeed, comparing people can be infuriating. I consider my talents not lacking and I am a prominent figure in the martial world, but today I learned that in front of others I am not even worthy to be their shoeshiner. The reincarnation sword also chuckled bitterly, saying, I have diligently practiced the sword for 80 years, believing that the 9 swords of reincarnation were unmatched in the world, yet now I realize I am merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Even a little girl has surpassed me. Alas, I have grown old and useless. Seeing that these fellows were all stunned by Lu Ruking's talent, Lin Yi smiled and said, it seems everyone has some self-awareness that's quite rare. However, Lu Ruking's rapid progress is also due to her cultivation on the 4th floor. Without such dense spiritual energy and the ancient cold jade bed, it would likely take at least 5 to 10 years. Everyone was aware of this and drooled over the 4th floor, but there was nothing they could do. It cost 100,000 taels of gold a day and hardly anyone could afford it. Even Beitang Ao had only stayed there for a day. However, in just that single day his cultivation had made a qualitative leap, already crossing into the half-step Grandmaster ranks, and soon he would be able to enter the Grandmaster level. Noticing Lu Ruking's significant progress, he became excited and planned to return to Jiuzhou to borrow some gold from his elder brother's treasury to enter the 4th floor for cultivation. One must know that after reaching the Grandmaster level, cultivation becomes even more arduous. Some people might not see any progress in their entire lives. Beitang Ao was only in his 40s, so he had great potential, thus he needed to do everything possible to enhance his strength. Once everyone quieted down, Lin Yi said, recently the martial world has been in turmoil and the demonic alliance is rampaging. I have an idea. Beitang Ao curiously asked, what idea? I want to hold a martial arts conference to select a leader of the martial world to jointly eliminate the demonic forces and maintain peace. Beitang Ao shook his head and said that might be quite difficult. The martial world of the 9 provinces has held such gatherings before, but no one would yield to anyone and they all ended in discord. If a leader is to be chosen, I think the Pavilion Master would be the most suitable candidate. Yes, indeed, the Pavilion Master's prestige is known far and wide in the martial world. He is the most suitable to be the leader. Lin Yi shook his head and said, I am not interested in that. The reincarnation sword sitting at the entrance chuckled coldly, saying, you must have some ulterior motive. Saying it nicely is about electing a leader, but I see you haven't thought of anything good. Are you trying to find someone to deal with me? Lin Yi's expression stiffened, forcing a smile as he said, I have no ill intentions, don't speak nonsense. Having spent some time here, the reincarnation sword had thoroughly understood Lin Yi's nature. He always had a purpose behind every action and loved to scheme against others. However, he couldn't take him down, which was quite frustrating. Lin Yi awkwardly smiled and didn't continue. Hualio Xian came to report that the werewolf clan had come again. Lin Yi frowned, knowing they must have brought powerful figures, but as long as they were in the Fengyun Pavilion there was nothing to fear. He waved for them to come in. He saw a burly man from the werewolf clan leading an elderly man with a white beard into the room. The reincarnation sword was about to pull the old man to beg for money, but was frightened into inaction by the old man's sharp gaze, immediately stepping aside. As soon as the old man entered, he released a powerful pressure. The wolf head on his forehead radiated a fierce light, distorting the space, and with a roar a fireball shot towards Lin Yi. The speed was incredibly fast and visible to the naked eye. Beitang Ao and the others never expected that someone would dare to attack here, and they exclaimed in shock, retreating hastily. The reincarnation sword also sensed the dangerous aura radiating from the old man and hurriedly ran outside. However, the fireball stopped just 3 inches away from Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled slightly, pointing at the fireball, which exploded with a loud bang, showers of sparks flying, turning into a sky full of starlight. A beam of extreme light fell from the 4th floor, striking the wolf head on the old man's forehead. The old man's expression changed, his body trembled incessantly as he spat out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground. Lin Yi chuckled coldly, clenching his left fist as a surge of power surged towards the old man. The old man attempted to evade but found that the space was sealed by an invisible force, rendering him completely immobile. He took the punch heat in and screamed as he was blasted out of the door. The burly man was stunned, unable to believe that the Grand Elder with such formidable strength could be so easily beaten to this state, having not put up any resistance. One must understand that even a 6th-rank master in the martial world would not be able to defeat this elder. He hurriedly ran outside and saw the Grand Elder lying motionless on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock. All his bones were shattered and his internal meridians were severed, leaving him a cripple. He probably wouldn't last much longer. After Long Badian received the map, he spoke a few words to the 2 lords. The 2 lords nodded and instructed their forces to clear a path. This commotion also startled the guards outside, who began speculating about what had happened and why the werewolf clan dared to offend the Cloud Wind Pavilion. Seeing them being beaten so badly, they all said it was self-inflicted suffering and that they were asking for their own demise. The reincarnation sword noticed that everyone's attention was not on him and planned to slip away quietly. Suddenly someone shouted, "Not good! The old fellow is trying to escape." Immediately a large group of people surrounded the reincarnation sword. Seeing that he couldn't get away, the reincarnation sword reluctantly retreated back to the Cloud Wind Pavilion. He saw Lin Yi leisurely reclining in a chair and walked over, smilingly saying, "Kid, let's discuss something. What do you think?" Lin Yi glanced at him sideways and said, "There's nothing to discuss." The reincarnation sword gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I will give you the 3 light divine water." Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "You see, if you had handed over the goods earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Truly a stubborn old man." He looked at the reincarnation sword and smiled, saying, "What suddenly made you decide to hand over the goods?" The reincarnation sword sighed helplessly and said irritably, "Your Cloud Wind Pavilion is so powerful, there are people outside and I can't get out at all. If I stay any longer, I might starve to death, and you might also take action to get rid of me." Lin Yi laughed heartily, saying, "At least you have some sense. Speak, what are your conditions?" The reincarnation sword thought that Lin Yi was quite clever to have guessed he would raise conditions, realizing this guy was indeed not someone to be underestimated. The reincarnation sword said, "As long as you agree to 2 of my requests, that will be enough." Lin Yi nodded. "Go ahead. The first is to let Miss Lu and me discuss swordsmanship insights." Lin Yi thought for a moment. This wasn't difficult. Since Lu Ruoqing had received such great benefits from him, it should be easy to have her help with this. "Sure." The reincarnation sword's face lit up with joy, and then he continued, "The second is to help me find my master's remains." Lin Yi furrowed his brows, having not thoroughly investigated who his master of the reincarnation sword was. Curiously he asked, "How did your master die?" The face of the reincarnation sword suddenly grew heavy as he replied, 50 years ago he received a letter and suddenly vanished, never to be seen again. I searched for a full 40 years with no clues. Since you claim to know everything, you must have the answer." Lin Yi furrowed his brows again, finding this situation similar to that of Wodong, except one had found the corpse but lost the token, the Xuanwu sword, while the other could not find his master at all. Both had disappeared suddenly after receiving a letter indicating a clear connection. He pondered for a long time before saying, "This is probably going to be difficult." The reincarnation sword also understood it would not be easy, otherwise he would not have searched for 40 years without a single lead. "Anyway, I have already made my conditions clear. If you want the 3 lights divine water, you must help me. Otherwise I will not let you have it, even in death." Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, all right, I agree with you." The reincarnation sword finally smiled upon receiving his agreement. Lin Yi said, "You should first give the divine water to Miss Lingxin, then stay here. I will send someone to search for your master's whereabouts and will notify you immediately if there are any leads." The reincarnation sword was quite pleased, as he was worried he had no good place to go, so he boldly said, "All right, but I want to stay on the 4th floor." Lin Yi frowned, his face filled with displeasure as he said, "You are being a bit too greedy. Not just anyone can stay on the 4th floor." The reincarnation sword immediately began to act like a rogue, sitting on the ground and mumbling, "Why can that little girl stay for free? Why can't I? This is unfair treatment. Could it be true what everyone says, that you have something going on with her?" Damn it, if you dare say that again I'll slap you dead, do you believe it? At that moment Lin Yi walked down smiling as she said, Lord, don't be angry, since the elder wants to stay on the 4th floor, we of the Spirit Control Clan will cover the expenses. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, not expecting the Spirit Control Clan to be so wealthy. But the thought quickly crossed his mind, how could that be? A small border clan isolated from the world. He did not believe that the members of the Spirit Control Clan were that wealthy. Not to mention a small clan like them, even the marquis of any nation in the 9 provinces would not dare to stay for 10 days or half a month casually. Since Lin Yi said so, there must be a reason. He feared that if he really allowed this old rogue to stay, it would be hard to drive him away later. Lin Yi thought that since he wouldn't be around at that time, he could just drive him out or deal with him harshly. So he agreed. The reincarnation sword laughed heartily, tossing a bottle of green liquid to Lin Yi as he danced upstairs. Immediately everyone was attracted by that bottle of liquid all rushing over. Seeing everyone's greedy eyes, Lin Yi hurriedly took back the 3 lights divine water and went upstairs. Upon seeing her leave so quickly, everyone shouted, Miss Lin Yi, don't go so fast. Show us so we can see if it really has such miraculous effects. Exactly, this is No.1 Pavilion. Who would dare to steal things here? That would be courting death. However, Lin Yi had already entered her room. Beitang Ao sighed, looking at the 4th floor, saying that old guy really got a great deal. Sigh, why don't I have such good luck? Jukui Jian also said, I think the old fellow did it on purpose, pretending not to want to give the divine water, then haggling, and ended up with such a great benefit. Everyone envied the reincarnation sword for having such good luck, and he could stay for a long time. Just staying for a day would significantly improve their cultivation. If it were for a long time, it was hard to imagine to what extent their cultivation would soar. Lin Yi finally resolved this matter and began to investigate the lost Xuanwu sword of Wudong and the disappearance of the master of the reincarnation sword. He went upstairs and sat cross-legged in his room, searching through the data in the system space. After 3 days of searching, he finally found some clues. To his surprise, that letter was actually sent by someone from the Feihua Palace. Lin Yi's brows knotted tightly, realizing that he was once again entangled with them. So he left the room and called Hua Liuxiang to send a message to the Long family brothers inquiring if they had found the address of the Feihua Palace. At this point he remembered that he had forgotten to ask the reincarnation sword to go on the list. Thus he went up to the 4th floor, entered the main hall, and directly barged into the room where the reincarnation sword was staying. He found him lying on the icy jade bed, snoring loudly. Lin Yi chuckled and kicked him with his foot. Old fellow, wake up. Who the hell is it disturbing my sleep? The reincarnation sword opened his eyes to see it was Lin Yi and grinned, saying, what does the pavilion master want with this old man? You aren't trying to kick me out, are you? I tell you, I will definitely not leave, even if it means death. Lin Yi laughed, saying, I'm not kicking you out, I just need you to go on the sword list. The reincarnation sword rolled his eyes and repeatedly waved his hands, saying, no way, this old man has no interest in your list at all. Lin Yi's face turned dark as he cursed, are you trying to take advantage of me? You've gained such great benefits and yet you're here squawking about not wanting to go on the list. If you don't want to get out of my No.1 Pavilion. Hee hee, you little brat are acting tough. I tell you, Grandpa is not someone to be trifled with. If you kick me out, I will spread your shameless behavior among the martial arts community. Lin Yi laughed, saying, do you think I would care? The reincarnation sword realized he couldn't intimidate Lin Yi, so he switched tactics, saying, then how about this, I won't pay for meals from now on, that small request should be acceptable, right? Lin Yi thought for a moment meals wouldn't cost much, so he said, alright, I agree to that. The reincarnation sword then laughed heartily and casually released a sword chi towards the stone tablet. Ding! Congratulations, the host has 1 person on the list, rewards have been granted. Please collect them promptly. List ranking 16th, name of the listed reincarnation sword, age 88, sect none, cultivation 3rd rank, grandmaster, refining technique, return to 9, sword technique level god tier, mid grade. Lin Yi left with satisfaction, casually flipping through the reincarnation 9 sword. This sword technique was indeed profound, but compared to the Sea of Infinity and the 3 talent sword technique, it was still lacking a bit. After studying it, he set it aside. The people in the hall found out that the reincarnation sword was on the list and were discussing how Lin Yi's schemes were truly abundant, managing to persuade him to go on the list. Lin Yi waited a few days and the Long family brothers sent word that they encountered a team of mysterious people attacking during their search. The troops led by the Marquis of Lianzhou suffered countless casualties and they were injured, currently recuperating in the capital of Lianzhou. Lin Yi's brows furrowed, he hadn't expected such an event to occur. He pondered for a long time, wrote a letter and handed it to Hua Liuxiang, asking him to deliver it to the Long family brothers. A few days later, suddenly over 100 werewolves came outside Hailang town, each one fierce and menacing, all holding staves carved with a massive wolf head. Their eyes emitted a red glow. The werewolf clan leader waved his hand, driving all martial artists inside Highlang Town out, then surrounded Fengyun Pavilion with everyone sitting cross-legged on the ground, inserting their staves into the earth. They chanted incantations in a language that was obscure and difficult to understand. Suddenly the staves shook incessantly, the red light from the wolf heads became more dazzling, and a vast red light instantly enveloped Fengyun Pavilion, followed by the sound of wolf howls emanating from the staves. Then the ground trembled and the space was filled with the power of the 5 elements. Earth, fire, water and wind were activated, unleashing terrifying power. In an instant Fengyun Pavilion was trapped. Martial artists outside the town looked at the grand spectacle before them, rendered speechless. They saw the power of the 5 elements condense into a storm of blades and rain attacking Fengyun Pavilion, the enormous explosions ringing in their ears. Even 4th or 5th rank powerhouses would be instantly killed if they entered. The individuals from the martial world within the Fengyun Pavilion felt a violent shaking and hurried outside to investigate. Suddenly a fierce wind howled and flashes of blades and swords flickered, engulfing them in an instant. Their faces turned pale in fear and they quickly retreated inside. What is happening? It feels like the end of the world is upon us. It's terrifying. Will we die here? Everyone began to discuss in a frenzy. Lin Yi on the 4th floor sensed the tremor of the attic and came out to discover that it was the werewolf clan's formation causing such a significant disturbance. If this were any nation's or sect's base, it would not withstand such terrifying power at all. However, this is Fengyun Pavilion. Even if the apocalypse were to come, it would not be destroyed. He saw the hall in chaos with everyone wanting to flee, but the attacks from outside were so horrific that they simply could not escape. As Lin Yi descended the stairs, Beitang Ao spoke heavily. What should we do, Pavilion Master? I didn't expect the werewolf clan to conjure such a terrifying formation. It probably won't hold for long. Lin Yi remained leisurely seated in his chair, watching the panicked expressions of these people, and said with a laugh and a scold, what are you all panicking for? With this little commotion, not a single brick or tile of Fengyun Pavilion will be blown away. Just stay here. If anyone goes out, I guarantee they will end up as a pile of bones. Seeing Lin Yi so composed without a hint of worry, everyone finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Hua Liuxiang, trembling all over, stood beside Lin Yi and said, damn it seems like the werewolf clan has a deep-seated grudge against us. They are clearly intent on destroying us. Lin Yi smiled and said, their target is not Fengyun Pavilion but the spirit-controlling pearl in Miss Lingxin's hands. Hua Liuxiang thought to himself, so that's how it is. He had been puzzled as to why they had never had conflicts with the werewolf clan, yet they kept coming to cause trouble. It turned out they weren't after them. He turned his eyes and said, Pavilion Master, I think we should hand over Miss Lingxin. Otherwise the werewolf clan will definitely not back down. Lin Yi exhaled through his nose, coldly snorted and said, you brat really have no sense. It makes it seem like Fengyun Pavilion is afraid of the werewolf clan. How can we continue to survive in the martial world like this? Stop giving me such terrible ideas. If you're scared, go hide upstairs. Hua Liuxiang retracted his neck, afraid to speak again, though his legs trembled like sifted rice. Lin Yi looked at this fellow who was a top expert yet was so cowardly, shaking his head repeatedly. As this continued for half a day, the werewolf clan saw that Fengyun Pavilion remained steadfast. The clan leader frowned, pondering what material the pavilion was built from to be so sturdy. Even the terrifying power of heaven and earth could not break it, confirming the rumors in the martial world were true. Fengyun Pavilion was indeed unshakable, deeply hidden, and no one could gauge the extent of their strength. Seeing that there was no effect after so long, he waved his hand signaling everyone to stop casting spells, then stood at the entrance of Fengyun Pavilion with a wolf-head scepter, calling out loudly, I am the clan leader of the werewolf clan, seeking an audience with the Pavilion Master of Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Yi sneered, clenched his fist and said, if you want to come in, then come in. But think carefully, surrounding Fengyun Pavilion like this means you won't be able to leave. Moreover, I would even let you stay on the 4th floor for a year free of charge. The moment the reincarnation sword thought of the rich spiritual energy on the 4th floor in the bed made of ancient cold jade, his eyes brightened, but upon realizing he had to hand over, although the members of the werewolf clan were not pure martial artists and knew some spells and possessed innate abilities, they could hardly be considered cultivators. At most they were just slightly stronger than ordinary martial artists, unable to withstand extraordinary attacks. What the hell? Why is there a beggar here? The newcomers were startled. The burly man saw the clan leader's hesitation and advised, clan leader, I think we should leave. As long as the spirit-controlling clan stays inside, we won't be able to obtain the spirit-controlling pearl. We can only wait for them to come out on their own. The clan leader sighed, not expecting things to become so tricky, even more cumbersome than attacking the spirit-controlling clan. Initially he thought it was a good opportunity, but it was clear it wasn't. Then what if she stays inside and doesn't come out? The burly man's face stiffened as he hesitated, saying, I think she can't possibly stay inside for a lifetime. After all, the spirit-controlling clan is also seeking ways to live under the sunlight. Suddenly he had a good idea and whispered a few words in the clan leader's ear. After hearing this, the clan leader's expression brightened, saying, if we can really cooperate, that would be great. However, he looked at the movements of his clansmen and the mess they had created. The buildings had already been damaged and even 3 inns had been destroyed by the flashing blades and torrents of swords. Cloud Wind Pavilion would definitely hold them accountable. Thinking of the crisis facing his clan, he took a deep breath, thinking that if he was going to die, then let it be. With that, he stepped into Cloud Wind Pavilion. Lin Yi did not expect the werewolf clan leader to be so bold as to dare to enter. He coldly looked at the entering clan leader, filled with murderous intent, and said, You have quite the nerve. Are you not afraid I will kill you? The clan leader suddenly knelt on the ground, continuously bowing his head and saying nothing. Bang! Bang! The ground kept making dull sounds as the clan leader's forehead swelled up, yet he continued to bow. The burly man was stunned by the clan leader's actions. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, Do you think bowing to me will spare you from death? Oof. Lin Yi had been in the Jiuzhou region for quite some time. Never before had he been attacked like this, and having his hard-built inns destroyed was a great disrespect and humiliation to him. He was determined to make these blind individuals taste his power. Lin Yi coldly snorted, and with a left fist he struck forward, a shadow of a fist hitting the clan leader. In an instant the clan leader was sent flying 10 jang away. Trembling, he got up again but did not speak, instead bowing his head. Lin Yi frowned and coldly smiled, saying, All right, don't say I bullied you. As long as you can withstand 3 punches without dying, then we can settle this matter. Without waiting for the clan leader to respond, he unleashed 2 punches. Bang! Bang! The clan leader was struck by an overwhelming force. His ribs shattered on the spot and his meridians were heavily injured, spitting out blood. The burly man was about to step forward but thought that if he did not let this pavilion master vent his anger, it would be impossible to negotiate later, so he stood still. Although he remained motionless, the other clansmen could no longer stand it and rushed in. You brat have quite the nerve to dare to strike our clan leader. You seek death. Exactly, our werewolf clan is a major clan in the Tianshan region. We have only ever had others bow to us, never have we bowed to others. This infuriates me greatly. The clan leader, enduring the intense pain, saw his clansmen speaking out of turn, and fearing it would provoke Lin Yi, he immediately roared, This is not a place for you to interrupt. All of you get out or be expelled from the werewolf clan. Upon hearing this, the clansmen showed displeasure, but they were always afraid of the clan leader, who was absolute in authority. If they angered him, they would meet a terrible fate, so they all knelt and bowed to Lin Yi as they retreated. Beitang Ao and the others, seeing the clan leader beaten to the point of spitting blood, felt pity. Beitang Ao cupped his fists and said, Pavilion master, I think it's better to let this go. After all, there's not much loss. Yes, I think they are quite pitiful and must have their own difficulties. How about we let them off this time? Even Hua Liuxiang pleaded for them. Lin Yi did not expect the werewolf clan leader to be such a character, trying to garner sympathy by playing the victim. Given the current situation, if he killed him on the spot, it would be a bit too much. He didn't want those present to gossip about him and say he lacked magnanimity. Lin Yi observed everyone pleading and coldly stated, As the master of this sect, I have always kept my word. Since I said 3 punches, then it shall be 3 punches. The clan leader gasped, This is what I must bear. As long as it can appease the master, I will die without regrets. Saying this, he displayed a righteous expression, exuding a strong aura of someone prepared to face death. The burly man also knelt on the ground, saying, Master, you have always been magnanimous. Who in the Jiuzhou rivers and lakes does not know? Even among the 100 clans of Tianshan, they all know of this divine person who understands everything, masters the secrets, a true hero of unparalleled stature, upholding justice and setting an example for the masses. Yes, the master is the best. Hua Liuxiang also chimed in, straining his neck to speak. Lin Yi's face darkened, thinking to himself that they really knew how to flatter him. He didn't think he was that great, yet they spoke as if he were a saint beyond the mortal realm. Naturally, he would not be swayed by their flattery. After pondering for a moment, he moved his left fist, sending a fist shadow cutting through the air. However, the force was reduced by 1/10, and when it struck the clan leader, it caused no harm. Seeing that he had shown mercy, the clan leader quickly bowed his head. Thank you, master, for your mercy. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Enough, you can leave now. However, the clan leader did not leave, continuing to bow repeatedly. Master, please save our werewolf clan. If we do not obtain the spirit-controlling pearl, the lives of our entire clan will be at risk. Even the 100 clans of Tianshan may face death. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, This seems to have nothing to do with me. Whether you live or die is not my concern. He naturally knew why the werewolf clan needed the spirit-controlling pearl, but it had nothing to do with him. The spirit-controlling pearl is in Ling Xin's possession, so the request must be made to her. The clan leader pleaded with tears in his eyes. The burly man also squeezed out tears and began to wail. Everyone saw how heartbroken the two were and began to persuade Lin Yi. Oh, what's this commotion about? The reincarnation sword rubbed its sleepy eyes and came downstairs teasing the two who were crying. You two are so tall and strong yet you cry like little wives, isn't that too embarrassing? Exactly. And you have the nerve to mock others. Weren't you also making a big fuss just a few days ago? Have you forgotten that so soon? That's right. If you have nothing to do, go somewhere cooler. The reincarnation sword's hunched figure suddenly straightened as it pointed a finger at Hua Liuxiang and scolded, You little brat. Don't talk nonsense. I am an esteemed elder renowned for my noble character. How could I cry out loud in public? You must be mistaken, it's not me. You old scoundrel. Lin Yi was annoyed by these people and waved his hand saying, All right, enough noise. Ling Xin was also disturbed and came downstairs. Upon seeing the dignified clan leader kneeling and bowing, her expression changed slightly. The clan leader noticed Ling Xin and immediately turned to her, bowing and crying, Please save the lives of thousands from the werewolf clan. No matter how much he made a fuss, Lin Yi showed no reaction. Furong, seeing him so pitiful, wanted to give him something to eat but was stopped by Lin Yi. Bear it. She quickly helped the clan leader up. Although the relationship between their two clans was not good and the werewolves often bullied them, seeing the clan leader in such a state made her forget the enmity between their clans. Clan leader, it's not that I won't give you the spirit-controlling pearl, you know it is our clan's sacred object and cannot be easily given to others. The clan leader wiped his tears and randomly smeared the blood on himself, making his appearance even more pitiful. We have no choice, for the sake of our clan's lives we had to snatch your pearl. We truly have no words to express our suffering. The people of the spirit-controlling clan are inherently good-hearted, and having already developed compassion, she hurriedly said, All right, how about this? I'll discuss it with my grandfather and see if we can lend you the pearl. Upon hearing this, the clan leader immediately stood up, tightly grasping Ling Xin's small hand and grinning foolishly. Thank you, miss. Ling Xin was startled and quickly withdrew her hand, distancing herself from him. Seeing that the clan leader had achieved his goal, Lin Yi sneered and said, All right, we'll discuss your matters later. What about my losses? How will you compensate? Lin Yi initially wanted to make a hefty profit, but considering that the werewolf clan lived in that remote corner of Tianshan, they probably couldn't offer much money. Thus 500. Lin Yi initially wanted to make a hefty profit, but considering that the werewolf clan lived in that remote corner of Tianshan, they probably couldn't offer much money. Thus 500,000 taels of silver would be a significant amount for them. He reluctantly nodded and said, All right, the inns must be rebuilt quickly. I still have business to attend to. Ling Xin helped the clan leader to the second floor and also called Lin Yi to join them. Lin Yi was initially unwilling to go, but after thinking about it he decided to give Ling Xin face and went up. The three took their seats and Ling Xin asked the clan leader, I don't know what you mentioned earlier about the lives of your clansmen being at risk if you don't get the pearl. Can you explain? Can you elaborate? This way I can also report back to my grandfather. The clan leader nodded and said, I don't know if the young lady has heard of the legend that circulates within Tianshan. When the blood moon covers the sky and all flowers wither, the gates of hell in Tianshan will open and a terrifying hellhound will emerge, devouring all living beings in Tianshan, turning it into a hell on earth. Ling Xin nodded and said, I have also heard of this legend and asked my grandfather about it. He said it was just a legend and that there is no such thing as a hellhound. Her expression suddenly changed and she exclaimed, Could it be that the legend is true? The clan leader nodded repeatedly, pointing to the wolf head on his forehead, and said, This tattoo is innate to us. It is said that we are the seeds left behind by the hellhound in Tianshan. If one day the seeds sprout, that will coincide with the blood moon covering the sky. Seeds. Sprout. Ling Xin was confused. The clan leader also did not understand how the wolf head tattoo could be a seed. However, in recent days howls of wolves had been heard from the forbidden ground, terrifying to the extreme. Moreover, the wolf head on their foreheads seemed to be awakening, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and a blood mass had appeared within their bodies as if something was inside. Lin Yi, seeing that neither of them understood, lightly coughed and said, As for the wolf head tattoo, I do know a bit. It is said to be a soul imprint left behind by someone from an ancient clan after their death, or it is said to possess someone, and it is rumored that the people of that ancient clan worshipped the hellhound as a deity. Ancient clan. Ling Xin asked, Do you know what kind of clan it is? Lin Yi replied, I don't know the specifics of the clan, I only know that they possess terrifying power from birth, comparable to cultivators. Ling Xin and the clan leader were both astonished. One must know that cultivators possess godlike abilities capable of moving mountains and filling seas and can achieve immortality. If such a clan truly exists, it would be terrifying. The clan leader asked, "Does this ancient clan still exist? Could it be that the wolf head on our foreheads is their sole imprint? This is somewhat terrifying." He observed the blood mass within him faintly resembling a baby. Could it be that this ancient clan is about to resurrect from within the werewolf clan? Regarding the detailed origins of this clan, the system did not specify. It only mentioned some information in the werewolf clan's records, and that clan has already disappeared for over 3,000 years, making it hard to determine if they are attached to the bodies of the werewolf clan. Lin Yi said to the clan leader, "Although the spirit-controlling pearl can suppress the mysterious power of your forbidden ground, it cannot eliminate the blood mass within you, so we still need to find another way." Upon hearing this, the clan leader panicked and immediately bowed to Lin Yi. "I beg the master to save the lives of our clan of over 1,000 people." Due to Lin Yi not specifically studying the reasons behind the werewolf clan and the hellhounds, he couldn't find any way to eliminate the blood clusters among them for the time being. However, it seemed that there was no immediate problem. He said, "I currently do not have a good solution, but I will inform you once I think of one." The chieftain also knew that it would be impossible to solve the issue in the short term, as the mysterious power in the forbidden area could be suppressed by the power within the controlling spirit pearl. "No need to rush. Then thank you for your help, Lord." Lin Yi nodded. The chieftain saw that there was nothing more to discuss and went down to wait for Ling Xian to return to the controlling spirit clan. Ling Xian watched the chieftain leave and said with a bright smile, "We have resolved another problem, thank you, Lord." Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's nothing." Ling Xian then inquired about what the third item was. Lin Yi pondered for a long time and said, "The third item is the legendary immortal source." Immortal source? What is that? Ling Xian had never heard of such a thing. Not to mention herself, even Zishao Daoren and the sweeping monk would definitely be unaware. Lin Yi explained the immortal source as a divine object birthed from the convergence of the world's spiritual veins possessing miraculous powers. Although there was once an immortal source at Tianshan, it disappeared due to an incident 800 years ago. Currently there is only one place in the 9 provinces that has it. Where is that? Lin Yi slowly said, "The most famous mountain in the 9 provinces is Tianjian Mountain." Tianjian Mountain. Ling Xian was slightly taken aback and said, "Isn't that the birthplace of the sword sect?" Lin Yi replied, "Actually the sword sect was not originally called the sword sect but Tianjian sect. At that time the Tianjian sect was filled with experts whose powers were unfathomable, overshadowing the Wudong and Shaolin, which were known as the North Star of Mount Tai in the martial world. Later, due to disputes over the ownership of a manual, the experts within the Tianjian sect fought among themselves, leading to their mutual slaughter and eventual disbandment by the forces of the demonic sect. The remaining disciples of the Tianjian sect relocated to the current sword sect's location. Ling Xian did not expect the sword sect to have such a history. A sect of such magnitude would compete for a manual disregarding the bonds of the same sect, clearly indicating that it was not an ordinary manual. She did not press further but instead asked how to find the immortal source. Lin Yi replied, "The immortal source is a spiritual object generated from spiritual veins, so to find it one must go to places with spiritual veins. Tianjian Mountain is neither too big nor too small, and there are 6 spiritual veins. I have drawn a map and marked them, you just need to follow the coordinates to find them." As he spoke, Lin Yi took out the drawn map. Ling Xian took the map and was immensely grateful. "Your great kindness will never be forgotten by the controlling spirit clan." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Naturally, I have conditions for helping you. If one day I need your assistance, you must help me." Ling Xian sweetly smiled and said, "That is only natural." Seeing that it was getting late and the chieftain was waiting below, she exchanged some farewell words with Lin Yi and went downstairs. Lin Yi did not go down but stood on the upper floor watching them leave. At this moment Fu Rong came up looking worried as she asked, "Will Ling Xian be in danger going back like this?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "With so many werewolves around, no one would dare to lay a hand on them." Fu Rong shook her head and said, "But Ling Xian has such a precious item, wouldn't the people from the demonic alliance be tempted? Isn't there a very formidable master behind her?" Lin Yi confidently replied, "Don't worry, her master is currently in seclusion and will not come out." Fu Rong nodded and then went downstairs. Now that the matter with Ling Xian was resolved, the next step was to search for Fei Hua Palace. As for the matters concerning Wudong and the reincarnation sword, he was not in a hurry, he would handle them once he had leads. Things must be dealt with one at a time, there is no need to rush. Lin Yi was beginning to feel busy, almost as if he were working for someone else. Things must be dealt with one at a time, there is no need to rush. Lin Yi was beginning to feel busy, Moreover, those on the list were all individuals of profound cultivation. They wouldn't come to him for trivial matters, meaning they would all be tricky problems. Lin Yi scratched his head, wanting to take back the Fengyun order, but since it had already bin issued, it was naturally unreasonable to take it back, or else he would be ridiculed. After some thought, he realized he needed to properly train the Long family brothers and Tai Lao Lu and the others. Fortunately, there was a sacred place for cultivation on the 4th floor. As long as they could enter and cultivate there along with the pills purchased from the pill pavilion, even an ordinarily mediocre person could be turned into a master. However, Tai Lao Lu, Hua Lu Xiang and Xian Li had poor qualifications, and no matter how much they cultivated, they wouldn't achieve much. Only the Long family brothers had decent qualifications. He then recalled the dragon elephant divine art mentioned in the material he had seen about Long Ba Tian. It seemed necessary to obtain this technique. Lin Yi searched for a long time in the database and finally discovered that the dragon elephant divine art was in the hands of a person named Shenlong Jiubian. This person was a master who had been hidden away for many years, having founded the Shenlong sect, which was quite famous in the 9 provinces. However, the descendants of the sect were not diligent. Without the Shenlong Jiubian to oversee them, the most talented head of the family had only managed to train the dragon elephant divine art to the 3rd level. Since the technique was in the hands of such a person and could not shine, why not give it to the Long family brothers? After all, it was not too difficult to obtain. Lin Yi planned to send the Long family brothers to the Shenlong sect once they found the Feihua Palace. Meanwhile, the Long family brothers who were in Liangzhou had been recovering from injuries since being attacked by mysterious individuals. The Marquis of Liangzhou was also extremely furious that someone dared to commit murder in his territory. He ordered everyone in the prefecture to search for the culprits, declaring that they would find them even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Thus all government offices and military camps began searching, conducting a thorough search that scoured every inch of land in Liangzhou. Finally, there was news of these individuals, but being formidable in cultivation, they killed those who searched for them and moved towards the territory of Qingzhou. Just in time, the forces of Qingzhou learned of this and reported it to the Marquis of Qingzhou. Upon hearing this, the Marquis personally came to Liangzhou and found the Marquis there. After reminiscing, the two began to discuss the matter. The Marquis of Qingzhou Chai Tianzi looked at the Marquis of Liangzhou Liang Mu and noticed that his aura had become incredibly profound, his eyes sparkling with a hint of sword intent rising. They were old acquaintances, well aware of each other's backgrounds. He remembered that Liang Mu specialized in knife techniques and had never cultivated sword techniques. Moreover, it was evident that it was not an ordinary technique. He immediately grew curious and observed Liang Mu's demeanor, realizing that Liang Mu's aura had undergone a significant transformation, becoming ethereal and mysterious. Chai Tianzi could not hold back anymore and asked, "I say, brother Liang, you look different." Liang Mu, seeing that he had noticed his change, laughed heartily and said, "I had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a divine level technique. My progress has been significant after cultivation." Chai Tianzi's eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. He thought to himself that divine level techniques are not so easily obtained, and he had never heard of any divine level techniques emerging over the years. This matter seemed suspicious. He had also noticed that the Marquis of Jiuzhou had undergone a significant transformation recently, as if he had cultivated some powerful technique. Now, combined with the fact that both of them often visited Fengyun Pavilion, a light bulb flashed in his mind and he already knew what was going on. He slapped his thigh and stared at Liang Mu, saying, "I say, brother, you are too ungrateful. Why didn't you tell me about such a good thing?" Liang Mu scratched his head and said, "What good thing? I don't know, you are confusing me. Honestly, did you and the Marquis of Jiuzhou cultivate divine level techniques? And was it obtained at Fengyun Pavilion? Don't lie to me, tell me the truth." Liang Mu frowned, thinking that this guy was quite clever to guess it so quickly. Since he already knew, he no longer hid it and explained the matter from beginning to end. No matter how much he made a fuss, Lin Yi showed no reaction. Furong, seeing him so pitiful, wanted to give him something to eat but was stopped by Emperor Chai. Was filled with shock. He had thought that the Fengyun Pavilion only possessed 1 or 2 divine level cultivation methods. Hearing that there were many more left him astounded, thinking to himself how terrifying the Fengyun Pavilion truly was. No wonder it held such formidable power. With so many divine level cultivation methods, any sect could cultivate numerous super experts. Seeing that the two lords of Jiuzhou and Liangzhou had both practiced divine level methods, Emperor Chai immediately decided to seek Lin Yi for the techniques. Seeing his excitement, Liang Mu chuckled, "Cultivation methods are not so easily obtained. One must pay a great price, and money alone cannot buy them." Emperor Chai's expression changed and he hurriedly inquired how Liang Mu had obtained them. Liang Mu recounted the story. Emperor Chai suddenly burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Heaven truly assists me, even the heavens are favoring me." He then stated his intentions. Upon learning that those mysterious individuals had entered his territory, Emperor Chai slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "No wonder people suddenly vanished, they must have gone to your place. Time is of the essence, we must send out a massive number of personnel to find these people, perhaps we can glean some clues about the Feihua Palace." The two quickly agreed and began preparations, dispatching elite teams along with dozens of masters and 6 grand masters. After 10 days of searching, they finally discovered the whereabouts of that group, trapping them in a valley. However, due to the formidable strength of those mysterious individuals, there were significant casualties and they could not breach the defenses for the time being. The two lords were anxious and at their wits' end. Moreover, the valley was small, rendering the army ineffective. Seeing that the two lords were at a loss, the Long brothers suggested relaying information to the Fengyun Pavilion and calling for powerful reinforcements. The two lords had initially hesitated to disturb Lin Yi, but now they could also gain some benefits. Especially Emperor Chai, who hoped to capture these mysterious individuals to reveal the location of the Feihua Palace, thus obtaining divine-level methods. In the current situation, it was not a matter of numbers and they had to seek Lin Yi's help. Long Xiaotian wrote a letter and asked Tai Laolu to take it back. After receiving the information, Lin Yi called for Master Wunyan of Shaolin and Zhang Jiao Chongshu of Wudong to come. Upon receiving the news, they brought the top experts of their sects with them. Lin Yi also sought help from the reclusive sword monk and the ghost sword to assist. Thus a large group headed towards Jiuzhou. The mysterious black-clad individuals trapped in the valley sensed they were seeking help and launched a fierce attack. In the ensuing battle, both sides incurred losses. The two lords sent another army to encircle the valley tightly to the extent that not even a fly could escape. The leader of the black-clad individuals, seeing they could not break through, pondered for a long time and said, "We initially thought we could prevent them from finding the Feihua Palace, thus burying the sins of our past, but it seems that is impossible now." An old man with white eyebrows and black clothing sighed and said, "One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Since we can no longer conceal it, we might as well seek self-preservation. It is said that the head of the Fengyun Pavilion is easy to negotiate with. Why not use information about the Feihua Palace to protect ourselves? What do you think?" The leader contemplated for a moment and said, "Although this plan is good, this person's allegiance is uncertain. If he reneges, we will have no place in the 9 provinces and will certainly face extermination." The old man also considered the severe consequences, but if things continued this way, the Feihua Palace would eventually re-emerge in the martial world and their secrets would be exposed. At that point their fate would be even worse. At that moment shouts of battle echoed outside as thousands of troops charged in. The leader's eyes flashed with fierce light as he swung his great knife and charged forward. Another brutal battle began. These mysterious individuals were top-tier experts, slicing through the soldiers like cutting vegetables, killing 500 to 600 in an instant. Seeing how fierce these individuals were, the two lords decided to withdraw their forces. Knowing that reinforcements would take 3 days to arrive, they began to plot. Liang Mu arrived at the entrance of the valley and called out, "Those inside, listen. The current situation is undesirable for anyone. Why not we come to an understanding?" Upon hearing this, the leader's mind sparked with inspiration and he immediately exited the valley holding his great knife as he faced the lord of Liangzhou. "What do you propose for this understanding?" Liang Mu replied, "As long as you inform us of the clues regarding the Feihua Palace, we will let you leave." The leader said, "It is fine to tell you, but how can I trust you?" Emperor Chai laughed heartily, saying, "We are both sovereigns of a nation and our words carry weight. Speak quickly." The leader sneered, his eyes flashing with cunning, and said, "I heard that those looking for the Feihua Palace are from the Fengyun Pavilion. I wonder if I could speak with someone from your side." Upon hearing this, Long Badian stepped forward and said, "I am from the Fengyun Pavilion. What do you have to say?" The leader assessed the formidable and robust man, recognizing his strength as an expert, and nodded. Thinking to himself, the members of the Fengyun Pavilion are indeed not simple. He then looked at Long Xiaotian, who bore a resemblance to Long Baishan, and asked, "I wonder if you can act as the head of the Fengyun Pavilion?" Long Badian thought for a moment and replied, "I can." The leader nodded and said, "Well then, I will now provide you with the location of the Feihua Palace where you can search. As for whether anyone is alive, I cannot say." Long Badian nodded as he saw the leader take out a map and toss it over. Long Badian caught the map and unfolded it, discovering it depicted a vast ancient jungle. Deep within the jungle, a location of an ancient temple was marked, surrounded by red dots. He was puzzled by the meaning of these red dots and thus inquired, "What do these marked red dots signify?" The leader replied, "Those are all dangerous zones, you must not approach them. So if you intend to enter the ancient wild jungle, you need to be cautious. Danger zones." Long Xiaotian stepped up to take a look, realizing that this ancient jungle must be the infamous Jiuyue Spirit Mountain, one of the top 10 cursed places. He said to Long Batian, "Big brother, this place seems to be the location of Jiuzhou's Spirit Mountain." Long Batian immediately recalled the endless demon cave from his mind, thinking of the terrifying beasts inside, including the three-headed flood dragon, sending shivers down his spine knowing human strength couldn't contend with them. He drew a sharp breath. These marked locations were clearly the lairs of the beasts. He had not expected the Feihua Palace's people to establish their residence in one of the top 10 cursed places. They truly had audacity. This only intensified his perception of the terrifying and dreadful nature of this mysterious organization. Even the sweeping monk and the carefree sword master, such strong figures, would not dare to infiltrate alone. Long Batian looked at the black-clad leader and asked, "Since you are so well informed about the Feihua Palace, what is your connection with them, or are you part of the same group?" The leader shook his head repeatedly and said, "To speak truthfully, the Feihua Palace is also our enemy. However, after over 100 years we have long forgotten our hatred. As for preventing you from searching, it is because if the Feihua Palace's people were to reappear, a great upheaval would sweep through the 9 provinces, martial world, and bloodshed would follow." Long Batian and the others' expressions turned solemn as they could hear the tremor and endless fear in the leader's voice. They exchanged glances, wondering if such a terrifying organization truly existed. However, they merely harbored that thought. After all, it wasn't a matter for them to decide. Everything would have to be determined by Lin Yi and the leaders of the 4 great sword towers. After Long Batian received the map, he spoke a few words to the 2 lords. The 2 lords nodded and instructed their forces to clear a path. The leader saw them keep their word and brought his people away. Once they were far, the 2 lords secretly sent followers to trail behind. The Long brothers intended to stop them but thought better of it, knowing they were sovereigns of a nation and they had no right to say anything, thus they remained silent. Having obtained the lead on the Feihua Palace, the Long brothers delivered the news and the map into Lin Yi's hands, asking him what to do next. They then parted ways with the 2 lords and encountered reinforcements from Shaolin and Wudong halfway. Long Batian instructed them to return. After understanding the situation, Zishou Daoist pondered for a moment and said, "In that case you should hand the map to the pavilion master. If you intend to seek the Feihua Palace, we can assist you." Seeing that they had such powerful allies, Long Batian felt reassured that they wouldn't encounter fearsome monsters in the Jiuzhou spiritual mountain. Thus the Long brothers hurried back to Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Yi, upon learning that the Feihua Palace had been found, felt a surge of joy as he gazed at the markings on the map, but his brow furrowed and he fell silent for a long time. Long Batian remarked, "I wonder if this map is genuine or not." The system recorded the 10 great cursed lands which housed many powerful monsters beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. Even cultivators would be devoured. If they rushed in recklessly, it would likely be a one-way trip. Since this matter involved the 4 great sword towers, it was best to seek their opinions. He then asked Tai Laolu to notify the master of Mingyue Tower to come. Subsequently, he instructed the Long brothers to cultivate on the 4th floor for a few days. The 2 of them beamed with joy and eagerly ascended to the 4th floor. Seeing them ascend to the 4th floor, the others couldn't help but feel envious, saying, "Being under someone else's command is truly great. You can cultivate on the 4th floor without spending a penny, while we have to watch helplessly." Even Bei Tang-ao was very envious, thinking to himself that as a second lord of a nation he didn't even have the money to rent a room, making him feel inferior compared to the subordinates. Such a sacred place for cultivation truly made people envious. Everyone looked at Lin Yi with expressions of anger, and feeling the heated gazes, Lin Yi only chuckled coldly. Lin Yi organized his thoughts and felt there was no need to send anyone to the spiritual mountain, since he had not stated he would assist the master of Mingyue Tower. Moreover, the origins of the Feihua Palace were quite mysterious and there were only limited records about it. There was no information regarding the experts within the organization. To be able to kill the masters of the 4 great sword towers, there must be at least 7th grade experts stationed there. This counted as peak powerhouses in today's Jiuzhou. It would be fine if they were in Fengyun Pavilion, but encountering such individuals outside would mean certain death. He had finally gathered the Long brothers and his other subordinates ready to make a big move. If he were to fall in the spiritual mountain, it would be a huge loss. Additionally, he needed to deal with the matters concerning the werewolf clan as he had promised them. As for Tianjian Mountain, he wondered if he could find the source of immortality. While pondering these matters in his mind, Lin Yi ascended the stairs to the 4th floor to cultivate. Conversations should be long when there is something to say and brief when there isn't. Lin Yi spent 3 days in the room on the 4th floor, solidifying his realm at the peak of the 1st grade, and within a few days would likely break through to the 2nd grade. He also secretly went to Lu Walking's room and found her sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed, surrounded by a mist of white vapor, her expression solemn, exuding an aura of purity. Lin Yi stared at her flawless jade-like face through the mist, licking his lips. Recently Lu Walking had made astonishing breakthroughs, and now she was stabilizing her realm, likely to enter the 2nd grade soon. Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly, thinking that such a monstrous genius truly made one jealous and envious. He asked himself, with the system he was still no match for her, and it would be humiliating to mention it to other transmigrators. The shadow of Zhang Nianxuan also floated in his mind, wondering how that guy trained to become a cultivator so quickly. He didn't know how long he had been cultivating, but it must have been quite some time, though not exceedingly long. Just as he was lost in thought, a dirty hand slapped his left shoulder. Startled, Lin Yi flinched and turned to see that it was the reincarnation sword looking at him with a sly grin, instantly souring his mood. He pointed towards Lu Walking's room and then headed to the main hall. The reincarnation sword followed him, chuckling, "Oh, a dignified pavilion master is actually peeping at a young lady. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I wonder how others would view you if this got out." Lin Yi took a deep breath, exhaling through his nose, and coldly glared at the reincarnation sword, saying, "You'd better keep your mouth shut or I will throw you out of my Fengyun Pavilion." Hearing this, the reincarnation sword became furious and shouted, "How dare you say that? Have you handled the matter you promised me? Every time I go to find Miss Lu, she ignores me and says she is busy." Only then did Lin Yi remember that he had promised the old man to let Lu Waking discuss and practice sword techniques with him. In fact, he had long forgotten such trivial matters, thinking that she was a peerless genius in swordsmanship with insights into the sword art that no one could match. An old man like him, having lived so many years, could only have such a meager level of comprehension. He couldn't gain much from exchanging ideas with others. It would be better for him to stay here and cultivate. Enjoying good food every day, such a lifestyle was truly carefree, free from the grudges and bloodshed of the martial world. "I say, old man, why don't you stay in your room and cultivate? Why are you running around?" The reincarnation sword, seeing that he didn't directly answer his question, replied in annoyance, "People say the pavilion master of Fengyun Pavilion is a man of his word. If you promise something, you will fulfill it. You said you would get the Fengyun order." All right, I know." Lin Yi did not want to listen to his rambling and continued, "I will talk to Miss Lu right away, that should suffice." Suddenly a voice from outside the main hall called, "Boss, the master of Mingyue Tower has arrived." Lin Yi realized that handling the important matters was a priority, instructing the reincarnation sword to wait. The reincarnation sword was displeased upon hearing this and yelled, "Wait for your grandmother's leg." Ouch! Lin Yi furrowed his brows and punched him, sending him flying out of Fengyun Pavilion. The ground shook with a loud rumble. Everyone in the hall was startled, thinking someone was coming to attack Fengyun Pavilion again. They discovered a giant pit outside where the reincarnation sword lay groaning, causing everyone to burst into laughter. "Jukui Jian Motai, say, old beggar, what kind of cultivation are you practicing to cause the ground to be smashed into such a big pit?" The reincarnation sword crawled out of the pit, dusting himself off, and glared at the gloating Jukui Jian, cursing, "Brat, I was just about to go to your house to spar with your mother. You. Ha ha." Hearing this, everyone laughed heartily. Jukui Yijian's face darkened, tightly gripping his sword, truly wanting to slash this old man. However, the old man's cultivation was far superior, making it impossible for him to win. The reincarnation sword pushed past the onlookers and entered Fengyun Pavilion, noticing Lin Yi conversing with the master of Mingyue Tower, initially paying no heed. Suddenly feeling an extraordinarily pure sword intent emanating from the master, his eyes brightened. Unable to gauge the person's cultivation level, his hunchbacked body straightened instantly and he strode over. "May I ask which sect this esteemed fellow is from? You look somewhat unfamiliar." The master of Mingyue Tower looked up and down at the ragged reincarnation sword, realizing that his cultivation was not weak and he was also a swordsman. After thinking for a moment, he recognized him as the newly ranked reincarnation sword. He then chuckled and said, "I am but from a small sect unworthy of mention. Please go ahead." The reincarnation sword grinned, moved a chair over and leaned closer, saying, "Don't be so modest at such a young age. Someone like you must have an extraordinary background. Let me guess which ranked one you are." The master of Mingyue Tower was discussing the Feihua Palace with Lin Yi and did not wish to engage further with this unkempt old man, shifting his chair slightly. The reincarnation sword, however, cheerfully moved his chair closer, leaning in. The master's expression immediately changed and his gaze turned cold. He thought to himself, "I am in the middle of a discussion and this old man has no sense of the situation. If it weren't for being in Fengyun Pavilion, I would have kicked him out already." The reincarnation sword with dirty hands patted the host's shoulder and laughed, "Old man, sees your sword intent is extraordinary. Why don't we have a spar?" The host frowned at the dirty handprint on his shoulder and said angrily, "Senior, I have matters to discuss with the sect master. Please wait a moment." The reincarnation sword looked at the two and said, "All right, you may speak. I'll listen in on your conversation." The host was rendered speechless, finding it absurd that a sword master would engage with such a rogue. His expression darkened, cold as ice. Lin Yi found the host's angry demeanor amusing yet vexing, saying, enough of talking to this old beggar. If you continue you'll only get angrier. Let's continue our discussion. The host said no more. Lin Yi took out a map and handed it to the host, saying, this marks the location of the Feihua Palace. Pointing at the marked location, the reincarnation sword snatched the map, looked left and right and exclaimed, oh my, isn't this the Jingyue Spirit Mountain from the 10 most dangerous places? The host frowned. Although he rarely ventured into the Jiuzhou region, he had read numerous books about it in the Mingyue Tower. Many people in Jiuzhou knew about the 10 most dangerous places, and upon hearing this his expression grew even graver. He said, I didn't expect the Feihua Palace to be in such a perilous location. The reincarnation sword glanced back and forth at their faces and advised, I suggest you don't go to such a dangerous place, otherwise you might not even know how you died. Lin Yi noticed the reincarnation sword seemed quite familiar with the place and asked with a smile, old beggar, how come you know this place so well? The host also looked curiously at the scruffy old man. After all, the Spirit Mountain was filled with demonic beasts posing endless dangers. Not to mention stepping inside, even being near its perimeter was risky, as encountering a refined beast could lead to certain death. He saw that the reincarnation sword only had a 3rd-tier cultivation. How could he possibly be familiar with the Spirit Mountain? The reincarnation sword scratched his head and said, to be honest, old man, did indeed enter the Spirit Mountain in search of my master. However, I found nothing after a long search and came back out. What? You went in? The host suddenly stood up, looking at him in disbelief. Lin Yi was also slightly incredulous that he had dared to enter the Spirit Mountain and had come out alive. Old beggar, I underestimated you. Tell us how you managed to evade the demonic beasts inside. The host was also curious. Neither of them believed that the reincarnation sword could kill those terrifying demonic beasts. He must have used some special method to avoid them. The reincarnation sword chuckled, I can tell you, but what benefits do I get? The host quickly replied, as long as you can ensure our safe entry into the Spirit Mountain, I will agree to any conditions you propose. The reincarnation sword grinned, alright, let's have a spar first and see who is stronger. The host clasped his hands and smiled, since the senior has this interest, I'll show off my skills. The reincarnation sword extended his right hand, rubbing his 5 fingers together, grinning at the host. The host instantly understood the intention and took out a banknote of 100,000 taels. The reincarnation sword gleefully snatched it and turned to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi frowned, thinking that this old fellow was trying to take advantage of him. He snorted and said, if you want to talk, then talk. If not, get lost. The reincarnation sword froze, rubbed the back of his head and tucked the banknote away. Actually, I needed help from someone to enter the Spirit Mountain. Who has such great power? The reincarnation sword replied, his name is Huaisan. He is a small rogue and a playboy, but he is quite righteous. He possesses a magical bead that can conceal a person's aura and emit a puff of white smoke, making it undetectable even to demonic beasts. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Such a magical bead was clearly not an ordinary object and could possibly be a spiritual tool used by cultivators possessing mysterious and powerful functions. He wondered if Huaisan was a cultivator. Thus Lin Yi searched through the system's data but found no information about this person. He frowned and asked, what background does Huaisan have? The reincarnation sword said, he is just a spoiled young master who learned a bit of martial arts, nothing impressive. Lin Yi thought, so that's it, no wonder I couldn't find any information. The host immediately said, could we invite this friend Huaisan to the No.1 Under Pavilion to take us into the Spirit Mountain, or perhaps borrow the bead? The reincarnation sword shook his head repeatedly, saying that bead is something Huaisan cherishes greatly and won't lend it out. We can only invite him to go with us. All right. The host asked, could you tell us where he is now? The reincarnation sword did not hesitate and revealed Huaisan's address. Without delay, the host hurried off. Seeing him leave in such a hurry, the reincarnation sword also ran out, shouting, don't rush off, we haven't fought yet. Let's have a match first. Lin Yi saw both of them had left and shook his head. He was quite curious about the bead in Huaisan's possession. If it was indeed a spiritual tool used by cultivators, it would be worth a fortune. Since someone could take him to the Spirit Mountain, there was no need to worry. He would just wait to find Huaisan and send the Long family brothers on a trip. In fact, he didn't need to go himself. The reason was that the Spirit Mountain was filled with many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lin Yi had previously asked the Dan Pavilion to help refine some high-quality pills. However, they said there were no materials available and that he would have to find them himself. Moreover, the materials they requested could only be found in the 10 most dangerous places, hence the need for someone to search. At this time, the werewolf clan sent word that they had gone to the Tianjin mountain with Miss Lingxin. Lin Yi did not show any particular reaction to this and sent off the werewolf clan's members. He then stayed on the 4th floor to continue his cultivation. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. The host arrived at the No.1 Pavilion with a proud and flamboyant young man. However, the reincarnation sword was nowhere to be seen. The young man glanced disdainfully at the martial arts figures in the hall and snorted. Seeing this brat looking down on them, the crowd thought he must be someone significant, but upon closer inspection he was not even at the innate level. Jiuzhou pointed at Huai-san and shouted, "Hey! There are rules in the No.1 Pavilion. Those without innate cultivation are not allowed in. Get out!" Huai-san's gaze turned cold as he stared at Jiuzhou and sneered, "What a small building, where do all these rules come from? I came in and I'm not leaving." At that moment Lin Yi descended from the 4th floor. Jiuzhou immediately shouted, "Sect Master, someone has broken the rules. This brat entered without innate cultivation. Hurry and throw him out, better yet break his limbs." As Lin Yi sized up Huai-san, he also noted Lin Yi. Huai-san noticed Lin Yi's youthful appearance and how everyone called him Sect Master, showing great respect. He. Huai-san looked around the hall and found a recliner sitting down and swaying leisurely. Lin Yi walked up to him and smiled. "I must say you are being quite rude. This is my designated seat." Huai-san glanced at Lin Yi and said, "So what if it's yours? I'm sitting. What are you going to do about it?" Lin Yi, grinning, suddenly reached out with his left hand, grabbed his collar and tossed him out. Ouch! The host shook his head repeatedly. He had had enough of this young master who only brought him trouble. Had it not been for needing the bead in his hand to enter the Spirit Mountain, he would have slapped him to death by now. It was a crucial time for him, so he didn't want to offend anyone and went out to help him up. Huai-san cursed loudly, "Damn it, this young master has never been thrown by anyone. How dare you do this to me? Go and break his legs." The host, troubled, said, "Do not be impudent. The sect master is a renowned figure in the martial world and must not be offended." Huai-san raised his head and shouted, "Is he? He's just a little brat. Do you want to go to the Spirit Mountain? If you do, go beat him up." Lin Yi heard the voices of the two outside, chuckled to himself and signaled to Hua Liuxiang, who was watching the commotion. Hua Liuxiang immediately understood, winked at Jiuzhou beside him, and then stepped outside, where the sound of screams like a pig being slaughtered ensued. The host watched as Huai-san was beaten up, feeling quite relieved, but fearing that Hua Liuxiang and Jiuzhou might go too far, he hurriedly pulled the two of them back. Huai-san's face was bruised and he cursed loudly, "You dare to hit me? I will fight you to the death." With that he grabbed Jiuzhou's hair and tried to bite him. However, lacking even the strength of a first-stage cultivator, he was no match for Jiuzhou, who easily flicked him away with a wave of internal power. Jiuzhou glared with rage and shouted, "You reckless fool, I will make sure you regret this today." With that he unleashed a flurry of punches the size of sandbags upon Huai-san. Hua Liuxiang also joined in, beating Huai-san until he howled in pain, covered in blood. "Ouch, you're going to kill me. I surrender, please stop." The host saw that he was finally begging for mercy and again pulled the two back, saying, "All right, that's enough." Lin Yi, seeing it was about time, called the two back. The host helped Huai-san into the No.1 Pavilion. Upon seeing his miserable state, everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yi sneered and said to the host, "Now that you've found him, when do we set off? And what about the old beggar? Why haven't we seen him come back?" The host replied, "I heard that Shaolin and Wudong also want to go to Ling Mountain, so he went to meet them and will lead them to the edge of Ling Mountain to wait." Lin Yi nodded, subtly looking at Huai-san with a fierce glint in his eyes, coldly saying, "Kid, behave yourself on my territory or you will regret being alive in this world." Having suffered such a severe beating, Huai-san kept his head down and dared not speak. However, he harbored even greater resentment towards Hua Liuxiang and Lin Yi, thinking that he would surely take revenge when the opportunity arose. The host prepared a map to head towards Ling Mountain. Lin Yi also called the Long family brothers, the Sword Monk and the Ghost Sword, from outside to go together, handing them the medicinal materials needed by the Dan Pavilion to gather as many as possible. He also asked Hua Liuxiang to procure some rare medicinal materials. Thus the group set off towards Ling Mountain. The crowd in the hall, seeing them leave, knew there must be some hidden secrets, so spies from various countries and sects sent the news back. However, unlike last time with the explosive news of a peerless divine sword, most did not pay attention this time and did not send anyone to follow. Ling Mountain is located at the border of Qingzhou and Liangzhou, nestled deep within the 10,000 Mang Mountains, filled with endless dangers and many ferocious beasts, making it unapproachable for ordinary martial artists. Reaching the depths of the Monglin forest, they arrived at the location of the Bright Moon Ling Mountain. A gigantic peak towered high, shrouded in thick fog all year round, its true size unknown. The reincarnation sword along with the people from Shaolin and Wudong arrived and then set up camp waiting for Huai-san and the host. Not far away, those men in black appeared again. Upon stepping into the ancient jungle, a wave of a foul damp smell hit them, accompanied by the roars of beasts. Fortunately, the power Upon stepping into the ancient jungle, a wave of a foul damp smell hit them, accompanied by the roars of beasts. Fortunately, the powerful Zixiao Daoist led the way, slaying any ferocious beasts they met. Just as they entered the Monlin, an unexpected guest arrived at the Fengyun Pavilion. It was Zhang Nianxuan. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, not expecting him to arrive so soon, and immediately activated the defense system. Seeing Lin Yi's nervousness, Zhang Nianxuan chuckled, saying, "I'm not here to fight today, I've come to negotiate for peace." Lin Yi frowned, wondering why this guy suddenly wanted to negotiate for peace. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then that's fine." Lin Yi led Zhang Nianxuan to a guest room on the 3rd floor. Zhang Nianxuan sat down and began, "We are of the same kind and should not kill each other. This 9 prefectures is merely a stepping stone for us. There's no pity in destroying it." Lin Yi felt a chill in his heart and shook his head repeatedly. This person exuded a cold and ruthless air from the moment he spoke. Although he didn't consider himself a good person, nor did he want to be a great hero who protects the common folk, he knew that if the 9 prefectures were destroyed, he would lose the chance to use the ranking list to gain cultivation. Moreover, once all the spiritual energy of the 9 prefectures was absorbed by him, it would become a deadland where no life could survive, let alone humans. What would be the point of him staying here alone? Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, "I don't want to make things difficult for you. Since we are of the same kind, we should coexist peacefully. However, your intentions are hard to agree with. Do you really have to destroy the 9 prefectures?" Zhang Nianxuan spoke ambiguously, saying, "This is the task given to me by the system. If I complete it, I will ascend directly to become an immortal. You must feel the terrifying power of a cultivator, right? An immortal. That is an even more terrifying existence, possessing endless lifespan." Lin Yi couldn't fathom what kind of system he had received to be given such a task. It was truly hard to imagine. His mind raced, contemplating how to proceed. He used his divine sense to probe Zhang Nianxuan's cultivation, only to find he couldn't detect anything at all, sensing instead a much stronger aura than before. He marveled at how quickly his cultivation had grown. Typically, the realms of cultivation are fundamentally more challenging than those of martial artists. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation, what kind of system does he possess? Lin Yi was too smart to ask him directly. Even if he did, Zhang Nianxuan likely wouldn't answer. Their relationship was adversarial and neither would want the other to know their trump cards. Lin Yi was no different. Zhang Nianxuan also sensed Lin Yi probing with his divine sense and smiled, saying, "How about we discuss this together? Once you complete your system task, I will drain the spiritual energy of the 9 prefectures, that way everyone is happy." Lin Yi pondered for a moment, a smile creeping onto his lips as he said, "If that's the case, then let's coexist peacefully." "Good. If I make any moves next, don't interfere." "Agreed." Zhang Nianxuan seemed very pleased, striding out of the Fengyun Pavilion and disappearing. Lin Yi gazed out the window at his disappearing figure, lost in thought. From Zhang Nianxuan's words he could sense that there was no sincerity at all. On the surface he spoke of peace, but he had ulterior motives. Lin Yi also suspected that he had come to probe the weaknesses of his system. Seeing him leave so casually, it was clear he had made some discoveries. This worried him greatly. If such a terrifying figure found the weaknesses of his system, he would suffer a terrible fate. However, Lin Yi also believed that even if the system had weaknesses, Zhang Nianxuan was not in a position to destroy Fengyun Pavilion right now. The system had long provided warnings, and the Fengyun Pavilion's defense was still only at the 1st level. At just the 1st level, it could withstand lower-tier cultivators. If it could be upgraded to the 3rd or 4th level, it would take the power of a great Ascension Master to destroy Fengyun Pavilion. Zhang Nianxuan's current cultivation was still far from that of a great Ascension Master. At this moment, the system's voice rang out, "Ding." The system has detected that someone is targeting it and has updated to activate the 2nd level invincible state. This can withstand Foundation Establishment cultivators and can eliminate any martial artist or early-stage chi refining cultivator in seconds. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised, not expecting this system to be so aware, knowing that Zhang Nianxuan was targeting it. If that's the case, then he need not worry. However, he felt that this was not merely a contest between 2 individuals, but rather a battle between 2 systems. They were merely the owners of the systems. He was very curious about what kind of system Zhang Nianxuan had to be so extreme. Could it be that this world does not permit the existence of 2 transmigrators and 2 systems? These thoughts swirled in Lin Yi's mind, uncertain if his speculations were correct, but for now there was no immediate danger. Since Zhang Nianxuan had proposed a peaceful coexistence, he would temporarily refrain from provoking the demonic Dao alliance, biding his time to increase his cultivation. This would give him leverage for future confrontations.